Welcome back, everybody, my dear friends, to the Blast Spring Final presented by Revolut. We are here in day 2. We have these wonderful, wonderful shots of London, as you can obviously witness it. We are in Wembley. We're not so far away. I can hear London in the distance. I can hear the metro, the tube, as they say, running underneath us from time to time. And I can hear Lucas, Mr. Bubsky, to my right. How you doing?
I'm doing great. We're in London. The hotel is great. It's a Hilton. Can't complain. I'm not used to that. TV2, we were going for the motels, but all of a sudden it's a bit of an upgrade.
Change of category. Yeah. I see you having the same breakfast every morning. You're staying on that Danish toast. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, we're doing 2 toasts, 4 slices of bacon, and some couple of eggs, and 1 whole egg. That's the breakfast.
There you go. You got the Bubsky program right now. The gains. He's going for the gains. Enough food. Let's talk about Counter-Strike. Yesterday, 4 best of 3s were played. As we mentioned, this is how the Group A shook up. We had FaZe obviously making it slightly through SAW. We were talking about an overtime on Game 1, a game that delivered some massive moments, a whole lot of disappointment for SAW, but we are going to talk about that a little bit later. And then it was NAVI who actually prevailed over Astralis, even though in theory, obviously Astralis were not supposed to be the favorite. I think the odds were slightly in their favor. I think the community sentiment was ready for Astralis to actually make their way through NAVI, but it wasn't meant to be. We have now FaZe versus NAVI as a winner match, and SAW versus Astralis. We're going to cover all of that today. Don't you worry about it. It's going to be enough time. But Group B is where shit went down, if you allow me to say, because, and I'm going to wait for Vitality because I'll get crazy. Let's start with G2, Bob.
Yeah.
What happened in that Spirit game? 2-1. We were allowed to dream for a second.
Yeah, I mean, there's something magical about stand-ins and G2 at this point, right? Everybody thought Money's not going to make it. It's going to be a disaster class, right? Doink is going to rush out mid and just kill the Tess, poor guy, 50 times. But it actually went really well considering what they were up against. They almost made it, but it was too good to be true, and they did fall towards the end. Yeah,
I gotta say, after map 1, a part of my brain sort of refused to believe this was the timeline I was in, and I was battling it, fighting it, but also I started to hope. Like, I started to dream that, you know what, maybe on Dust 2, this could be the moment, but I gotta say, Spirit had the reaction they needed to. I think Shiro had a couple of moments with the 8 repeat, Donk didn't let his guard down. Maybe I was just being in full delusion.
Yeah, I mean, but it's still way above expectations from what we see from T2, right? They're missing their absolute best player. We saw him in Dallas being dominant in force. He didn't really have any teammates this time around to help him carry the torch. Definitely Tess didn't bring up the AWP as much as we would like to see. It was Nico a little bit taking it from time to time and try to replicate a little bit of that Money magic.
It's okay. Hopefully we get to actually see the real magic today. Now, God damn it. God damn it. The breakdown, the meltdown, once again, Vitality from a map up where everything is going well, an Inferno where they reign supreme, ZywOo popping off, AWP in hand, the defense of Vitality being active. You move on to Dust 2, the start is all right. You have that 2v5 in the pistol round, P250 ZywOo. Everything is looking great. And then I close my eyes, I drink a sip of my red wine, and then I open them again, and the world has come down crashing, and they've lost Dust 2 in a 2v5, and we move on to Anubis, and I know at this point in time that they will lose map number 3. So now I'm gonna need you to make sense of this, because I've tried a lot. I've done a lot of introspection when it comes to that. I'm running on empty right now. I'm running on empty fumes.
If you knew they lose map 3, I swear you could make a lot of money. But that's the first thing, right? Second thing is that I can't recommend any of you to be a part of the groups where Maniac is involved when Vitality is playing. This guy is an absolute maniac. Yeah, but overall, I think we can agree that Vitality is not really living up to the expectation. I have a little bit of an issue with Apex, like the way he carries himself throughout these games. It surely affects some of the younger players. They must look over to him and be like for the answers, and he's definitely not providing him with the body languages that he's giving.
Fair criticism, I think, and we're going to have ample time to talk about Apex and the ramifications of his behavior. But from negatives and sadness to greatness and great plays, that's what we bring you with the traded play of the day. And Lucas, take us through the 3rd result of yesterday.
Yeah, and we just spoke about it really, right? Virtus.pro also showing up. We have to give them credit. Famous, a guy who's lost a little bit of highlights since Electronic joined because he was the duo with Flip beforehand, but here he does it so well, right? He's such a clutch player, and he reminds me a little bit of a Magic in Prime at times.
Beautiful clutch from Fame, but what an absolute meltdown from Vitality. Now, I apologize for all of you at home who are going to suffer from this wallbang, because Rain just put it on display right here, right now. 149, the dag, and yeah, you can smile. I think it's fair. I think you deserve a little bit of smug face after that. And who won? Of course, Mr. Taz.
Yeah, and it shows that he still got it in him, the old man, right? Huxi wouldn't probably be able to do this in the same way. I think he shows really good quality at times, and I think it's pretty insane that he actually beat Shiro in the 1v1.
Jesus Christ, he was already insufferable to play with and face it before that. He's never gonna let me forget that moment. Good for Taz. Really not far off the mark when it comes to Counter-Strike. Of course, in a complicated position as a coach stepping in. We'll have to see if he gets on the mouse and the keyboard today. This is the schedule that is waiting for you at home today, my dear friends. We're ending up with Spirit versus VP. That's a winner's match. It's an upper bracket match. Prior to that, it's G2 versus Vitality, where I'm probably gonna need some sort of bunker to hide in. I don't think I'm ready for this. Prior, FaZe versus NAVI. That's a big matchup, of course, in the Group A, but we kickstart the action with Astralis versus So.
I think Astralis are on a good level at the moment. We feel like we can beat them.
So Roman is chaining together the kills to bring himself back into this clutch on the board for Saw.
So play a different style of Counter-Strike. It's not going to be an issue going into this game.
Down is ready for both of them. Imma and Bit get fed to the beast.
The Danish powerhouse of Astralis is waiting in the ranks. They're behind us, getting settled on their desk, mouse and keyboards being plugged in. A team that yesterday has shown different faces, different sort of shapes. T side, sometimes a lot of intuition, a lot of good ideas. The CD side, a bit more passive, a bit more lost for solutions. We're gonna have to see if they figured it out. In front of them, a team that came here with the obvious moniker of being the challenger. This is just a reality for them, just participating at an event. So here at the Blast Spring Final, a victory in and of itself. But we'd have to hope that this is more than just participation. We have to hope that there is something that can be done. And I think the map 1 versus FaZe gave us enough to hope that, you know, spectacle could be around the corner.
Yeah, it showed yesterday they can actually play Counter-Strike. I do think at times their map pool became quite thin, or at least their playbook, right? I think towards the end, FaZe really figured it out. And now it's really up for the coaching abilities of Astralis to read what FaZe did. So they don't have to use like 5-10 rounds to figure out, oh, what the hell's going on. We need to see Rocker here step up and actually give the solutions.
I agree with you. Also, a team like that at this moment has to seize any opportunity. And I think yesterday was a great example. 10-2 start versus FaZe. Everything's going your way. You cannot allow the big team, the favorite, to come back into this. Once the scoreline evens out, it is over. Speaking of bigger teams, of course, it is going to be Astralis that is standing in that corner. We have the quick round history. That's the story I was trying to tell you about at home, guys. So, driving seat, 10-2 versus FaZe. They couldn't convert. If that happens again versus Astralis, it's over. Now, move on to Astralis. What is your initial sentiment after the first game we've seen versus NAVI?
I don't think it's been good, right? I think we put high stakes on Astralis when it comes to group stage because they really have a good level of players, really. Like, I think the base level of them is some of the higher in the world, but they've really failed to deliver against a very mediocre NAVI at times. But yeah, it's not been an easy journey so far. Mediocre
NAVI, look at you now, throwing shades. I appreciate it. Where is that coming from? Is that coming from the toast?
I think you saw him in Dallas as well, right? Losing to Heroic is the definition of mediocrity.
Fair enough. Well, listen, he's got more bullets in the tank. A man that has been obviously center of topic and attention is Bro, and he was catching up with Banks before this game.
Bro, I want to start with looking at you. You've had a few months now on Astralis. How do you feel it's going?
I feel it's been quite turbulent, especially with the results. Some people would be satisfied, and it's not that we are not satisfied with it, but of course we always strive for more. We strive for the trophy in the end, and I think the same goes for me. But I also have been looking at getting more comfortable, and I feel it's getting close to where I want it to be.
Well, you are looking more comfortable on the server. We have been seeing that. So if you're getting closer, that's a positive. Yesterday, though, might be a bit of a negative. I want to see what you think of it because you win the pistols, you look like you're getting ahead in games, but you still lose 2-0. What went wrong?
Everything went well until we couldn't convert the pistol round on CT Nuke. And it's not that it took our momentum completely out of the game, but it gave them a lot. It felt like they gained a lot of confidence from that round, and it felt like individually they were just hitting more headshots. And yeah, on those two, it was a bit of a surprise pick, but it's not that we didn't feel like we could win, because I felt like we had the chances that we needed. But yeah, third map. If we took Nuke and we still lost D2, I would have been putting my money on we would have taken the third map.
I'm sure you would have. But today you're going up against Saw. Now, certainly they did have a good fight and they were willing to fight against FaZe. What happens here if the same thing, they get some momentum, they can fight back? Have you spoke about how you can fix that?
I think we just need to focus on what we are good on, and that's keeping the spirit high. It's not that it was lacking yesterday, but we need to give it 110% today to show that we are able to win these matches like we should. And yeah, just give our best.
Give our best indeed. Now, there was a statement in that interview that really caught my attention. He talked about that force buy that they lost to NAVI on Nuke on the CT side, the beginning of the CT side, and how this changed the whole game in his eyes. I thought after this moment, Astralis became passive, they became individualistic, and you didn't see the synergy on the CT side that you were hoping to see. Is that something that is acceptable because it's a new roster in this iteration, or is that going to happen again today because there's an inherent problem that's more profound?
I don't buy it's the new roster thing anymore. I think they've had enough time together and also enough tournaments, really. They've been sharing hotels for a bit. Now they know how each other are outside the game, really. It's all about a question is how is the dynamic inside the team. I don't think it's going to change necessarily much long term, but I think it's all about up to Device and IGL.
Fair enough. You talk about Device and IGL. He cannot be the only one wearing that responsibility. Of course, he will have some, but some of his co-captains, his co-leaders around him need to be helping him with that. So we are going to have to see if that comes up, if that comes through for the CT side of Astralis. Would it be time to maybe have a look at our predictions? Because things weren't exactly too well for me yesterday. Actually, who's in the lead right now? So Banks is up there with 8 lives. We have Scrawny, Hawk as well with 8 lives. There was the obvious NAVI winning against Astralis that kind of put us down. We see here the lives that have been stolen, so we can see the drama is starting to kind of trickle in. Was it James stole from Hoka as well? Wait, hold on a minute. They're all against Hoka right now. What's happening? Do you know if there's any like inner feud in the talent room?
I mean, sometimes people bully the new guy. I was that one at Katowice, but now it's Hoka's time.
Oh my God, poor little Hoka. It's all right. I'm going to do my best if I can protect him. We'll see if that happens today. These are the predictions that we went through. We have a little bit of a Saw pick coming out of Harry and Londers. They're going in for Saw. The NAVI versus FaZe game is obviously creating a lot of debate. Same with Vitality. I'm going to be honest. At this point in time, I went for Vitality because I'm just trying to materialize something. You know, it's like self-fulfilling prophecy. If I believe in Vitality, surely it's going to be fine. But if Monacy shows up, you think G2's got it?
I mean,
Quickly.
it's better be a good cap getting him here because he needs like an hour or something I saw from Twitter. We'll see.
We'll see. It's going to be short on time, and so are we. It is time to send you guys to a little bit of a break, about 3 minutes, and when we come back, we have Hugo and Harry diving into the action.
I want to look at yesterday's game against FaZe. That there's certainly some positives to take away from it, but what did it look like for you guys to kind of reset, refocus today? What did you talk about as a team?
We just talked about the maps we were going to pick. We got some positive things yesterday. We're gonna try to abuse the errors that we saw on Astralis, and we're gonna try to win a map or the game, whatever.
Welcome back to the Blast Premier Spring Final London, presented by Revolut, as we get into our first elimination game of the finals here, Harry. It's going to be a scary one. We've got the GG bet odds favoring Astralis, but what I want to ask you today for the GG bet is, why did you predict Saw? Why do you think Astralis are going to be the first team going on?
Well, I really want this Astralis squad to be sick. Let me open by saying that. But I really wasn't impressed with what we saw from them yesterday. I think their Dust 2 in particular was lacking a lot of ideas, especially on their CT sides. Their CT sides as a whole looked super flat. They won 8 out of 24 CT side rounds. And I think this Dust 2 pick from Saw, trying to capitalize on the kind of weak Astralis performance we got to see yesterday, makes this a pretty exciting series. We have Nuke as the third and final map. I think that's going to be a real barn burner if we get there. Yeah. And then Inferno kind of nestled in the middle. One that's been good for Astralis, but a map that often hinges on strong performances from Yabi and Stare, who were the 2 bottom-rated players for Astralis yesterday.
Aerostar saying that they were here to punish Astralis, but if there's one thing Astralis had yesterday, it was pistol rounds galore. Let's see if this one will start off the same. We got Stown and Low with those dual Berettas. A similar setup. It was last round, or last time, Stown pushing top mid. This time, 3 fighting for middle, and the block comes out at B. So will actually cancel. Allow Roman to come in from top mid. There are kills available here. Device coming in off of Catwalk. P250 picked up, put down very quickly. And Stown's going to get aggressive, try and finish the job. This is all the util on Roman as well, so it's a bit uncomfortable. Saw constricted to the B tunnels, and Astralis rotate a second man in.
I mean, Astralis are currently flawless on pistol rounds at their time here for Spring Finals, and they're looking to keep that track record going. Now, Stown could be in hot water here. It will finally get run through, but with 45 seconds left and so much space taken from Astralis, I do like how they've opened in this pistol. It's very in your face. They've taken a lot of control away from Saw, and that's kind of left them with no real estate to play with here other than the upper tunnels. If they do want to try and head out through middle, they're going to have to battle and scrap their way through it. And even though Mutiris convinces us early on, you'd like to think Device is able to get the better of him. That bomb is quickly transitioning up through the catwalk, and right now, Astralis think this is the B play, but because of Mutiris here, Saw have got all this extra room to play with, and he even gets away with the kill onto Device. Saw are flipping this one back around. They had no business winning this pistol, but they've ended up with a plot on A, and Mutiris is on for the ace. One more player to find. Bro tries to run him down, and he will deny Mutiris the ace. But now he's got to embark on a clutch with no positional advantage for the guy. He's moving into unknown angles all across the map, and so he'll get put down. And those flawless pistol rounds for Astralis are quickly brought to a close to open up Dust 2.
Well, I've got good news for viewers. That's probably the ugliest round you'll see the whole tournament. What on earth? Back and forth, blocked at B twice. The whole time Astralis are taking top middle. They just can't close a kill. Stand with some whiff shots, unfortunately caught in the open. And Mutiris makes the most of this uncomfortable position at top mid. He squeezes 4 kills out of the P250. Unbelievably well done. But my oh my, Astralis are going to be kicking themselves for not just being able to hold on a few more seconds. For B take, we noticed that there was a, I think, Device through this B tunnel smoke from spawn. This gets taken. Astralis with a lot of control early. That's nice to see, because yesterday we were not impressed at how little they were actually taking control on CT side.
No, 100%. I mean, I like already the kind of... It feels like Astralis are very aware of why they ended up losing Dust 2. Yeah. Because already we've seen a lot of effort to try and take control of the map away.
Which is definitely important, considering it's Aerostar saying, yeah, we saw those errors. We don't like Dust 2. We're picking it to completely counter our opponent, to anti-strat, to punish. And so if Astralis come in with a different look today, the question is, are Saw ready for that?
I think, you know, we both very much felt this even, you know, watching the game. The Astralis CT side just gave so much respect to NAVI.
Yeah.
And the moment NAVI swapped over, they were giving Astralis none of those same, you know, levels of respect. And so it's nice that Astralis are trying to remedy that early on here. We've had aggression into lower tunnels. Now you've got the push up through Cat. This is very well handled in this 4-spy round. Astralis is going to be the guy to try and save the day. Mutir is on a tear, and with a bit of help from Astralis, right now the entire B side of the map is open. Then they're going to chase down this kill over on Cat, and they might come to regret that. Stound somehow gets out with the double. And it's just Story left standing, and they've spotted him. They know where he is. He's dead here.
This is a pug right now. That's what it's feeling like after just 2 rounds of play. I can't believe Astralis. They almost overdo it in middle, right? 2 kills up catwalk, and then they come swinging together, but they get separated by a Molotov. Almost gets very uncomfortable for Astralis.
If they keep playing like this, I will eat my words on the prediction.
Oh.
Because this is way better. This is much better from Astralis.
It feels like a, you know, less respect for their opponent, certainly.
Bro, in 2 rounds, they've taken more map control than they did in their entire CT side yesterday.
Yeah, not wrong. Force to force back out of Saw. We got the Scout Deegs. And Device is looking for these mid kills. Wasn't doing that against Wonderful Heart. Every round, in fact, Astralis would just smoke it. They wanted nothing to do with top mid. So already a better look.
Yeah, I think when you look at the individuals here, the rifle components are ones that you could say like will be a sick head-to-head, but I think in terms of the AWP v AWP, it's no contest. So it really wouldn't surprise me if Device is pushing and prodding Story and the rest of Saw a hell of a lot.
Yeah, it's still a danger in general. When you know the AWP's out, to risk that 5-on-4 in mid is a danger. But in terms of, knowing you're the better AWPer in the server.
I don't think we're going to see the straight-up mid-fight all the time, but I think yesterday Device wasn't keen on AWPing the catwalk, and that came with good reason. When you're up against Wonderful and co, you're hesitant about giving him those fights, and it's not like Wonderful was lights out on Dust 2, but you don't really want to throw yourself into those angles. I think here you're going to see Device a lot more active in how he's trying to approach mid.
Yeah, think about how much control Bit got up catwalk, right? Like the amount of pure entry rounds. Bit just dry swung Cat, got a kill or a double kill into A.
Oh, another dink.
I'm not worried, bro.
No, I'm not anymore. I'm not anymore.
Vice has this one in his pocket.
Oh my God.
It's fine, they're rifles. They'll swing with a flash. It's done. Business for Astralis. 3-1 up right now on Saw's map pick into this series. And it's Astralis in full control, despite losing the pistol round. So here comes the guns for Saw. And if there was one thing to look at positively for Saw is, we did get Astralis fragging up a storm against FaZe, especially in that opening half, that 10-2 on Ancient. We don't need to talk about their CT side. But man, he was cracking open bomb sites solo. So let's see if he can do it again today on a map like Dust 2.
Yeah, I think, one of the risks of this pick for Saw is they wanted to exploit the weaknesses they saw yesterday. And I think, honestly, based on what we got out of Astralis yesterday, I can fully see where they were coming from. This map looked pretty dire, especially on those CT sides. And they didn't even really know how to, they weren't really responding to the aggression on their T sides either. But already Astralis are playing this entirely different. And so very, very quickly, Saw are on a map they're not super comfortable on, and one that they picked into to exploit their opponent's weakness, but now your opponent is playing a very different game. So this could get hairy. Device, good for the one and done over a long.
Not really expecting 2 players dry swinging that so late in the round, but Saw actually just going for this quick ace split, and it's only stared down in the pit. Nice kill on the rotation, but other players have made it across. However, Saw in the sight.
That bomb is still all the way back at the long doors.
They know there's probably a second long player, but Cat's fully open. They're going to rotate it round.
There's some big gaps here. And NAVI getting all this space up towards ramp is a huge issue for Mutir, as it kind of opens him up to the long angle. And they will run down Astralis. Mutir is helped out by Roman. It's the veteran players of Saw that claw this one back. And that bomb's actually heading over towards B, so they try to play this very safe to Saw. They know that Stair floats around over here towards long. So they will just up and leave him.
My God, he doesn't know, but he's actually getting chased. Here is sitting at car. Bomb has been planted. no idea for Stair right now. Missed it by being scoped in. Materis can just peek and win this round.
Yeah, as far as he's concerned, why would he be calm? So Stair, shot in the back by Materis, who started this one off with a vengeance. Great play from Materis to open up the game in the pistol round, and he keeps it going here when the rifles are out.
That's all good for Device, right? Like I said, not expecting them to just play that so late, and Stair's kind of a non-factor. If he's side by side, they can trade out those long kills, feel a lot more comfortable. I like how Astralis stalled it out on ramp. They didn't jump the gun there, but it also gave time for Saw to bring that bomb all the way around. The Astralis knew initially was long. That's a very delayed boost. They messed that one up, but it doesn't matter because Astralis smoked across and take the orb solo B quad long. Taking full control. Nades go in. Ujerks tries to challenge, but HEs will send him out. Astralis have that long control. They can start to freely rotate now. NAVI and Stown, mid and Cat respectively. And a more standard approach now for Astralis after taking this early map control. Saw with the AWP in middle. No one's giving away a pick.
Ooh, that's spooky.
Well, they've seen Device B. You just, yeah, let's take Cat then. Bye. Who knows how many more are there. Fake on the mid to B, but this is a Cat hit.
Yeah, but this is them trying to use that NAVI-esque T-side against Astralis, and Astralis are very prepared for that. They're quad set up inside of the A site, even having this kind of bait and switch for Bro at the back of Goose. Ujerk's not looking the right way, and Story will finally pick up that kill, sure, but it comes so late in the round. And you still have 3 players left to brute force your way through. It's got to be Materis. Pushed up past Gandalf. They're going to move in and clear him, fighting him from the ramp. Materis on a tear. Backstab him from Device, and it's Stair to clothesline him and finish the job, putting a stop to Materis' role. You saw Barry calling for the timeout there in the background. And I think already for Saw, it should be very apparent that Astralis have made some adjustments to this CT side.
Yeah, I still like the pacey cooling from Saw, right? Even though it doesn't work out, they go right into the stack. But Dust 2, a lot of it is going to be just trying to find the weaker site. And as soon as you know you've got a hole, you've got to take it. And to them, seeing the AWP on B was enough reason to just not commit through tunnels and just avoid it entirely. Knowing that is Device, it just happened to be 4 players on the long side.
So look, even though Barry wanted to call the timeout, Astralis did. That's economy right there.
Yeah,
They've just banked up a whole extra.
That's a Jame level timeout save. You stall until the last second of freeze time. Then you press F1. Some nice shots at the end there, but yeah, well held by Bro and Goose. The molly on Cat, he's given a lot of room to take a multi-kill here.
Det er fucking lækkert, det der, drenge.
Full eco, wow. Pistols now for Saw. Astralis give them full mid control. They start heavier B, not wanting to get popped. Seeing a lot of spawn place there, Deddy long. And Device in the right position right now. Can get overwhelmed, so positioning back to long is going to be far safer for this AWP.
Yeah, but that was the info flash, and no one fired off on it, so Device gets that warning a little bit later. Dink down, he doesn't have head armor, so those Glocks do actually pose a bit of a threat. The bomb plant's denied. That buys crucial time for the rest of Astralis to move around. 1 kill back from Ujerks, bomb plant in, but Arastos quickly run through and run down. Saw they get out with a bomb plant, but that's it.
They're happy with that. They spent less than 800 on most of their players, so plant is great. Astralis, they got double nades in. They denied it once, but not the second time around. Jump shooting is extremely viable from CT spawn in those positions. Astralis tried to deny it, but it's not the end of the world. Still in full control of this game right now. And maybe we'll see Saw slow it down a little bit in these mid rounds, try and drag Astralis around the map, allow Story to actually use his AWP before the post plant. Astralis once again go back to smoking this mid cross. And these weren't long spawns, but they're taking them anyway.
Thankfully, the flashes are good, so Stair wasn't able to get punished.
Corner smoke as well, and Astralis want nothing to do with it. They just leave device on the site. Astralis with the advantage there. He catches him with nades out, but won't swing. They're moving up long very quick.
Device trying to swing this. That's a collateral for Device's orb. He catches them close to the wall. They get skewered by the AWP. Stair hiding out at Gandalf. Maybe able to put a stop to this bomb plant. The nades fall in just a little bit late, but Story's got a real tall task ahead of him here. Doesn't know about that Gandalf player either, but he's able to duck down in time. It's Stair to spam him out and keep that round in check. Astralis, this is a far better looking CT side. And I think if you're Saw, you're a little stressed right now because you're trying the routes to success that you saw NAVI abuse, and they are not working. And that is because of these adjustments on the CT side.
It's a very different game, right? And it's a very pacey game for both teams. This was a fantastic collaborative device as well. They have that top site smoke that gives Saw the false confidence to move up. All lined up on long, but one little HE ruins it all. And Astralis have been so quick to respond to everything Saw are doing because there's yet to be any reason to doubt what you're getting told, right? There's no faking, there's no slowdowns in the mid-round. Saw are just committing on these entries. They're going to do it again, pop out long, corner smoke down, and they take this space. Astralis seem to be fine to give it away if they're not starting more than too long. Yeah, being a tough position. Feel like you don't get much value out of this one anymore. So easy to molly, but there isn't one available. Oh, sorry, it just went out. Yabby's burning. He's calling for a smoke, and he'll get it. I feel like maybe they heard that burn, though, from long corner, so they're still going to hopefully clear it. U-Jerks takes out Stown, trying to push the top of middle, and they're walking right past Yabby for now, seeing how close they can get to the site.
Oh, they've tagged him up even more, but they haven't finished the job yet. Aristos will eventually. And after losing Stown right at the top of the round, Astralis decide to write this one off early. They call it. Saw have earned this one. And so a third round found over on the T side, but you're hoping for a good chunk more than this if you're Saw. They kind of need to embark on a bit of a streak here.
Does feel like the car position is not what it used to be. Feel like that's never going unchecked.
Yeah, you'll always have like teammates in your matchmakings and your pugs that insist on playing it, and it's like, please.
If you have long, it's good for Cat. That's about it, you know. Giving up long playing car, I'd rather just see you stack CT and site, play the boxes, flash long.
Yeah, or if there's like more of a bait, but the site player had already dropped out of sight, so it's like...
Or even if you play car and get flashed, like, make the play, right? We've seen how difficult it is to just stand still in this game, and that angle is... The T's are further away. If they're walking up the wall, they're further away. They get the first spot on long. They're going to see you before you see them unless you're peeking. So... yeah, it gets mollied. It's unfortunate, but Saw in with a very important round. Long position doing them well for now. Let's see if Astralis go back to this heavy take, perhaps. They had 4 there previously, putting Device B on the orb. I'll have 3 this time. More standard, Device supporting.
I mean, I'm still nervous because Saw clearly don't want to abandon this game plan, but I don't see, you know, they get a bit fortunate in that round there, being able to catch a player in top mid, catching Yabby at the car. They trade their way out over towards long. Down once again, tucked in over at car. But this time he drops the early smoke to try and phase out and get past it. Bro coming in with some upper tunnels aggression. Dude, these were the moves that were never being made yesterday. Bro gets out with 1, and that will stop Story moving in with the bomb. You could have had 2 players just commit to the B play. It at least takes away all the info from the B side of the map, right? And so Astralis have to start moving players over there.
Oh, they weren't very decisive. Aristos was pulling out, or sorry, Story was pulling out to go back to his team, but they wanted to re-hit B, so they're grouping back in tunnels. Astralis have already made the adjustment, but with it being quiet, no one's actually playing in the B site. It's this Yabby. This could be a retake round for Astralis. He needs to make up his mind, though. If he wants to commit to the mid side or not, he'll go into B. Now in a position where he has to go 1 for 1 at bare minimum. Car is a powerful angle. 30 seconds of saw contact into the site. They've got one smoke, but they need to find this entry first.
That's easily done for Yabi. First fight, nice and clean, able to follow up, and now it's just Roman left. Funneled into Yabi, who puts on a show. Beautifully done over at the car, and Astralis are very glad that he made that decision to up and leave mid and commit to the defense of that B site. You feel like Car is so often good for the first kill, but oftentimes it's hard to go much further than that. It's the second one that's super impressive. The kind of run and jiggle onto Story. What's he even meant to do there?
Spacing wasn't perfect, but the paranoia of the site having doors and window open. And look at Astralis. Again, they just go for it. Device peeks suicide, finds the AWPer. Meanwhile, Yabi rushes top mid. And I don't even know if they got this info to be certain. Stown is lower. There's no rest for the Wicked right now. Sora just getting pressed into a mulch. Yabi flanking Spawn. It will find that lower player, but Yabi can backstab whenever he wants. It was being considered for a moment, but still got his kill. He'll take it. And this just throws Saw into the loop. They don't know where to go. Nowhere's safe. Tira's in a 1v4. And they are all around him. What a clinical game from Astralis right now. This is not the team we saw yesterday.
No, I mean, I think at least, you know, if you were Astralis at the end of that game yesterday and you go and you look back at it, you immediately know what you were doing wrong. I don't think it takes, you know, like some crazy in-depth heart-to-heart where you've got to break the sound barrier on your analysis of the game. Like, you know, they just gave way too much respect for NAVI, and they played entirely reactive Counter-Strike, and so it would leave them on the back foot in like every situation. For Saw, it's a very interesting one because you can imagine the stress this team's going through. You prep based on what you saw yesterday and trying to exploit this exact, you know, gaps that we were talking about. Oh, no. And you're not facing or finding that at all now. It is an entirely different style, an entirely different team that you're up against on a map that you yourself are not super comfortable on. And so they don't have that depth to kind of fall back on here if they're, you know, if you're Saw.
This could be a round, though. They're about to walk into B, and Bro's coming back to clear mid with his team. He won't even win that fight, so every trade is still a disadvantage for Astralis, and they realize now that they've lost B. That's a scout tag as well to make life worse for Stown, as he's put down by Story with 2 shots and Stare in a clutch. He may as well give a go. And they're giving him a chance, pushing through these smokes. Careful, boys. Last of the half here. Stare caught with nades, and that will be it. Saw recover something at the end of their T side, but Astralis are here to play today.
The reinvention of the CT side from Astralis here on Dust 2 is clear, and it pays dividends to them as they win out that first half 8-4. A very convincing CT side put forward on the map pick of this Saw squad, one that they tried to punish Astralis on, and I think it's safe to say it's not worked out for Saw here.
Yeah, how about them apples, huh?
I'm glad, bro. I hated watching Astralis play this map yesterday, and I think they must have been left feeling like they could have done way better. And so to see those improvements overnight is fantastic.
I'm seeing smokes I've never seen before, to be honest. I guess that's a mid to B from Bro. We had Device with the deep tunnels in the first half. Out it goes. Very cool smoke as they explode for a fast mid to B, and there's only one man in the site and no nades to break through. They're going to have to push in. That's a big kill for Stay. He had the bomb. Back to the site. Aros gets one, but that's not enough as the solo site player, Astralis with a plant and Saw on the clock.
Stan wants to try and fight this with the dual Berettas. Jumping up, puts himself in the firing line of Story, and so that reclaims the 3-on-3 for now. Stair, quick response, cooked up, but he will fall after the first. It's the Device mid-flank that was meant to save the day. It's brought down to this 1v1 as Saw try to scrap for another pistol round here. They can't find it. Bro locks them out of it. And so Astralis pull up now with a pistol round under their belts and a 9-4 scoreline. You've never seen them lose one of these.
There is a... Well, it's not a full eco, actually, because bomb plant, or rather, CT side, it might be...
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, we did see yesterday.
No, yeah. No one would win a full eco. That'd be crazy, Harry.
But no, I don't think
they learned their lesson.
Yeah, I don't think they're in any danger of that happening, by the way. I was just having a little joke.
But it's a force buy. They're going for it. Full set, full out long for Astralis, and they remove that CZ with ease. Scout too far away now, trying to rotate quick. That smoke can come down. Materis gets dinked. Story, no one to boost him here just yet. He's just trying to take pot shots through the smoke. They even drop away. And yeah, saving is the right call here. Saw no. Oh no! Even the spam on the way out. Have some humanity, Astralis. They kill everyone. Well, there's nothing to save now. And Astralis going to make absolutely sure of that. Only Aros, alone, cold, and wondering where the hell his team went. It's more like it, a bit of energy from Astralis today.
Dude, this is like such a sick, vindication. It's like the reminder, okay, we can play this. So we're not like playing super scared and we're not afraid to take some risks. And I think Saw probably, I think they were stressed at the midpoint of that first half. And now it's really setting in, okay, everything we've prepped was for naught. This Astralis squad are very in form right now. They're approaching the map entirely differently. And this was always going to be the issue, was T-side was where you had to win this map out if you were Saw. Like, T-side was where you had to get the bulkier rounds, because it was the CT side that looked the most dire for Astralis, and it's also the harder side to play. And I think the pitfall of being on the back foot now is you picked into a map you're not super comfortable on, where CT sides are notoriously hard. I think you're going to end up looking more like Astralis did yesterday than you are, Gigabrain for picking this map.
Well, you're only really going to get one gun round in this game if things keep up. And then a couple of forces on the side.
I think they're just destined to make the same mistakes Astralis did yesterday. I don't think we're going to get much CT aggression right now. You probably don't feel like you have the room to do so if you're Saw. You don't want to play your first gun round, take some aggression, you lose the fight, round's over. So they're going to be playing a super reactive CT half. Device just farming up these kills over at Long. Shaw gets run down for the one and done. But everyone else has moved into this A site, and they want to hunt down these two remaining players.
They should have absolutely no problem doing so. Backstab is there. 11-4 right now for Astralis. We're already thinking about Inferno, to be honest. But can Saw prolong this map, delay what feels inevitable on Dust 2? They've got one gun round to do it. CT side, everything to play for and everything to play with for Saw. Except the orb. At least Device doesn't have his either. Probably out of choice more than anything with the pace that I expect to see Astralis pull into this gun round. Great long spawns, absolutely making the most of that. Good molly in, but Astralis just explode through. They miss their corner smoke. That does sometimes go wrong. Ujerks gets a double kill off the back of it, but the reswing is what's punished. Stan wants to still give this a go.
Here's the bomb here, so doesn't want to run the risk of falling with that. That would be round over. And right now, you still have stuff to play for here. Astralis have a lot of info from those long fights, right? They know the other two players were trapped over towards long, and so they weren't going to be up in the site in time. And that's given them a huge window of opportunity here to move in up through Catwalk. They're going to have a bomb plant. And so we will see Saw faced with a retake. Sure, they're a man up.
I'm worried.
But they don't have control at Catwalk. You got two players coming through CT, the other two at long, which are known about. And Astralis have a little bit of time to get set up here.
Okay, as well. The clock's already ticking and it's going quick. Device has that cross, but he ducks below as they make it across. Now it's only Stare. 1v3, not out of the realms of possibility here. They have to get this trade-off efficiently. Smoke is perfect, and they find this shot as he peeks through the bloom. Saw win a round, and they find a fifth.
All five for Ujerks. It's the ace.
Oh my God.
From long, he swoops in and saves the day. That's madness. Look at this. So cleanly done.
Ooh, spray. Very well done. Just what Saw needed. A hero.
What a time for him to do it as well, because he was largely flying under the radar in this game. He had like 0 kills till around about round 6, around 7, so had a while to kind of get going. But that one will leave an impression at least.
Score Resort makes an appearance too. And he knows about devices, having already fired off on middle. So very early B, just in case. Snorri breaking the smoke, trying to find an opening advantage. Roman will do it instead. Spamming that top mid smoke. An annoying way to fall for Stare, but not the end of the world. Astralis still have that mid control now. Saw settle into something more comfortable. No mid pick presented for Astralis. Patiently waiting. So we'll give them nothing more.
Tira spots them crossing. That little jump lets him know that they are using these smokes.
Oh my!
Oh, he fully burns!
Full blind.
Couldn't see a thing. Thought he'd crept out of the molly, but there were 2 of them down towards ramp. And so that's given the window for Astralis. Bomb plant now found in a 4-on-4. This round might have started with them losing Stare. But they're now in a real winning position here. That smoke at least gives Saw a bit of a leg up to try and move through, and a missed shot from Device will help them get up through CT. Aros DOS double kill, and oh god, Device out in the open, gets away with 1. It's just Pro, and he can't find the spray.
That was it. That was the kill. Gets that. Probably his round. There's no smoke. It's an AWP in the post plant. But my Saw just absolutely hanging on by a thread right now. Device, audacious positioning on top of the box, but feeling confident to try and cut down those rotations. Just can't catch a glimpse. And Saw used their utility very well in that round to actually get control back at the bomb site, using that CT smoke, knowing Astralis are going to peek over the ramp. I do still like that execute, right? Double smoke, double molly, burning out materials with a great flash. But still, Astralis bordering map point, not quite crossing the line. Maybe a B rush will do.
Well, 3 strong here for Saw. Oh, full blind on Aristos, and they're in there alongside him. Oh. Roman makes a play through the smoke, gets out with a double kill. They're gonna try and deal with Roman, but he takes a day into the grave with him there on that B push. Down him with the backstab will complicate matters. Right now, Saw, they need to pick and choose a battle here. They go hunting for Stown in the bottom of mid, but that gives Device a window to get involved. Missed shot from the Story AWP, and that one's unforgivable. Had Device on a silver platter, and it gives Device the time to flick back around and move Astralis onto map point.
Has felt like one of Soar's weakest points in the last few months, right? Story having, form issues, and when he's playing great, it's really felt in the server like any powerful AWP that doesn't feel like he's consistently this world-beating AWP player. And no room for those misses. With a 1v1 presented like that, and Stan was 10 health as well. That really was the round on that kill for Story. Astralis find map point on Soar's pick. First timeout for Soar as well. Blimey.
Oh, big smile on device at the end of that one.
I mean, they just B-rushed, threw a molly into a triple B setup with supporting flashes.
With Roman getting a 3K.
And they still win it out.
Yeah.
2v1. Damn. Device back for more in middle, but again, the smoke on the cross.
I think Soar as well are normally very good at grouping in moments like that. Like the moment they learned that Stan was mid or Device was alone B, I thought they were going to all in one of those fights, but instead they got split up, and that gave Astralis the window. I don't think they make that mistake on a different map.
Ujerks is in trouble, and Molotov's trapped him in a grave. A shallow one as well. Stan digs it deeper, shovels out on long. They are just throwing stuff around this corner. Story, now's your chance, but Device has the gap on the smoke, and he grabs that kill back. That should signal the end of the map. 2 pistols remain, and Astralis, with a smile on their face, struck their stuff up long to close their opponent's pick. They don't even break a sweat.
AWP retrieved for Astralis, but he loses his teammate right away, and so the beginning of the end here on Soar's map pick of Dust 2, just Astralis left to find, and even though that no-scope lands, he can't take this any further. Surely they're all around him, they're up on the catwalk, and they'll go swinging in to put a stop to Soar's Dust 2, with Inferno coming up next. Astralis in fighting form, they're feeling good as they right their wrongs from Dust 2 yesterday.
Soul might have thought that there was an opportunity for a punish with that Dust 2 pick, but it comes to bite back in their ass. That's what just happened. Commending authoritative victory from Astralis here, showing us that they've learned from the lessons of day one. Imperial CT side, strong execute, very one-sided victory.
Yeah, I think you're going to be having a bad taste in your mouth if you're so, like, you're going for this punish pick, right? And now you're all of a sudden one step out of the tournament, and that's going to be the mark you leave on the tournament. You're going to be sitting in the feeling that you didn't even play your best map.
I agree with you. I do wonder whether or not they had another place to go to, but that's a debate for an entirely different time and different place. They decided to go for those 2. They took a risk. They went with it, and as we can see on the graph, I think the victory was maybe even slightly more one-sided than what the scoreline shows. Never, ever 2 rounds back-to-back for Soul on that first half. It happened once on the CT side, and actually, there was a round towards the end of this game that you straight wanted to jump into, round 18, a story of team play for Astralis.
Yeah, and I think it just shows you what type of players Stavin and Devices had together, right? They get this clutch here. A lot of stress going on in this moment. They're trying to rush B with a lurk in middle, right? We see Stavin, look at the radar right now. He's coming in slow. He's not stressing. He trusts that his players are not going to die. So in the moment here, they have a 3v2. There's been so much noise towards B. Stavin takes the first position, gets it. He hides here. Look at Device. Now he's actually taking the next contact while Stavin is also making noise. This forces the guy down mid to peek in, but that allows the Device to sneak out of the window and get the round towards the end.
I mean, I don't want to be devil's advocate, but this is also so allowing 1v1s to happen. Yeah. It's a 3 versus 2, but they get pulled apart.
Someone needs to take responsibility of the situation, right? They need to say, okay, we need to rush into B, and then we need to go kill this guy, or we need to actually fall back and find the guy mid. They don't choose anything in between, and they get played with.
Oh, definitely, absolutely played in that clutch, and this was the final nail in the coffin for Astralis. Now, we grabbed the attention, we grabbed the hype from the very end of this game, but let's roll it back. Let's have a little bit of a look at how it all started. And for Astralis, it's the story of a good start, finally, right? You lose the pistol round, but then you bless us with an economy play by Revolut, immediately answering back. That's the first buy from Astralis.
Yeah, and I think we sat in the room behind the scenes and thought, like, okay, surely Stavin gets traded towards the end of this round, and okay, sure, they're going to get back, but somehow they managed to find it, and this all starts it, right? The MP5, sorry, the 5.7 gets 2 kills here, and then they actually managed to go back. Aristos actually managed to make it a little bit more feasible.
But that's the aggression you were wanting to see from Astralis, right? On the CT side, it's taking tunnels. This, by the way, I have no idea how Stan actually stays alive. The second one is just insult to injury.
I mean, Mutirius could have traded, but Stavnus super instant in that duel, and it just falls apart from that point.
But it shows like some of the criticism that we had for Astralis on that defense of Nuke versus NAVI is being too passive, waiting, giving too much space. That's the opposite. Like the philosophy is the opposite here. You have the deep tunnel smoke immediately, you have that rush with the MP9s, and the trades happen and you just make so uncomfortable. And we could see in this game specifically, any low number late round clutches, 3v3, 2v2, generally win for Astralis.
Yeah, and when the enemy isn't good enough to pressure them on the individual level, I think they get a little bit more calm in situations, right? I think we heard them here. They didn't really stress as much as yesterday, and I think it plays along their side a little bit better.
Absolutely. You're talking about contrast and playing better. I think Stair is a good place to start.
Yeah.
We were pretty harsh on him after the first game, and I think deservedly so. We have an example here, or a contrast. You have on your left-hand side against NAVI, obviously a hard game for him, a very much suffering one at that. But the reaction on those two comes through immediately. He on the A side, CT side, very strong, very stable, and on the T side as well. Strong map for Stair overall.
Yeah, and you have to take into consideration he's not meant to be the star player, right? It's the Stavn we're looking for, it's the device, and all of a sudden when he steps up, they just become a little bit more prominent. It reminds me a little bit of Magic back in the day, right? When he actually follows up with the level that he can actually provide, then it's just a different team.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's like icing on the cake when you see that Stair is capable of having these maps here and there.
We've seen it with Vitality as well. Not at this tournament is specifically, but with Messi steps up. Yeah, when Messi steps up, right, it's a different team. But all of a sudden, Saiwu couldn't find his game. But
wait, hold on. How did you end up doing like a Vitality analysis? Like people tell, I am the one always bringing it back. You're doing this.
I mean,
we have it live on cam. It's Bobsky doing that, not myself. I want to talk about Astralis. Yeah, I want to talk about Vitality a bit more. No, you know what? We stay on Astralis now. And there's another player I wanted to put under the microscope in Stone and how he played on that CT side. Because beyond just the frags, I think the positions he has on CT side of those two here is how you want to use him. You want to give him max freedom. You want to give him choices. You want to let him use his game sense to know where to be and when to be. And that's a great example here.
Yeah, at times he can become a little bit of a coin flipper, right? Either he's more of a polished config, right? He's better in all aspects, in my opinion, both aim-wise and also decision-making. But he does have a little bit of that unpredictability. You don't know really where you have him. Sometimes he's going to jump through a smoke and do a clutch and do all these sorts of things. He didn't really, on the stats, do an amazing job, but I think on impact-wise, he did really well.
Well, you say he's a better polished config. Where would you say is the next step for him? Like for Stone currently as a player, like in the roles he's having, the impact he's having, what's the next step?
I think the obvious one is to play better in playoffs, right? I think he did it at the recent Cup at Yala, but it wasn't the biggest one. But I think we've seen actually him take a little bit more responsibility on this Astralis roster. He's still young, but I think people forget that at times. He's been a part of the scene for us since forever, right?
It feels like forever.
Yeah, I started out with him when he was like 15. I think he's like 21 now or something. So he's been in the scene for a bit, and I think he just needs a bit more time at this level to really push it to the next.
Definitely forgot that Stone is only 21. That does not make me any younger, but that's enough. That is enough for map one on that. Astralis strolling with the 1-0 lead. We have Inferno coming out, and it is going to be after a 3-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Day 2 of the Blast Spring Final presented by Revolut continues, and for so unfortunately, elimination could just be 13 rounds away. That's the reality of the situation that we have to face now. Elimination on the line, a very dire Inferno versus FaZe yesterday, and this is going to be the ground of the battle versus Astralis. So I can be doom and gloom. Sometimes it just makes me feel fresh that I can change and not always be the optimistic guy. Can I just say, like, that's it, this is donezo, it's over?
I'll join you on that one. It's a very unforgiving format, first of all, right? They've had 2 chances to potentially play into the playoffs. If they're not really able to just take one map, I don't think they deserve to step inside the arena. It's now or never, and I think it's going to be decided here on Inferno.
And we talk about Inferno. Yesterday, as I said, the CT side, specifically against FaZe, felt completely under the water. Like, it was incredible the amount of space that FaZe's individuals were able to find and how they could put the defense in an uncomfortable position where they didn't know where to rotate, what's open, what's not, what are the rotations that we have to go through. How can you possibly go from there? Well, let me rephrase that differently. Was that FaZe actually just playing excellent and exploiting so, or is it just the defense is lackluster and that's going to happen again in this game?
I think it's just Soul being average at best. I think it's a little bit harsh, right? But they are punching way above their weight right here. They're playing against teams that are on a tier 1 level consistently. It's one of the best tournaments in the year in terms of quality, right? And they're certainly the dark horse in terms of not fitting in that team. I think one issue they have on the roster itself is that they don't have that consistent star player. I think many people talk about Astralis, but he's the anchor role. He's not going to be making the games. He's just going to be really solid. And then we can have Story and EUJUX, but they're not consistent enough to carry their weights. And on Inferno, I think it's the most important map on the CT side not to give entry kills. It's almost always just stack and save, and when you have the likes of Roman, Motiris, and maybe EUJUX and Story falling out of games, it's just going to be very easy for better teams to pick them out.
Do you think they have the protocols strong enough to go through these retakes? Because the CT side of Inferno will sometimes force you to play standard, force you to play 3-2, and teams have broken their teeth time and time again trying to do that.
I often feel like the retakes happen in stadiums when there's a lot of stress going on, right? Nobody knows, but often when you already have the side on T side, I think when you're on a studio environment or online, people often just save because it's so impossible if the structure is good on the T side to retake that period, both on the A and the B. I would say the B is a little bit easier if you have the Molotovs. On A, it's almost impossible at times.
All right, so now let's imagine you put back your Astralis jersey on. It's probably somewhere in one of your cupboards at home, you know, in some of the furnitures. You put it back on for half a second, and you're aware of what we're discussing now. You're aware that Soul struggled on the CT side of Inferno yesterday. You're aware that their passive, sort of attentive setup didn't work out. Do you expect any kind of overly aggression? Do you expect Soul to throw everything at you early on in the game?
Yeah, I think if I was Astralis, I would start out slow, right? Just feel the temperature, like how aggressive are they going to play in the start of the round? Like, try to Molotov Banana and see, are they smoking deep? Are they going to force it in the start of the rounds? Just play the time, because I think Soul is going to stress a little bit early in the early rounds.
Yeah, I mean, stress definitely is. I don't really know if they are going to stress about what's happening here. I think they knew what they were walking into. They obviously, they're professionals. They're here to play. They're here to give their everything, and they want to enjoy all these moments. But a part of you is a little bit realistic of what's going on. And I do think that the first map against FaZe hurt them. I think they were so close to accomplishing something. Ever since that moment, I don't want to really stand here and pretend like we've had moments where we were on our toes. The maps they've played after map 1 have been really one-sided. Any reason to think it's going to go differently now?
If they can find their form, and if Astralis didn't do their proper homework for the tournament, I think that's the issue with Soul. Their playbook is so thin at times. I think they do a lot of the same stuff, and it just hurts them at times.
Fair enough. Well, the silver linings have been far and few between. I'm going to have to rely on the imagination of someone that's much more creative than I am. Hugo, please just tell me something. Sell me something.
Sell you something. What Pro saw? I think I might struggle with this one, Matthew, especially after that beating against FaZe yesterday. Harry, you were the sore picker today. Yeah. Can you sell me something?
No, I mean, I quickly changed my tune, if you remember.
About 4 rounds in?
Yeah, it didn't take long. The GG bet odds have as well.
Well, they were never too favourable for Saw, but now, yes, it is getting worse. It is certainly getting worse. I kind of like how Bubsky framed it in a brutal sense. You know, if you can't win a map, you don't really deserve to be in that arena. And Astralis right now are earning that place just 13 rounds away from Wembley, Harry.
I think for me, it's more reassuring signs for Astralis. I can imagine they had some good talks at the end of the game yesterday, because I think just on a fundamental level, it wasn't great Counter-Strike played by the Astralis squad, and so clearly they went away from that, and they've looked to come into today playing with a lot more confidence, not giving their opponents so much respect. I think that's a big problem if you're Saw, because you know, you very much are the underdog here. You very much are the one that's going to get pushed around a little bit more, and we've seen that work to Saw's benefit in the past. But I think the sun is setting on that idea, right? That this team, can do something as kind of the dark horse of the events. They were one of the coolest Cinderella stories coming into this year after, we all remember what they did at the RMR, turning it around from 0-2, then getting to the major. Actually Showdown first to qualify for this event where they bested OG, then they get to the major, they're 2-0 up, they think they're right there, they're about to achieve something that these guys had all been dreaming of their entire lives, and then it all falls apart, and then they never look the same past that point. They've been trying to outrun the demons of that major, and they can't. So I think a potential very sad end to one of the cooler potential Cinderella stories we had at the start of the year, as their season draws to a close and they're looking, staring down the barrel of last place here in London. And another early elimination from a big tournament.
Yeah, on the bright side, I mean, they were the dark horse, they were the underdog, they were never meant to do it. So, yeah, we're following the script as is expected for this one. Astralis in Wembley, question mark. We're going to have to find out on their map pick of Inferno as we get into this elimination qualification game at the bottom of Group A. It's Astralis on the T side. Expectations from the desk to start it slow and steady. But let's see if they bring that same face, that same heat from Dust to the disrespect, you could go as far as saying, for their opponent. Got a full belt for Device. Creepy crawly upbeat. 2 players here and an exec waiting to happen.
They're going to try and pop in Roman. They want to try and run him down over at spawn. He gets out with the first, but goes no further. And now Stound's just going to hang out here, try to cut off these players in rotation. He will get fought by Ujerk, since that kind of leaves Stound on an island. Aristos finds him. We wanted to assemble that boost, or at least Aristos did, but Ujerk's had other ideas. Going to group and move in through the ruins, getting out over towards Coffin, and Bro back turn. Instead, him and Yabi try to fight in towards the spawn, attempting to take real estate away from Saw. Bro will manage the trade. Device taps out one more, but he will fall after that. And so Saw hop on this bomb. It's another pistol round found for the Saw squad.
I like the decision to not boost there, because it's not like they have the timing of, oh, Astralis are crossing into the side, they've got the bomb out, we've got a gap. No, they know Astralis have already set up post plants, and so boosting in an advantage situation just gives Astralis a way to get another pick versus grouping and going all together through ruins and just being able to trade out. That's exactly what they do. Awkward in spawn. I feel like Bro could have full baited Device and maybe won that round if he just tucks CT, but he goes in to help out his captain after finding Machiris, and Saw are able to pick him back out, pick up that defuse. And I like the energy.
Yeah.
They're going to need it.
I think, swing kill of the round was chasing down Stound. And those were the sort of decisions that were missing back on Dust 2. And I know we're 1 round in, but pistol rounds carry a hell of a lot of weight, especially if you're able to stick the landing on these conversions. You get off to a nice start here if you're Saw. If you remember, actually, it was Stound that they could have chased down on Dust 2 if they didn't want to let Device clutch out in that moment over towards the B site. And so it eluded them there. But this time they don't repeat that same mistake. So Saw, they're trying to be fired up here, and they're trying to make good decisions, and thus far they have.
This is still a lethal round to be up against, right? It's a little nerfed with the economy changes, but Astralis were able to get 3 Galils together and a couple of bits of util, so looking to keep tight trades as they walk 4 players out mid. Yabi in the apartments, but they don't have a flash for the apps. It goes out long. Story's not blind, but he loses the fight, and Astralis wrapping this site.
Yeah, Nate does some good damage, but MP9 fighting from the pit. Not ideal. Stair deeged out after 1. And Mutiris is run down. It's Stairs Deagle. Delivering on all fronts here. Stound's even upgraded onto the Galil. And so Saw, they were hoping to get off to a hot start. Well, that now lies with Roman to try and offer up the goods in this clutch.
Nope.
He was about to get given another fight over towards Long if he hung around just a moment longer, but he's already headed for the hills, and so Astralis on their force buy immediately respond.
Very impressive round. I don't know how Stair gets that 2nd kill in the site, but just jumping around the boxes from long side. Clean entry. and not the guns for the job. That's why force buys are still so lethal on T side, right? Because it's the weapon advantage. A lot of CTs want that util. As a result, they have to give up the rifle. They have to play SMG, and when you get those range fights, even a Deagle at times will beat an MP9. So Astralis just comes swinging. And akin to Dust 2, lose pistol, win force. Goes a long way.
Yeah, I think also like the you know, like Bobsky was saying this on the desk as well, like opening fights matter a hell of a lot on CT side. Like you don't want to be giving those up here on Inferno. And like Story being out on an island, when you've given up all that mid control and he's trying to hold down the arch side, like maybe it almost would have been better to, in hindsight, like play for the info, right? You don't know what they bought into the round. It almost felt like you were teed up to have pistols rushing you over towards short with the double MP9 crossfire. And so he was all alone over at long. And he gets like bogged down in this one fight that very much decided the outcome of the round. And Story doesn't feel like the safest pair of hands, so it was like a lot of responsibility where he's entirely alone, and if he dies, his teammates are sold inside of the site. Mutir is with this force buy back. He's got himself a FAMAS and tries to play ahead of the smoke, but has to run away after that flash, and so Astralis hear that.
Well-timed smoke, but they're going to go through it right now. They're already top B, chasing this triple setup. Boost could be nice, but with an entry that clean, Sora in trouble. I don't know if they'll expect a third. Oh, pre-spam comes in. Bit of damage. Still 5-7 waits inside of the smoke. Can find a gap over the top. Stairs stops him in his tracks. 4 on 2, and there's still a lurk to get rid of this last 8 player. Easily done by Astralis. Clinical game right now. 2-1, 4 alive. Feeling like it's flowing like melted butter, Harry.
And one of the things I said coming into this that gave me some hope for Saw was that the Inferno wins for Astralis are often predicated on strong performances from Stair and Yabi. And they both looked rough yesterday. But Stair's come into this firing on all cylinders. He looked far better on Dust 2. When we get him on Inferno, he's kind of taking matters into his own hands. That was a big 3K, like sick trade on Stown as the first man in. A very important trade that he had to lock in for his team. He's topping the charts early on for Astralis. So kind of, you know, the win conditions for the Astralis squad are very much taking shape in the early stages of this game. And that's in spite of losing the pistol.
USP stack on the B site is surely no worry for Astralis. Really hoping someone just gives them an entry. There it is. That's all it takes. Now they're going to walk in, but even a crossfire with these kind of weapons should be no problem. Smoke hits in, more info. 2 swing from the site. Astralis now, no, it's a stack. That's the call. And they won't move any further than the entrance. Let the kills come to them.
I do love the difference in kind of style between Device and Stair there. You see Stair trying to be like really flicky and all over the place as he's moving in. Device, meanwhile, far more stoic, just holding an angle, knowing the fights will come to him, that his patience will be a virtue here. And that's exactly what you want.
Let that MAC-10 sink. The MP5 as well. Interesting purchase for Yabi. With SMGs now, I guess broken upgrade, but I wonder how we're going to see this SMG used. Maybe an apps pop early. You know, it's a kind of crazy call to make in your first gun round, but given how Astralis are playing in this series, it would not put it past them to just run an exec out of spawn and completely break Saw's mental in the first gun round of the game. So let's see. It'll be that or Yabi just lurking up apps. So we'll have the rifles out now. Smokes go in and speed up Banana. Even smoke the Molotov, but there's 3 CTs here. This one's risky. Device, Hail Mary through the smoke on the break. Works to his favor, even attempts a jump shot. My oh my. Device back for more. Will get more than he bargained for. Astralis call it off in a 4-on-4.
We're gonna have like a very budget fight for the apartments. You've got Yabi as the guy for Astralis responsible for that on the MP5, and then Arosdas' kind of counterpart on Saw is rocking the FAMAS down in pit.
I'm no FAMAS fan, but does win in that head-to-head.
It looks like Yabi will just bow out at the apartments. So in moments like this, he almost ends up being kind of the rear guard, the last guy in, down towards the back of the pack.
Nice timing on the mid-take, though. Saw now have a boatload of info. They need to hurry up and rotate a second player around, and Story's sneaking it. If he runs, they're going to hear him, and Astralis will know to go. They're going anyway.
And so right now, Ujerks has got to do the heavy lifting. One of util to help him either, so quickly dealt with, and that gives the round over to Astralis. You're hoping that smoke spams could be a friend here and entice you for the retake, but it just won't happen. Astralis don't offer anything up through that smoke. So they get off very cleanly to this 4-1 beginning, only losing Device in the round.
And I mean, he completely cracked open the round by playing close half wall, and it's Saw who break the smoke to try and challenge Banana, but he just punishes that perfectly, and there might even be exits here for Stown as well. One kill has resounding implications, but it's avoided.
Honestly, the AK upgrade for Aristos with where he is to play, right, over towards the apartments, that's actually fantastic. Like, he's very happy with that. You're a lot more hesitant, I think, to get hyper involved in apps when you're rocking the M4, but when you got the AK on the line and you can just tap them out, you're on that level playing field, you do have a kind of bigger degree of freedom for some of these opening moves you can look to make.
Especially when you're playing headshot angles down in pin.
Yeah.
Tabs.
A part of me almost wants to see Aristos getting more involved over in apps with how often Astralis have gone B, but like, this is the mind game, right? It's like they've been ending B a hell of a lot. They've been dealing with our Banana players over and over again.
It's only a hunt down, don't worry.
Yeah, but he's annoyed, man. You don't want to give the AK over.
I mean, he had 9 health. He's swinging apps.
He knew the promise of removing one gun.
Yeah, true. Saw with an early timeout this time. They left them very late on Dust 2.
I think the Banana take is just so tempting if you're Astralis. Like, not only do you have very capable players on that side of the map, this kind of tag team of Stare and Device, you know, of course you've got full faith in those two, but not to mention, I felt like Roman kind of frequently gets caught. I don't want to say overextending. It's usually when they're trying to like retake that Banana control, but I think it's a very enticing idea. This is the change from Astralis, right? They've kind of gone heavy over towards B a hell of a lot, but now they're going to go back over towards top mid.
They just walked through that deep mid smoke. They know how much respect they're getting right now. Forcing it, in fact. Nade's going long side. Bro runs the smoke into his own teammate's Molotov and still gets that kill. Materis is just in the open. That's a push. That's a big entry. Aristos gets back out, but it's only thanks to Bro that he escapes, not overplaying that one. It's Ujerks on long, trading out. Bro hits his nade into the pit, and a 3-on-2 ensues where Saw, once again, get aggressive. They catch a good timing, clear out a lot of the map, but that needs to free up Roman right now. He needs to rotate. Not sure what he's waiting for, and Stown's going to hear this as well.
Oh, the smoke's good. And if they try to call his bluff here and play through that, that's kind of what Roman wants. Oh, they blow it open, and they catch him crossing.
Sick.
Lovely stuff. The smoke breaks today for Astralis have been very powerful. You had the Device collateral back on Dust 2.
That's so annoying to die to that.
Well, you're almost thinking, like, at this point in the round, surely they don't have one left. Surely they've lobbed out most of their util. And they're kind of running on empty, but yeah, good hold of util for Astralis, and this T-side lead just continues to swell out of control.
We certainly see on T-sides more than CT that teams don't just throw nades out of spawn, right? Like typically in Go, you would just lob your nade up top mid or top B early. That's now just a Molotov for space, and a lot of players, a lot of teams save their nades on T-side for post-plant specifically, right? The idea of nading a smoke on a defuse, or just anything late round, because CTs have such an incentive to hold on to smokes on a map like Inferno as well. It's a nice mid-take there for Astralis. Fearless. The fact that Device is just walking through that mid-smoke with no flash, nothing. They're right where they want them. Taz is happy about this one. Little tech timeout, trying to stall for Monacy.
Is he? I think he loves playing.
I think
I don't think he's ever lost that itch.
I think he wants the team in Wembley, and let's just say it's not an easy game. Sure, they got him at V-Spirit. Anything is possible. Taz played great. But at the same time, come on, this is the best player in the game right now.
I guess Monacy would be fired up. Like, he knows he has to defend his spot in the team with Taz looking so good.
Yeah, obviously, that. We did see a Taz orb yesterday. There was one. I found it so funny when Hooksy said, yeah, we probably should have thought more about the veto before we picked Dust 2 without
Yeah, but to be fair, to their defense, right?
Go on.
They didn't have anyone thinking about it because they were all in the serve. Like, they're all one. Like, Taz is there.
Veto,
Taz is there on aimbots, and Hooksy's like, yo, like, veto-wise, what do we do? It's like, bro, don't talk to me about that. You pick whatever you want.
He was DMing on Dust 2. That's where we ended up. And Stare, he's playing deathmatch right now as well, spraying that mid-smoke. Another break, Harry. They just pop that HE and they win the round. Okay, a little awkward for Stound. A little awkward for Stare. Are we biting off more than we can chew, or do Astralis have the grills? Golden dentures. Device. He got that drip. He walking right into the B-bomb site. It's like, Stound, that's how you do it, bro. And I don't want to call the round, but Astralis are being hesitant. They don't know it's empty. And there's a quick flank. There's a quick rotate. He doesn't know which way to go. I think they're saving.
Yeah, I think oftentimes you'll see Saw suffer from being very jittery in the rotates. That's something that FaZe were able to exploit yesterday as well, right? And obviously it doesn't help when this is how the round starts, right? You kind of have to be jittery in the rotates. You're assuming they get 2 kills over on A. Where are they going to end up? It will be that A play, but when the round kind of slows down and Roman's already committed to the rotation, it opens up huge holes across the map.
Saw were very loud yesterday, especially against FaZe when they were running away with that first half of Ancient, but haven't had a lot to scream about in this
Dude,
series.
I want them to just, like, go back to basics. They do this a lot, usually, which is the kind of triple short setup where you have, like, a player under porch, player boosted porch, and then one more guy either floating around over towards long or kind of worried about the apartments. And that's a strat they use a lot on Inferno. But they've kind of realized that Astralis aren't respecting their util and that maybe they're giving up too much space. So they tried to come in with aggression that round. But I don't know if that's the answer. Like, right now, you've conditioned Astralis to almost ignore your mid-smokes. So if they're going to give you those fights, like, you can be posted in a really nice setup to play off of one another and do something about that.
I almost don't want to see Saw get caught off by any more smoke breaks this game, because it's happened like 4 times already in 8 rounds, 7 rounds. So just be aware. Stop pulling nades in front of the util. You could, Yabby? I'll make it up.
He was stood too far forward. Yabby was trying to tell him, like, bro, I can't jump on your head silently.
I'm not bro. Okay. Wrong side smoke. Surely don't go through this one. Astralis. Have some humanity. So we'll go back to a B setup. Inside of the site. Astralis get their second volley out on long. Burning that close position.
I mean,
as well.
once again, like, the mid control now just comes down to, like, story, don't die, whatever you do, don't die. And if they try to go up through short, oh, you're lucky to be alive, Aristos. He needs to let them get close enough that Mutiras could help, but he just gets double naded out down in the pit. Story tries to come back from long to lend a helping hand, but yeah, you know, there's... Oh, I don't know, man. It's so disjointed from Saw in these defenses, and Astralis are playing a very confident, no-respect brand of Counter-Strike. They're getting a hold on to their nades. They're always finding kills with the nades, be it on smoke breaks, the nade stack into the pit in that round there.
Yeah, what year is this? The util for Astralis is taking me back, Harry.
I mean, dude, seeing Astralis, like, reform overnight after the game yesterday, where I don't think they left that feeling good. Really? I don't think they played their best Counter-Strike by a long margin versus NAVI, but we're getting it today. And it's great to see. I think they needed this as they get ready to try and book a spot in the arena, right? You want to go in feeling good, especially when they've set the goal of trying to at least make the final, I think, is the bar for that they've set for themselves. I mean, the exact words they used was further than a semi-final.
Oh, yeah. There's only one thing further. It's a great warm-up for Wembley right now. I'll say that much. Double nade in the pit. And a suffocating T-side from Astralis. They really don't want Monacy to arrive on time.
It's just there was like so little interplay between that setup. Like Mutiras have been in the site since the start of the round, holding apartments. Arostos goes and plays pit. Okay, so you're trying to run like the pit site crossfire, but that relies on Astralis coming all the way up short so that they're actually open to the player in the site. At that point, Arostos would have to be helping Mutiras, so he can't even properly like hold the apartments. He has to kind of swing between the two of them. And you're fully vulnerable to nades, and the AWP is holding you down, so you can't even justify like going for an early swing. I really hope they just try the porch play, or take apartments, because you know Yabi's there alone a lot, right? So you can try like isolate the one fight. But they're just, I don't know, there isn't a lot of like change for Saw. Astralis changed everything about their Dust 2. Looked like an entirely different game.
Nades have looked good in these last couple of rounds, but
they're doing the short setup.
Hell yeah, Harry.
Astralis is gonna go B.
Oh yeah,
but you might at least win out some of these fights over in middle.
It could set you up for a flank down mid, but an Apps player still lurking around. Fear of this setup, of course, so he has to consider that backstab. Device going back for nades, maybe. Yeah, nice. Old heroic play. I mean, they got so much money, absolutely worth dropping some extra util, getting a second chance. It's not like Sora taking any space back on this CT side. It's very hard to do. They have no grenades on this eco. Astralis set up and execute into a stack. All right, probably Sora's best chance here, despite the weaponry. They've got the numbers in the right place. Arostos looking for a D.
Oh, miss Molly as well. That leaves one extra angle open for Astralis to worry about. Roman opens up with the MP9. Ujerks might fall here, but Arostos makes a play through the smoke, and even as Device trades that out, it's kept this one even in the 2v2. Saw could be onto something here. Story fires off from the spawn. They don't know where Mutiras is. Early on the rotate, they hold for him, but Mutiras wins that fight, and so now it's just Device. The captain's got a clutch for Astralis, and Device moves forward, but he can't get past Mutiras on the other side. Finally, this streak that Astralis have been on has been broken. And it's Saw with limited weapons, low firepower, but a well-placed stack that sees them through.
Their first round since the pistol. They'll take what they can get.
Well, you might think, like, how did they even end up with the stack over towards B? The whole stack is facilitated by the fact that they hold on to mid in the early stages of the round, so they know Astralis aren't out in top middle. That's not the security they've had in previous rounds on the CT side. So for once, it's like, okay, we know where Astralis are. And they're not just flying blind, essentially, and like they have done in the other CT side rounds. So they break the 7 in a row, but now they've got to start chaining rounds together.
DP smoke, but Astralis, it's gone down plenty of times, and they have yet to respect it. Snow does eat the nade. It's 3 rounds in a row that Saw have found 50+ damage with an HE. Saw ready to retake the top of Banana. Or rifle flash combo. Astralis, this is the most standard round yet. Taking top B, posting Stown, grabbing back mid. Got a lot of control. This play has to come through a B eventually, and there it is. Dodge by the tip of the roof. Stown plays that position perfectly, and Roman just goes in on his own. Wasn't blind. It was by design. It's down on 1 health, gets out. They move for a 5-on-2 in the A site. Sora have done a great job of holding on to util, but they need to make it work. They need to use it well as Astralis set up for this A hit.
Oh, that's brutal.
Again.
And so now the entire A-site defense falls to Astralis down in the pit. He's trying to play mind games by pre-dropping that smoke in big pit and hiding over here in mini. But bro does not fall for his mind tricks, man. He quickly clears Astralis out of mini pit.
It's down again.
Ujex and Story have got to try and save, but it's down on the 1 HP hunt.
Oh.
Ooh. Story, that's the AWP removed.
Well, he's dead, one way or another. They will find him. 5 players on the hunt. Ah! This just must feel devastating for Saw. I can't imagine. They are getting absolutely nothing. Mutiriz, he's been caught out, him or Story, but more so him, has just been caught out of repositions on long so many times. Perfect exec thrown by Astralis, sure. But very optimistic to think that when that smoke comes down Arch, you can cross back to Motor.
I also think, you know, you started 3 players B, but Roman aggressed into top banana alone. Okay, like, were you hoping that if he does die, like, they accelerate B into the 2 players there? It's like decisions are being made, but it feels like not everything is gelling together in terms of the big picture here for Saw, whereas Astralis are playing a real, you know, big picture game. They're pressuring all avenues on the map. You never feel safe. You never feel secure.
I mean, even Barry was saying about this team, they need more things in their strat book, right? They need more depth, more options. And that mid-game adaptation for Saw is lacking.
Like right now, I hope we see Astralis start to pressure through the apartments because it's him and Story holding it together. They know Yabi floats around here. And so if they can catch him and then rotate away, that's fantastic. But there's your double setup. It's just been rumbled by Yabi with a jiggle peek, and so now you've got to dismantle it. Saw start to lean heavy in towards this B site.
This is the 1 round they won, but they're still not in the site yet. They're stuck spawn side. Savage walking in, almost found that entry kill onto the 1 guy in the site. Could have gone disastrously. Now it's up to Yabi. Pick can go a long way. Okay, 30 seconds. Yabi blocked. This is looking good. That's the bomb. He didn't see it. Mutiriz gets in time.
Yeah, makes it into the site. Now you've got 2 players entrenched. The molly doesn't miss this time. It's that will force a fight out. Ujerks up and over the boost, finds 2 on the Deagle, and they shouldn't be ready for Mutiriz as that 3rd player that they were never prepared for. Him crossing makes all the difference. Yabi left too far away. And so Saw, with that early 3rd man rotate over towards B, managed to salvage a 3rd round here, right towards the tail end of this first half. That reposition from Mutiriz, the boost for Ujerks, they're both just worth their weight in gold for Saw here.
When Saw have held on to their util, they've certainly looked better, right? Hitting some nicely timed smokes in apartments on the B block there as well, forcing Astralis' hand. And I think it was Roman, that back site player, just ate the Molotov to set his team up. He bought so much time. That was the clock that Astralis had against them on that B site. First time out for the Danes. First time it's felt like it's even needed, and even then, they've done plenty on the first half. Clean. Even this is a little scary for a moment, but made it work. Seen, I think, 1 AWP for Device this half, maybe 2. Not been a necessity at this T side. Story's 1 and 6 at the moment. Plenty of saves called for Saw. Roman's allowed a 2nd chance at life in front of that wall, gets out back to B. Oh, is there an AWP? Hello.
Yeah, Device got the equipment.
geared up.
Goes back, gets the extra nades. Handfuls of them. He even needs Down to move in and grab a couple as well.
Get the wheelbarrow.
At AWP. Oh, see, like, Saw have had to be very gambly across this game. They're often, you know, playing with limited info. And so Roman's already leant back over towards A. And in the past, the gambles, you know, it's been like the one way that Saw have been able to win these rounds. But it leaves them with one man in this round, last of the half, left as the sole defender of this B site. Ujerx has got to put on a show. In the meantime, Yabi's even backstabbing the players as they try and rotate out A, so the rotates are slow here. No one's going to be in B to help Ujerx. He is all alone. Yabi will fall, and so that at least allows for these rotates to come in, but there's hesitancy among Saw. They don't know how deep Astralis got on the back of that B hit. So they reroute in through bottom middle. That's where the device AWP gets to be involved. And so Astralis are gunning for 9 on their T side to close out this first half of Inferno. And it's Device with that AWP from Spawn looking to bring it home for the Danes. Just Mutir is left to beat, and Stown will deal with him. It is a crazy dominant T side put forward from Astralis.
Our friends over on Complexity have had rather a tough time of getting down to the B-bomb site here. With 2 players on the site, they'll look to try and take control now, but it will be a tall order to hold in the post-plant. Planting open might give them the advantage that they're looking for. Having all these open angles to play in the post-plant can only play to their advantage. Moving up the ramp, they want the high ground. But Wonderful is sitting there, ever watchful, will go 1 for 1, leaving Holzak in a 1 versus 2. A difficult retake, but a difficult hold on the flip side as well. Needs excellent crosshair placement to control the choke points. The door at the back and the double doors downstairs. Holzak controls Alexi B's exit and will now be in the 1 versus 1. A nade pulled out to burst the volumetric smoke, but it won't even be needed as they're blown away by the bullets from the barrel of Holzak. When it comes to the clutch, you need to make sure that you have full mastery over all of your equipment. At a crucial juncture in the match to potentially find themselves on match point, Yabi needs to make sure that he wins this 1 versus 1. Control, calm, collection of thought is all on the menu for Yabi in the coming moments. The smoke pops out around the corner, but he's too fast for it. Moves on through, around the corner, but what's this? A missed input. An inopportune jump at an improper time costs them the round, and Yabi will certainly be frustrated about that one. His mouse coming back to bite him. Pistol rounds are the bread and butter advantage makers of this game. Axel wants just such a head start to this match for Cloud9. Playing up and in apartments with a teammate, the rest of his team are not so lucky, across the map leaving both of them the only remaining players for the side. They'll have to have a pretty good turn of events here to turn this one around, but unfortunately, Hobbit goes down first. There is a trade, but it's still 1 versus 4, a difficult, if not insurmountable set of odds stacked up against Axel. He won't let that face him, however, as Zywoo falls down short. Now 3 more players stand in his way, and a swift headshot to Mezzi evens the odds a little bit further. 2 players stand in his way, but Apex no match for this master of the Glock. Shots down towards short now. He's dispatched 1 over there already. Can a second be on the cards? Nerves starting to build now, has to slow things down. Biding his time, waiting for the shot. Eats a bullet, but not fatal yet. Has a chance now at a 1 versus 5 clutch, and Axel absolutely nails it. Stand in the way of his bullets, you're sure to have a painful experience. The AWP, a deadly weapon in the hands of these pros. Mine certainly doesn't work like theirs does on some days, and it seems like for Fallen, the same might be true. Misses a sitter, drops down for a second miss, attempts to push onto the site, a little bit too bold, doesn't catch the cross, sneaks on through, tries to find an opening. Will he be successful? The answer, of course, definitely not.
Saw caught sleeping here on Inferno. Never to make the adjustments in time and only winning a handful of rounds thanks to their gamble stacks. Astralis on the other side really kept their finger to the pulse throughout that T side, constantly pushing and prodding the defense of the Saw squad. No smoke was safe, no stone unturned as Astralis bludgeoned them down. It's a pistol round away from laying this one to rest, eliminating Saw and booking themselves a spot in the OVO Wembley Arena.
Got to feel good to make this so clean after such a scrappy day yesterday. A heavy lead on Nuke, thrown away at 9-4. And the series crumbled from there on in for Astralis. This is a different team today. Oh, the setup couldn't be better. 3 apartments, ready for this push. Glocks come running and gunning. Julie stabbed, but in the back, double for Stown. He shot as well in the behind. But Device gets hidden inside of the site. And so despite this double entry, they slow it down, which only allows time for Stair to get in position to assist.
Ooh. A little tease for Device there. Oh. He's got no problem finishing off Story. And so now it's just Mutiris and Ujerks left up in this one. They're going to quickly rotate away. It feels nice to see a CT side like that, though. Fighting them early before they get out in middle. Who would have thought that that might make it easier? Yabby already rotates back over to B, and so he's got the info about this repause ahead of time, meaning Device and Co. are already on the rotate round. Spinning, but not winning for Mutiris. It's got to be Ujerks to deliver in the clutch, and he's spotted, caught out in the open. Device puts up 2, and with Astralis winning the pistol, they are but rounds away from recovering from that slow start yesterday and sending Saw out of the tournament.
The Astralis, not only that we wanted to see, that we've been seeing for the past month or so as well, a couple of months really, ever since that RMR fiasco for Astralis. This has been a team taking top 4 on LAN every time, looking for just that little bit more. That harder punch. Maybe London is where they can do it. For Saw, tickets home. Maybe already being booked. 10-3. We've got to buy off of the bomb card. It's a solid buy. 3 Galils. We saw Astralis win this very round in the first half. Oh. Double K Molly. Yappy hanging on. He's still got a flash assist for Stair, ready to go. But Saw shimmy out a banana, set up in mid where Astralis have a crossfire, and there is only one smoke.
You literally didn't see this once in the first half. And already the results are looking great for Astralis. There's that re-smoke going in after they take the advantage.
This could go very wrong for someone here on the smoke fade. Playing with fire. Mutiris gets burned.
Oh, and that is brutal.
Yeah.
The death of Mutiris over at short actually kind of pulled his teammates' attention over to that smoke. And so, if anything, it made Device's position even stronger. And now they know where Aristos is. The one gun he can find is an MP9, so really his best bet maybe just to fly solo on the tech and see what he can do. He tries to fake the drop down. I don't think Astralis have fallen for that. They're even holding on to him through the apartments, so they stick the landing up against the force spy, and it's damn near flawless. Only one player falling for the Astralis squad.
Probably the least stressful game on LAN Astralis have played. Had absolutely no problem. Even when Sora found rounds, they've often been in isolation. Even when Sora found pistols, Astralis have found force buys.
Yeah, I think, you know, I was actually like a real big fan of this Saw team for a while. Like when they were on their rise, when they beat OG back at Showdown to even get to this event, when they went on the reverse sweep at the RMR, when they were looking good at the Major. And I think really, like, if you had to pinpoint a time, it feels like the Major just removed so much confidence from this team. So many of the ways that they look to play the game now feel scared. And I don't like that. And oftentimes they look way worse for it. They're often relying on gambles that they very rarely get right.
Yeah.
And, you know, the moment they headed into Dust, they're kind of punish pick for this series, and they see Astralis are playing a whole different brand of Counter-Strike. I think that was likely the moment that Saw knew their goose was cooked on this one. And so this is it. They've got this one rifle round to try and do the impossible, to try and bring it back with 9 in a row into overtime. And that's not something that should ever be happening, not against an Astralis that's in this sort of form, that are really looking to course correct from yesterday.
Yeah, you can feel a comeback sometimes, but the energy is not there right now, and it's not even, in my eyes, in Soar's hands. Astralis are playing to win. And they've got it in the palm of their hand. Flash down bottom B, does nothing to Stound. Almost unaffected, finding the opening kill. And Astralis, a stone's throw away from OVO Arena Wembley. Serious not to get that revenge kill, but they're going to speed up towards A, where Astralis already are 3 strong, with Yabi coming back on long side. Rostos looking for a pick and kill, but Device playing tuck. They've walked this top mid smoke every round of this half. How well is it going to go? Could catch this kill. Oh, the turn is so awkward. Looking back to check the smoke. Device gets his headshot as well, and it's come crumbling down, torn apart. Astralis are right there.
It was one of the coolest Cinderella stories that we look to have at the start of this season. After that turnaround back at the RMRs, they turned heads, they went to the major, they had big dreams of finally realizing the goals of guys like Mutiris and Roman, who have been in the Portuguese team for a long time now. And right when they were close to realizing those dreams, it all got snatched away, and since that point, Soar have looked like a shell of their former selves. The clock about to strike midnight on the Cinderella season of Soar as they are churned up at the top of Banana and eliminated from the Blast Spring Finals. Astralis battle on, and we'll be seeing them take to the stage in the OVO Wembley Arena.
A harsh elimination for Saw, unfortunately, today, biting more than they could possibly chew. Astralis was a challenge they were not able to handle in any capacity. We tried to create a hype narrative. We tried to reminisce the days of Saw at the Major, the Pro League, surprising people left, right, and center. But I have to admit today, this was a very one-sided, empty, easy game that Astralis put in the cabinet.
Yeah, and it's tough to go on a break with this one, right? They're going to be sitting with their, laying on the beach potentially, and just sitting and having this feeling that they didn't even have a chance at the last tournament at the year.
No, I agree with you, and this feels wrong in a sense, but also it feels super logical when you look at what happened on the server today. I'm not going to try and make up any like false narrative. I really think that Saw might be in a position right now where they are trying to maybe revamp their playbook. We heard Barry on camera right now talking about some of the solutions they needed to craft, but maybe they've lost track of what made them dangerous in the first place, because none of that came through in London.
Yeah, we see it when teams come through the ranks, right? They have these unique plays that we've seen it countless of times, right? I remember me making a Mad Lions back in the days. We come onto the scene, nobody knows what you're doing, and all of a sudden it surprises people, and then you're sitting against the bigger teams. All of a sudden they're anti-stratting you with 2 analysts, 1 coach, and all these sorts of things makes it a completely different game. I do think they have individuals that's really interesting. I'm a Arostosh hype guy. I thought that he's meant for bigger places, but you weren't agreeing too much.
Brother, you were ready to send him to G2 in my ear before we went live. You were absolutely losing your mind.
Get him to
but
G2,
I get
man.
you. I get you. I think there are individuals on the SOCAM that definitely raise interest when it comes to Counter-Strike and what they're capable of doing individually, but also it's not like it really came through today. Not really anyone stepped up. We see the stats down here. When you have basically everybody from 13 to 18 kills, it's not even, it's pointless to just point finger and say, this player didn't show up, this player didn't show up. It was just unanimously a weak performance, and Astralis, on the other hand, they dominated, smelled blood in the water.
Yeah, it's pretty miserable if Roman is going to be the best player on your team, right? You're really going to have the young guys step up, and they really didn't do that, and for that reason, Saw didn't really get competitive. They had that one game against FaZe, and I think it says a lot about FaZe, actually, that they're actually playing so close with the team against Saw. I would have loved him to see to just go for the Ancient instead of this.
Absolutely. Well, there will be maybe questions to be answered when it comes to the video, but for now, unfortunately, commiserations to Saw, and we appreciate them taking the time to talk to James Banks as it is.
Saw will be our first team eliminated here from the spring finals in London. And Barry, it was going to be a tough test for you guys for sure. I want to touch on this game specifically with the Dust 2, and I guess you saw some weaknesses from Astralis that you tried to take advantage of, but it didn't work out. So what went wrong?
We tried to take a gamble with Dust 2. We could pick Nuke, but we thought gonna pick one of the best maps. We thought we were okay in Dust 2 in practice. But I think they studied us and they countered what we wanted to do, and it was very hard to adapt for us in the game.
And for you right now, though, we're looking at Saw. You've just come in. There's a lot I guess you want to implement, a lot of change you want to make, a lot of change they want at the same time. Where are you on that journey with the team?
I think we're just getting started with everything. I think it's very hard to change so much stuff in the middle of the season. Most of the time, it's going to hurt you in the start because people need to adapt to new stuff, learn new stuff. So we're only getting started, and like there's a lot of stuff I want to improve on the team, but it's more like for maybe after the break if I'm still here.
If you're still here, well, hopefully you're still going to be there. Is it tough though to obviously not hear what they're saying all the whole time, not have the native language? Is this maybe a problem at the moment for you guys?
I think we are lacking in communication sometimes from what I can hear. Like I need to ask every time there's something. So it's very hard. It's one of the things I really want to improve, but it's very hard to, in the middle of the round, to understand what's going on. Freeze time, it's obviously easy to understand. Tactical theory, it's very easy to understand because everything is in English. But it's in the middle of the round where sometimes we are lacking some stuff. Sometimes people are not saying enough. Sometimes people are not saying the important stuff. And it's I can only ask for this stuff, and it's sometimes you don't get the full answer. Sometimes you get the full answer, and it's like, yeah. But I'm trying, but it's very hard to talk about this stuff.
Well, hopefully it can work out going into next season. Thank you very much, Barry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Barry, for taking the time to answering our questions. Of course, an uncomfortable position to be in. New coach, barely put in that position, not exactly sure what the future holds. Talking about how deep challenges have had to be tackled now, how hard it is for them to take a few steps back before they're able to jump. Unfortunately, we as a community selfishly would have wanted them to peak here in London, but this wasn't meant to be. Lackluster, insufficient performance. They're going back to the drawing board, which also means that we are sending a team to Wembley, to the arena. Indeed, Astralis now, with that making sure that the quarterfinal ticket has been punched in. They're going to be waiting to know who they will be facing. That's a mystery that we get to solve. And speaking of, we have some more Counter-Strike to play, so I'm going to send us quickly to a break, 3 minutes, and then it's FaZe versus NAVI.
On these two here. Yeah, 1 foot on there. Wow. Nice. You need to smile. Hello. First one will be the back line up, down the lens. Okay.
It's okay. That's it.
Now what you do when you look, and then 3, 2, 1. Look in there. Excellent. And then look at my lens. Lidt mere ud. Han har til... Lidt mere ud, tror jeg. Stopper han. Han arbejder sammen med Henrik der. Jeg fucker Pussys fod. Pussy må ikke få. Gør det med. Jeg har tænkt over det. Og så... Thank you very much. Thank you so much. All right. Jo, men det er det jo. Det er meget. Det er jo godt. 1. Wow, this is so nice. Look straight over there and then straight there. It's in 3, 2, 1. Go for it. Let's see what we call it. Not quite, not quite. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Lovely.
Now, you know, I think they have their own struggles at the moment. In my eyes, it's gonna be who pushes through, you know.
FaZe lock in the 2-0 victory.
FaZe, I think they're a team that you can never really predict. We want to show that they were capable of beating them twice.
Down is cut down, and NAVI complete the comeback. And playoffs secured.
The Blast Spring final presented by Revolut continues here in London as we have our major winners. Nadus Vincere entering the building. We have the footage right there playing some sort of football, which I'm not even going to categorize as that. A team that is very divisive, a team that is creating a whole lot of debate. Was the major a fluke? Where can they go from here? Are they a top 5 team or not? So many questions we're hoping to find answers. But first, they have an opponent going up against them, the Titans of FaZe Clan, a team that we've sort of addressed in the lens of, are they exhausted? Are they too tired? Where is the floor level when things aren't really clicking? Well, I gotta say, on day one, things have clicked. They've given us some great Counter-Strike, exciting Counter-Strike on map 1 because they're FaZe Clan and they always have to make us doubt for half a second. And then suddenly they put on the 4th gear and they absolutely destroyed So on their wave.
Destroy Saw, they got double
on the second map.
Yeah,
second map,
yeah. But I think it also showed what quality of Saw was today, right? I don't think they were a top team by any means, and I think it's kind of hard to judge anything from FaZe. I think we have to look at the last tournament they played, right, and where it wasn't really necessarily that great. So at this point, I'm really looking forward to see, is FaZe still at the old level? Are they this top 3 team that can consistently just play into the finals, or are they different at this point?
So before we went live, you and I, we realized we disagreed. We disagreed on the prediction of this game. I said I had FaZe Clan winning. You said you had NAVI. I'll put my opinion first out there. You feel free to bash me. I think that because there is an emotional connection to that game, I think because NAVI beat FaZe in the final of the major, they have that extra 10% of like, we're gonna make a case. We're gonna make a statement. Rain said it. If they beat them 10 times, then maybe they'll start feeling okay about what just happened. And I think this is the difference maker. So why NAVI?
I feel like they won relatively comfortable against Astralis, which I saw as one of the better teams in the groups, right? And I think they did it with even Wonderful falling completely out of the game. He is one of the most interesting prospects in the overall itself, right? I think FaZe is in a period where they're just in a rough spot. I think Robs found his footing yesterday. He really needs to step up yesterday if they actually want to have a chance. But I just think NAVI is overall a little bit more structured for this tournament.
Oh, a little bit more structured. Will you look at that? Well, who says structure says in-game leader, and we have Kerrigan who was talking with James Banks before the game.
Saw for sure, but a little bit more sweat than you would have needed?
Yeah, overall, I think we played 3 good halves and 1 really bad. I think the most important thing that we actually enjoyed playing. I think if you saw the way we were losing 10-2, there was still good comms, good energy, good vibes, and I think that's why we came back, right? That's one of the things we talked about in Dallas, and we improved on that, and that's what I said to guys, it doesn't matter the result. Let's show up and show some energy and passion and enjoy playing with each other before we go on break.
And is this coming off the back of Dallas a bit more fun, a bit more like having some laughter? Because I did see that on the cameras, and I also saw even the auto sniper came out from Rain, like everyone's just seemingly enjoying the moment.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we got frozen in, right? We expected to keep the same level we had with Twist, right? Suddenly everything became very result-orientated, living up to the pressure, been in all the finals, trying to break some records, and in the end you forget why you play. And I think we realized that in Dallas. It was like a thunderstorm hit us around the corner. And I think it just released some, not tension, but more like, okay, let's just go a little step back to basics. Let's get ready for next season. And now I think we are playing a little more relaxed, and I think that's what we have been needed. I mean, we know the expectations. Every time FaZe Clan is a tournament, we want to win, we need to win, but sometimes also enjoy the journey.
I like that though, because you always tell me this, right? FaZe Clan come to a tournament, the expectation is to win. Do you feel like some of that pressure you're talking about, you guys put on yourselves as well?
I mean, the results speak for itself, right? The level we had from CS2 to until 1 month ago was main tour final, right? Very close. And I think we are good at handling the pressure, but sometimes maybe pressure within the team can happen after some rough losses. And I think that's why we needed to clean the air and like, okay, let's take a step back, work on the small details, work on how we can improve everyone in the team on the same time. And I think you always need to have a good talk. And for us, we have never had a bad loss as in a playoff like against G2 and CS2. And that's why we needed to make sure that everybody's on the same page for the upcoming tournaments.
Now, you switched up the video yesterday. We saw what Inferno picked out from you guys. This time we're seeing Nuke come in. How are you managing this? Because I know you said the Nuke was kind of like, you played so much of it, there's not much changing you can do. Are you just trying to go through the maps of what you're feeling like best at the moment because you haven't been able to work on things and adjust anything? I guess you're waiting for the season to end.
I mean, we wouldn't pick Nuke if we hadn't adjusted something after Dallas, right? Like I said, I think we were the best Nuke team in CS2 in the first 4 months. I think we relied a lot on the Nuke pick, and maybe we relied too much on after Chengdu because we kind of felt like we could have picked Nuke in the final. But at some point, you are getting too readable on the map, and we have adjusted some of the things that we think was easy read on us. So hopefully that will turn out today. And if we want to win this tournament, we need our Nuke to be in the right place at the right moment, and therefore it's a good tester now here to make sense to pick it now.
Carrigan had such an interesting quote in that interview. He said, sometimes we forgot about the process and we focused on the result. Do you think this is applicable to NAVI as well? Is that a problematic that played a role into the downfall, I'm going to use that with air quote, the downfall of NAVI, major winner and then nowhere to be found in the last 2 events?
I think it's much more dependent on how long have you been together, right? In the start, when you get into a team, you kind of want to break everything up and be like, okay, so this is how we work, this is how we practice. All of a sudden, you start winning tournaments and everybody just goes, la, 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 I'm just going to come 10 minutes late. You kind of lose yourself in it in a little bit. I think Navi's in a very different cycle than FaZe.
Okay, now, I know that there's been conversations around like the individual level of the NAVI players and some players popping off an MVP-like performance of JL and how likely it is to happen again in the future. Well, we're getting our answers. It's not going to be the new norm. It's not going to be the new average. That's just a fact that's been established now. But I want to have your opinion on, is there a problem beyond that? Or are we simply looking at a roster that has to suffer inconsistencies individually? Or is there, per your opinion, a deeper issue?
They will suffer inconsistencies simply due to the structure of the team. They don't have, let me quote this, not good enough players to be consistently top 2. They lack that Saiwu, they lack the Monacy, they don't have a Dunk. They need some sort of player inside this roster to consistently be the 120+ guy. I think it should be wonderful, but he's not been really feeling it in the last couple of weeks, and that's maybe the major difference of why it's going so bad.
The forever need of a superstar plagues Navi, and it seems to continue. Will that be the reign of wonderful starting today? Well, we have 2 beautiful gentlemen answering that question. Hugo Harry, take it away.
Oh. Too kind, Matthew, too kind. The major final rematch between FaZe and NAVI. FaZe said they needed to beat them 20 times to make up for that devastating loss, Harry, back in Copenhagen. Well, this would be the second. They eliminated them back at Pro League in those playoffs, and now they look to do it to get that top seed. Are you telling me that FaZe can win a group in CS2?
Hey, I mean, right at the end, it would be one hell of a time to do it, right? And I guess it's still kind of on brand because they would have taken a bit of a longer route there than they needed, what with not playing till the second half of that Saw game yesterday. We're going to open with Dust 2. We saw Navi's debut on this map just yesterday, and it looked convincing. They were able to take the dub over Astralis, but as we touched upon, it didn't feel like Astralis were bringing their A-game to that matchup. You almost hope that hasn't given Navi false confidence here, and yet they still have even more to show on Dust.
Oh, there's one team that loves to bring their A-game, it's FaZe. Never an easy defeat. Well, Navi have earned that victory before. Let's see what FaZe we get today. Rops had a monster map, or match yesterday, in fact. Brokey really woke up, so I can't wait to see Brokey on the AWP on a Dust 2. Not quite FaZe's debut. Pretty one-sided loss to G2 back at Dallas, but had time in the lab, time in the kitchen, cook up something. Aggressive CT side start, they take lower, they bail, and they die on the way back. Wonderful gets that mid pick as Navi split the A side.
He was going to try run down Rain over here on short, but he's lost Wonderful. We'll pick up that trade onto Rain. That's when JL tries to spring this trap down in lower. You're going to see him here a hell of a lot, trying to cut down rotations. Woo. Not able to find anything in this round. 2v3 for Frozen and Rops. And these two were very much the standout players in that Saw matchup yesterday. Frozen with a horrifically slow start, but then a hell of a recovery to go alongside it. Let's see what form they're in now as they move in. A man down. Whoa, Rops, that is clean. Quick turn, Im is dead. Rops with the jiggle, and Alexi will find him. Frozen might pick up the trade, but there isn't time for this. Holding the bomb, bit with the swing, and with that kill not coming through, it's a Navi pistol round to open up Dust.
Damn right. coming through swinging. We saw a similar pistol yesterday with JL just playing that late lurk lower and NAVI going for an A split. I think Bit was the standout guy on the T side of Dust2. His entries up Cat yesterday were phenomenal against Astralis. He was lethal and sometimes didn't even quite get flashed in to find those 5-on-4s. So let's see how he plays today. Picks up a pistol round clutch. NAVI start things off on the right foot. Wonder if FaZe force a couple of scouts.
They forced consistently yesterday across the board.
Dust2 CT though. I mean, scouts always tantalizing. Got a few scout players on this team.
Yeah, it was the old Astralis as well. He used to bring out like 3 or 4 scouts on their
I love it,
Dust2 CT.
Scout HE if you have 2K. Pretty tempting. Carrigan's got it. Brokey's back with another. And Frozen's got all the util in the world around his armor. So FaZe give it a go. Able to save if NAVI, for example, just full rushed long and took that space back. Brokey on the bomb side just wiggling. Double layered scouts here. Oh, that's a nice corner smoke. It's going to get NAVI into pit, plat, wherever they deem necessary. Right now, it's all a bit of a fake out. They've got a late Xbox smoke going in from Wonderful, allowing them to get up catwalk into range Deagle.
Flashes in mid, and Rain's able to peek on the back of them. That's an early opener for FaZe Clan. And Rain's not shy about hanging around on short. He's going to maintain that position. Meanwhile, these scouts try to take a little bit of room over at long. Carrigan sees an arm, and he's going to take so much more than that. No. Even a follow-up tag onto Bit. That is worst-case scenario. 172 damage done by that one scout. And that's Brokey following up. This is quickly getting away from NAVI.
Scout's so lethal on this map. And one man coming up catwalk. This catches a jiggle. JL converts that spray cleanly, but he's lost his teammate and the bomb with 25 seconds. FaZe just play to survive. They play to escape. Out of position now. Frozen takes that long spot, and Rain hits another deagle. That's 3 kills from the Norwegian in this 4-spy round. FaZe steal it right back in round number 2.
Yeah, beautifully done from Rain. I mean, He's always been good with the pistols. He likes those angles where you're able to just kind of swing out, play the headshot position. That was how he opened the round.
This was beautiful from Carrigan. Kill and a half. Capitalized on very well.
Yeah, I think something that FaZe might look to exploit is JL. Even though they won yesterday versus Astralis, I don't think he looked very comfortable in what he's meant to do on this map.
Yeah.
You could just kind of see it. Like, some of the timings were awkward. Sometimes it felt like maybe he was playing too soon or playing too late. It wasn't like this picture-perfect tunnels lurk, and it was very consistent. Every round, you knew JL was going to be floating around the tunnels trying to catch players in rotation.
Well, I guess on one side, you have FaZe, they just define experience, and on the other, you have NAVI, who definitely have had recent success in the last year or so, but some of these players, you know, the standout players, JL and Ema specifically, have not played Dust2 at a high level in their careers, if you consider the recent trajectory of them rising to Tier 1 since Dust2's removal in the map pool. So this is going to be a true test for NAVI. Biggest and baddest opponent yet, coming in on this B split. That's a sick entry from Bit, but Rops is still in the sight, and he farms them up with the MP9. Easily done from FaZe. The force back for NAVI falls on dead ears. Damage, but no more.
Even that round there, right, as like an example of kind of homing in on JL and what he's got to do here. It felt like he went too soon for the mid to B. They actually, and I know it's one of these like 4-spy rounds, so you're feeling a bit of liberty to do that, but okay, he gets spammed out. Yeah. I didn't see that. So in my defense, in his defense rather, that's actually a kind of acceptable way to die. Just unlucky, I guess.
Just unlucky. Clock's out.
Yeah, it felt like NAVI had all the room to work with in middle, exactly what they were looking for, right? And so maybe if he just tried to sneak out a little bit later while they're homed in on window and door, could have got away with something real juicy.
Brokey calls top mid clear, and then Frozen sneaks into lower, so they make sure that this is unconfirmed. I mean, what can JL do here? Let him off on this one. He even survived. He's let out. Alive. On loose. Nice tap. Karrigan's having a great day already. You can tell.
Damn.
Cleanly done for FaZe, but it was always meant to be. Here is the real rifle round now for NAVI.
So I think Karrigan's having a good tournament because his aims looked really snappy. And I know he hasn't had like the most kills, but he's finding kills with a lot of impact. And he's putting himself in a lot of like influential positions. Even if he's not killing you, he's certainly putting a lot of pressure on.
His T-side against Saw was incredible. Not just the cooling, but yeah, just being that kind of distraction piece, running through smokes into B, a lot of fakes that pulled Saw to the wrong site on Ancient. FaZe go for the quad long take. Rops solo B right now. But JL just patrolling on his own for the moment.
This was something Na'Vi didn't really have to worry about, was an AWPer that would push and prod these mid attempts, right? Whenever they wanted the short to A, they would often get this space. And so curious how involved Brokey tries to be with that big green.
This is a big gap. They can just get up cap. Frozen's crossfiring CT with Brokey, who's undecided on his position. Reinforces a smoke at both spots. They hear that tag. Good timing on the peak for Frozen. He finds 2 on the spray. JL's got that B entry though, and he is going to run through the smoke. They don't know Brokey's in the site, but a missed shot will cost you maybe even the round.
With Alexi late lurking out through Cat, he's going to meet Karrigan in the head-to-head, so Karrigan will get the better of the captain, sure. But the bomb makes it into B, meaning FaZe are tasked with this retake. JL putting on a clinic right now. 2 kills on the opener to even make this round happen.
Okay.
Gonna arm Wonderful with his weapon of choice as well. He's thinking about his teammates. Trying to keep Wonderful comfortable in this post plant. That makes life a lot easier to hold this tunnel's angle. Very hard to do with the rifle, but with the AWP, it's quick work made of it by Wonderful, and him and JL cook up that round just between the two of them. It starts with the 2K opener through the tunnels, an awkward whiff from Brokey, and then JL throws Wonderful that blessed AWP, and it lets him get the final 2.
And the crucial detail of that Wonderful play is he's not pre-scoped tunnels, right? He knows that FaZe are going to flash Karrigan back in on that flank, so he doesn't scope. He is able to turn from the flash, and then he scopes up tunnels. He read that retake so well against FaZe. Fantastic triple from JL on the entry as well. It's going to be Na'Vi getting their first rifle round done and dusted. Rob's close B, great flash. JL's got him trapped, but I don't think it's looking like a punish. Robs can get out. That lurk smoke down. Options available. His team are very much assisting him out of this position. 2 AWPs for FaZe.
Hey, if he's showing us one thing, he feels very comfortable in entering B.
Yeah.
Already he's put a tremendous amount of pressure on Brokey. Trying to take this long sight line. Because, you know, if you think about yesterday, what would it be in the debut in Na'Vi's Dust? We hadn't seen... Na'Vi went B once in their entire T-side, so you never really got to see what JL was capable of on the entries there. He was often the guy cutting down rotates.
Oh, did he... The jump? I have no idea. This is a very cheeky play for Rain. And Alexi pulls the knife out, but Rain drops down. They both caught each other by surprise on that one. It's going to be this mid to B. Rain's just getting there in time. He can flash through, keep the pressure on. Corridor smokes in the middle. Karrigan trying to play ahead of them in B.
Oh, the push through the smoke gets denied, and Karrigan's only good for 1. This B site is becoming a problem for FaZe Clan. And Na'Vi, they're very happy with it. They'll exploit that.
Tempting.
1 kill back for Frozen. I mean, you're still a man down, but with deeper angle from Imra in mid, he doesn't want to give this over and suddenly entice them for a retake here.
He did that.
So he does well to get out of there and just stay alive, play the numbers game.
Even Na'Vi know this one is not happening. They've fanned out. Eba goes hunting, he's going to die here, so FaZe will be able to keep their 2 guns into the next. It was a very expensive round, right, with a double AWP board up. But Na'Vi do get that B punish. Like those corridor smokes in middle. Been a while since we've seen them, right? Left, right smokes on mid. Make it very hard for, say, an AWP in the window to actually commit to fighting middle. You can't just get that pot shot and drop back into B. You've actually just got to focus on that B bomb site. There's a lot more room for NAVI to scale B ramp.
Something I have been enjoying about the NAVI T sides is they're very reactive to the little tidbits of info they get. I think one of the hard things that we're kind of gathering from watching more of NAVI's Dust is they're a hard T side to go up against, because the moment you don't throw the usual util long and take that control, NAVI move in. They always have a player, usually it's Bit, listening for that info. And so if they don't hear the usual volley, they'll go and take long control, and that means that your short players will struggle to find anything. This is more like it, all across the map.
Nice, Chev.
FaZe come up with the goods on the openers.
Oh my god.
Even follow-up spam from Frozen.
It's just death POVs right now.
This was a Hail Mary of around NAVI, never even knew what hit him.
Every peak punished. And this is FaZe. I mean, Carrigan swung off Cat with a deagle. Past that point, everything came up for FaZe. Broky's going for no scopes in the doors right now. Reassured by Rops's position. And I mean, you don't want to save, but what can you do? NAVI don't know. B is completely open for the taking right now. The fear of walking into tunnels is enough. FaZe happy to make
They
plays.
are pushing lower tunnels. You kind of don't want to give... You won't give both kills away, so the round should still be safe.
Or will you?
Oh.
He is good for it. That's the bomb. That should guarantee the round. It's clean with the tabs, but
yeah, just to go back to like the cool thing about this T side right now is you'll note like in almost every one of these rounds, Bit will go and sit at the long doors early, wait, listen for the util, while his team are kind of floating around either the tunnels or top mid. And then they're very, very quick to react. If you don't hear the util, what does that mean? They're probably boosting Cat. They're probably going to try and take some Cat aggro and maybe try and fight us mid. Okay, we'll counter that by taking long away and make them have to worry about that, right? So it's like a very good, like, fundamental look at their T side. It's nothing super flashy, but they're certainly nailing the raw fundamentals of a Dust 2 T side right out of the gate. That one ends convincingly with Caution getting thrown to the wind from FaZe. They take a bunch of fights early on and they win almost all of them.
yeah, great place for Brokey, just happy to throw himself in. I'm sure he's loving Dust 2 in the map pool, to be honest. Just feels like it suits him with the amount of options you have to take opening fights in different positions, spawn play. He's re-peeking tunnels there. A bit of a B aggro. This is so reliant on the pick, though. If FaZe don't give away the kill, NAVI won't go. They're just hoping Wonderful can get this 5-on-4. Grenades go in. Minimal damage. It seems like they might scale with this AWP holding plat for them, knowing no one has crossed past the bomb site. Great position for Rops, though. Is it a bit high up? Oh, Wonderful so fast on that AW. Carrigan flashing himself in, catches a back turn, drops the AWP, but NAVI still own that B bomb site. No smoke.
Yeah, they don't have a smoke for the door. That could be problematic. Brokey has a chance to catch them crossing. Rain might try and walk this, but if he does, he's got to be aware for JL. And instead, he'll slow it right down. Oh, that was the chance to level the playing field and deal with this lurker. Instead, Rain's tagged up. Frozen misses his window of opportunity, and none of these fights have gone FaZe's way. They've got to start writing this off.
They're in trouble, though. Bit's up Cat. He can backstab them. They have to exit middle. JL knows they're running away, and with Bit behind, he can go hunting through the door. That's great pressure for Bit. He only... Oh, my God, JL. Ludicrous display. One more, maybe, baby. He's going to find it. 4 kills for JL. Phenomenal stuff. And the whole round, I'm watching Bit and Frozen. Bit's holding long, Frozen's waiting for that timing. He just pushes as Bit turns away, but somehow Bit gets all the way up Cat, and that position alone is the death sentence for FaZe. They know they can't escape.
JL's got that versus FaZe Clan buff.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Those 20 wins that FaZe won, do they get reset each loss? How does that work? Back to 0 if they lose this game?
I think, you know, they would take like a 20-2 ratio.
That's a pretty good
right?
ratio.
Yeah. So maybe this could be one of the two.
Okay, get it out early, you know? Look at this entry. Wonderful is sickening. I feel like Rob's crosshair was a little high. He got one bullet out, but... Oh. Disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think some of the rotation plays from JL have left me wanting a bit, but his ability to open up the B site has been phenomenal. And NAVI didn't even have to play that card yesterday versus Source, so there is still a lot more depth. Or versus Astralis, rather. Robs. Already in lower tunnels, but they're aware this is a possibility.
Tagging the scout with the 5-7, that feels like a guaranteed kill, but...
Here's another example around like playing that early round info, right? Bit didn't hear the util long, so what's his immediate reaction been? Him and Alexi have taken this long control. The scouts this time aren't looking like they'll deliver, but Carrigan does trade that out. That was not an easy one to find.
Rob's hit that timing though. As soon as they left B, he rushed it. So now he's told his team to stack up on long. And as long as he cuts noise at the right time, he's going to have great timing on this flank. He's the cut though there. Yeah, they know he's coming in. JL turns around. And now at that point you realize, like, okay, FaZe are going to be triple stacked on the site, ready. So it's fine to recommit, but you need some backstab, you need some pressure elsewhere. JL going in. Doesn't have a smoker, he would have done mid to B, and that would have put so much pressure on. Instead, just trying to appear on catwalk. Basic, they're rotating round the world. It's been so long. Gonna go back for info. Carrigan's just nailing them with a scout today. I mean, it still doesn't matter.
Always liked the scout.
But even so, hitting the headshot
okay,
first
you can catch the bomb crossing.
Now he's gonna throw it, right?
Oh, smoke dropped in. Yeah. There's a, oh God, there's a gap. Big old gap.
Oh,
and it's just the tag on a Weaver. Just the tag, not the killing blow. It's the bomb plant found. This is really sick, though. This is exactly what you want from this matchup. Is JL looking this good, wonderful, putting up openers, looking comfortable on the AWP, because even though they beat Astralis yesterday, he was like very quiet. It just didn't feel like it mattered.
Yeah.
We're getting the sort of format in NAVI, the one that FaZe met in those major finals.
And while I'm loving it, Carrigan can't be the best player for FaZe in this game, right? We need the supporting cast. There's still time.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're FaZe and if you're able to find like a 6-all scoreline, you would be extremely happy with that.
Oh, knife out. Oh my God, he recovers. Jumps on top of the bin. And puts him in one.
Go back to scouting, buddy.
Orb's good, though. Oh, that bounced awkwardly. Not behind blue. Rain still gets it done. The flash is good. Rain, oh, so close, not quite. He out with the advantage.
That was really awkward. Imma turned from a flash, but then ran out like a whole second before the flash was in. Might have been a very different story if the timing was better there. So instead, it's just down to 2, but these are the 2 you'd want if you're NAVI. JL and Wonderful both having a commanding performance in this game so far. They're going to start to work their way out towards middle. Wonderful scoped in, gets that opener, frozen on the receiving end of the AWP, and so it's all eyes on Rops. Only armed with the MP9. Brokey is a long way away. Rops needs something here, and slowing it down might not be enough, but Brokey gets there just in time. JL's got to do this all alone. Deals with the first man in. Brokey tries to play with pace, and that might betray him, but he runs at JL, and the USP will lock in the round for FaZe. Brokey saves the day and slows JL's roll. What a clash over towards B, man. That one was on a knife's edge.
Yeah, terrifying 1v1. JL was piecing it together. He got that deep spot. He realized he was getting pushed, but Brokey, already with Rops tagging up JL, is able to finish it quickly. JL's so good at recovering spray control, I think. Feels like he's going to miss it. Like he's mid-movement, he's climbing up boxes, he'll still hit it every time. They're going to B-rush. They found Robs, they found the anchor. It's only frozen on rotation. It's a save. If I'm FaZe, I'm throwing in the towel.
There's always one waiting along. Carrigan learns that the hard way. This time it's not Bit, it's Imma.
Gotta give it up. But even then.
I can't believe Brokey's here. Like, he shouldn't be here, and he knows it.
They're just hoping if NAVI gave away another kill here, it would tempt FaZe back in, but NAVI know when to budge and when not to. It's too late in the round at that point. It's not going to tempt FaZe. And so while they can play to contain, NAVI lightning in a bottle right now. Explosive B hit near the end of the half. Completely catches FaZe by surprise. Getting Rops pushing lower as well. FaZe have made that play many times in this game. NAVI have not once tried to challenge it.
Yeah, I'm really curious what happened in that opening fight there. Like, Rops is meant to get there ahead of them. It looked like he was sort of... He tries to swing it out far later in the round. Because he crossed even from, like, the B side of the doors.
Maybe he jumped across, saw no one, gave it another go.
And I mean, you know, they've already thrown the B smokes. They wanted to investigate that side of the map. The moment you get the lower tunnels kill on Rops of all people, you know you want to go in. Rain full blind on the attempt to take long. So Brokey from the car position. He's got to put FaZe back in the driver's seat.
Handbrake pulled up for NAVI though. Screeching to a halt here as they see if FaZe have taken space anywhere else on the map. Felt hard for Rops to replicate yesterday's performance with the hand they're dealing him at B. Carrigan takes his scout up Cat. It's looking like body shot city though, and Alexi B is able to finish him before he even gets a tag.
Oh, that's
repositioning and running at him. He's going to hit the first though.
Yeah, tries to swing out for more. I mean, it's kind of all he could do there. He's being pressured from Cat and from the long side, and so that dream of a 6-6 half might not come through for FaZe. It's just Frozen and Rops left in this one, and with the bomb going down, with the site taken and so much control for NAVI, there just shouldn't be a way back in. Rops 1v2, low on health, no chances. NAVI, oh, they're not able to put a stop to him yet, but the nade from JL will. And so they run away with their advantage on the T side, moving into the second half of NAVI's Dust 2.
They want this bomb to go down as soon as possible because this very could easily come down to the clock. No kit here available as they go for this retake. They're going to want to think about it.
3 weapons. And Nitro slots into the corner on Arch. Simple catches OC immediately. And Electronic also shines. Nitro, it's a good chance. Oh, and he gets 3 on Arch. Oh, he gets them all. 4 for Nitro.
Maxter, obviously, kind of just slotting in right now, but we'll talk about that at another time. Alexi B is looking sharp, holding this monster tunnel.
And that's bomb delivered.
Yeah.
It actually fell really far forward. Another great headshot for Alexi. He's looking for more. Taking on Sip on top. That's beautiful. What a start. And it leaves Blamef all on his own. And normally I would say Blamef's very competent, very dangerous to be up against, maybe especially in some of these pistol rounds, but Alexi will hunt him down. Nonetheless, a quad kill for Alexi to begin this fight with.
Maybe the king of visualization, I don't know. But he is
he is clairvoyant. And I mean, Naf is the only scout, and he runs through smoke. Come on, Liquid, not like this. Oh, God! Oh, it's unfair. They are not playing the same game.
That was beautiful.
The MAC-10, the mobility, that's what it's good for. And he runs down Spinks, a good kill for Axile there. 4 versus 4, Apex, he's thinking about something crazy. He's inside of the smoke, surely he wouldn't. Surely he wouldn't! Right down, sprays! Oh, it's a triple! What a round from Apex!
That was a thing of beauty. There is one more kill to find, but surely the job is done. Can he close things out? That's one of the best rounds of the tournament so far. So much discipline, perfectly timed.
Wake Up actually beats him to the punch, and it's just going to be Carrigan remaining. So whatever they had in mind here, little swing out towards short, combative towards middle. It has backfired, unfortunately. Carrigan trying to pick up the pieces here. Good start. He'll find Rainwaker en route. Looks like he's got a second kill potentially here as well. And now it's getting a little bit problematic. There's a smoke down as well, Anders. He's got the kit. He could do something with this. If he full defuse now, he could actually win it. It's a terrible plan. Defuse it. Oh my God, what have they done? What have they done? He's done it, Anders! The full defuse Carrigan! 1 versus 4. Absolutely ice cold, and what an absolute blunder from Team Liquid.
He's the genius.
I'm so shocked. Now this is something that can catch you off guard. Chopper taking a chance, coming around the smoke, little trigger discipline. Decides to jump on it with the sus brag, and then fallbacks down is all of FaZe. Chopper is so good. He's so good.
NAVI deal FaZe a rough old T side there in the first half, and in spite of some promising moments early on for FaZe Clan, they're not able to win out on their CT side, but now things flip over. FaZe get to embrace the T side of Dust 2, and we get to see the NAVI CT half tested a little more than it was yesterday in that matchup versus Astralis. You can imagine a lot of teams are going to sit up and take note here of watching both these teams and how they take the Dust 2. We're still yet to have a full picture painted for how they like to play it.
Carrigan loves a P250. Able to assist with some util down mid. They're going to pop out lower with this Xbox smoke. Blocking Ema. Oh, that's an entry for Bit, though. Double upper B push, and they will not stop at that. JL goes sending around the world. This will leave him completely out of the round for a while. If he can play that late long, who knows? NAVI just going to try and stall for him. Ema drops off. They run before the smoke appears. Alexi, a nice tap. Make it two from the captain of NAVI. And they don't even know about this big flank all the way behind. Frozen's given up, and Brokey planting the bomb, but this is still a very comfortable situation for NAVI.
Oh, Brokey catches Bit jumping, and they hear JL's footsteps on the long flank. Frozen offers up another. This one was just the two for FaZe, and they've battled their way right back in. Now it all falls to Frozen, entrusted
not for him.
With the P250. He's going to have to close the distance on this bomb plant. He's really got to make some ground up here, trying to close the gap and move on in, but the defuse held from Wonderful, and there's nothing that Frozen can do. NAVI snipe that pistol round away. It's another close pistol, but one that NAVI are able to win out.
Yeah, excellent shots for Alexi B. Those two cat crossing players, tap, tap. 3 kills in the round for the captain. All NAVI needed and more, because that 2v4 got dicey. Thank goodness the kit's in the sight. And if anything, the big flank for JL doesn't get a kill, but it forces Frozen to commit so hard to that long position. He can't stop the defuse. Rain doing tricks right now, spinning on it.
Such a big spot for him as well to have seen Bit crossing into lower. Brokey tried to peek every angle at once, and that's a decision he comes to regret.
Bit's just a Dust player, man. You just know it. You can tell every time. His T-side didn't really need to carry him through. It's a nice deagle for Robs.
The Robs Deagle 1v5?
No.
Oh, immediately deleted on the wide swing. And so the conversion, it's landed for NAVI. I like how Bit responds to that as well. He gets spotted going lower, and he's like, well, you know what? I've got my team here to support me. I'm just going to run at them with the MP9. And so if one thing's clear, NAVI like an aggressive CT side, at least in the early game. Till that AWP comes out, really, you're going to see them not afraid to push and prod. See what they can get away with. With the lower smoke dropped in from NAVI and then that molly in top mid, this kind of slows down the first rifle round for FaZe. They had to consider, you know, what if NAVI were playing ahead of this smoke? The molly physically takes the pace out of the top mid push. They finally have some cat control here. However, there's layers of defense for NAVI ready to move in and teed up on the back of a flashbang. Bit and Emma bite down on the mid control.
Second chance at life, not that he needs it. 5v2. FaZe desperately trying to claw back this disadvantage. And all positions known now. I love the reset for NAVI. They don't need to fight this. They can just set up elsewhere. Make FaZe work for this round. No surprise to see Bit shredding right now. I mean, he won his Grand Slam in NAVI when this map was in the pool. He's tucked in CT right now. Ema getting that spot for him. Flash comes, or rather smoke on the catwalk. They are just buying as much time as possible. And Ema can flash bit through CT. If that smoke does come down, it might have to. 20 seconds. They know they need the kills, and they're going to go for them right now. No shot, you're winning this round, FaZe. 10 should be locked in as Bit finds 4 frags in middle on their CT side. Extremely comfortable. NAVI just sweeping this game aside, and FaZe may not get a chance to warm in.
I think it's very, very scary seeing NAVI looking this good on Dust 2. Back to the roots of this team, they were one of the squads that would frequently pick into it, and since going international, Dust 2's re-edition, you've got a terrifying twosome in Blade. Someone who's very at home here on the sands of Dust, but also Alexi. Dust was always a good map for the Ent squad, and only really started to drop off once he was removed from that team.
Ooh. Cheeky peek after the flash, and catches frozen before the smoke blooms. They're going to run through. Don't know about this car position though. Alexi doesn't need help, he says. Captain keen to get involved, as well as Karrigan on his CT side. Alexi's second triple kill of the half already.
He just looks very at home, doesn't he? Very familiar with where he's got to be looking and when. He swings back into the short fight and is able to nail it, and now it's just Brokey left standing down here in pit. NAVI, this is great form showing to open up this series.
The one thing you do really get on Dust 2 is just such a great chance for individuals to show how strong they are, like how good their aim is, their mechanics. Get a lot of these just heads up 1v1s, headshot angles. Right now, NAVI are beating FaZe on all fronts. Here it is, maybe the final chance for FaZe in this game. It feels like it's gone by so quick. It does get tagged on that cross. FaZe going for the big control. Oh no, miss flash. It's fine, they're gonna get up cap for free. No resistance. AWP, not a factor for NAVI. It's wonderful inside of the site.
You've at least put a good amount of pressure on here if you're FaZe. You're fast running out of the resources to kind of keep this up, so eventually they've got to make their mind up here. Going to try and get out mid. Imma wants to stop that in its tracks, and Imma will. A mow down assisted from JL's flashbang. And then JL
kills his team.
Little bloodthirsty, hungry for even more.
I mean, Bit ran into the nade, man. JL had already thrown it.
His util had been so good in the round. Lovely flash over mid. Helped out Imma get that 3K on the push.
JL did nothing wrong.
No.
Bit ran into the nade.
Look at this.
Stand there. This is incredible.
There's that
High
flash. There's the JL flash. They're all full blind. It's nice and easy for Imma.
And there was one behind him, but JL killed him. He did everything. All the support JL could possibly do. Triple flash assist, kills the one guy who gets past the util. Beautiful round for JL. NAVI are looking like a threat.
Yeah, they really are. They really are, and that makes this super spicy. They didn't get to showcase this, you know, in Dallas. They even said we didn't really get to play many maps, so we didn't get to flex the map pool a bit. It gave them a bit of extra time to workshop, you can imagine. But it's clear that between Blade and Alexi, there is enough experience and design going into this approach to make them a very threatening Dust 2 team. We've had guys like Device say that Dust 2's always felt like a 50-50 map, but Astralis would say no, it's 100% mate.
Oh.
Quick clash on the catwalk. Rain gets that trade at least, but can he keep this momentum going? The attention's pulled away for long for the time being. Bit gonna have to reposition here. Tries to get himself out of the firing line. He is the danger right now. Karrigan dead. First man out from long, and Bit just keeps on going. Looking for even more. Bit has destroyed FaZe Clan. And just one more left to find. It's all Bit, baby, as NAVI lock in another win on Dust 2.
And the body of work expands for NAVI on Dust 2 as they actually put FaZe's name on their board in a nice little winter cottage. Out there are the names and the faces of FaZe Clan. And boy, was that one-sided. We keep being impressed by NAVI's Dust 2, and this CT side was a thing of beauty.
Yeah, they were prepared. I think it's a lot of credit due to the Blade works behind the scenes, right? How they wanted to approach this game. On the CT side, they had beautiful setups, and I think we're going to be diving into them a little bit as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, listen, there's a whole lot of Counter-Strike to dive into, but I just feel like this is it's like a middle finger to the lazy narrative that should go as such. It should say, well, actually, you know what? FaZe have better individuals, so it shouldn't really matter. They should kick their asses on Dust 2. That's the lazy narrative. That's where you stop by. It's not what we're finding out to be here. Actually, some of the individuals for NAVI are putting some real work in.
Yeah, they're playing well, and it's still we asked for Wonderful to start off great. He did so, but he didn't. He fell off kind of in the late game. But we see JL and Bit all of a sudden also being an active part of the game plan.
And also, the game plan works when you have such refined protocols. Holy hell, was that some beautiful Counter-Strike that NAVI put together on the CT side. Let's have a look. Round 15, round 17. Please, talk me through some of the protocols that we're seeing on the side of NAVI, because this is something that I, as an analyst, I'm doing the host job right now, and as an analyst, really do like.
I mean, it's a pretty clear setup that they want in the start to bait them up middle, and they're pressuring all sides at the same time. We didn't really get the first part of it, but we really see a great amount of effort coming in from Blade. This is what a coach can do. He can bait in the way that they want to do defaults, but I do also have to be a little bit criticism of
course.
They don't really do it really structured. You see how they go out mid, nobody's standing anti-flash. We can see here, I'm just asking for the flash. We have 4 guys, nobody's standing with anti-flash. He runs out, get 4 people. Why nobody just standing there, jiggling the door, going in the corner? It's so unstructured.
And this is where I feel like the difference of personality between you and I, because you're 100% correct. You can look at this clip and say, hey, FaZe, like, what's up with like the no flash? And then the side of me, my personality is just thinking, oh my god, this pop flash was so perfect.
But it's
such
so
a great.
basic. It's such a basic play. Like, we see this all the time, right? It's the only solution you can really do. If they're splitting B, you know the CT player has to force his way through. Either he Molotovs them off, or he has to get a flash through and run them through. We see it all the time, and they're just not ready for a basic play. I think it says a little bit about the structure that is currently on FaZe side.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. And this is where actually the work that NAVI put in the map is coming to fruition. This retake, round 17, is beautiful. The bait into the mid retake, which is much deeper on round 15, is something that is astonishing from NAVI. It comes from catwalk, comes from middle, from top middle as well with the flash. It's all coming together. And honestly, they're starting to build like a curriculum on Dust 2. Who's out there ready to fight them? I would have said Vitality, but you know, we all know how that went down.
Yeah, I think Dust 2 will still have that a bit of randomness. I only think it was Big back in the day who actually consistently managed to have like that 80 or 70% win rate.
Don't you start telling me about Big.
The Big,
We're being serious here.
Susan online, bro. It was a different type of breed. It was a different type of breed. But I think Navi has actually the structure with Wonderful also being a little bit more passive. I think they have actually the rifle perspective off as well.
I mean, listen, some of the rifles on the side of Navi also feel themselves on this map. God damn, if you tell me, yeah, Dust 2 is the skill-based map, it's where people like to take duels, to swing wide. Well, Bit is actually making that story come real true. Another strong map from him. We saw it the first time around as well. So he's just stretching his legs, having a grand old day.
Yeah, he's a unique player, right? He's an anchor player, and all of a sudden he is actually a support player in many eyes. But he does have that star role kind of thing to him. I remember him coming onto the team at the same time as me. We were introduced as the 6th players into NAVI and Astralis. He did certainly better than me, that's for sure.
What went wrong for you?
Yeah, I don't know, man. He played more deathmatch than me, I'm not sure. But he came onto the scene. I remember playing against the guy, and I was like, he's not the greatest. I wasn't the greatest either, but he really evolved super fast. And I think with the likes of Blade and Symbol being really harsh on him also pushed him to the boundaries.
How much of Bit destroying FaZe should we put down to the protocols of FaZe being lackluster, being too simplistic, being too dry? Like, am I taking away credit from Bit where it shouldn't be? Or do you think FaZe also helped him to kind of use that mechanical prowess we know of?
No, I think at times Carry can, I don't think he ruins games, but he plays too much on his instincts, right? I think we see it on Long a couple of times where he tries just to pop flash through the smoke because he just wants to make the games happen, because nobody else in this roster really does. I think it's only Rain and Kerrigan at times who wants to take like the initial lead, and if it doesn't happen successfully, players like Frozen and Robs often become kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, I agree with you. We didn't really say their names too much here. Another player on the side of Navi who had early impact is JL. Like, obviously he's a very divisive player out there. The opinions are shifting everywhere left and right. But early on in some of these late round clutches, he really felt himself. He was having a great game. The first half, pretty impressive.
Yeah, and the reason why they won that major, right? So he is an interesting player because he hasn't really found his footing in the star role, right? But he is supposed to be that guy. For some reason, I'm not going to take him. Bit is still a support player. Wonderful is too inconsistent. So it has to be this guy if he wants to be like the best player of the team.
I agree with you. This was definitely a strong performance from Jane. He's going to be needing that as well. If you spot behind the left shoulder of Bubsky, you will see a little bit of a rough situation. We're still practicing right now. He is a topic of conversation here, and he has been throughout this event in London. The first series was incredible. We put a whole lot of pressure on him. He delivered massively here on Dust 2. I wouldn't say that he didn't try to make it happen. I think he had a couple of moments where he pushed behind on his city side, but somehow he didn't find the same kind of success. Like JL punished him twice, trying to be aggressive. Same with the second pistol, he tried to make something happen. Was it a case of him forcing his plays a little bit, or is it just good, just disciplined Counter-Strike from NAVI?
I think surely he's not in the comfort zone ever since the change, right? I think he's a little bit a different player. I think after having that speech with Kerrigan and all the team, I think they said they had a 2-hour speak. I'm 100% sure they've spoken about the way Robs approaches the T side at times, because he just, with his aim, you need to get more out of him. And if the other guys don't make the rounds, he just becomes a little bit meh at times.
So what you're telling me is that he doesn't have his own destiny firmly in his hands. Like there's codependency with like other players. Like where does it start in the ladder? Where does it trickle down?
It's very rare. On Ecos, I think he actually can make stuff happen because he doesn't really care if he dies, right? But on the entry side, on especially the T, he's not really going to be making the rounds. On CT, he's a fantastic player because he's forced to stand still and just hold his angle, right? We've seen on Nuke Ramp, he's been one of the most crucial players of all time in that position. But on the T side, I would love for him to be a little bit more energetic, like
active,
try to find the rounds, because at this point I'm pretty sure some teams have kind of figured it out that he's only going to be lurking when there's something other stuff happening on the other side of the map.
And you talk about teams figuring out FaZe. We're going to go to Nuke. This is a ground where they've played 1 million maps, so the preparation is going to be heavy for NAVI. The question is, can we see a reaction? Can we force map number 3? I'm sure Taz out there is counting his blessings for a potential third map. We're going to take a 3-minute break, and when we come back, it's map 2. And we're back here in London for the Blast Spring Final presented by Revolut. Thank you very much for joining us. You've made an excellent choice. The Counter-Strike has delivered today, and it continues to do so. Map 1 went the way of NAVI. A little bit of a gambit with that dust to pick, but it paid off in dividends. And now we're moving to Nuke, which is the FaZe pick. Now, there's been a bit of an argument. I think the community is a bit divided on whether or not this perma pick should have gone a different way. Is that a risk? What is your take on that?
I think it's fine. I mean, you're as a team yourself always know best. I think always analysts want to touch on like,
we always talk, we always
like,
just yap.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we're getting money for. They actually get money to know how to do and how to play the map, right? So it's a little bit different, and I think it's up to teams really to decide, right? I will never criticize a team for throwing out a permaban for going for something else because they already know inside what's the best for them.
All right, let me address this a different way. FaZe sure has a ton of tape out there on their Nuke pick. Yes. Honestly, they've played it a billion times, and that's it. Kerrigan in an interview said he thought they were one of the best, if not the best team in the world for a long time on that map. How hard is it to change from the winning formula to something different? When you feel like you've actually figured it out, people are catching up to you, how easy is it to find a new winning way again when you've done it before?
It's a big task for the coaching staff and the IGL because they have to constantly revolutionize how they approach the game, right? And I think it's going to be difficult, especially against the likes of a guy like Blade. They've already set themselves that they've had a bit too many games on Nuke. People have found out how they play on the T side. Now they're going to be standing against the mastermind of them all, Blade.
All right, so now put on your Blade shoes, put on your stern face. Yeah. You cannot smile because you're Blade. What is your way of attack? Because let's just be real, Pro League, that didn't work out so well. Like FaZe had such an easy time on Nuke, the T side 7 rounds, completely closed door on the CT side 6-0. If you're Blade, do you even have like the magic wand to make that all happen? I don't think that's the case, but where do you start?
I mean, if I was Blake, I would probably be the guy with the presentation. He's going out with his laptop. Guys, sit down, stay quiet.
The class is in order.
The pitch deck. So Nuke is just going to show them data sheets. He's going to be showing them all the ways. He's going to be doing a consultant type of work for these guys because he's such a unique character, this guy. He's just very direct. I love to see it, and I think he's also the main reason for why a bit of a player like involved into what he is now.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you haven't really told me what you think his main takeaway would be. Like, you're trying to give me. I can see when someone's trying to sell me snake oil. You know, I see you're trying to give me a bit of a dodge.
I think he's going to be looking into the rotation of Carrion, like how stressful is he going to be on going down the vents. I mean, it's the easiest one to mess around with because when you rotate down from A side, there's either two solutions, right? Either it has to be the guy down vents who has to go down, or the ramp. And depending on how you stand in the mid round, if nobody guys is up close to heaven, it will often not be the ramp guy. Therefore, it just causes a lot of micromanage in the middle of the round. I think this is where Blade really becomes good.
Apply the pressure on Kerrigan in multiple levels. Would it be positionally, but also, of course, in terms of communication. Kerrigan has his plate full. The first map did definitely not go their way, and now we are fighting for a seed. We're fighting for a semi-final berth here in London. The stakes are high. The teams are getting ready. We see the huddles happening. The last few words from Professor Blade are going on. Neo with his very, very stern demeanor, very serious. The scene has been set. The game is ready, and so are the casters. My friends, take it away.
Natus Vincia here at the spring final, trying to double down and take that top spot of Group A over FaZe, trying to do it again like they did in Copenhagen. But right now we enter Nuke, and this is where FaZe have been so reliable over such a long period of time.
Yeah.
Right until recently.
Yeah, you know, since the major final till now, any time that Nuke has been available, apart from once versus Eternal Fire, FaZe have first picked it. So if you're NAVI, you knew the map that was going to come through here today for FaZe, and even in amidst the kind of fall off of FaZe's Nuke, where everyone's been prepping for this map from this squad and everyone's kind of raised their level and FaZe have encountered problems, the one team in amongst those blemishes that FaZe were able to beat were NAVI back at Pro League.
Yeah.
And so now you're a little ways away from that. You put a bit of distance between yourself and that if you're this NAVI squad. You knew it was going to come through today, and so you know that Blade and Alexi have been trying to mastermind the solution to FaZe's Nuke, and for once they actually have a lot of data to look at as to how teams like Astralis, like Spirit, like G2 and Vitality have bested this FaZe squad on their home map.
Yeah, you wonder if it's too little too late for FaZe, considering the conversations around G2's veto in Copenhagen Major. I think the same could certainly be said for FaZe in that final, going for the ancient pick over Nuke. Felt like a big regret once it didn't go their way, and then, as you said, at Pro League, winning it dominantly over NAVI on Nuke. We know FaZe can do it. However, have times changed? Have NAVI warmed back into the end of the season? Only this map will tell. They've done it on Dust. Can they do it on Nuke?
Oh, aggression out in the yard for Wonderful, but he's caught crossing. So never even gets to survive the run. Oh, a nice response here from JL, who's having a field day. A bit of luck goes his way and sees Rain exit the pistol round early.
This is a committed position. They jump around Alexi B, but Ema's come in for support and catches Brokey off guard. Bomb drop. Alexi can re-aggress, and that bomb is loose in the vent. Carrigan, clean shot with a P250. We've seen him do it time and time again, but he is all alone down lower. They come dropping down the vent too little too late. Rob's just trying to survive the night right now. Both players pushing and prodding as he awaits his flank from Frozen.
Gonna take a moment to get there, but the gap's starting to close on Rops. He's able to respond, and now Alexi, here's these footsteps of Frozen moving in behind him. It was the 1v1 for about half a second, a millisecond even. But in the end, FaZe are able to walk away with that pistol round.
Yeah, so Rops warming up in between maps, not often the team huddle, right? Because day one of London, he looked phenomenal. He absolutely astounded against Saw, but I don't want to look too deep into the Dust too. I think there are a couple of awkward rounds in there, but for the most part, left out of position as that B anchor. Great pistol to pick up for FaZe. They won the pistol. It's a change. It's been forced by Galores though, but NAVI are not winning this one. Same as Astralis on the other side. Gonna get that quick cross for Rain. He knows with USPs spamming off, he can farm up. Tries to break. Through a fake down lower as his team group in lobby. This is really, for me, where FaZe absolutely need to prove their in this series.
They're going to flash late through Heaven. They completely left the A site with the goal of using JL's flashbang to move in, and a good chunk of damage found Shaw. It doesn't get much more exciting than that. When I saw how blind everyone was, I was like, oh, maybe this gets interesting. But FaZe are able to recover.
Really hope we get the 3-map series here, but the question is so much on FaZe and how they can brush off that previous map. Sure, NAVI pulled a great comeback against Astralis yesterday, but I also do think that CT side was ugly. Very ugly. Some extremely aggressive moves made that got punished throughout by Astralis. You know FaZe is going to be ready for those same engagements, so we'll see what kind of angle NAVI come into this CT side with.
Yeah, it felt like as well that like the kind of individuals. I didn't hate the ideas that NAVI were attempting, but the individuals just looked off. And it wasn't until that second half where they upset very early on that everyone sort of collectively got their second wind. And I don't think there's any doubt today that NAVI, the individuals, have looked super switched on. And so I think if they're going to try and go for some of these grouped pushes, it should work out better for them.
Got the waterfall smoke coming in to allow the cross for Rain. He's playing Deagle over the Mac right now. And trade that out as he goes behind this utility. No third smoke. There it goes. A little late to the party. Rain will be able to cross. It's bit on ramp getting pressured here. Well-timed smoke. Rain doesn't cross. Had the chance to. He must drop down the vent. This opens up a world into that A-bomb site. JL yesterday was caught alone a lot of times in this position. As FaZe fake ramp, they go back to fight this top hut man. JL volley timing is key. It gets down maybe a little early. FaZe ready to go.
And he buys himself a few more seconds. That hit is looming, and JL is so blind. If he's able to cause chaos, it could give rise to him coming up through the vent, and it will, but he can't chain together the second kill. Aggression in through the lobby in the meantime. And Alexi spotted back in garage. That triggers Frozen to drop down lower with this bomb on his back. And Rain's going to be there to join him late on the outside cross. Both players for NAVI grouping ramp side. And right now, there's a small window for the 2v1 on Frozen. Try play ahead of it. Rain's only got this Mac 10 to work with. Frozen strikes, Alexi dealt with, but now Rain's got to be the one to mop it up, and maybe not the gun for the job. There's no head armor on Wonderful, so that MAC-10 hits that much harder. Smoke on the bomb, and Rain's just toying with him around the doors. Wonderful. Looks like he wants to try to commit to the stick here. Tap on the bomb. Rain's got the knife pulled. And Wonderful is run down as Rain delivers in the 1v1.
You know that FaZe had that get out clause already planned, right? They wanted the top side, but Rain's not splitting main. They're aware if things go wrong on top, we can just drop down vent. Rain has one half of the rotation completely cut off. It forces them back down ramp. Frozen can plant in a safe position. And FaZe just play that time, they play that clock to precision. Rain never overcommitting until the smoke comes down, and he even wins that fight. Brokey knew it was coming. Good lead for FaZe to begin this game. A frustrating fall for Wonderful. So far, seeing a more reactive NAVI to the hands they're getting dealt. They shuffle the deck and go full outside on the anti-eco.
Oh, Frozen. Going to be in hot water there as he's kind of baited into Alexi at Unbreakable. But it's quickly looking to get cleaned up here. Imma, oh, nearly able to deal with Brokey, but nearly's not going to cut it. Would have needed that kill and then even more. Instead, it's just JL late up through Secret. Now, they shouldn't be ready for him here, but they've spotted him ahead of time. And he wasn't able to deal with the low HP Brokey crossing out. And so Brokey gets his revenge there out in the yard. 4 kills. As he puts a stop to the pistols, trying to steamroll the yard position.
NAVI come in with an opening move now, right? Spawn dependent perhaps, see if Wonderful has a good spawn and put that AWP to work. Take a ramp peek, cross outside perhaps.
99-1.
Nice. He wasn't wrong. Battle outside. Cross comes in, break, but missed shot for Wonderful.
Oh, that's
not
annoying.
a miss you see from him often.
Yeah, like you got everything you were looking for. Oh, Imma's even run out of ammo. Chased down by Robs. Almost the double opener, but JL's able to cook up responses here, left and right, with Carrigan and Robs both dead. JL tries re-aggressing into the lobby. We'll come to regret that.
I like
back over the 3-on-3.
Don't need to commit. They have Rain already pushed deep at red again, and it's not info that NAVI know, not for certain. Rain, the timing on that cross, he gets spotted. That's info passed down to the lower player of Bit. On patrol, Wonderful's dropped in from heaven. I imagine silent, because FaZe would have reacted if they heard it. Lexi goes up on over the top of the hut, waiting for what feels like an A split. But Wonderful has cleared the hut out in its entirety. Can't go any further. Rain's still looking for this lower player. Bit early off of the ramp, inside the bed. Rain finds that kill. Does that tempt them down through door, down to B? If it does, NAVI are waiting.
Oh, Wonderful's inching closer and closer with each passing second, and Frozen just lies in wait. Collects that one for free.
I never saw Alexi.
When he hears them rooting around a ramp like this, and you know that Rain's got lower, there's no more attempting this round for Alexi B. So FaZe keep it flawless with the 5-0.
Surprise, Wonderful full commits there. But I guess knowing that they already have lower, ramp's the best option. He wants to try and flank them or cut them off.
Yeah, and you haven't had outside all round, right? You gave that up the moment it got down to the 3-on-3, so you knew Rain was lower, but you don't really have the bearings on where anyone else has gotten to.
This is everything you wanted from FaZe, right? 5-0 T-side start on their map pick, going back to their roots on Nuke. NAVI relatively tamed versus their game yesterday. No need to repeat here. Time is in Alexi's side. So the AWP is kept on for Wonderful. Keep in mind, right? Like when we saw these teams face off on Nuke, it was a 13-5. It was an absolutely dominant affair to FaZe.
Yeah, I think the thing that really hurts about that last round, now in hindsight, the FaZe pick up the round dominantly was the Wonderful miss, right? Like, it's right at the start of the round, you can kind of go, okay, that's unfortunate, but if he stops Rain going lower in the first place, that awkward moment later in the round never even materializes where they lose bit on the lower bomb site.
Wonderful really tried to force that opener there, but the door smoke is very deep. So there's no gap. Oh, we got a ramp flash. In they go. But full blind is bit. That's awkward. Looks right into it. They know Alexi's still here, or at least someone is who threw that flash from afar. Rain taking his time outside, but should be aware, well, they are aware Wonderful's AWP is in play. FaZe are not giving it the time of day right now. Passive at back lobby for Rops.
Yeah, that flash slightly bounced off the wall, right? So that's why Bit gets full blinded by it.
Nice.
Wonderful with the aggro. Will deal with Rops back in the lobby at least, but you've had to make concessions to deal with this, and you've given up the yard again. And so you're flying blind right now with no knowledge as to what's happening down here at lower. Now you hear the footsteps, and you know the FaZe have moved in.
I love that Frozen plays it so early. It's the last thing Na'Vi expect to be hunted before FaZe have even planted the bomb.
Okay.
Lexi's in dark, and the bomb does get down, but he's going to get spammed in the corner. 2 on 3. Na'Vi, they know they're buying next, so JL wants to give it a look in. A quick shot here can make all the difference, and it does connect. He's being flanked right now.
It's all kind of hinging on if he's able to either deal with Rain quickly before Frozen arrives, or if he has the foresight to check behind him, but I don't think he would be this late in the round. So they have to uproot Rain, and with no kill being presented, it will be the fight onto Frozen back at ramp, and Rain plays in tandem with him there.
Play that really slow, considering they're actually trying to go for it, right? Like, Ema doesn't make any... I feel like Ema has to go for the info play, run out the door, find that player. They're both clearing window together, and sure, he's aware of the flank at a certain point, but they never tried to find that site player who's just stalling for time. Like, Ema just had to sacrifice himself for JL to win that round with no kits. They do some damage, but it only matters if you capitalize upon it, and now, because FaZe have already taken a solid half. Timeout comes through for NAVI. Blade on the mic. Can't have Wonderful coming in cold here. T-side's opening looked really good, but yesterday was a little shaky. Dust 2. Underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like, you know, you've got two players that you really want in good form. In some of Navi's like best victories on this map, I'm thinking, you know, over the likes of Spirit back at the major, it was like you would have JL looking really good in his positions, kind of being this immovable object over towards the top site, and then Wonderful on the AWP, usually able to exert a good bit of control over the yard, but he's really struggled to get the ball rolling here.
Lucky. Take it. Now no Brokey's AWPing top silo, he's dropped. Ramp player is already secret. So Bid's coming through with the goods. They're going to throw some util for the cross, keep the pressure on outside, but Wonderful can flash Bid if he wants. Molly's going to decide that for him. FaZe just creep down to fight Bid now.
And I do like this, because what's often happened when the wall smokes have gone in for FaZe, oh, they've sent Rain down alone. So Na'Vi don't scramble bodies down towards lower. And Bit only now is realizing just how many players crossed behind those smokes. It's Rain and Carrigan to open up the lower play. Alexi, they've got no idea that he's here. But he takes a long routing. Instead of committing to the decon door fight, he would have had a double on a plate. No one was looking his way. And now that they've actually spotted his teammate, oh my God, him and Carrigan, they're walking into each other.
No,
they've walked right by each other, but it's just one kill. Is that enough to tempt you in for this round? The rest of his team have already written it off.
It's nice routing. He's still got Brokey backstab available, but he doesn't know that. Wow, that'll be one where you watch back and you realize just how easy that opportunity felt, how available that round was for NAVI, but they're going to have to save in a 3-on-3, out of position, out of time. It's very awkward. I mean, you don't usually get a gap like that, right? Dropping down then when 5 of your opponents are still alive. So no surprise he goes for the planter. That's an awkward one. And you, as you were saying, right, just seeing Rain crossing usually, that's exactly what Bit thought. He jumps, he sees Rain, he throws a flash, goes for the repeat.
And then he's like, oh God,
they're all there.
There is 4 people here ready to fight me.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's very, very good conditioning, and this has always been the strength of FaZe's nuke, is that one smoke or one set of smokes has so many different things that can happen off the back of it. They don't do many as set pieces, they'll just have kind of signature util that they have 3 different ways to play around.
Such a smooth run boost for Wonderful. After throwing the molly, he gets on garage roof instantly. A FaZe taking silo spawn, you know, trying to crouch around like Brokey did last time, he would have died. Of course, FaZe, one step ahead, keep it fresh, go back to the solo lurk outside. Just pushed it all the way, but Rain, as a result of the nades, won't aggress. So the question is, how long does Ema wait before he starts to flank? FaZe put pressure ramp and they run and gun their way through.
Yeah, because Rain's so low, FaZe are trying to go quickly here to make up for the fact that they don't have this outside control, and all of a sudden, they get gifted 3 kills in 3 separate fights all across the map. Alexi down at lower will withstand that first man in, but it's Wonderful Zorp that's got to stand and deliver. Low HP on Rain. And Wonderful finally finishes this job that they started earlier on out in the yard. He's not done yet. He's got to do so much more, and Wonderful is quick with it. 3 kills from Wonderful. He'd been a non-factor in the game so far, but suddenly he delivers NAVI their first round on this CT side and breaks the FaZe Clan streak.
Oh, that's a phenomenal round for Wonderful. So quick. Shadow on this first one, saves his bacon. Quick shot, and he knows that last player. Running back from the flash. Brokey can't hunt him down. Incredible round for Wonderful. Something NAVI needed just to get into this game right now. Let's see if FaZe change the pace. They will. Quick outside. I don't know. Full blind. I'm not sure. Rain's talking a lot. He must have seen Alexi make that cross down. They've got Molotovs ready to go. Trying to punish Alexi on this push. He won't commit through. He's got blocking util down B. And FaZe will meet him there.
Oh, Rops has snuck down the vent.
Cheeky boy.
They've got no clue. Alexi is on borrowed time right now. Robs, no. Oh my God. Oh, not needed. Not needed at all.
Oh.
Pixel angle for Alexi B, and Rain takes his head off. We'll get dealt with by Bit in the rotation. There's layers to this for FaZe Clan, and so Brokey's able to help them out. It's a 3-on-3, and NAVI were looking like they were going to go save there for a moment. They've lost so much control down towards lower for such a while now, and there's so much info for FaZe to play around. This one is a hard one to justify. They're going to see if they can get this opener. See if you can get this first kill to tee you up for the round.
Right, cool. So out of position. Like you said, with FaZe, full control. They have the ramp side, they have the window. You don't even know where the other 2 players are if you're NAVI. My, oh my, this is a high-level game of T-side nuke right now for FaZe. Staying ahead of any adaptations for NAVI. Baiting Ema outside in the previous round with that ramp pressure that forced him into Rain. Oh no, Wonderful dies with the AWP as well. That is disastrous. What a pre-fire. I say pre-fire, it didn't even look like it actually. Alexi just took a second to react. And Rain catches him on that corner despite Robs not clearing. He still stays aware of the possibility. This is a disastrous game for NAVI right now. Would love to see them try what they were trying against Astralis yesterday. It may have a different look, right? It's just what round do you call it in? Because You've never been able to know whether FaZe are 4 lobby or 4 outside. Where are those double ramp pushes? Where are those door takes? And also, Wonderful's AWP, I felt like it's only had 1 chance to take an opening kill in this, maybe 2 chances in this half, right? Sure, the missed shot on that smoke break at blue, but usually it's just been in the wrong place.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can almost feel how antsy Wonderful is in a lot of these spots because you don't get many chances to be involved early, and it feels like he's constantly worried he's missing them. Even that round where Brokey tries to peek up on top of the silo, he's like getting paranoid that more players are crossing, and so we have another one of these rounds where Brokey takes that off onto top silo. Imma comes through with that lobby aggression. You wanted to see some more of these pushes, and Navi offer them up here and now. Pops and Carrigan both dead right at the top of the round. And the moves keep getting made for Navi as they drop 2 players down lower. They'll actually decide against it, bringing another backup through the vent. JL was going to commit to the drop there, but he is very much the anchor man of this top site. And so he can't afford to be out of position.
Bomb is still loose. Alexi has that cross back. No way he clears this and walks backwards here. Brokey almost connecting the wallbang. The volley will force a reposition. Pistols out. Easy closer for Brokey, but he's got to go back to reinforce that bomb pickup. Frozen's looking for more picks. He knows players feel the pressure outside, and he's got JL as he walks through the door. Brokey is still coming through, but that bomb is being nestled by Bit, who holds control of the spray. 1v2 for Brokey. Not a lot of time to do it either. And where has Bit gotten off to? He has no idea. Inside of the hut. Ring around the Rosie. Brokey on borrowed time.
Gonna go looking into the hut for Bit. Oh, no scope connects. Okay, this is a real mental challenge now for Brokey because Imma was last spotted pushing lobby. You have no idea where he's gotten to in all this downtime.
No way he can win this. 10 seconds on the ramp rush? I don't think that's time. 5, 4.
Gonna get there just too late.
No.
Oh, seconds off for Brokey.
He just knows that Ima's going to be upper, but I would have thought that going for the fight, maybe he just believed in the clock. It was close, I'll give him that. It was literally a second's difference, so slight miscalculation. If he goes upper, who knows where Ima is? Rafters, hut, anywhere. Could be a very unfavorable fight. A nice try for Brokey. It's going to be Na'Vi just trying to get scraps at the end of their CT side. Another try, another miss, but he'll recover.
4 rounds was enough yesterday versus Astralis.
Sure.
This is a very different beast. Still, that's all Na'Vi can manage, a 4-on-4 now. Ima started to be more active at being this first man down towards B.
1 again for Ima. 99 again.
Oh, JL. Nothing worse than that. Tries to drop it and cause a bit of chaos. Ends up extending this advantage for FaZe even further.
You can just tell FaZe have the reps, right? Like so much of this is uncommunicated, just playing into their tendencies, playing into what they know. Like, sure, the recent results haven't been great on this map. They certainly struggled at Dallas, but if we look at the dawn of CS2, back at Sydney, FaZe were 5-1 on Nuke at Sydney, an event they won. Then you go to Chengdu recently, they were 5-1 on Nuke, another event they won, beating Maus in the final.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the backbone. The whole reason why they were in so many grand finals was because their Nuke was so good. It was such a tried and tested map for them.
That's why the major final just hurts so much, man, because you do feel like there's a world that that's just a 2-0 series. Think about how hard they dominated Mirage. They probably win the major if they pick Nuke, but they, I guess, felt the fear of the anti-strat.
FaZe fans still yapping about the veto for the final at the major.
Yeah, man. Well, you know, I was there. I saw it. Take responsibility. No, it hurts, man. But this is now back-to-back dominant games from FaZe over NAVI on you. Is there anything at the end of the barrel for NAVI?
Oh, Rain so deep with these smokes down. A nice swing from Wonderful. Zorb nets them one. JL dead over in the hut as Alexi tries to move back in for a main and retake this space. He's got support from that AWP. It is just Alexi and Wonderful working in tandem right now. And they've done it all for Na'Vi here as they shoot for a third right at the end of the half. It's just Brokey left to beat. Bomb on his back, but bit to run into. Will he be ready for this? Last time he was robbed of the clutch attempt at time. Oh, he knows.
No crowd, Brokey.
He's letting us know. He is aware. Bit boxed in, but finishes off Brokey as Na'Vi pick up a third to close out their CT side on FaZe's tried and tested nuke.
He's aware of his on presence and sharp as he peeks wide. No! A taste of the full English! A 1v3 from Mezzi for map point!
I'm William Merriman, also known as Mezzi. Growing up in Birmingham was fun. I think it definitely shaped me as a person growing up and being grateful for everything I had. All my family and obviously my partner is the most important people in my life.
Good evening. I'm Fiona Elliston. I'm Will's girlfriend, well, fiance. Are you ready? We met each other back in high school. He asked me out. He started it saying, I know you're probably going to say no, but will you be my girlfriend? I really liked him. And he's the same person, you know, 12 years later.
Gaming's always been a part of my life, growing up with three brothers and a dad who also played Counter-Strike Source. Seen my dad go to like these UK lands as well and just show me that way of life. And my brothers like have that competitive side as well. You always want to be the best at whatever you do against your brothers. You're always the most annoying to play against.
If it wasn't you, it was going to be me.
Just seeing these big tournaments, these majors, it was like people are actually going to these events to spectate and to see these players perform, and I want to be that guy that's in that chair. When a team or an organisation like Vitality come in, it's like you kind of just have to say yes. It's just the start of the journey, and it's a new journey with Vitality, and now I have the team and the organisation backing us.
1, 2, 3,
this is just the start of my path, and like my turn to try and win all these tournaments that I've participated in.
Whatever you want to do.
Charging in. Mezzi for the back of the platform is delivering a lot of impact. It's just Mezzi polishing his crown, and the king pulls him in.
We will go to these events and we will win them, and hope that we can build this legacy and this era within CS.
It's a warning as to what's the cause. He peeks wide, he gets a taste of the full English.
20 times over. That's how many times FaZe said they would want to beat Na'Vi to get revenge for that major final. Well, currently they've managed it once, and things might have started dire here on Dust 2 for FaZe Clan, but it's safe to say they've recovered heading into Nuke. Their home map, as of late, has been somewhat invaded. no longer as homely as it once felt. But they've at least bought the goods today versus NAVI, who managed a measly 3 rounds there to close out their CT side.
Yeah, it's one of those games where Karrigan's 2-9, and you didn't even realize because everything is working perfectly. Every punch connecting for FaZe, every fake bought by NAVI. Gonna have to have a pistol round if this is ever gonna be a recovery for Natus Vincere. They get a man down the vent. Pops is on the hunt. This is the bomb, back turn. He doesn't take the shot. He wants everything. Couldn't guarantee that kill. He's heard 3 players down lower. This is now getting awkward for Robs, and he won't recover. You understand, he couldn't get that clean shot on JL, but now that's allowed the plant, and FaZe are playing retake.
I would have loved to have seen him give chase at Decon door. You felt like the check was going to come in regardless because they never had secret control for NAVI. And so now they go chase down Rain over at ramp, and even as Frozen mops up bit, a 2v3 required from Brokey and Frozen. Alexi even backstabbing them out through Decon, and he's got the round right here in the palm of his hands. 1 kill from the captain of NAVI, and that's all it takes as JL helps him out, swinging it wide from the ramp room. NAVI secured themselves a pistol to open up this second half.
NAVI winning nuke from 9-4 down. I've never seen it before. Not today, at least, but yesterday against Astralis, it was pretty decisive for NAVI on that comeback. I say it with bated breath because this is a very different FaZe, showing a very different face, but let's see what NAVI can do. Build off of that pistol round on the T side by Alexi. It's called a great game in this tournament already, especially on these T sides. Leading the pack as well when it comes to the kills alongside Wonderful and JL. Got this force of FaZe, of course. A wall of smokes denied for only a moment as NAVI look to walk right by them. FaZe have absolutely no clue, which means 0 lower rotations, and NAVI positionally with a 5th in their pocket.
Yeah, NAVI have played this one nice and safe as well, approaching it with the mindset that every round has a full buy in it till you know it doesn't.
Yeah, nice little upper fake is going to keep FaZe there. Rain drops, drop from top, but Alexi won't stop. Plant should seal this deal.
This is kind of awkward. Like, you'd already written the round off a while ago, but caught leaving. Means they don't even get the benefit of the save here. It's just Frozen left at the end.
I like damage more than the save here. Could have got 1 more kill. Keep Navi's economy on the edge. But also wanting a rifle for the next round. Nothing wrong with that for Frozen. Still hanging around. Tempting. They've got his back locked from outside. Oh, they did. I think Bits realizing the bomb is always a threat. Terrorists win. That's got to be nerfed, man. Eventually, right? Eventually. We'll get to it. Doesn't feel like it makes the map better. Round by round, that's the saying. Do you believe?
You know, I mean, I want to wait till we see the first rifle round.
Okay, I'll give you that. Well,
but it's certainly the way that NAVI had to start this. They've stuck the landing there.
Classic. Brokey learning from Rops.
Oh, Rops didn't do this.
Bye. I'll see you on the B site.
Where is Zeus now? Like,
anywhere.
Just picks aside a ramp and hopes that's the one they come down.
Rifle rotating for Frozen into that top site. They go hell to A. Frozen could certainly be in the right position. But I mean, winning this round is a far cry for FaZe.
Feels like that's FaZe's read on the situation, is that this one's going to end back on upper. I know they're the 2 down lower right now, but Brokey's not really there like through choice. He very much got forced to that rotation.
Can sit in the vent, deny the drop, come up the vent. Zeus drop back down,
so
come up again.
FaZe have certainly got the right read on where this one's ending up.
Oh my god, he's going to get a Zeus kill. Get ready.
Let's see. Frozen dead immediately. Carrigan offers up some resistance. Brokey Zeus has to get involved as Carrigan's trying to hold them back from the hut. He starts to give chase now, but he might have gone too early. They don't commit to this push back in main. He is getting wrapped on, and Wonderful out from the heavens. Deals with Carrigan. Brokey's been spotted, and now they know where the last man is, so that Zeus never gets to fire off.
Sorry, I spoke too soon. It did look like an upper commit, though, right? With the heaven wrap, I thought they were fully sending, and he could have just flown up and done like a simple-esque Zeus kill, but that's fine. It's good to see NAVI not trip over their own shoelaces. Boots tied up. And score, almost. All it's going to take is a gun round. And NAVI will be right behind.
2 gun rounds between NAVI and a nice little tie game.
Seen this one before. Brokey's orb starting heaven.
I wonder if we're going to see Wonderful get boosted. Usually, when NAVI are throwing the smokes on this timing, they play him to try and take a fight around red. And he does have a teammate there with him.
Yep.
He does try to go up. Yeah, that main smoke fades after. They throw that first, right? So then it kind of opens up this corridor for him to duel from. Seen that one before. Rops over here, over at ramp, gonna get flashed. Needs to do something as now he's dropped in.
Yeah.
Well, managed to elude capture and gives time for Brokey's orb to get involved. He goes swinging back up, looking for fights, and JL ends up on the receiving end of it. They catch Wonderful crossing out in the yard. And so FaZe, they bring out the big guns, and they're off to the races. They might lose Frozen down here at lower, but Rops has just gained control over that bomb.
What a beautiful recovery for Rops. He messes up the position on the railing and then realizes they're out. He just has to drop. That baits for Brokey. He re-aggresses off of Brokey's position, and then Alexi just comes jumping in. Rops is 10 health, makes it look easy. And Emo's just combat saving now, trying to find exits in unorthodox positions, but talk of that, Rain's got exactly the angle he needs to stop this save. So FaZe, 10 rounds. All it takes is that first buy to put him in position.
It's a real sigh of relief moment for FaZe, right? Like, because if you lose that one, if you lose your first rifle round to open up this second half, suddenly NAVI are right there. Like, you've got no breathing room left. Now, even if you do make a misstep, sure, it's not going to be ideal, but it's not like NAVI are going to be immediately able to catch up to you here. And not only that, with the kind of damage you inflicted earlier on, you've already started to take control of the economy game bright and early in this second half. So Blade wants to weigh in. He's going over the notes. Got a lot to study here.
Third time out used. I mean, NAVI realized, like, if you don't win this follow-up, it's probably going to Mirage. Any potential comeback avoided by FaZe. And nothing to rely on in that round. From ramp to outside, everyone wins their fights on FaZe Clan. Brokey not with a good spawn this time. Scope again, back up hut.
Oh, well, there's one way to open it. Rain with a fight to the top of the silos, catches Bit, trying to maneuver across. Oh, Rain, a second tap to follow up. And this guy is a real threat out in the yard. Wonderful will run him down eventually.
Oh, wow.
JL's actually opened up in towards upper. But here's the reaction. Rops, burning alive, gets away with a lot of damage and spots the last man standing of Alexi out in the yard. FaZe have got the info and they've got the man advantage to work with. This will not be an easy task for Alexi B.
He's stalling it though, and that's forced a rotation for Brokey. He now knows Alexi could be anywhere on the map. But taking the AWP, it's going to limit his options when it comes to clearing angles. So he's hoping someone walks right into him, and FaZe actually meet in the lobby. They crunch together. Very FaZe to make this aggressive move. High risk, high reward. Can win the round off of it, but the position at least tells them something they didn't know. So Alexi is still outside. B opens up as a possibility, and Alexi can get a plant. This is not an unwinnable position for Alexi, but he has to kind of believe in his play and just go for the stick. The time is not his friend, and Brokey is starting to search even further. Is this going to be the undoing? No, apparently not. Missed no scope. Brokey hits his pistol whip, and it's going to be FaZe winning that crucial back-to-back rifle round that we spoke about.
Yeah, with that being the all-in attempt for Navi, swiftly ended by Rain really out in the yard. He's the guy who gets the ball rolling. FaZe are right there on the cusp of victory here in this second map. Their map pick.
It's just so Brokey to do that, man. He doesn't even wait for post plant, wait for info. He just walks down vent. Like, you can kind of throw the round off that play, but of course he hits it. Respectable eco for Na'Vi playing for overtime.
Yeah, Robs don't often mess these up. Oh, he's on for the ace. Go on, get it. Get it. It's just JL left. Go on, Robs. The nade softens him up. JL denies. Big Brokey's there to help Robs out. A clean ramp hold from Robs. That third shot was lovely.
Yeah.
That was just all prediction. There was no there was no reaction on that. Look at this. Just it's this one. Oh,
didn't see it. Can't believe JL hits that flick though. He like 90-degreed that deagle in the nade. All right, here we go, Na'Vi. Have you got anything on this T side to show us, or is it just a FaZe masterclass into a mirage? Whoa.
Carrigan looked terrified on the camera.
Triple P.
Suddenly swung from 3 places. He tries to play with the confidence there. It's all good, Carrigan. Everyone else is doing great. You just focus on telling them where to go.
It was a pretty reasonable play, considering his team were putting pressure on Ramp. He knew he had some attention taken, but Na'Vi realized the reaction.
His camera shot was brilliant. He's so animated when he gets scared. Brokey holding on to the lobby.
Easy.
And as JL thinks he's going to get a duel versus the rifle, it's that AWP there ready to greet him, but a missed shot from Brokey boxes him in. One out of Brokey's AWP, but it's the end of the line as JL will get that trade. Robs up through heaven, Rain back in main, and Na'Vi with a chance to completely dodge the threat, but only 2 of them make it down the vent. That's leveled the playing field.
Did he make a step?
I think he did. The ladder sounds like it went off, so JL's going to hold for this. Rain's looked real sharp, but it's an easy angle for JL to lock that one in. It's just Robs left standing, flying high after the anti-eco in the last. But he might not be able to live up to that again here and now versus these rifles in the post plant. Na'Vi are not making it easy for him. Alexi's not peeking until JL takes the contact, and so Robs is going to go from fighting no one to everyone very, very quickly here, and he'll write it off. Na'Vi have earned themselves a 7th. They keep Nuke alive that much longer.
Or you feel if Rain doesn't make the ladder noise, that there's no way they're ready for such a quick flank, having seen, you know, Robs in heaven and Rain as the, you know, yard player, maybe expecting a late secret rotation.
What?
Good awareness from JR after hearing that flank. Doesn't assist his teammate with the plant, just make sure they have position in the post. Na'Vi get a T-rifle round on the board. 5 to go for overtime. FaZe, ample opportunity to close out their map pick. And a reassuring look from FaZe on a map that's let them down as of late. They've reinvented in a crucial group-winning match. Both these teams already qualified to the playoffs. FaZe just wanting that semi-final spot, wanting that rare day off.
Yeah, they don't get those often. Still that 3rd map needed. They decide if they get one, but here on Nuke, a strong showing thus far as Na'Vi having a 2nd win, but up against 12 rounds, they've got no margin for error. At least for the time being.
Oh no, poor Carrigan. He's really not having a great game, is he? 3 and 15. Frozen not long for this one either. Now with the position known, they can get that A plant. Frozen's just looking to bring this gun into the next round.
In Carrigan's defense, you'd rather it here and now than on that third map. He knows that from experience, so gonna get it out the way early. Everyone else is playing good anyway. But the gap is starting to close, and the money's starting to run out for FaZe. You're still a little ways away from being worried. They're gonna have more rifle rounds before all is said and done. But across these last couple, that kind of eagerness for FaZe to get this game over the line has come back to haunt them. Some of the aggro moves are now getting punished from NAVI. And suddenly there's not much headspace between the two of you now. Not even this save is guaranteed. As, oh my god, there are a lot of bodies here. Frozen's gonna die to the bomb anyway.
I'm sick of it, man. Where can you play? You have to go to the spawns. Even secret, you take damage. That's like I guess it was a pretty, it was the closest plot you could do to main. But it's too big. That bomb is just too big. It was too small before, I'll admit. It was way too small. But only extremes on nuke. And an extremely possible comeback, as you're prophesizing perhaps, Harry. As MR12 often provides. FaZe don't have much room for error here. Full eco. Pop. Let's see how this works for Rops. Bit was on the other side of it. Yeah, dodges it immediately. Well handled.
So FaZe have got 2 rifle rounds left to close this game out.
Are you worried?
A little.
Navi just T-sided.
I mean, they really are here on nuke. That's what they've been showing us as of late. Won't be any glory for Rain at the end here, so probably gonna die to the bomb if he's not careful. So they're gonna give the Lexi B Mac 10 a bit of extra cash, and so yeah, this one's really starting to tighten up here.
I hope Navi upgrade all their guns. They had a Galil and a Mac 10. I hope they buy 2 AKs. When you're up against map point like this, you know, sure, FaZe can do some damage, but like it's not enough of a factor that you should make your weaponry worse for 4 gun rounds here at the end of the game. There's a very thin margin here. So I hope we see those upgrades. And they do exactly that. No Galils, no Max. York going for a pick. Go on.
Oh, Frozen nearly walked right into that. Tries to spam back the other way. JL's been very annoying across the last few rounds with some of these openers over at the door. And him is now taking space out in the yard.
10 steps made.
Late wall goes in for NAVI, and this time Imma's going to try walking through it, but Rain will catch him. It's so good out in the yard at kind of piecing together what his opponent's doing, the options available, and he catches a perfect timing. Imma was very much hoping that Rain would be trapped on the other side of those smokes, or at least not considering the walk. Given that NAVI haven't looked to do that yet.
FaZe is just trying to force them into this ramp stack. They keep re-smoking A, and look at this orb. This could be a bit of an undoing, but Brokey hits that quick shot as he's known. 5 on 3. This is FaZe sending us to Mirage.
Yeah, NAVI are pinned in the lobby. They've got no map control anywhere else. They gave up outside a long time ago, so they've just got to battle forward here. It's really all they're left with. And the moment they do, this backstab gets involved. It gets activated. That's the bomb away from NAVI. JL's got to try and deal with this Brokey AWP, but even then, there's more where that came from. Rops goes swinging, and it's just Bit left standing. 1 versus 3 with 20 seconds left. It's right here for FaZe Clan, that 3rd and final map, waiting in the wings, and there's nothing that Bit can do about it. It might have got a little nerve-wracking as we continue down the stretch, but eventually FaZe are good to lock in Nuke and keep this series and the semi-final dream alive.
We might have doubted whether Nuke was a safe ground to go to for FaZe Clan, but they put all these doubts to bed. A stellar start, 7 rounds in a row on the office, made the defense of NAVI look very lackluster, and we are going towards Mirage.
Yeah, that game was really over. You said it yourself. They got 7 rounds in a row on the T side. You all, at that point, as NAVI already probably called it GG, right? Obviously, there's room for comeback. They did a good T side, but it was never really close.
I'm gonna need you to help me understand why it was so easy on the first half, or why it looked so easy. I think it's an important distinction. But on first hand, so many of these gun rounds played by FaZe on the offense just felt like just dominoes, like literal just castle of cards falling for NAVI. 1 kill translating into 3 kills, round over. It felt very one-sided in the beginning.
Yeah, I do feel we can put a bit of blame on the AWP. I don't think really Wonderful had a good game at all. I think he had a really struggling time against dealing with the smokes in yard. I don't think they had that combination between those two. That is normally a successful criteria of getting a good CT side. I don't think FaZe had it either. But the unfortunate part of it is that they started on the CT side.
Do you think that NAVI should have attempted to change things up just a little bit more? Because Rain, and we're going to talk about Rain a whole lot here, had such an easy time, like finding some of these openings. I know it's not just running around with W and click and mouse, it's more than that. I think FaZe definitely had some intuitive way to enter rounds, but the amount of space he was getting and the entries he was getting outside, holy hell.
I mean, it's just a room of experience, right? I think Nuke is not really so much about aim when it comes to the outside. It's about playing the smokes. Like, how do you know when there are certain positions? Like, we have the way of playing dunk where you just strafe yard every round, right? That works as well. But we also have players like Alexi, Apex, and Rain who play way more about the utility, to try to block the utilities, try to throw out the nades and blow up these smokes and actually get the kills.
Well, I know what you mean, and I agree with you that playing outside is more than just aiming. The problem that you have if you're NAVI is that this man on our screen nowadays has both. He's got both sides of the coin. Yes. He's got the experience, he's got the know-how, he can be very clever about how he needs to blow up in a smoke, when he needs to fight, and he's got the skill on top of it to take some of these duels that facilitate to win the easy rounds. I just think NAVI couldn't deal with him.
Yeah, he's a weird player for some reason, right? We never consider him as a star player, really, right? But sometimes he pops up in games like these, and this is where he does the difference. I think on Yard, they've never been questioned about deciding that he should maybe change with Frozen.
I know.
Because Frozen came into actually this lineup with this position on mouse, and he's never really been considered for it.
I agree with you. Like some of these duels we were saying again, sometimes it's about being clever and knowing when to fight. Sometimes it's just about taking straight duels and knowing how to sort of decompose the angles and just take the duels that are in your favor. Rain on camera did an absolute stellar job, and it wasn't just Rain. And this is where things get really complicated for NAVI. I think even the defensive phase at times look way more comfortable than they were on Dust 2. And I had round 15 in mind that I wanted to bring up to show a little bit how easy Counter-Strike can sometimes be when all of the reactions are correct and people don't sell their teammates out there. Good example here. Robs is being flashed. He falls on the left-hand side of the fence, so he's a little bit committed, but he knows when to pull back. Here you have Brokey finding the shot onto bit, and that gives a timing for Robs to peek out. No trade possible, and just like that, you know the round is already over. This is just basic Counter-Strike, but well done, well executed.
Yeah, and I also think Navi had solutions to potentially counter this, right? You see Wonderful in Yard with your, what is his role in this position? I'm not sure what his purpose is in this round. Imagine if he goes top ramp, he closes under heaven, and they can actually trade out Robs. It's a game of chess, right? You don't know really where they're standing, and I think it's an issue for Wonderful not having more impact on the T sides.
Okay, that's fair enough. You say you wanted to see more from Wonderful. There were a couple of misses, and I cannot really debate you. I think you're correct. Another profile, another character that we have to talk about is BST. Going in from Dust 2, lights out, very impressive, to now a Nuke map where he's a bit... I don't know if... I know he's been playing around for a long time now, but the difference of structure and the game that he's getting between Dust 2 and Nuke, it's night and day. I don't think he gets the same amount of fights, the same amount of space and movement. What's your take on that?
It's a very isolated one, I think you can agree. If you've ever played ramp yourself, you know it's not really up to you to take the duels, it's more for the T's to actually hit your side, right? And when you're playing on that CT side, you don't really have the options to sell it. Like sometimes we see on Inferno, they just say, oh yeah, let's just stack somewhere, right? You very rarely do this on this map, and it just forces BST to be a little bit more stationary. And he has the aim to actually be a star player. I would actually love to see him play Yard. I think he could do phenomenal out there.
Oh, there we go. We have some ideas here. Coach Bubsky is ready to put BST on Yard. We're going to move on to Mirage. This is a map where BST get hopefully more activated. But before we get there, let's take a 3-minute breather. We'll be right back with map 3. Welcome back to the Blast Spring Final presented by Revolut. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm still Maniac, he's still Dubsky. We haven't changed between the break. That would be beyond science. None of that BS happening here. We're sticking with Counter-Strike. And as the camera was about to go live, I thought, what kind of technical question to I ask from this well of knowledge of Counter-Strike? And then a voice in me just said, you know what, screw with technicals. Let's talk stakes for a little bit here.
Yeah.
We're moving on to map number 3. The winner of this game goes straight to the semi-final in Wembley. Who's got the most pressure on? Who's got the most to lose in this match as we're going to map 3?
I think it's more of a confidence thing than it actually matters in the end, because both of those teams is going to be aiming for the trophy, right? And actually playing the quarterfinals and getting used to that stage is actually going to be an advantage if you manage to lose this one. But it does depend on you winning the next one, right? So it's a little bit of a 50-50. You're definitely not going to be devastated if you lose this one.
I'm not going to let you get away with 50-50. So here comes the next one. Here comes the knocker. If you lose this game, you could technically still be a top 5-6 at the event. You can make it to the quarterfinal and you could lose at that point in time. None of these teams would be satisfied with that. None of them. For FaZe, it would be just another event down the line where the final streak has stopped and they're being stopped in their tracks. Whereas for NAVI, I think anything below a semi-final is what they said would be unacceptable. So again, who's got the most pressure on? Who would the HLTV forum eat alive more?
If they
in
manage
terms
to
of
lose
defeat.
Exactly. I think just FaZe solely by their name, right? I think the major, I think people put a lot of pressure on Navi, but all of the time we're going to be seeing this duo of Karrigan, Robs, and Brokey. People are just going to be expecting finals. Their names are probably those who have been in most finals at this point. They've been playing so many in a row, also back and forth. If they've gone down, up, and now they're in a kind of middle ground, and it would be a great way to just cement their name into the London arena.
Okay, fair enough. I'll let you get away with that one. I'll stop putting the screws on you. We're going on to the ground of Mirage. In Copenhagen at the Major, this was a very one-sided victory from FaZe, mostly spearheaded by the incredible defense. Pro League, the map comes again between FaZe and Navi. This time it's much closer. We're talking about an overtime situation, but still a strong defense from FaZe. What does it come down to? What are the key takeaways, the main part that you have to look at?
There's no doubt that FaZe is actually going to be favorites coming into this. I think they're a great Mirage team, one of the best in the world, but they do have a lot of data on this map, right? And they're going to be giving a little bit to Blade. They're potentially going to predict this map. The thing that we're going to be having a look at, right, is the angles. It's always the case, right? When we see the A side, like how comfortable is Rain? When he's having these good games, he's going to be having a real good time, not being stressing that much. But at times when they're pressuring the angles a lot and they're losing the initial first deal, it just becomes so much more difficult.
Okay, I agree with you. And now you might be a viewer at Counter-Strike. You were having a look at this map number 2, and what you could maybe see is obviously Karrigan not having a great game individually. I mean, he was abysmal by the numbers. Who cares? This team actually won. Who cares? Maybe the calls are great, and that's all right for me. If you're Navi right now, do you take that knowledge and you carry it over to map 3 and you say we're going to bank and base some of our very important rounds early on that, or you think that's a mistake?
I think it can work, right? But I think the issue is that we're playing Mirage, and it's so easy on the B side of Mirage to actually just play on the util, and Karrigan won't forget how to throw a freaking Molotov into the B side of He's not going to lose his game sense that much by just one game, right? And I think it's a dangerous territory to go down because you lack of your gameplay. You just try to abuse. Imagine like Blade doing one day of preparation, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, Karrigan had a bad day. Let's try to go for him instead. Screw this plan.
Okay, so let's take it a different route. I'm gonna make a bet with you, a wager. I would like you to tell me, out of the 3 first gun rounds, let's say the 3 first rounds where FaZe have full money on their CT side, how many of them will Brokey play B-House with an AWP? I'm gonna say, at the very least, 1 out of 3. Do you say more or less? Because I've seen FaZe do that. I've seen FaZe bring over Brokey with the AWP in the apps when they expect that pressure to come onto Karrigan. Do you think that's something that we're seeing here, or do you think Karrigan knows how to throw a Molotov anyway?
I think we're actually going to see more mid towards, so I actually say 0. I think we're going to see a lot more towards the middle area. I think Alexi is more of a default kind of guy. I think we're going to see the middle area being a lot more important, and I think Brokey wants to be a part of that.
Interesting, guys. I mean, at home, please keep in mind that discussion that we've just had. Is Brokey going to be needed on the B side or not? Who else? You're talking about anchors, and we talk about Karrigan on B and obviously Rain on the A side. But what I think has been something that's really working well for FaZe is the connection between Karrigan and Frozen. Like that connection on the B side from Catwalk to B is something that works great, and I think goes beyond just that map. What's your take on their duo and how they play the map?
I think it's really good because sometimes when you have a star player on B, that sometimes happens when you have a lot of good teams, right? He's not really willing to sacrifice himself, but Karrigan is always ready to bait for the guy on short, right? He's always ready to take first contact, throw the util for him, and take the first contact. That's all it is about on B. Sometimes we see the B player on some teams actually go so far back that the short guy is actually going to be having the first contact. But here on FaZe, I feel like it's Karrigan.
Well, the stage has been set. We have FaZe Clan going up against NAVI here at the Blast Spring Final. We have been awarded a third map, which I'm sure the G2 camp must be low-key celebrating down the line. We'll keep an eye on this. But for now, we focus with the Counter-Strike at hand. It's FaZe Clan versus NAVI. It's map number 3. It's Hugo and Harry. Let's get into the game.
Yeah, the last few outings here in this head-to-head have gone in favor of FaZe when Mirage rolls around. And we all remember the Major. We all remember how dominant that was. You can see the GG bet odds have shrunk right on down and actually lean fairly heavily in FaZe's favor coming into this one. Yeah. How are you feeling about it, Hugo?
I'm a little worried.
I want to hear what you think.
I'm a little worried for NAVI. The last time they beat FaZe on Mirage, they had Blade in the roster, Harry. He was playing back at Sydney, if we all remember. So, you know, jokes aside, yeah, FaZe looks good.
Bring him in, bring Taz in, Stewie.
Yeah, Stewie as well, yeah. And
JKS.
And Modesty for FaZe, I think, which is the swap. No, I think FaZe looking good right now. It's the question for me is Bits, because he is having a monstrous game. Can he keep this up across 3 maps? He had extreme impact in you know, both of the first 2 maps of this series, and if he can drag that into a third, I think we could have a game on our hands. But you're not wrong, that Major game was one-sided for FaZe. At least NAVI made up for it at EPL, but they still lost out in overtime. I think this is right up in the air. I like the Bubsky says 50-50. I sort of agree. I think anyone can take this game. It's a group winning game, which, if anything, doesn't fit in FaZe's favor, but what a way to close the season it would be for FaZe to win out a group, get a day off. And you know what I think? I think if FaZe finally get a day off at an event and get a chance to wait for those semi-finals, I think we see them take the trophy, Harry. I think it's about time, but you got to take Mirage if you want to skip the quarters.
Yeah, that's how they get to their promised land of a day of rest, a day of prep for FaZe. For NAVI on the other side, they opened up this series with a barn burner on Dust 2. They looked really convincing out of the gate. A slow start from Rops, who spent the time in between maps sitting there DMing, and that seemed to pay off by the time that Nuke rolled around. FaZe able to pick that one up. And so Mirage left as our third and final map. I have a good feeling for FaZe here. I think it's hard not to. They're also carrying the momentum forward of a nice Nuke win under their pockets.
Yeah.
Onto a map that post the Major. It was weird heading into that grand final back at the Major, right? Because obviously Mirage was the map pick of NAVI. And it did not pan out for them. And that was coming into that, it had been a pretty good map for NAVI. One that was a little spotty for FaZe. And then past that point, we actually saw FaZe really look to flex their Mirage a little bit more, embarking on quite the streak on the back of the win at the Major.
Yeah.
So, you know, the time's kind of changed there, and it's become a very strong map for this FaZe Clan squad.
9 wins in a row until it was broken by VP at Dallas, an off event for FaZe for sure, but yeah, 9 wins in a row is certainly something to rely on. And we're still not sure where to place NAVI, because sure, a team good enough to win a Major, but the floor is the question for NAVI when they're not playing up to that MVP level. Where does this team lie? Is it top 5? These are the questions, and here are the answers on the third and final map of this seeding matchup for semi-finals or quarter in the Wembley OVO Arena here in London. It's FaZe NAVI on Mirage.
Straight into this one then. In times gone by for FaZe victories, you've often been looking for a handful of names, and Rops is always up there. Alongside him, it's usually Brokey or Frozen topping the charts. For NAVI, they've often lent on team captain Alexi. As wild as that is to say, he's got a pretty good track record here on Mirage. Rain's been having a good series thus far, but it's just the one and done with Rops hitting the ground running. This could be a promising sign for FaZe moving forward. JL's going to deal with him. So the game's afoot now for NAVI as they exert a bit of control over the A site, but that bomb is still dropped up in the apartments.
Yeah, they want to play objective, but the pressure's being put on for FaZe. They can't cross safely back into that Palace. Window player dropping in middle, grouping for this con fight. Alexi, no armor, getting tagged up, and JL may get that bomb, but he's got a 1v3 ace to embark upon, and Brokey doesn't let him start. Nice shots out of the USPs of FaZe to find that first pistol.
Yeah, gonna hit the ground running here. Little smirks on Frozen and Carrigan. A bit more stress for Alexi on the other side.
Well, T-sides are NAVI's bread and butter, so going down Owen, well, we'll see how many. Unlikely to force, so probably fully go. Does not make NAVI's life any easier. ready. Bit just watching JL die. Where NAVI would just want to drag it out.
Yeah, the longer they take, the more utils getting used, right, with each passing second. Also gives you some time to plan ahead, start to look towards that next round when the guns come out. And so as NAVI tiptoe up through lower, they're going to go right in to old mate Rops and Brokey. That twosome that opened up the pistol with double kills apiece. Going to be the ones they meet over here in middle. As Rops moving in to make quick work of this, and it's back-to-back 2Ks for Rops and Brokey to open up Mirage.
When FaZe took that oh-so-dominant game in that major final on Mirage, it was off the back of a 10-round CT side start. So let's see if they can replicate something similar, at least kick things off with a bang in this final map. Does feel somewhat meant to be right at the end of the season for FaZe to finally undo their group stage woes.
And to do it over NAVI, no less.
Feel good. That mid-take coming in for NAVI, delayed off of the window smoke, and they come fast up catwalk looking for a B-split perhaps. Robs catches that timing on the break. He's going to find a 5-on-4 and get out scot-free. Karrigan is alone at the B bomb site, but they walk through the smoke. Alexi not there in time to save the day. Brokey even gets out from his rotation to the back of the bomb site, and he is clinical with it. 2 swift shots out of Brokey, leaves Wonderful in the clutch. Started strong, but needs to go on, and Wonderful finds 2 sprays. He's looking for the ace.
No! Wonderful! Just one left to find. It's Frozen. And with a whole minute to play with, Wonderful not feeling the pressure from the clock here. He's got hot hands. Maybe enough to melt Frozen, who lies in wait back at bench. Goes unaccounted for, dropping in. He should be a dead man. Frozen doesn't play right away, swings out later and puts a stop to Wonderful's clutch attempt. 4 kills on his way to the ace clutch, but couldn't stop Frozen.
Damn, that would have been the clutch of the tournament already. Oh wow, matching with Faye maybe. I'll give him that. But what a way to start your T-side off it could be. A 1v4 ace denied by Frozen, who hides in at the bench. And because he's a short player, estranged from his typical position on that bonus round. It's a last place Wonderful things to check. Nice try for Wonderful, but FaZe go off to their strong CT start yet again.
I think that, honestly, if you're FaZe, that kind of serves as a very poignant reminder early on. Don't give these guys more chances. And give them those sorts of opportunities. You at least win it out and you stop yourself from getting 1v4'd.
It's an expensive lesson, but it's one worth learning.
Quick spill over through the B apartments, looking to get mopped up here, but Wonderful still feeling it after that last round. Karrigan, can he put a stop to them? Robs has come in and lend a helping hand. Wonderful's trying to do it again. Wonderful is a solo one-man army right now for NAVI. 3 kills on his way to another attempt at the ace clutch. Is the second time the charm for Wonderful. No, he's cut down by Rain. You've never seen this start like this. Wonderful would have had to have aced these last 2 rounds in a row, and he's actually made you think he can.
Very nice try. FaZe cool off in the 2v1 this time, though. They don't just go for the swing. Karrigan getting a little flustered
Dude,
there.
this is scary, though, right? Like, seeing this form, this is one guy already that's made you nervous in back-to-back rounds.
Certainly a good sign to go on with as he pulls the AWP out in this rifle round. Drop down lower as well, something FaZe like to do a lot. We saw them, especially EPL, do double lower. It was often Brokey and Robs dropping together. This time it's just Frozen. And now he's trapped. There's nothing worse to just give. Oh, he swapped! He had that kill. Dead to right. He swaps off with a gun. And Ema finds that opening kill. There is still revenge from Rain. And And in the middle, Rops fights for his life. Blinded is wonderful. He gets back in. JL, nice entry onto Rain. There's still so many more in Connector, and that is the call. But Rops has pushed all the way to the top of mid, and he has found the gap. Fear is they still think it's A because of JL. Which way does Rops flank? Yeah, you can't blame them. A misread for FaZe, and Karrigan's even...
You say misread, but like with JL being here, that is a huge asset to NAVI.
Yeah, they're coming under, you're right.
And so it makes some sense that they would want to try and rejoin him.
Yeah, I'm actually glad, not just for the low HP AWP, but give Wonderful the rifle right now. He's feeling it. And Rops, this is awkward, but he might still find JL in the open.
You know what might happen? In the most awkward ways, they made this decision to rotate at the last possible second, but JL, I think, could end up dying here. Instead, swings out and finds Rops in at the ramp. He was ready for that wraparound all the way through mid, but they don't get past Brokey's AWP. And so now it's just JL left to finish what he started. First the AWP, then the rifle. Got to deal with them both. It's Karrigan left to clutch. And JL's got his number on the angle. He might have won enough time. Just makes it into the site. And with second left to spare, JL gets that bomb planted. He is operating on some small margins right now, is JL. Can he best Karrigan to deliver NAVI their first round on the T side? JL. Can he do what Wonderful couldn't? Deliver around all on his own? No, it's just robbed away as Karrigan stands his ground in the clutch.
What a play for Karrigan. He fakes his steps one way, walks the other. JL even outreads that call, but then Karrigan just backs up. He doesn't like the smoke. He waits for JL to move, knowing he can't go anywhere but the site. He can't make his CT. He can't get out ramp. So Karrigan plays the range game, and it does him favors. Huge round from him and Brokey with that double shot in Connected despite JL's best efforts. I can't believe he reads the ramp flank. Unbelievable attempt. And despite this being a one-sided game off the numbers, these rounds could not be closer for NAVI. They just haven't broken in yet.
No, I mean, it's one where the scoreline is not quite showing just how tight this game has been.
Win one round, you put FaZe on broken by. That's all it's going to take. Two players with nothing left after the investment. Just trying to, oh, I love that. Double molly into HE on the smoke. They really wanted to force that top mid kill. They may now not know that Alexi's late playing this, but that smoke fade almost lets him down. He catches Frozen aggressive. Oh no, Karrigan. Oh, he didn't see him.
That one's free, and he might even live to tell the tale. Karrigan gets out. They blow the smoke open. He didn't look super ready for it, but Rain was.
Ema's gun model actually let him down there. Blocked the body. No one knows.
Oh, this is awkward.
No one knows.
Oh, it's going to favor Rain. And he's thinking, why was Bit checking there? Just Alexi. Alexi cracks his knuckles. He's seen everyone attempt the clutch so far. It's his turn. But he is walking into this double stack over at B. Not the two you want to run into either. Brokey and Rops both here. And so it might finally be a bit of a cleaner round for FaZe Clan. Yeah, he thinks he's cleared ban, and Rops just swings out a little bit wider on a perfect timing.
That was so awkward under the smoke. Karrigan just walking through it. Brokey right now has proven to be quite a threat on this AWP.
Something that's nice for NAVI is like the usual top performers you'd look for, like Wonderful and JL here when Mirage rolls around. But whenever they faced FaZe, those two have had some rougher times, shall we say, where it's not like the usual star-studded performance you need to lock in the wins from them. They're at least looking good to open this up. But no one else has really come into their own yet. Bit, very quiet game, especially when you think about how he started this series. He's 0-6. Ima and Alexi both there alongside him with just one kill. All the output has had to come from individuals right now, and those individuals are JL and Wonderful, one of whom is already dead to open up this round. So a big problem for NAVI. Ima, is it his turn? Is it his turn for the big round? Rain dead in the meantime. Bit gets on the board as well. So this one still has legs on it. That flash blinded everyone. Real opportunity there, but it's given enough time for Brokey's Orb to move over. Smoke blowing wide, and it's actually Brokey to lock in that kill.
It's on for the ace. And he's going to get it. Wonderful crosses down on ramp. Brokey holds the flank. FaZe, close rounds, but this would be their cleanest yet, looking for the 7-0 lead. Wonderful steps made. Brokey misses, but he's going to go back for more off the pistol and take that ace for FaZe. Brokey ain't missing today. And Bit going silent in this third map, finally gets his first kill, but it falls on dead ears. Brokey beast mode right now. He is everywhere. Window, market, jungle, your head.
No doubt this is the A game for FaZe.
I feel like, I think Karrigan just spoke about AWPing. He said, like, I think I'm going to take the AWP. I think that's what I heard. Wonder if we have it now on that B side, because he's getting, like, 1-deeged and popped on this B hit. Like, just lurkers walking through and just killing him, so maybe we just see him take that Van angle.
The Vangle.
The Vangle. Wrong game. There it is. AWP out for Karrigan. Brokey can now just stay in jungle, really. He doesn't even need to go market. Fine by him.
Yeah, he's not going to take your advice. Straight out through the window. And with the game Brokey's having, he wants to take as many fights as he can. And with that means taking a few risks. Slows down the comp play for now. That's something that NAVI could look for a little later. Good nade damage onto Imma. Imma's called the bluff on the con smoke, and that's given them a real advanced position over here on A. Missed shot from Wonderful, but Alexi's good to lock it in regardless. Brokey's AWP finds itself back towards CT. He needs rain to win this fight at ramp because now he can't help out for the con push, and so Brokey's left as the lone defender of this A site. His teammates miles away as Karrigan gets involved, but his fate remains unchanged. It might be more of these apps lurks that deal with Karrigan. Bit coming in late, and old habits die hard for Karrigan as he falls to the backstab from Bit.
It's trying to contain, trying to stop them from saving, but a player actually got through his Molotov already. Frozen could have this exit kill as he tries to save an AWP for Wonderful. Oh, check for Bit, but Frozen deals. And Brokey just waiting for those exit kills in spawn. Not today.
It's a good thing Frozen killed that AWP earlier, right?
Yeah, he needs to take it now.
Especially with how cash-strapped these rounds have been. Only way they were going to have it is if they save that one. And so Frozen getting it back was a big deal. Na'Vi are finally on the board.
About time. What a shot for Alexi after Wonderful misses. And like you said, this was the kicker. Rain going down on ramp. That meant Brokey couldn't play towards Ticket. He couldn't fight Con. He couldn't stop the bomb. He just had to hope that Na'Vi overstepped it. And with that being their first round, they were never going to do so.
Feels so bad for Karrigan.
Yeah, he's just getting low.
They're winning, but it doesn't feel like it to him. He's always
like
dying, and one guy coming through B, like, you have A, go play the bomb, man.
And like we said, despite the scoreline, it's not like these rounds were clean and comfortable for FaZe. So,
no.
Yeah, the save allows this rebuy, but one more round where everyone dies and FaZe are eco or force. So Na'Vi are right on the tip of making this a fine T side. 5 rounds, especially with how this game began, you wouldn't turn your nose up at that.
You're telling yourself, there's no way I die doing that. So he just plays the chess game of util over in the apartments. Teeing up for the A hit right now at Na'Vi. Smoke lands over in window. And that's not to facilitate Alexi, it's Ima coming in through lower, who's going to try and take this composition away, but Robs edges the smoke, plays behind it still. Ima's going to find him on the opener. Brokey flashed off, and he's really got to keep his wits about him here. Ramp's open, and Wonderful holds the line. Are they ready for rain? Up on top of Palace, he'll go unchecked, but fires off early, and it's a quick turnaround as Na'Vi chain together too. Now they're getting to capitalize on all that early damage they did right off the top of the half.
Yeah, I think this half is going to be a great example of how you just never give up, right? Like, scoreline doesn't tell the full story. You get to redeem those 3 rounds. Na'Vi have been chipping away at the CT side, and they're finally going to get to capitalize upon their earlier work. 7-0 is not GG. FaZe finding out the hard way that Na'Vi will keep resisting. There's that eco. Alexi knows it. That's why he's storming up catwalk with barely a window smoke. Lands late. Or rather, he arrives early. Na'Vi are right on time for a 5-round T-half. That's their goal. Entering every which way. Oof. 1 kill, no more. And this is the round right now that decides, is this a dominant half for FaZe, or is it one that Na'Vi can be proud of as well?
Yeah, if you're able to run away with this first half 9-3, and that's what it felt like FaZe could have done, even more dominant than that, right, with the streak they were on, then they at least kind of realized that good half that they've been searching for. If not, Na'Vi really have closed this gap up and have a fighting chance here on Mirage. These are the rounds they've been playing for. This is the moment they've been waiting for, and they're going to lean over towards Carrigan's B-bomb site.
Perfect call. Does JL have multiple smokes here, I wonder?
One extra.
He's going to throw this exec. Hope he can catch a gap. The issue is Rops, who dropped under. If he doesn't panic rotate, if Carrigan gets this jump spot, they're going to be able to flank really quickly. So Rops is actually playing for the round win right now. Carrigan just has to buy time, get 1 kill. Frozen's fallen at the back of short. Carrigan buying time, buying nothing but his own life. It's Ema with a double entry. Rops gets that kill, and the retake is on.
That's a really nice move from Rain.
Bombs in apps.
Oh no, yeah, and Robs was able to uproot the bomb. That was on Wonderful right at the back.
Oh, wow.
Emma and Bit chain together kills, but they still got to go back and get this bomb away from Robs.
Does he even know?
He shouldn't be aware of it.
I don't think he is, yeah. Well, unless he's making some really long rotation, hoping they take time. But this is, I mean, it's not like you went up cat. This is so long that by the time they get the bomb, they're going to realize. So, yeah, this one's appearing clear for Na'Vi. It might just end in a ROP save on the A site. Damn. If he knew, definitely a round worth fighting for. Fantastic entries for Ema. B has continued to be a problem for FaZe, for Carrigan. And that 5-round half feels like destiny.
I mean, this saved gun is the real thing that FaZe are going to have to fall back on in the next round, right? So 5 is looking prime for Na'Vi, and that was exactly what Alexi demanded once they started chaining rounds together. You look down the line, he said, right, 5-7 now, and he wasn't talking about the pistol. They're gunning for that recovery on their T side, and they're looking good to get there. You've put a lot of fear in FaZe about this B site. And when it comes to deciding where this one rifle is going to play, where's it going to be able to do work? Will that influence it? Timeout called in now. We know that Neo as a coach likes to have his input in these low econ rounds. This is where they feel like he can really make a difference. And so him and Carrigan discussing how they want to approach this next one, this final in the half.
Meanwhile, Na'Vi just continue to make us question who's the star on this team, right? Every map, a different player to rely on. Bit on Dust, JL had a great game on Nuke. And right now, Ema and Wonderful. Wonderful more so just off of the stats of those first, 3 or 4 rounds, but Ema with the true impact on some of his T-side entries, his lurks and under. Had a double kill in Con, got the double entry there on B. The round-winning impact kills, so... Na'Vi keeping us guessing, keeping FaZe stressing, and there's Wonderful with the opening kill to collapse upon this bomb site.
Yeah, Brokey dead as well, even though the second rifle rotates in of Rops. It's just the one and done, and he needed to provide so much more. Carrigan landed some blinders with his scout on Dust 2 to start this series, but no follow-up here and now as NAVI chain together 5 in a row to close out this half and recover their T-side. Word of the hour is redemption for NAVI. They start this map off 0-7 down with a bunch of close rounds in there, many clutches narrowly eluding their grasp, but by the time they get their first on the board, they do good on that damage they did early, and they're able to chain together the final 5 of that first half. NAVI have made this a very competitive game after all, and that's easier said than done when you start with 7 rounds up against you.
Yeah, let's see if it's flustered FaZe, though. They're going straight in for an A execute, and NAVI are going to have extremely quick rotations based on this setup. Not even a B player in sight. 2 in sight, in fact. Alexi back behind a triple box, waiting for them to appear. The deep smokes will not deny NAVI's fight in this site. Carrigan gets his entry, but Alexi's waiting for the time to strike. Back's turned, can't hit the clean kill. Knife out, he will finish the job, and Bomb makes it down for now. There's a team kill in the midst of the madness, and NAVI are going to pay the price.
JL's trying to make amends for it now, walking up, and oh, he will! JL, bloodthirsty, and it's just him left, but Frozen cooks up the reply. 2 quick kills to respond to NAVI, as that's how the pistol falls in FaZe's favor. It's on the back of Frozen, the point man with the P250.
That was clean. That was quick. That was everything you wanted. from Frozen. Just stop that clutch before it even begins for Ema and JL. A very awkward TK that he does almost make up for. Wow. Will not cut it. Frozen melts him alive. Now Navi are in, once again, a very tough situation where FaZe are going to take that early half lead yet again. Comebacks on comebacks here for Natus Vincia.
Fast up through Con. Carrigan leads the charge. Rookie's making that AWP money, and Carrigan's going to go hunting for some of his own. Quick 2K from his Mag 10, and so pretty clean round by all measures here for FaZe. Only up against the USPs. There wasn't much danger. And Brokey, there's that money for that AWP. Getting built up early on. And didn't quite have enough for it. $50 short. But it's not like he's going to have to worry about one on the other side of things for Na'Vi as they go for this third round buy-up.
Does feel like Na'Vi do not have a lot of breathing room in this map, though.
No, I mean, it has to start right away. Right, they have to. You can't afford to have that nearly but not quite start that they had in the first half. They need the heat from the get-go. So they'll set fire to Rain over in middle. Carrigan falls alongside him, and there's just one man left in the mid lanes, but not for long as JL hounds him down. That's more like it for Na'Vi. Bomb under their control. The bonus round for FaZe. Lost to the wayside. Robson Frozen doing some damage here. Would be lovely. They've got to think about their own money as well. It is so taken by Na'Vi. This late swing out from behind the box is JL playing on Wonderful's contacts, so he takes the attention and then JL gets involved and it works brilliantly. Blade's happy with that one. And with good reason. It's a very clean solution to that bonus round play.
Bonus to Broke, very quick for FaZe. Tech9s and Orb, bit of a mixed match by Frozen through the smoke, just spams JL. Somehow they go 2 for 1 in middle. Rain coming out from under could put a lot of pressure. Wonderful's aware of it. He's back off towards the catwalk. Try and find his underpick. Rain almost gives it away, maintaining the man advantage for now. And a re-smoke to deny info is perfectly timed as FaZe just walk the walk into that B-bomb site. Oh, this is so awkward for Rain. He can't get out of dodge. And Wonderful now given room to get back to the bomb site just in time.
Yeah, Rain dying there causes you big problems, right? He was trying to keep the pressure on over in mid, but Na'Vi just launched a successful mid retake, and so they know it's clear. Not only is Wonderful here, but Alexi's flanking in through lower, and he's going to have great timing on this backstab.
Oh, Brokey's dead. Surely.
He has dropped off into the safety of the van. With Bit finding the kill from short, Brokey's got to reposition, tries to get this trade. That takes his eye off of the apartments, and so Alexi gets there just in time. Brokey never even gets to fire a shot, and that AWP that they saved up for, that AWP that was meant to be salvation in this round here and now, only gets one shot to ever be involved in that round.
Yeah, may have taken the 4v3 in middle, but what a great call for Na'Vi to re-clear middle after it goes quiet, knowing it's only Rain under. They take him down, like you say, and they immediately react off that information. It's still somewhat of a gamble. They don't know whether FaZe will want T-spawn to A, but it just gets them a quick flank on one of the sites. And they happen to strike gold 2 rounds behind now, and that's going to get closer quick. Just pistols for FaZe. It's been quite a series, a competitive series. 2 more one-sided maps. Finalizing in a very back-and-forth Mirage decider. I say that, NAVI still do have to convert this anti-eco. Losing JL early doesn't make life easy. But it's Alexi. B's in the name as he sits on his site. And Wonderful will give him that forewarning and should take a scalp with him.
First man makes it across, but Rops ain't so lucky. Carrigan's the one that's actually made it into B, and even then he's been spotted, now dealt with. Alexi on a tear from short. There's such pitfalls that we saw Carrigan have in the first half. He's not at all blindsided by that apps pop.
Far more potent setup, right? Having the AWP be the forewarning. There's no way Wonderful's like dying there and 4v5ing B. If the first contact is from Market. 9-8. No AWP for Brokey. And FaZe looking to go back to middle. Underpass smokes makes it pretty obvious, so Carrigan should be making that call. But FaZe pretty limited on util. Rain still got a Molotov if he wants to get it under. Ema playing with fire. They just go through the last thing you expect. Carrigan running that smoke. That is madness. Not sure what NAVI were hoping for there.
I don't think he goes through if Ema doesn't jump. But he hears the jump of like him moving away, and then it's free real estate at that point. So Carrigan gives them a taste of their own medicine. It's not nice when someone comes lurking out through a smoke and shoots you in the back, is it? Wonderful tries to take up this position over at Khan, and he's going to spot one for free. Carrigan a little too wide. Big double for Wonderful, and Bit even barrels out through the window. Brokey's got to have eyes in the back of his head, and he doesn't. It's just Rops left standing here as NAVI are about to tie this up from 0-7 down. They look to bring the scoreline back to 9-all. And break FaZe's money again, leaving themselves firmly in the driver's seat of this one. Unless Rops can do the impossible. He heard a step from JL, but he can't catch him on the swing. And so NAVI don't just reach it. Even Kilter now, they're in a position where they're about to take the lead.
Yeah, I'm loving the game plan for NAVI. It's so punishing towards middle. I mean, the fact that they lose Ema under in this awkward... I'm not too sure what the attempt was to smoke under, but then like full focus top mid, not considering anyone's coming through, making noise while you do it. But the whole time, NAVI are just throwing stones at middle. They're jumping out window. It's like they clear the other round where they push up short, they clear under, they flank. They're getting so much information, so many fights at the bottom of mid right now.
Oh, Carrigan scout.
It's been a marvel.
He's always liked it.
Oh no.
This is why Ema can't withstand the take through lower. And now JL's looking to throw his hat into the ring. I don't know about this. This could get weird. No one's looking at it. This might be free. Oh, Rain just flicks down back in time. A 4v2. A gift for FaZe Clan.
You've lost your whole round in mid. You may as well keep sending it, right? It's still holding on to window as Rops repositions.
And I think this all starts with Carrigan besting top of the board. Wonderful with a scout in the scout v AWP head-to-head in middle.
The smoke walks for FaZe are the most obnoxious thing. I mean, NAVI must be just kicking themselves. The second they look away from a smoke, FaZe are walking through it. A frustrating way to be losing these fights. And yeah, that is a despicable opening kill for Carrigan onto the top performer in the server with a scout.
And like the one guy who unequivocally has just been causing you problems all map long, right? It started even while FaZe were winning. Wonderful at those back-to-back rounds where you would have had the ace clutch, and both times it comes down to a 1v1 and then a 1v2. And then since getting onto the CT side, well, in the round where you try to bring out the rifles, you try to take Con, he gets out with a double kill in a position where even one felt crazy. But then he takes the fight in mid versus Carrigan's Scout, and you're learning very, very quickly, you can try and bully Carrigan, you can even at times.
Yeah.
But when he's donning that $1,700 baby brother of the Scout, he's a dangerous man to face.
Doing it since Dust 2. Map 1. Winning 4 spy rounds with it. And that is a crazy time to pick up a round. You were just saying Na'Vi were about to take the lead. They should have.
You don't
FaZe come in with a right hook.
You don't want to lose this now and think, what if we didn't lose that one round to the low buy? They had nothing. They had a Scout and some Tech 9s.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Too late now. Can't dwell.
What if you didn't take that one peek onto the Scout in middle? There's obviously still chances at redemption here for Na'Vi. You've not been willing to write them off all game since they turned that scoreline around off the top. But that is a real, wind in your sails moment for FaZe Clan, who I think were pretty visibly getting stressed at how this game was going.
Yeah, remember, for those just tuning in, 7-0, but close rounds. Na'Vi win 2 rifle rounds in a row, and FaZe are broke for the rest of the half. And even after the 7-5 comeback, FaZe still win the pistol, they still convert it, and then Na'Vi even up this game. There's been 2 comebacks in a map so far for Na'Vi. All brought into question by an eco win of FaZe at an even scoreline. Brokey certainly cooled off from that first half, but he's got the AWP back out now on this T side.
And I mean, the only other time you've seen him with the AWP was in a low buy round where it was a mishmash of pistols around Galil's. So now he actually has teammates that are armed and ready to go around him. Let's see if that can be a difference maker. Wonderful wants to be involved early, taking this AWP up into the top of mid.
Kind of has to commit because no one's watching his lower right now. There we go. JL climbs over to cover his back. Oh!
That is not an easy shot. And Wonderful makes it look so simple.
Little shaky wrist, and he gets out of there 5-on-4ing FaZe. And this is now very spread for FaZe. 2 players towards B and under. Carrigan even curious about potential ramp push. That's a nice molly for Brokey. Can he catch the kill? Alexi drops off. The flames actually elude vision. Damage worth taking for Alexi. He survives in the B site. They've got to be careful. Going for info. Could cost him his life.
Oh my god! What? That's meant to be Rops's! He's waiting for something like that. He's waiting for that sort of move. Big gets the info and then ruins his day. And so the reply might be swift from Na'Vi. It starts with Wonderful roaming into the top of middle. Bits extended it even further with a really cheeky wallbang. And now back in to that familiar feeling, the Wonderful AWP looking to rob you of a round. Carrigan once more bests him in the head-to-head, but surely they can't take it any further than this as Na'Vi claps upon FaZe to tie us up once more.
FaZe may have proven themselves this series with the low buy rounds, with the forces, with the eco wins, but when it comes to rifle on rifle, Na'Vi have certainly taken the cake as of late. They say you can catch us off guard, but give Wonderful an AWP. And this wasn't a play he wanted to do out of spawn. He tried to leave through connector, but he didn't have a smoke on the molly, so he just commits in fear that FaZe are going to take top mid. Walks that tightrope up and taking down Rain. And that's a very clean round for Na'Vi to lock in with 4 alive. What a tense map right now, as FaZe try and finally win a group. And Na'Vi tried to do what they've done to this very roster at the peak of competition. Not on this map.
Yeah, I think even when you think about the sort of mindsets here, NAVI are in a better place than FaZe are. We can look at it and say, well, the rounds are really close, and that's sort of what gave a real helping hand for the game to come back. But for FaZe, who are in it, who are in the mud right now, they're just recalling they were 7-0 up. This game felt like it was theirs for the taking. NAVI, meanwhile, they've had answers all throughout that initial 7-0 beginning, and they're going to look to continue. Carrigan dead first. Rain with a reply at least. But no good deed going unpunished here. This time it's Imma getting involved early.
Been extremely influential. He's had the head-to-head v Carrigan numerous times on both halves in Connector, and it seems like he's finally started to take the lead in that fight as well on this CT side. Swings over stairs to take 2. And this old Mao's mishmash is gone. Rob's very late. If he actually wants to have impact in this round, he can't sit still in T-Spawn. No one is taking control on the A side. It's Imma coming in on a flank. Timing is everything. Robs could catch him. But this B entry, integral. There's that spot. Imma gets the damage. He just departs. Alexi now knows it's coming.
Still, he is the only man here. Everyone else is very, very far away, but he's got a 1v1 for the round, essentially. If he can find Brokey, oh, that's an awkward miss. That was the round right there, and it all hinged on Brokey flushing out Alexi B. Rops never even gets a chance to get involved.
That fadeaway smoke made him so paranoid that Imma was still holding this flank, but Imma never knew where Rops was. He only saw BAPS players. I'm loving how much space Imma's taking in this game. T-side was a nuisance in Connector. Won a couple of rounds right in that 5-round comeback. And now on CT side, best in Carrigan.
Brutal. Swing and a miss from Brokey. No, Oliver Tree Branch reached out to FaZe Clan.
It hurts.
So NAVI pole position.
NAVI looks so calm.
Money in dire straits for FaZe. Saved AK on the back of Rops, the only light in the tunnel here. He's often been away from the action, often hoping to punish players in rotation or getting aggressive, but those opportunities have never arrived. So it's the B rush, the B pop, and Alexi offers up that quick double to slow the roll of FaZe and make this round super unlikely now. They were hoping they could knock down the doors of that B site and be on to a winner. It has not gone their way.
Now it's just a freestyle for FaZe. They've got no lines to learn. Doing it off the dome. And NAVI have players still spread across the entire map. It's a bit of a gap found for Rain, but it's one that will be communicated. Look at Imma holding that murder hole back from CT. Beckoning FaZe into a trap of NAVI's creation. 2v4 as Frozen puts this AK to use, but it's got to do so much more. Solo player at the B bomb site. Frozen puts the pressure on. Alexi not going to get caught just yet. Brokey will take some space. Got to make it audible to get down out of the balcony. Alexi not walking into his crosshair just yet. Brokey makes that noise. Now full info for NAVI. 30 seconds. Fake comes in. Alexi buys it. Frozen sells it, taking down Imma. And Alexi hides inside of the smoke. They should know. They lose track. Frozen 1v3. 20 seconds. There shouldn't be a way in. And Wonderful makes sure of it. NAVI from 7-0 down sit on match point for the semi-finals here at Spring Finals.
And every single time that they've looked to face FaZe here on Mirage, since that very one-sided game at the Major, they've been improving each and every time. Last time we saw them face off, it was an OT affair, a close one that FaZe were able to long out. But the final form of NAVI might be building to get them to those semi-finals. A strong start for FaZe means nothing if it falls apart in the end. Imma aggressive out through middle, catches Carrigan unawares. Rain and Brokey will at least keep FaZe looking pretty.
Right when you're ready to write FaZe off, they just give you the extra spur of momentum, those extra bonus rounds. Can they keep them coming, or will Wonderful be their undoing?
He has been the guy since the start, since the dawn of Mirage, to try keep the fires lit for NAVI. And in the dying lights of this map, he's still very much shining. 25 and 16. And constantly staying mobile on that AWP. You never know where to look. JL's getting aggressive here. If Rain can catch this kill, that opens up so much for FaZe Clan. JL hangs around to fight this, and JL wins it. That could have been their diamond in the rough. That could have been them finding a way to long this game out, but now the hope rests with Frozen and Brokey. Wonderful's backing up his captain. They can hear Brokey moving into window. Backstab for Wonderful, catches Brokey looking the wrong way, and Frozen just doesn't have the time. 20 seconds as he moves out through CT. There's no world, there's no way. And NAVI from 0-7 down have managed the comeback on Mirage, booking that spot in the semi-finals, and it's spearheaded with a lights-out performance from Wonderful come map 3.
Yeah, FaZe continue their woes. They don't win a single group stage out in this entire season. It's taken since 2023 since we've seen those clean runs for FaZe. They'll have to battle it through the quarters yet again, and NAVI do it to FaZe twice where it matters.
From 0-7 down, the resilience of NAVI shines through. What a turnaround on this last map of Mirage. Some very tense rounds towards the very end, a couple of clutches that could have gone either way, but we have to salute NAVI staying in it and punching the ticket to the semifinals.
Yeah, they played great. Really, everybody stepped up when it mattered the most, really. And I think a guy we asked for the whole series has finally stepped up and really showcased what he can potentially be. He is supposed to be the main star, and we saw a little bit of glimpse of it.
Oh, you were asking for it. You were asking for Wonderful. You were asking for the masterclass the whole way, and you got exactly what you wanted as he walks past you with a smile on his face, very much delivered. Sorry, guys, I'm kind of in your booth right now. I'll make my way out of it. This was an impressive turnaround, and the CT side from it. I loved all I saw. We have to talk about it as well. You say Wonderful, great, the stats are up here, but the amount of time he punished the lurks, the amount of time he took to duels, he needed to. Now, that is what you were hoping to see.
Yeah, you were going to be having a lot of passive lurks on the side of FaZe, right? We know Robs is not really the most aggressive player, but Wonderful found him so many times on those outer skirts positions, and it just really screwed up their momentum. They weren't really able to do the good defaults either. I think Kerrigan kind of struggled to gain a good amount of momentum in the mid area as well. I think IM4 actually also played a really good way, maybe not on the on the scoreboard, but on the impact itself with the information plays. I think he brought a lot to the table.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he had a couple of moments from Connector as well where they knew when to fight. I think Alexi and NAVI, for that matter, just were very good at localizing what the offensive phase was trying to put together. Like, very good at realizing, okay, hold on a minute, the lion's share is towards mid. This is where we need to fight. And now this is when we have to be afraid of the lurk or the flanks, keep that under control. It never really seemed like Kerrigan managed to keep NAVI in the dark. There were a couple of late round situations, late round clutches, and I'm just going to give props to Alexi B. I think there were a few moments on the B side where you have to be creative. You have to have that intuition to stay alive. He did that very well.
Yeah, and I think he has a little bit of a different take on how to hold B. We saw Kerrigan every time they would push B, he would do this smoke right and try to play time and bait for his teammate work. Alexi was not really uncomfortable in taking the duels. We see the B rush, right? He's standing up on the apartment and take the initial duel. I think he's a little bit of a different player than Kerrigan at times, and I think it's sometimes for the better.
And he will deserve a whole lot of praises, punching the ticket straight to the semi-final. We have Alexi be the winner, talking to James.
NAVI find themselves now in the semi-finals, and you get to overcome FaZe while doing it. Dust2, okay, you picked it twice so far this tournament. You've shown us what you can do on it, but this was monstrous. Was this a bit of a flow state game?
I feel like so. It's a bit weird because I believe we started slow. We lost the force buy, I think, after winning pistol, and we've been on that situation against the FaZe a couple of times, and every time they win the force, we usually play like a horrible side. Okay. But I think we won 7 on the T side, and we feel super confident on the map overall. So us making that comeback and kind of like brushing it off, because usually when we lose the force, it's another scenario. But we played well.
And in terms of playing well, you almost, okay, Nuke, it started off so badly. It looked like you're down and out of it. But you were having a bit of a comeback into that game. What were some of your frustrations on that map, though? Because I can see that this wasn't how you were wanting to play. And your CT sides have been more weak in general right than your T sides. But this was like, you couldn't get anything going.
Yes, but I think it goes to prove in a sense that whenever we have like a sloppy start, doesn't matter, because I just feel like the T side right now, if you manage to get the CT's economy not the best, and you're making like decent calls where you're making it expensive for them, even though they would be winning rounds, as soon as you are on eco, the T's are just going off with it. And we showed it on the T sides as well, especially on Dust 2, for example, or even on the Nuke making the comeback. Even if we start all the sides slow, if we manage to like keep breaking them, it's still possible. But at the end of the day, of course, we played sloppy CT and they just played good, but they feel the map, and I feel like they are the best Nuke team in the world. Like, even if they are saying they were sloppy on it, but maybe it was because of the preparation they did, maybe they were focusing too much on other maps, but they're still super solid on this map.
And just quickly, how good do you feel throughout this whole tournament so far, considering you said about the practice, the more game time you had in, do you feel like we're in a good level?
Yeah, as I said previously as well, just think the preparation for this tournament was what we needed. We put in a lot of hours, had a couple very needed discussions, and I think that's showing the color we have here, because yeah, we weren't ourselves in Dallas, and now we're playing CS that you haven't seen from us since the major, so it's good.
Finally back. Thank you very much, Alexi.
The reaction is here from Navi. I think it is undebatable. He talks about a good preparation. He talks about a Counter-Strike being played at a higher level. Now, Bubsky, based on what we've seen in the group stage now, straight to the semifinals, where do you think is the limit for this Navi crew?
I mean, we said at the major that in this destination was the quarters, the semis, but here all of a sudden I think they're getting a bit of momentum again. I think we're going to be seeing the likes of Wonderful. If you can keep that momentum into the quarters and the semis, sorry, it's not being quarters, only semis, then I think we're going to have a lights out with Navi.
Well, that's a big if, but I think one is allowed to dream. Wonderful was absolutely spectacular on this map 3, and this would definitely propel Navi into a new dimension. We're now halfway through the day. We're 50% done, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you so very much for being with us. You have the schedule. We have the schedule in front of us. Spirit versus VP is going to be the closer of today, day 2. But before that, there is a bit of a situation. A G2 versus Vitality that is about to start. We take a quick break, and when we're back, it's Hoka and Freya taking you through the action.
against G2. We all have to show. I think it's important to us. The revenge is on the line.
ZywOo is coming through. Can he get it? Of course!
They have just beaten them in Dallas. They are a very strong team, very consistent as well.
This isn't the guarantee. Oh, Nico!
Time to switch on over to Group B here at the Blast Premier Spring Finals presented by Revolut. And Do or Die doesn't get any more real than this. That's because either one of G2 or Vitality will be eliminated here. Only day 2 in London. For Vitality yesterday, it was a story of stumbling, crumbling, faltering versus Virtus.pro. Whereas for G2, a much more complicated situation. Of course, m0NESY not arriving for day 1, Taz having to stand in. And against Spirit, sure, they did get one map, but then Spirit turned on and absolutely demolished them on maps 2 and 3. My name is Ferris Spears, joined here by Hawker to be guiding you through this evening's action. And we do have a little bit of an update. You see the arrivals here on screen. Taz is with the team, but m0NESY should be here intermittently. So there's a little bit of a delay on the game to see if he can make it in time, Hawker, and we're hoping so.
There's like all sorts of rumors going around. Who knows when he's arriving? I heard that G2 hired Lewis Hamilton to get him here on time. Definitely not true. You know, all sorts going on. But yeah, we'll see if he makes it. I think it's going to be a fun series either way. He almost certainly makes it for the second map. We're basically sure of that.
I've heard 5:09 was the time given to me, which is quite specific. But yeah, we'll see if he can get here any sooner. But we've got to talk about the G2 situation, of course, because yesterday Taz, 38 years old, took a map off of the young guns of Spirit. Of course, it wasn't a series, but for Taz, an interesting situation to come into, particularly when it's the AWPer you're having to be replacing. We didn't see him picking up the big green, but what were your takeaways from seeing Taz back in the server, Hawker?
I think the pistol rounds were really good from Taz. That was a bit of a surprise, good to see. And he had a couple of decent moments where he was having impact. I think you could see the overall understanding of where he needed to be was generally there.
Yeah.
It was just he was having to rely on that because the aim wasn't always there.
Yes.
But it worked out okay. He did about as well as you can expect in the circumstances. Actually outfragged HooXi in the end, which, I mean, that's a talking point in and of itself. I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but listen, it happened.
Only his second time actually ever playing Anubis on an official as well. You could see him getting maybe a bit put off with how bloody big the map is as well. In spawns, he was just running around. But yeah, for Taz, obviously not the situation he wanted to find himself in, but fair play to him. It does beg the question, though, or the question we were raising yesterday was, are they going to be picking up the AWP? Who's going to be wielding it? Are they just going to go with 5 rifles? They kind of threw it around a few people, right?
Yeah, Taz picked it up at first, randomly on Dust 2. It honestly felt like he just did that for fun, almost. I don't know why he did that, because I've never seen it before. He was definitely the loudest talker, though. That's for sure. Like, he's interrupting me at this point.
Honestly, the
rude.
vibe check was immaculate. But what was your saying yesterday, Hawker? Vibes are temporary.
Vibes are temporary, sadly. And as soon as the vibes were put off by those AWPs on Dust 2, it seemed to go wrong. It was wild hearing in the post-game as well. HooXi almost seemed like he wasn't fully ready for Dust 2. He said he wasn't as prepared for it. He was like, maybe we should have thought about it more, because you kind of need an AWPer on Dust 2, and they clearly didn't have that.
And that was G2's pick, by the way, so I would have hoped they'd been kind of prepared coming into that one. It was kind of crazy. Obviously, Ancient was the first map. That was Spirit's pick, and that's where Nico was absolutely lighting things up, right? I think we were maybe, you know, gaslit a little bit if they could, you know, replicate that form coming into Dust 2. Then Spirit woke up, and then it was kind of the showing we wanted from Spirit from there on out, right?
Yeah, they got there eventually, but Nico did have that incredible first map, and it basically felt like that's what had to be relied upon here. And it was also nice seeing Nico definitely wasn't trying to be too active in any of the calls. It really felt like it was still HooXi in control, so he's not let that get to his head. He's not suddenly, you know, doing too much on the calling. He was basically sitting back and saying, okay, I will still be the star for now. He was on the first map, but couldn't carry them through.
Well, we saw some stats from Nico, so let's hear from him, courtesy of James Banks.
For you, though, from Dallas, you were playing really well. Obviously, that was when you were leading. You continued this yesterday, right, especially on the first map. Are you finally feeling like things are there for you individually, personally?
Yeah, I'm definitely starting to feel better and better individually ever since, like, Pro League. I think I have started to develop my game and try to find myself more, and it's definitely what we need in order to win trophies. So I'm focusing on myself a lot and trying to help the team.
And can I have a personal request to Nico for this game? Everything was going really well for you guys in this Wild Games until you AWP'd. Please don't AWP again. When the snipers came out, it all went horrible. You're an amazing rifler. Can we agree?
Yeah, for sure. I think we made a mistake for Dust to pick. I mean, the Purity is like vetoing our best map, Inferno, so it was a very difficult veto for us. But like, as we started playing Dust, I figured out like, you know, we shouldn't have picked this map, and but it is what it is. We tried our best. I still think we had some chances to make the game as close as possible at least, but didn't work out. But yeah, we shouldn't see me opening today that much, even if at all.
Thank you very much, Nico.
We shouldn't see me AWPing at all. That's music to my ears, Walker.
What if he picks it up though? Is he just going to absolutely throw it away? What if it just picks up on the floor? What if it's on the floor and he has to take it?
No, he just doesn't see it. He's just blind to the AWP. They're just not allowing him to see it at all. Vitality, on the other hand, of course, for G2, we weren't necessarily expecting them to take down Spirit with m0NESY being absent. But for Vitality, I was left with a bitter taste in my mouth after that series versus Virtus.pro, because map 1, absolutely stellar all round. That was VP's pick. Then we come on to Dust 2. What on earth happened there, Hawker?
Yeah, it's hard to really understand how or where it went wrong for Vitality yesterday. There was definitely the fact that Virtus.pro's players were just massive on Dust 2. They were lights out. And in some of those moments, they won rounds they really probably shouldn't have. That made a huge difference. But it did feel like Vitality got a little frustrated at that point. Honestly, by the time we got to that third map, Apex at times looked like he was almost a little lost and almost a little in his own head by that point, maybe thinking we shouldn't even be here in the first place because they had such a commanding lead on that Dust 2. But VP actually managed to shut down some of the aggressive plays Vitality were running. Then they didn't know if they could continue to run those aggressive plays. They finally went back to it, but it ended up being a little too late. And so in a weird way, VP's default style of just sitting back actually ended up countering Vitality, whereas I thought it would have been the other way around.
Yeah, emotions understandably running high for the Vitality camp. So let's go ahead and check in with Apex.
Dan, yesterday's going to sing, and I'm going to touch on Dust 2. This 11-5 up, then some things start to go wrong, some crazy play from James, losing the 5v2. Why did it fall apart the way it did? You didn't come back into it. It felt like you just kind of fell short at the end of even being able to fight.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. It's rough when you play really well on the first map, you play well until 11-5 and then everything falls apart. I think we were, I don't know, scared to win or whatever. We were, after one round, we didn't move, we didn't do much things, and yeah, that stinks. But that's the way it is. Now we need to get stronger for the next game.
Now, we've had a few conversations like this recently though, mate, about not knowing why this is happening. Is this a worrying sign that there's something, maybe a bigger issue that you've not identified yet?
Yeah, I think that was all about the mental there. It's like the G2 final in Dallas, so I think we need to get stronger in those moments, making more decisions. It's not like it's just that in those moments we make less decisions, we take less responsibilities in the rounds, and that creates like just playing 3-2 and playing scared. So that's what happened. We didn't play our game, and yeah, they played better. They deserved the win, and we didn't deserve to win yesterday.
Now for today though, it's a strange situation. We still don't know if we're going to see you play against full G2 or not. You're waiting to see how it will go down. Did it change your approach in any way? Does anything change based on that?
Of course it's going to change a bit if m0NESY is there or not. As we said a lot, he's the best player in 2024 for now, and he's the opener, so it's a lot different when you play against him or not. But our mentality will be the same. We usually don't fuck up two games in a row. Hopefully we're not going to do it today. We had a small talk, not too long, because once again, the big picture wasn't that bad. It's just until that moment that we fuck up, and we need to realize that we're not a bad team. We just fuck up in those moments, so we need to stay strong and get through it.
And it's elimination day today, though, right? There's surely no way you can let m0NESY not go to his home crowd.
Yeah, that would be devastating, to be honest. Also, we've been winning the last two blasts as well. It would be weird to finish last place, but for us it's not about finishing last or whatever. It's just at least playing in front of the crowd for him. And today we're gonna give our best because we all know that yesterday we fucked up.
Thank you very much.
Okay, a few interesting things that I want to pull out of that interview. Number one, Apex obviously very aware that his performance, I mean just individually yesterday, that was lackluster, right?
Yeah, he absolutely is aware of that, and it's going to happen sometimes. You know, Apex, he is in some important positions, so it is going to hurt when he has a poor game, but it is going to happen sometimes. I also don't think it was just him that was quiet in some moments. There were other players as well. It was ZywOo who was really the main man, as you always expect. And listen, Vitality set up ZywOo very, very well, so it makes sense that he's going to be the focal point, but you do want a little more out of Apex than other in-game leaders just because of the positions he's in. So he'll tell you himself it wasn't his best game. Generally, he's going to perform way better than that, though.
Yeah, I mean, one thing else I wanted to pick up on that interview was him saying, you know, scared to win. That's how they felt inside the server. Did you read it as that? Is that kind of how Vitality's playstyle looked versus VP yesterday?
I think there were moments where they almost lost their own identity a little bit. There were moments where it felt like they stopped being as proactive as they normally would be. And that kind of has to happen for Vitality. With what we've seen, that's how they practice. They don't have to do it every round, but when you get down to so late in the round against Virtus.pro and you haven't made a single proactive play, that's not the Vitality I'm used to seeing. I think it was really just a brief moment on Dust 2 where that happened, and then Xtaz did come in with a timeout, and it seemed to change towards the end, maybe just a little too late.
And that's when VP are in their element, right? When you give them basically no time remaining, that's exactly when they thrive. Somebody else we've got to talk about from the Vitality Hive, on the other hand, is Spinks, because I want to put some numbers under the microscope. He's a player that obviously shows up in the group stage. Here's some numbers just from the 2024 group stage performances he's had. We were critiquing him back at Dallas because that drop off there into playoffs, it's quite noticeable, isn't it, Hawker?
Yeah, and yesterday he didn't even have his best game statistically either. So normally meant to be doing well in the groups, didn't exactly see that. And he is someone who it's kind of looking similar to Rops right now. I feel like Rops has been in a slight slump for a little bit. Spinks also as a lurker. You wonder if that's just a role thing, if that's just random, or exactly what's going on there. But I still don't think Spinks has been bad right now. He's absolutely filling his role well. It's more that him and Rops at the end of last year were going toe-to-toe for best lurker in the world. They were having a bunch of matchups back and forth. It was pretty even. And now it feels like both of them aren't quite having that same level.
And the reason why, you know, we're harping on him is because we're used to seeing him performing, you know, lights out in the group stage side of things. Hawker, I've got a question for you regarding the veto. What do you think this is going to land? Do we see Dust 2 in this at all? Because we know both teams like to play it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was looking at the veto. They obviously played fairly recently. You even heard G2 themselves saying in the game against Spirit, they didn't have the chance to pick the Inferno, and that is a huge loss for them. So surely the Inferno pick makes a lot of sense here. We've already seen them pick that in the past against Vitality. They go for it again. Now listen, Vitality will be ready for that, but I still think that G2 have good chances there. Then Vitality do go for their Anubis, which, listen, yesterday on the Decider, there were some issues there, but in general, strong map for them. It makes sense in this series. I think that Inferno is a really interesting starting point, though, because it is one of those maps, for example, in fact, both of these maps, Nico and Apex play very similar areas of the map. So Nico and Apex going head-to-head with Apex having an off game yesterday, he's going to have to step it up today.
Do you think we get Dust 2 through as... Oh, no, just answered my own question. We get Mirage. That's an interesting one.
Okay, yeah, so it's actually... Mirage as the decider. G2 do not play Mirage. Like they often ban it first rotation. That is a risk to leave in at the end there. I don't think we've seen them play it in the last 3 months. I was expecting G2 to float the Dust 2 because we figured m0NESY would be back by then and there would be improvements to that. But no, instead they float the Mirage, and that could leave things in a really weird state in a series that's very important for both of these teams, elimination.
I'm seeing a little bit of commotion over there. Maybe that's the arrival of a certain Star Orper. Who knows? We'll have to see what happens when we enter the server. I just want to kind of pick your brain about the positions that we were talking about for Vitality, because you've got kind of an interesting take on this when you're talking about Nico going up against Apex in a lot of these positions. That's not normal necessarily to see an in-game leader in, you know, what we would class as star positions on some of these maps.
Yeah, it's mainly on the CT side that this is a factor. And the question for me is, it's not even necessarily about it being star positions. I almost wonder if it's Apex putting himself in just more central areas of the map. A lot of times it seems like playing Connector or Mirage, playing positions like that, where he's in the center of the action. Whereas you're used to seeing a lot of in-game leaders say, a Carrigan, he's just gonna anchor a lot of bomb sites, because it's pretty easy to just try and buy time and buy time for the rotate in those positions. So it's an interesting position to be in, where you almost feel like Apex has to frag more than you'd expect, and you wonder if someone else on the team could do those positions better. You do wonder.
I would, be putting Spinx's name up there, maybe Flamesy as well, because they're, players that we would classify as wanting to get a bit more aggressive, wanting to get a bit more down and dirty in the action. Do you foresee that as, obviously we've been speaking about potential of maybe Vitality making a change over the break. I don't know whether they're even considering that, but would you rather change people's positions rather than, switching out a player and getting somebody new in?
The difference is, with how Vitality are playing right now, I understand a little more why Apex is in those central positions, because, for example, on Mirage, they will throw a lot of mid-aggression in their early rounds, and then Apex might go down in initial trades because he's in those traditional star positions, but they might play it a little differently. But I think a team like Vitality should have the class to play a little more standard meta Counter-Strike and be able to just sit back sometimes. And we don't see that. They're probably the most aggressive CT team for me. So that's really the big question that comes into play there with why Apex is in those positions.
That makes a lot of sense. We also heard from Apex in the interview, James posed the question, do you play different or do you approach the game differently if m0NESY isn't on the other side of the server? We're still TBD, yeah. I don't think he's arrived as far as I know. But how would you take that? Would you be approaching G2 differently with, the lack of their star AWPer in the server?
Yeah, I think so. It's really weird because you almost wonder, if he's going to show up at some point, I guess you don't change the veto at all. Like, you don't go into certain maps in case m0NESY's not going to be there, because you don't know if he's going to be there. Exactly. But you can get away with a lot more if G2 don't have an AWP, especially because we were saying yesterday, they don't even have a secondary AWPer that's reliable. And that makes a huge, huge difference in what you can get away with. Maybe you can just actually walk into an angle and go contact, because normally you'd expect to have to flash at a long-range angle. You might not have to do that. You might just say, screw it, I think we can walk this. And that just opens up your options tremendously.
Inferno, first map of the series. We obviously saw Vitality doing it dirty to VP, to put it lightly. Yesterday, obviously, they did end up losing out the series, but we were really impressed with what, Flamesy and Apex were delivering, kind of being that duo over towards the B side of the map. Are you expecting, the same firepower coming out from them today?
Honestly, probably not on this map, because we saw this be played at Dallas, and Flames was actually their lowest performer on CT side in that final, and he plays pretty aggressive on Banana. So going up against NiKo, I think that's a huge area of the map to focus in on. I also think, looking into this as the Inferno, we saw that G2 are just so comfortable on this map with their spacing. It's one of the maps where I think HooXi can actually be more involved and oftentimes be traded a little more effectively. So Vitality, the thing they have in their favor is they have all the time in the world to try and solve this, because they knew this pick was coming from G2. But at the same time, G2 with NiKo on Banana, it's just such a cheat code.
So going head-to-head with Apex, this man on our screen, he's winning that duel, right?
Yeah, that's just such an important area of the map. And I also think yesterday, Spinx wasn't even playing all that well as that rotator over from A in that A long position. Those are two of the pivotal positions where if you lose those spots, it opens up so much of the map.
Well, we are waiting to hear whether m0NESY will be arriving. We hear that he is incoming shortly, but I don't know whether he's going to make it exactly in time. From the G2 side of things, obviously, they got their reps in versus Spirit yesterday with the less than ideal lineup of having Taz in. Do you think they change anything? Because obviously they're anticipating m0NESY to come. I heard that, Taz had loaded up m0NESY's config in his PC as well. How do you approach this again if you're G2, if you have to use your stand-in yet again?
I just want to know, does that mean Taz is going to play on m0NESY's config?
I imagine so. I don't know.
I'm just imagining m0NESY with some really high sensitivity or something, and Taz sitting there like, what's going on?
The Zoomers, man.
Honestly. No, I think for G2, something I would really like to see is, I feel like HooXi as a player, he almost tries to be too self-sacrificial at times. He's almost too, I don't want to say nice, but he's almost too nice as a player. He's always trying to set up his teammates. But you saw Taz yesterday would do that in a way where he's not just completely trying to give away his life. And sometimes it kind of feels like HooXi is doing too much to try and help his teammates. And there we go, a massive cheer in the background.
We hear the cheers.
There
That
he
does
is.
mean the man is in the building. m0NESY has just arrived in style. He has got about a bazillion cameras following him. There we go, fresh from the airport. He's looking pretty fresh considering he's probably just come off quite a long flight. But I mean, now we know that he's going to be in the server. If you're m0NESY, like, sure, it's great that you're here, but this is in like less than ideal conditions, right? Obviously, he hasn't had time to warm up. He's going to be a little bit flustered because I imagine he probably had to be running to get a taxi from the airport. Do you think we still see prime m0NESY in this series?
You'll be surprised at how well players can play without having to warm up. And m0NESY looks chill as hell.
Look at this,
Oh, look
filling
at
up.
this baller.
Absolute speed demon. There we go. I love how... No, don't get your bag, m0NESY. Run.
Get through.
You got a manager to do that for you.
They're trying to
the car door and
he's closing the
everything.
doors.
He's just too polite. He's too much of a nice guy. Look at him. He knows we're waiting for him. He knows he's the star of the show. But yeah, you think this isn't going to phase m0NESY?
Yeah, honestly, if there's anyone who probably wouldn't get phased by this, m0NESY's up there for me. He just is so naturally good at the game that you'd expect he'll be fine. And he gets a couple of rounds before he probably gets the AWP anyway, so a couple rounds to just settle in.
True. Pistol rounds is warm-up, I guess. I guess that's how they do it.
Yeah, I also want to see, this is almost like an F1 pit stop right now. How quickly can he set everything up?
We should get a timer going.
Yeah, he was closing the door on the car, so he wasn't exactly in a hurry, apparently. He's going to take his own time.
Fair enough, m0NESY. Let's talk about the other maps that we have in the pool. Obviously, Anubis yesterday with Vitality going up against VP. Less than ideal form for them. I mean, it's been a map that they've shown pretty stellar stuff on, aside from versus VP and versus 9C back in IM Dallas. What do you want Vitality to be changing? What should they be doing differently today?
I think they were having some right ideas, but with the wrong execution at that point, especially after losing Dust 2. I really hope the main thing they look at in this series against G2 is that G2 haven't played with this lineup. They finally get their lineup back together after a long, long time.
It sounds so ridiculous,
It's crazy,
doesn't it?
but we finally get m0NESY back on the server, which we haven't got to see here.
So it's been over a month?
It's been ages since they've had their proper
the full
lineup.
5?
Yeah.
And they've won a trophy since then, so Jesus Christ. But what state are we in right now? What universe are we living in?
Looking kind of swag as well, the hat's on. Yeah, it's a really weird position. So for me, Vitality need to say, yesterday against VP, VP's default is where they try and win. They will just sit back and try and wait to see what's going to happen. They'll play reactively. So Vitality's aggression wouldn't always work. Here against G2, you have to be thinking the opposite. You have to be thinking that their coordination is not there. They haven't been able to play together as a 5 in so long. Take those risks, make those aggressive plays, especially coming in here. Why not take some aggressive plays on Banana into second mid? That's what they started off as against VP yesterday, and it worked so well for them. So I'd be doing that straight away, even if just because G2, they probably will be a bit flustered. They didn't even know if m0NESY would be here. It's a weird position to be in.
How do you think HooXi is feeling right now? Because obviously his absence at Dallas was noted, obviously with G2 coming in. Still did lift the trophy, but for him, he had to come back into calling yesterday with Taz to his left-hand side. How do you think HooXi's going to be feeling right now? He's back with his full 5.
It'll probably be a nice feeling for him, I'm sure. The other weird thing in this series is looking at the overall context of the season, G2 already having a couple of rumors come out about potential roster moves. They're only rumors for now, but that changes the dynamic of this series a little bit as well, because if you're Vitality and you're going up against a team who m0NESY's just getting here, they haven't played as their full 5, they might be making roster moves.
Yeah.
Suddenly, if Vitality were to lose here, leaves them in a weird position, having just made a couple of finals, not getting a trophy. It could put a bit more pressure on them. I hope they don't think of it like that, but it is a different position to be in than normal.
Yeah, we've been hearing it through the grapevine that maybe G2 have their eyes set on somebody on the other side of the seas. Who knows? Who knows? They're just simply rumors for now. But talking about the end of the season, obviously, as we come to it at the end of Blast Premier London, for both of these two squads, sure, G2 did amazing work. It was an absolute Cinderella story back in Dallas. For Vitality, though, we heard it from them halfway through the season. They simply want to be lifting a trophy at some point in this first half of the year. Surely the pressure is more on Vitality in this one.
You would think so, because this is an event where making the playoffs should basically be a guarantee for a team like Vitality. Only 2 teams go out in the groups. This is an elimination game, but whoever goes through goes to those playoffs. So they have to have come into this event at a minimum, assuming they make playoffs. Like that is a minimum for them. And so having a loss against VP, they'll hopefully be able to bounce back. They've had a chance to talk the team through, but as you said, the pressure could be there, and it did feel like yesterday that got to them at moments. Just mentally, it did look like it got to them. From an outside perspective, they can tell you what they want to tell you, but what I saw is that it did look like there was frustration at times.
If you could weigh up, on both sides of the equation, considering that this will be the end of the season for both G2 and Vitality, no matter what happens at the end of this tournament, where do you think that would leave us when we pick things up at the beginning of a new season, right? On the Vitality side of the equation, obviously it would be a huge disappointment. But for G2, where would you place them if they do go out in last place of the group?
It's just so hard to know anything about G2 right now. I'd almost say it's the worst time to have all these stand-ins because you don't even get a proper run-in with the team at the end of the season. So you don't get an exact idea of any problems or if changes need to happen. For Vitality, though, it would leave them in a weird position because I think right now they feel confident with their lineup, but there is maybe a little community pressure. Vitality fans will be expecting trophies, as they should be. Yeah. They have ZywOo, they have the pedigree, they definitely have the players. So it would leave them in a position where suddenly you've just made back-to-back finals, and yet you almost have to consider roster moves, which would be weird, but you'd have to say that's the truth.
Yeah, kind of insane to think about it. Well, it's a chance for you guys at home to get involved in the action and maybe, just maybe, win some prizes. There's going to be a nice little QR code pop up on the screen very shortly. And if you sign up to Revolut using that QR code, you've got a chance to win a trip to the World Finals at the end of the year. That's 2 tickets, plane tickets as well, and of course, accommodation. It'd be quite nice because it's a nice end to the season when we go out to World Finals. But, Hawker, predictions time. We see m0NESY is getting his headset on. The game will be started very soon indeed. How many maps we getting and who's winning?
We go into G2's map pick first, which leaves them in a position where we just have to see if m0NESY can step up straight away, which is tough. I still think Inferno should be pretty damn close. Okay. Yes, I think that NiKo will probably dominate Banana, and I think that can be the difference here. As I said earlier, watch out for that Banana fight. Flames will often be going aggressive, but NiKo should be able to handle it. And if he handles that, I think that the good thing for G2 is he's so important for their Inferno that I think that having NiKo as a star on this map should be what they mainly look for.
Okay, so G2 winning map number 1. Anubis, where are you standing on that?
Vitality should have that.
Yeah.
As long as they go back to their CT aggression, their trademark play style, celebrations. Taz is the most relieved man in the world right now.
Mirage, bit of a quirky one to end out on. If we get there, we've said it's kind of likely that we see both teams taking their own map picks. How on earth is that map going to play out?
That's the weird one because G2, in theory, you would think should be having good chances on Mirage. It feels like they should be a team where the individuals like a lot of that freedom. You want to see NiKo taking risks and making plays. m0NESY, I've definitely seen him with some clips on that map. It's just so weird that it hadn't been a map for G2 for so long, but listen, I would have to go with the pedigree of Vitality. I'd lean towards them, but this is a close one in a very important elimination game.
It is indeed, and no matter what, we do have m0NESY guaranteed inside the server at last. So it's time to throw it on over to Scrawny and Lourdes.
Thank you, Freya. Thank you, Haka. Good things come to those who wait, they say. And, well, Blast waited, and now we've got the good things in the server. The m0NESY has returned, right? This is not the IEM Dallas with Stewie, of course, so the dream maybe doesn't live on. We'll find out, but it's elimination. Unfortunately, m0NESY may very well be flying to London for a single best of 3.
It's very possible. And it's been a month since they've actually played with their lineup since having Stewie sub in. Of course, no small sub. They picked up that trophy, but for G2, it's just been a rotating door of subs, basically. And Hunter, Nico, and I guess a random third. I was going to say Hooksy or Monacy, but sometimes it's not them either. Taking turns, not being there. So here we are on Inferno, a map that G2 are 15-1 on.
Oh my God.
In their last 16 games. With Monacy out in front after not warming up for 1 second.
No warm-up. We've all been there. Your friend texts you at the last second, jump in the lobby, we're about to queue. There's the 5th spot if you want it. You don't get to DM whatsoever. This is that taken to a whole other level. Airports, taxis, London traffic.
It's on the district line.
And he still has the humility to close the taxi doors.
That was so...
You know?
Yeah.
What a gentleman. What a beacon of hope for the future of Counter-Strike. And what a consistent piece of 2024.
Still got to ensure that Uber rating, you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. 5 stars, 5 stars. Don't want to turn out like Maui Snake. 3.4. Monacy gets gushed by a teammate, I believe, on the entry, so that's going to make it a little awkward. Loses Nico. Can he clear back sight? What? Yes. He's in with 1. He's tagged down further to 20 HP. CTs take over construction, and bomb plant looks good. Now, there's flanks for both teams, right? You've got Zywoo coming up Banana, which is currently still smoked off, and you've got Nexa to make first contact. Easy execution on Apex. Now, that's the utility for the retake down. They were really banking on Apex to kind of get these CTs going. Monacy gets tapped out. Flanks connect to success for both teams. CTs stranded towards the coffins. Hunter comes out with 3 kills. Clean headshots on his behalf and a G2 pistol win.
Very nice. And it was Monacy up front. Ended up getting his 1 kill. Got tagged down to 1 HP and made it to the server with 1 second remaining in a flash. There he is. Every highlight will be worth that much more. We're going to answer the question as to whether or not warming up is a myth. Probably does help when you have 25,000 hours in the game.
Very true. Yeah, you've got a little pile of experience to tap into.
But he did tweet at Blast before arriving and said, I don't need to warm up. Give me 5 extra minutes. I'll get there.
5 extra minutes. The amount of things that had to go right for this to happen. From baggage handlers to taxi runoffs.
Lines. People not standing on the luggage belt.
Every possible. Anybody who's ever had a travel day for esports, anybody who's ever been in an airport.
London traffic.
The amount of things that could have gone wrong.
Stoplight RNG.
I've had flights delayed because the airplane had 10 less meals than it needed.
Once a bird flew into my plane and we had to turn around because it started shaking.
Any bird could have ruined the day today. But G2, the soldiers of God, march on. He giveth, he taketh. Today's a good one. Hunter and Monacy, easy clean up the first 2 kills towards middle. Bomb's gonna sit the bottom of mid, so chance for Mezzi to make things messy. But he doesn't overstay his apartment's welcome. And all the while, Nico has kept some hooks and eyes on B. So he'll pull his team over.
Yeah, Haka brought him up. It's such a cheat code to have Nico play on Banana, whether it's CT side or T side. He can control this part of the map by himself and allow for options like this to take place almost every round. Doesn't need any help to get up there sometimes. So G2 with the second round.
15-1, you said. Who's the 1 loss on Inferno to?
Who else? Liquid.
Oh, yeah, makes perfect sense.
It's okay to lose to the best team in the world. But yeah, but that was actually a very long time ago. That was at Chengdu.
Bless you.
They they literally went 6 straight wins at Pro League, 4 straight wins at Dallas. This is early 2023 in terms of how good their Inferno is at the moment.
Right, yeah.
The interesting part about this veto is getting Mirage at the end. Wasn't picked, but it wasn't banned.
Yeah, what's up with that?
They've been they started banning it pretty consistently as their first ban, and then I think recently stopped, but it didn't come up in a veto. Let's see if they've had to play it recently. Yeah, they didn't ban it in their last match. I don't know, but it's a map that they were once upon a time very good at. So one that you expected them to be able to have in their pool, especially considering it's G2. They just won a tournament. Got to have a map pool that can contend with Vitality, with FaZe, with Mouse.
Decent save in that last round kind of sets up this 5v4. You know, the force buy doesn't get much going round prior, so Vitality throw Mezzi into the first fight, establish a 5v4, and I believe with utility damage, we've got m0NESY and Nico softened up, so the value of keeping the few weapons you can. They forfeited B site, Nico found it empty, all was good. FlameZ, 5-7, fantastic headshot against Nico, and m0NESY falls into the scout of ZywOo, so very nicely grouped together there. The defenders able to make this one go down smooth so far.
Didn't see any kill feed credit, but there was a good flash in there.
HooXi, Nexa, 2v5. Currently, 3 defenders inside A. One of them tagged up low, one of them above with that MP9, jumping MAC-10 to get it started. This is going to have to be the HooXi ace. And as the gun goes dry, the P2K comes out. That's 3. 3 of 5. Bomb picked back up with an AK upgrade to boot. Smoke still down on Moto's side. And a safe plant as well. FlameZ's gonna put out the fire, keep the pressure on his heels. And down he goes. That distraction served up from short. ZywOo with the silent execution.
Well, Spinks with the key frag on top of balcony. There's one inside of the halls coming out. That could have made the difference here, but it's important for Vitality to pick one up. ZywOo had a quote where he said, I don't know what the fuck happened on Dust 2, why we lost that matchup. And obviously, when we watched it, there was a very special round where Electronic got this Lil 3K, and then they made this massive comeback versus Vitality. Up until that point, could have been a 13-6 game for Vitality on Dust 2. So
I just came from airport. Let's go. It's crazy. I hope I don't go back.
Again, that'll be up to you. Not in the best circumstances, but let's hope we don't have to send m0NESY back to the airport.
Talk about a globetrotter. In and out in the same day. Ugh. Never even have to unpack your bags.
He was putting all.
Big flash for the 3-player apartments pop. Oh, ZywOo doesn't get anything done with that. Mezzi in between the 2 sides of the split, doing his job wonderfully. Spinks engaging into middle, cuts off one end. Oh, the gun empties. One more bullet connecting there, and Nico would be done for. Apex in the pocket, peek out from pit, denied. FlameZ's here to help him, and the 2 remaining Vitality members close out against a G2 that almost caught the A defenders off guard.
Nice adjustment there from Apex. Could have died, obviously, looking up into the halls. He's got that new disheveled look with the haircut. He was somebody who's extremely frustrated, of course, and has been lately with Vitality making playoffs, very consistently, but not winning those events. So right into a timeout here.
Still got his Taz monitor settings. Is this thing on 60 hertz?
It's like 1.6 again.
Feels like
it would have been a good gag to have like the the Taz nameplate on top of m0NESY.
Sure.
Just rip it off.
Sure. Would have been an even better gag to have Taz playing on a CRT yesterday.
That'd have been so funny.
Just 4 brand new monitors and Taz on a ball mouse.
We've seen some insane stuff already. Taz older than Zontix and Donk combined.
That's wild.
What a stat.
And hey, man, he held his own.
He did.
Yeah. Yes, he did. So, small hiccup there. We'll get m0NESY's problems ironed out. Whoa, careful. He's going to go in. Nicely done from Apex there. A little evasive, a little risky, but evasive. And now invasive. Vitality trying to take this banana control, but I mean, high risk here, right? Pistols all over. FlameZ keeps the pressure up. You've got 3 AKs just shredding down banana. And it is G2 peeled back down towards T-Spawn, the last remaining member.
may fall, but I'll still say nice things. Nexa yesterday had some very instrumental impact back on Ancient, specifically alongside Nico, to win a game without m0NESY, right? Because it was one thing without Hooksy, but having Stewie, it was a whole other burden to go no m0NESY. And yesterday, Nexa had a great series.
Yeah.
So it'd be cool to see him be able to try to tap back into that. Him and Hunter having their moments yesterday to pick up the slack.
Yeah, again, because it's been a month since they had this lineup. Like, everything's sort of fresh right now that we're watching.
Yeah.
Like, it's been a long time since we've seen this team play together.
Which seems insane considering there was a trophy lift. G2's Twitter account currently rocking a Stewie 2K photo because it is the most glorious thing that has happened to them in some time. Looking to replicate it in London now with the full 5, but m0NESY's dead already, so 2 and 5 is where he sits.
That was an interesting thought. Just walk through that mid-smoke, 2 pairs of eyes on it. The only distraction was maybe some of this B pressure. But we saw Vitality's CT side on Inferno versus Virtus.pro. It was beautiful. They had so many good CT setups. Very active defense. And it was a map that they were kind of a little nervous about bringing into this event. They're like, been working on it, but we don't know how much our preparation has worked, and it did pay off. They really showed some good CS yesterday. If they can beat G2, that would be the next level.
Molly's gonna burn out with still just enough time for G2 to get into this site. Flamesy, the smoke
worked.
leaves him a spot. I mean, this is gonna catch them off guard for certain. He throws the smoke so you don't have to clear the ledge, and now Flamesy just guns down 2, drops in. Can't manage number 3, but the reload and the bomb plant's needed. Hunter on his own has to frag, and he knows it. It's dirty. Flamesy exploits the gap on the smoke, and Apex happy about that.
Beautiful from Flamesy right there. That's all about him. We were watching the right guy. Obviously, a gap on the front of the smoke. That's not something that you want to see, but we saw Taz talking a lot yesterday since he could talk 100% of the time.
Mm-hmm. And yelling even more than he was talking.
Yeah. He was having a full-on conversations with Donk over the wall there.
Bit of a brick wall, but
and it's not just beating, it's not just beating G2 on Inferno. It's specifically beating their T side. That would be the most impressive part about all of this. Oh wait, actually it's their CT side now. That's 65%.
One day they'll figure out both.
Yeah, yeah.
If they're lucky. Damn, man, there's been some dangerous moments here from Vitality playing for Banana. Again against Pistols, they'll try to press down. Cover offered by Apex, and clean. As that last burst sails through smoke, splatters m0NESY on the bottom of middle, and leaves Hunter and Nexa to pick up all the pieces. Now there's an AK to be picked up. That helps. There's an incendiary that goes with it. Chuck that on Nubox. You've got Spinks in an awkward spot, and maybe you get past Apex too. I mean, it's a little to work with, but look, smoke for the cross, Molotov for Nubox, and you have a genuine chance at this 2v1 entry. Or don't. Your choice.
Looking for contact. Still a minute on the clock.
It works. Burns Spinks' utility. You've got him zoned back by Nubox. You could just creep up and spam him out of the corner at this point.
They're looking for it.
Apex tries to flash him out. They know they had him stranded, and Apex gets in to kill Nexa. He's locked in. Apex. Oh, man, how many frags is
That was
that?
4, I think. Big day already for Apex.
If not the ace.
Did he get all 5 there?
I don't know. We'll go back in game. Player to chase through smoke, player to chase on half wall, 2 players through smoke, Nexa in the corner of the site, and the 5th frag. That's an ace. Bet.
9 and 3 here for Apex. Oh, Spink got the first kill.
God damn it.
That's an ace.
Can't see aces when they happen, call aces when they don't. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Ooh. Oh my god. The spray transfer from Hunter. Yeah, right. That's a guaranteed 1-kill setup right there inside a boiler. And they don't even get it. They're going to waste no time now. Apex coming through the flash.
Really? Okay.
Is it going to work?
Spray gets a little far, and that's Hunter's third. ZywOo returns it. Flamesy with the lineup. Man, they've been losing so many bodies through smoke, and on top of that, you just dropped the bomb the first time. Second attempt goes down. What goes around comes around, and we get this deep commitment from Hunter up on tree. Will ZywOo hard clear this? He should. He won't. And down he goes. I'm just going to...
Whatever Connor wants isn't going to happen today.
I'm done.
It is not your day, my friend. They're going to molly this. He got an ace. He's definitely going to clear this. Hunter Badge here. He did predict m0NESY would make it.
That's true.
Yeah.
And that has indeed happened.
m0NESY's like, Taz, what the hell did you do to this PC, man? How'd you get any frags on this settings?
We'll get them sorted. I mean, I feel like this is the natural... It's the natural effect of having literally 30 seconds to sit down and jump into the game.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
of course you're set.
I definitely envisioned this.
I knew this was going to happen. And it'll happen maybe a couple more times, and then we'll be all good. Notice Taz get a little closer and be like, no, don't turn that off.
Yeah, trust me, you want that on, dude. I've been playing for a long time, okay?
No, dude. Preset quality max, man.
He's also 2 times older than m0NESY.
Okay, damn.
I think. m0NESY's still 18, right?
I don't know. I can't keep
Getting up there now.
Can't keep up with these whippersnappers. These rapscallions and riffraff.
I know it would be crazy to say that Apex looks more emphatic at this event than he has normally, but it does feel like it. The emotions are boiling over.
I think it's because they need to, as far as he's concerned, hoist a trophy in the first half of the year.
That's a very fair standard.
I mean, in 2024 overall, they need a damn trophy. But if you don't get one in the first half of the year, then, you know, your accolades for 24 overall are all the weaker.
Yeah, it's just a...
And that to me kind of goes back to Paris, right? Like them winning Paris was definitely the most important thing of vitality in Counter-Strike history, right? As an organization and as 2 specific French players, that one they needed and they pulled it off. But leading up to that event, you know, it was a slow start to that season too. Great peak, great moment. Nobody can take that back.
Well,
ZywOo, phenomenal ratings, but
yeah.
I mean...
But they had the Rio win.
Yeah.
At least.
You know, but that was like 2 events before, right?
Yeah.
You know, you go back to Katowice of that year, still lackluster.
Yeah.
It came together when it did perfectly, and also
I think the
hinged
key,
on Deep Dupree and Magisk. You know, they were instrumental.
Actually, I think it hinged mostly on Spinks.
Okay.
Because I think Spinks was very weak at the beginning of 23,
okay,
and then got a lot better for Rio, where it was one of his best events of the year, and then was second to ZywOo all the way through Paris. And he has been a little inconsistent lately. But I mean, I agree everybody, you know, played a part in it. in those few months, that was definitely the peak of the lineup, and they're just trying to get back there.
Apex, you know, we said this was kind of the cheat code to Banana was going to be NiKo, but Apex is 11-4 and playing the other half of it. So thus far on this CT side, he's been doing an excellent job of keeping them at bay on Banana. He is very well supported here as he puts down another smoke. They spam into him. He dives back towards Oranges. The chase comes out from m0NESY. Denial on behalf of Spinks. And one player does creep into the CT cross, but the rest of the team is dead and the bomb's down on Pit. So Hunter's position, you'd think, could be figured out, but nobody seems to have turned around just yet, while Coffins is still smoked.
Surely they'll think about it now.
Apex considering the possibility, slides up along the wall, confirms Hunter and tags him to 28. Nade a little too deep. Apex hangs on for dear life, and ZywOo keeps him standing. Vitality with a total closure of Banana yet again.
Yeah, yeah. And Apex as an individual had a really bad series versus Virtus.pro, so like the team thing was one element. He was definitely looking a little frustrated, but as an individual, he's been getting better for sure, and so that was quite an off day for him. They handled this really well. I mean, G2 came flying through a smoke here. Vitality had 3 people ready for this. They had the perfect counter flash. Spinks kind of wove himself into that engagement so well.
There was a near successful 3-player apps pop at the very start of this half, and it looks like G2 are going to try to employ it yet again. 3 rounds to go here on the T side. But that means you're going to have to try to get past m0NESY. No easy feat. Not to mention ZywOo has close support. They'll smoke off Arch side. Spinks can now only offer spams. He's got a smoke if they want to drop it, but they're at the minute mark, so they hang on.
Yeah, this is where, you know, you test m0NESY as this pit anchor. They're going to be coming out of halls. Pressure on ZywOo as he falls back. Will he find a shot?
Sticks around a little as the Molotov keeps burning.
Rerouting a little bit. More heavy towards brackets.
Easy.
Nice shot.
And m0NESY goes deep, finds bomb. That's big. ZywOo going back at it. NiKo takes the head off. 35 to the clock, and Hunter's gonna have to deal with 2 up close. He falls. m0NESY slides out and sees nobody else up in apps. It's a reroute from Boiler on Nexa's behalf, and everybody hits the ground with nothing.
Outgunned at every turn there. Nicely done. Great shot in from ZywOo, but most importantly, it's m0NESY there from the pit. 2 kills as he gets up into the halls, finds the bomb. That already throws everything into disarray. And they have full control here on A site. The one thing that made G2's Inferno so strong back at Blast World Final 22 into Katowice 23 into that whole period where they had a map streak was the fact that they figured out they could take Banana, they could execute into the B site. If they got car control, it didn't matter if they fought for brackets at all. You know, throughout an entire half, they were pulling out so many rounds. So again, it's flipped over in CS2. Their CT side is looking like it's way stronger than ever before. Their T side is just looking for a 6-round half to be on par with their regular map results. But the equation has changed a little bit now. It's not just about how many times can we take banana control and execute on the B site.
One more gun round to follow. Gonna have to do it with the pistols and the nades here in the 11th. Smoke for Spinks early. And they'll get that utility response they're fishing for. It's a shame we don't even really get to see them flood out from balcony last round, right? m0NESY kind of interrupts the process with the risky swing in.
That and the map was so quiet, you know, they kind of just put it together.
And also, you had 3 players in apps just maybe 20 seconds earlier, but m0NESY finds HooXi alone with the bomb. So that pack of players I thought they were going to try to bank on don't actually end up getting a chance to hit. This time will be different. Spinks about to be tested by 2. And he hangs on. A good amount of damage out of him. ZywOo's going to flash for himself. That interrupts, and he clips Hunter just as he tried to get back towards mid. Immediate reroute. 3 players on short. Reposition. Mezzi into Grave Stairs instead. Stands out in the open. Cleans up 2. Nicely done on his behalf. And ZywOo locked in, honed in, and holding on as his support comes through smoke. Expected by m0NESY, but delayed ever slightly. And Apex will finish it off. Nicely done from Vitality, surviving the half-buy test.
100%. It's another, and the other story, of course, we talk so much about m0NESY barely making it into the server today, but this is also about Mezzi making it into the arena to play in front of his home crowd. This event means so much to him. And I think when that, we had that 9 match where Glaive beat Astralis, and we heard from the Polish guys, they wanted it for Glaive so much to be able to win that match. I can imagine the same energy is on Vitality right now when it comes to Mezzi on home soil, especially after the Dallas performance that he had.
ZywOo up over the half wall. Ooh, bumps his head. Yeah.
That was a shot.
A little adamant about hitting that. Maybe a bit of a gift given over in the final round of the half. ZywOo fumbling his chance to boost up. Flamesy, ooh, they almost line up for him. They almost get a team kill. Nate will finish the job. At Apex, the heaviest hitter of Banana throughout this half.
What a half.
Will be trying to go at it yet again. m0NESY posted and successful. That's Apex dropped. Frees up Spinks and Mezzi to move freely as they choose. B-site gonna be sniffed out here from G2. Makes total sense. And Vitality just waiting for the utility to confirm the commitment. Or do they think they'll fake?
Yeah, my God. They do think that Vitality would have rotated over to the other site. This would be a rare site for G2 to sort of pick the wrong place to end when they're up players. This doesn't happen to them very often. See if Vitality can take advantage of the situation or not.
He's got a nade. He's gonna open the smoke with the pack right there. Oh, it's awkward.
Oof.
It doesn't quite go far enough. Mezzi, what about a lineup? He's gonna mow down 1, gets back into the smoke. Nothing to do but to fight from here on out. Flashbang making it weird. Guns empty, pistols out. It's gross. Block will close. We get a weird boost out of ZywOo to open the door and give a 4th round to G2's T-side. off the airplane and into the frying pan. Tough stuff for m0NESY and G2 in the face of a hot-handed Apex, baby. Apex topping the charts with a 15-5 half, 129 ADR on the CT side of Inferno in a map that G2 simply doesn't lose, and in a map where NiKo controls Banana against the greatest.
Yes.
Apex steps up to the challenge.
Apex amazing half. This would be such a hard game to call in favor of Vitality. The biggest argument for it would be the conversation that they had practiced it a lot coming into the event and the proof that they destroyed Virtus.pro yesterday and did look that good. Now they're translating that into a win versus the best Inferno team in the world at the moment. And there's a chance that they hand them their second loss today this year. But they'll have to get through the CT side, and they'll have to hope that m0NESY didn't spend that extra 3 minutes getting a little bit more warmed up.
m0NESY's consistency throughout the year has been so unquestionable, but never has he had to literally step into the server with no warm-up. From the plane, to the gate, to the taxi, to the black light gaming chair, and into the waiting hands of Apex and Co. NiKo's done waiting. Takes it to bottom middle. Gets a little messy there from Apex. Could have been a free frag. Things could still go swimmingly towards spawn. Sure enough, Hooksy caught out. And with that, B-site should be good. Hunter has to double back frantically.
Ooh.
Even if they don't commit, he has to go back. Now, we've got NiKo T-spawn.
So interesting. It does give him options to go back towards the A side if he wants to, instead of getting stuck on Banana. And, oh, it's coming back this way. There's m0NESY's fifth.
Shot, keeps his head down, hanging on for dear life. No, sir. Spinks in Flames, able to clear sight, and with it, it's the Kovac on the clutch.
Yeah, switching to Kovac mode.
2v4.
Spinks on the hut. Oh, nearly saw him. Is NiKo going to reverse clear this, though? No, he's going to make noise here.
Trying to chase, trying to finish. Spinks gets away. This is going from bad to worse as far as G2 are concerned.
Looks like time's up. Not even going to be able to try this now.
No chance in the second pistol. Now, one of the few rounds G2 picks up on their T side was the pistol. And despite their great CT sides as of late, correct?
Yeah, their CT sides, I mean, it's very strong stats. 65% over 60 maps.
Taking the longer route today.
There's still definitely a world where this gets close, even if they have very few chances. So Vitality got to stay extremely sharp. I mean, this would be big. Vitality have had some problems right now. Recently, the map pool, you know, openly at Dallas getting upset about having to play Vertigo with the changes, having to think about the changes that have taken place towards the end of the season. Of course, even though everyone's had the same problems, it affects everyone differently, depending on what your bans were before, what you were good at before.
Spinks here to help out, but then also dies, so the three-player apartment setup works out excellently. That's weapons to be grabbed. m0NESY robs the AK from the corpses. We got a grave robber. And a pit anchor.
And for me, Hunter's going to be the key player on the A site. And even with guns like the MP9, he roams so much. He plays inside of bracket control so often. I think he's the guy who makes a difference on this side of the map.
This would be your moment, m0NESY. Oh, that's not going to make his job any easier. Frag grenade and the molly and a beautiful jiggle out of Mezzy. Pit player will connect, but it's a little too little. ZywOo's cleared out the rest of the site. Bomb is here to go down. And with Mezzy locking into the pit as a T, let's see what NiKo can piece together. Deagle in hand. We've all seen these before. How about one more? This graveyard reposition puts ZywOo into the open, so he slides out. Oh, there it is. Took two shots.
Oh, he's not reading it right.
Mezzi's back's turned. Yeah, exactly. Looks the wrong direction, thinks maybe it's in the corner, but a locked-in anchor serves it up, and it's Vitality to convert.
Yeah, nice one from Mezzi. Another clutch on this map. Another good exec out of Vitality. And they make this game as hard as possible now. Again, with a Mirage decider in this veto. Nothing is promised here for G2. The map I'm most concerned about with Vitality these days is Nuke. That's the CT side that has fallen off more than it has for anyone else, and they aren't playing that.
It's definitely Taz's reaction to losing the players in apartments, but the round still recovered nonetheless. Felt sketchy for a moment there. Vitality certainly problem solving with some early success on the offense. Barring a Hunter pistol pop-off, round 15 doesn't feature much to the favor of G2. Two theories: sit back and wait, or do this, take it to him. Hooksy leads the charge silently. Molly actually interrupts the progress. Flashbang was good for one, but too many sets of eyes. One frag, that's it. They take the fight to Vitality. Vitality take the round.
All right, well, it's all set in place now. They got that pistol on the conversion. They had a great first half to kick things off. And again, I mean, you just can't call a game like this because G2 literally haven't lost a single map on Inferno in like 12 or something matches. It's been a long time. m0NESY will get that off. Maybe the only time, his only chance here on CT side to bring it all the way back. How are you supposed to deal with Apex when he's this good?
Fire at their feet. Zywoo tagged down significantly. Making no... Oof, I was going to say, you know, no surprise at all that they're up to just these wild antics. Hooksy jumping around on the half wall. And Hawka had a valid point about that in the pregame. You know, sometimes Hooksy getting a little too risky for some's liking.
Yeah.
And that, I feel like, is one of those moments where, like, you can't even fall back behind coffins because they're up in your grill. So he goes down first in this one. Missed off shot from m0NESY, not ideal. And running out of runway. So Nexa's gonna have to go above and beyond. No, sir, no chance. An entire pack of Vitality players come flying up short. Hunter will do his damnedest, but it's a one and done from him as well. And slightly off the mark here. We've got to say it, rough map for m0NESY, sitting on 5 kills at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's not really anyone in the server except for Hunter for G2 here. So this is some good rounds out of him, but not much support out of that. When it was Taz in the server yesterday, they had Ancient, and Nico had an amazing map. Nexa had an amazing map. He's on 3 kills now. But Vitality set this game up for the perfect fast close. They don't even have to see CT side. If they crush the first rifle round, they get you back on a force. One op flick from m0NESY, it misses, and maybe we don't see it at all here on Inferno.
Unfortunately, in a sea of consistency, we haven't seen an individual map performance this poor for m0NESY since G2 lost to M80 back at Pro League, where he went 6-13 on Ancient.
That's why they want mobs.
So who they picking up Vitality?
Well, it has to be, you would assume it has to be Hooksy because Mobs is in an anchor, right?
No, I mean, if Mobs gets picked up by beating them and Vitality win now, who are they sniping?
From what's the question? Who are they picking up from who?
M80 wins, they buy Mobs.
Yeah.
Vitality wins, they buy
Zywoo?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's who I would buy personally.
Shocker.
money was no object.
Final attempt. Couple Famas, couple MP9s. Fast play from Modesty, just trying to get the game going. And he just gets splattered by Spinks. So not half bad. Nico, can you hang on? No, the climb up from Mezzi just slips by. 1 health there for Mezzi to make the difference. And if Vitality just decide to try and take this one strong, well, they're gonna catch him, nades in hand. Hooksy not quite ready. Nobody can offer anything to stop this Vitality, who had an extra 15 minutes to warm up, perhaps. Across the board, individually, everybody having their moments. Mezzi, 17 frags. Apex, top in the charts at 18 and 6. And Saiwu, given a chance to shine nonetheless. So make them wait, and you shall pay the price. Vitality, in a storm of a fashion, dismantled G2's map pick.
Shake the Hive, you're gonna get stung. Vitality clearly feeling fired up after crumbling versus Virtus.pro yesterday, and G2 feeling the full wrath of that. And just to contextualize this, Walker, Inferno, the map pick of G2, they hadn't lost this map since April. They were on an 11-map win streak, and this, I mean, we didn't get to see any individuals from G2 really shining at all.
I'm sure they'd look straight to the extenuating circumstances.
Yes.
But I'm going to look to the strengths from Vitality there. Apex clearly having a complete turnaround after yesterday. I wonder if Monasty's getting a bit of warm-up in now.
I wouldn't blame him.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame him either. Didn't get the chance to in the pre-game. But for Vitality, Apex having a massive step up. And just in general, their emphasis and focus on the banana play was incredibly important in this one. Flames was oftentimes just going 1-for-1 when he was getting the first fight against Nico. Sometimes they would just get Nico outright, and it would put them in a good position in the first place. And there was just so much to like about Vitality's active play on their CT side, and also being able to keep their cohesion while doing so.
And it was a prediction that we got maybe a little bit skew with as we were, you know, predicting what would happen going down in this series. Obviously, Nico, this is a position that he's absolutely famed for, but we get to see the Apex highlights rolling in, and he was just doing so much destruction on that area of the map.
They were just so sticky on Banana, constantly fighting for it early, and then Apex, as the further player back, would sometimes just have to lock down the site, and he always seemed to communicate perfectly. Whenever Spinks needed to arrive, he was there. Whenever he needed help, he was there. And also, there were quite a few rounds where Vitality would just start with 3B, just an extra man B, and say, okay, if we're challenging this heavy, we'll have one more man there. And it seemed to work a couple of times where G2 maybe just were hoping they could quickly trade it out and go for a B play, but it got completely denied.
Do you think we can blame it all on Manassi? Obviously having to just run here from the airport. For him, it wasn't an ideal situation, but you would look at the rest of G2 and think, okay, if Manassi's having an off day, surely that doesn't mean that G2 are completely dead in the water. But from the looks of things, that's what showed up today.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter had a good game in terms of stats, but other than that, no one else anywhere near. Nico, as I said, just getting denied on Banana was good game planning for me from Vitality. And Monassi, coming into this scenario, I guess the thing we should have thought about is he's not really going to get to AWP in that first half. And so he's not even on his comfort ground. By the time you get to the second half, it's already too far gone. And that's with them winning the first pistol. So it's not like they didn't have the chance to get enough rounds in that first half, but it just didn't happen.
From the Vitality side of the equation, this also must be a real feels good moment for Mezzi, not least because he was putting up some numbers obviously in this map, but for him, as Connor and Mo were aptly talking about, this is an opportunity for him to play in front of his home crowd. He'll only be, what, the 4th Brit to ever be playing inside the OVO Arena, so I'm sure he's hella fired up coming into this series.
Definitely, and he was really active and just confident in these anchor positions, which I love to see, because Apex said in that interview that he thought Mezzi, when he first joined, was maybe playing a little too scared, a little too much without balls at times, is exactly what he said. I was trying to keep it nice for broadcast. I'll give him the exact quote.
You can't be PG when you're talking about Apex.
Exactly. That man says whatever he wants.
Should we jump into a moment where we can see Vitality's synergy? Because it wasn't just a story of the individuals, right? We've got an eco play brought to you by Revolut. We're going to be jumping into round number 11. because this was a great display of just how exactly we like Vitality to be playing cohesively together, right?
Just so active here. This is a round where G2 have low money because Vitality were just keeping them down. Spinks goes 1 for 1. Look at the reaction. Instant flash, instant take from ZywOo. That means Mezzi can just focus on short. And again, he switched up his position really well throughout that half, sometimes going forwards into apartments, sometimes just playing back. And it made it really hard to predict his position as well. So he's able to get a couple of nice kills because of that fast response. That's just so much of what went right for Vitality. And then there was even Apex in there getting that final.
And that's exactly what we want to see from Vitality, right? The proactiveness, the aggression, the moving around. And it was kind of surprising to see that basically neutered by VP yesterday, right? I'm glad that they can get back in their rhythm and show us the Vitality that we know and love.
The thing is, it was working for them on Inferno yesterday. That is the only thing. So I still expect it to look good for the rest of the series because I just get the feeling that they're more mentally locked in today on that first map. There's the chance that you get a bit frustrated before the game begins because you're having to wait, you don't know if m0NESY's here, you don't know what's going on, but we saw none of that. Even after losing the pistol, they looked pretty on top of things. So I almost wonder whether it was just that weird stylistic clash where when you don't play VP for a while, you're not used to playing them, and then you get annoyed by exactly what's going down in the server. But it seems like now they're playing against G2 again, it's no problem.
And I mean, speaking of m0NESY being here, if you look over my right shoulder, he's still here. We noticed it. He didn't get up from the team to go outside, have a team talk, maybe take a little bit of a refreshment. He is, by the looks of things, maybe just in an aimbot server. And I don't blame him because obviously we saw the pictures. He was literally running in, no time to warm up, even tweeted saying, hey, take 5 minutes off my practice time to give me time to actually get here. So I don't blame him, you know, trying to get in some more legwork because could be last chance saloon for him, right?
Yeah, important that he gets up to speed. And again, not really going to put the blame on him for that first map, but he's going to have the opportunity to at least warm up now, which is a good thing for him. He hopefully will be able to step up. But honestly, when he doesn't even get chances with the AWP, I'm not even going to say that there's much he could have done differently. Obviously, there were a couple of moments where he looked a little confused and a little, I guess, lost because of him just coming in so last minute. That's to be expected, though. You can't expect him to do much more in that scenario. This time he'll be a bit more prepared. It might not be the ideal warm-up, but it's better than nothing.
The opportunity does present itself on Vitality's map pick of Anubis. We saw them struggle versus VP just yesterday. Let's see if they can turn it around after this. Anubis up next, potentially a ticket to playoffs for Vitality, and potentially a plane ticket home for G2. m0NESY's certainly hoping not, because he's just arrived to the server. Of course, there are some extenuating circumstances in which his arrival didn't exactly breathe the best m0NESY we've ever seen on Inferno. Do you expect him, now that he's maybe had a bit of a chance to warm up, to be showing us a bit more on Anubis?
You would think so, and I hope for G2, I like that they have this positive mood in the team and positive vibe, but at the same time, there has to become a point where it gets a little serious for them, right?
Yeah.
Elimination game. I think this is the map where, even though it's, you know, Vitality's pick coming into this, they've played it really close against Vitality before, and it seems like G2, oftentimes when I hear them talk about vetoes, they seem to put a lot of time into thinking about what their opponents are going to pick and how they can counter it. They seem to really focus on anti-stratting their opponent's map. So maybe they can come through, and maybe they have got something up their sleeve here.
They've played it a hell of a lot of times in the past 3 months, 14 to be exact, but the results are quite 50-50 for them. 7 wins, 7 losses. What do you think they need to do to be countering Vitality? Because we saw VP doing it just yesterday. Do you think they're maybe watching that game and taking some leaves out of VP's book?
The tough thing is, you would assume that maybe they could try and do that, but then it just seems like such a different way that VP play. And the thing I find with G2 is that sometimes if there's an initial trade in a round, I actually feel like they can struggle to come up with a plan B, whereas VP are so good at pushing and pulling across the map. That's kind of what they live and die off. So I don't know if they can actually take too much from that VP game. The other reason is because I do think Vitality were a little frustrated in that game, and it seemed like their coordination was off, whereas I don't expect that here.
Yeah, understandably so. The only scratches they'd had on their record prior to this on Anubis was to 9Z back at Dallas, and that was a seeding game. It didn't really mean too much for Vitality going into the playoffs of Dallas. I do wonder, though, based off of what we saw versus VP yesterday, what do you hope that Vitality, will have changed coming into today? Is it literally just the emotional response? Are we hoping, not to see Apex smacking down on his desk too often and screaming expletives to the rest of his team?
Yeah, I just think it needs to be tight. It just needs to be tight. They were doing the right things. They had the right ideas. There were a couple of rounds where they sat back a little too much. I think they just got lost in the game. So they do need to continue to play aggressive. That's how they like to play. I think that can absolutely happen. The other upside is this is another map where, like I was saying earlier, you have Apex and Nico playing similar positions at middle, going head to head. G2 might have come into this thinking to themselves, okay, that's our anti-strat. Maybe we can try and exploit Apex mid. Maybe we can try and get some splits going. Well, if that was their idea, I don't think it's going to work, because we saw on that first map, Apex playing lights out.
He was an absolute beast. This smelling like a 2-0 for your money, Hawker?
I think it has to. I think it has to. G2, they can compete on this map, and it's just a question of how much time have they been able to put in since Dallas. But even then, things might have changed since Dallas for G2, so I don't even know how much you can read into that, really.
Well, m0NESY within touching distance of playing in front of the home crowd. Scrawny, Launders, is it going to happen on Anubis?
Will it happen? It's tough to say. Haka says it's tough to read into. Neither of us can read it all. So, I mean, I'm not sure where this one goes, but it just feels like Vitality have stepped into play today. GG bet odds favoring Vitality big time. And understandably, I mean, they're coming off of that map incredibly hot. You've got an absent Nico, an absent Nexa, an absent Hooksy in that last map. Apex just dominates Banana from the start to the finish. They couldn't find an opening across an Inferno. I mean, they couldn't find a bomb site to hit. A couple times things get a little frantic inside of the B bomb site. Barring that, it feels like Vitality's day. It feels like the coronation of King William is coming in the Wembley Arena.
Yeah, there's kind of an interesting outcome no matter what. Obviously, it's a very stacked group and a very stacked couple of groups here at Blast. There's almost no one that would be a surprise if they made it all the way to Wembley. But in this matchup, it's one that you hope at least gets to 3 maps, though that doesn't seem like it's guaranteed anymore, because Inferno, if anything, was the best chance G2 had to pull one out and make it look convincing. Happy to see Apex, though, playing this well, especially considering yesterday was just not, he was not feeling it. He had a G2 Inferno yesterday.
Creepy crawly pistol round. m0NESY's gonna take a little peek outside B. Hey there, Hunter. Howdy. They start to creep back down lane. Game versus Spirit yesterday, just like this. It was a push outside of Long B that then triggered the dark hit from G2. But that overcommitment on Long doesn't happen in this case from Vitality, unlike versus Spirit. So they sit in sight. The flood comes out regardless. Hooksy goes jumping onto Plat and dies. Spinks and Mezzi, it's one apiece so far. Spinks caught in, rotators down, and Hunter and Nexa doing enough so far. It's damage on Hunter, though, that could make it a problem. Nico connects. That's what they needed. ZywOo's done. And with the safe plant back sight, Flamesy's going to try to chase him down. He gets around the corner. Now the hands-off plant, but Nico hones in on it. That is what we're looking for. Who steps up? Hunter again. Little Nexa action, and a Nico 2K sprinkled in to take a pistol for G2.
Yeah, he makes it interesting. G2 need the pistol to make this game competitive, and they had a fight for here in this round. It's a good hold overall from Spinks and Mezzi at first. So the kills back were even better. Where do we end? Nico spotting 2 inside of Dark, taking 1 out himself. And the Hunter fake plant for the cherry on top. Nice try from Flamesy. MP9s are out here. It's a map that you can definitely eco. MP9's very strong on the A site. Can be very strong here in middle. See if G2 make any mistake. They're on a 3-match loss streak here on Anubis, hoping not to make it 4.
For me, it's all eyes on Flamesy as Anubis goes on. His average over the last 3 months, a 1.10. His average on Anubis over the same time frame, a 1.26. Huge impact on Anubis regularly. Very critical moments over towards the A half of the map. So your expectations set on him. Nexa will be his counterpart here in round 2. Spinks just keeping it tucked in. Here's the approach. Nexa gonna get caught off by that quick camera burst. CT serves up a distraction.
They're not exactly ready to hit, but there's no CTs here in the site waiting, so they're going to speed up now.
The rotate tries to come back over in time, but gets a little bit out of control here for Mezzi. Fast water flank from Flames. Talk about him. Here he is. Him and Hooksy. Gonna lock horns, and that could compromise the post plant too if he gets in with his frag, but he's gonna give his players on site a little more time by the looks of it. Maybe let that temple smoke fade. Now Spinks has regained vision. In a moment, Mezzi will also have his line of sight. Galil stuck into the corner though. Flamesy's still not biting down, so maybe just looking for the departure at this point.
Yeah, push him back to exit a different way, but yeah, Flame's not going for anything here.
So they get close to the bomb site, but they let it all go. 4 survivors by the looks of it for G2, and they get past what could have been pistols in dangerous pockets.
So they just do the full commit scout here from Nexa into the site, and that's enough to at least pull the remaining players, which allows G2 to walk in and plant. At least in their 3 losses, one of them's to Vitality, and it went 16-13 at Dallas on Anubis. So they're comfortable playing against Vitality on this map, even though Vitality are very strong on it. And this is one where Mezzi, you know, made the difference on Anubis at Dallas specifically.
Damn right he did. Dominated the B bomb site. Ooh, he gets it. Shaves down Hooksy from inside of the smoke. But Spinks just died right before, so very important trade frag coming out of the B defense. And it's enough to have G2 scatter back. Bit of util usage, but nothing behind it. Now, again, Vitality, right? Working with less, trying to make something happen. Nico gets dinked, hangs on very nicely. It's the third player that bests him. Mezzi's second of the round, making a little money, racking up some costs, but nobody's gonna be able to stop this bomb from going down. So go grab the AK. If you're lucky, Apex comes over and nabs something too. But a cautious start to the map for G2 and a 3-0 scoreline secured.
Yeah, surely he's going to go grab this. Apex going the wide way around.
Mezzi not being shy to let them know he's near. Keep him close to the bomb. We'll see what can happen. Softening up Monacy, sure enough. AK to be saved. Nobody coming dark at Apex, so there it is. 3 up for G2 in the man count and the round count.
If we get the Mirage, this game gets so interesting because, yeah, that's the unlikely map to come up in this veto and something I think everybody wants to see. What if Monacy never checks into his hotel?
If he's only here for a day, did he even need a visa?
He's just making a connection.
It's funny, but it hurts.
Decided not to go. Got my money back?
Yeah, right. Little mid control secured. Mezzi, careful. Yeah, nice shot from Monacy. Instant execution of the peak. And now Spinks has got problems. Yeah, they're not going to slow down at all. Ooh. That's what you're looking for G2. Headshot from Monacy. Headshot out of Nico. ZywOo's in the pocket, though. Double kill already, and the A4 still got rounds. He peeks off the flash, confirming 2 more, but not able to stop anybody else. Good spam out of Apex, completely outnumbered, and a bomb site secured. G2 wasting no time, but Vitality provided the thread to pull on for all of that to unravel.
They did. It was another situation where we see Vitality actually just, their A site is, they have enough players there, but they don't have enough map control because you have Spinks understanding that he got spotted. They're going to go take dark control from him. Vitality are not holding on to either main or dark again, and the split's coming in with time. So we saw this as another sort of second attempt here from Vitality. They played Virtus.pro on this map as well. Similar problems. And they did lose yesterday.
Yesterday, of course, they were completely dismantled by Shiro. Man,
G2, yeah.
Did he ever have a fire lit under him after that first map loss?
Yeah, that op difference was massive. And we didn't really see the op from ZywOo last map. Wasn't necessary when you had Apex having the game he was having. On this map with, you know, map behind us for Monacy and ZywOo going to be more important in that regard here on Anubis. You'd expect to see that have a bigger impact.
Apex coming off of Inferno with a plus 2.0 rating. I mean, come on. Against Nico on Inferno. You know what I mean? Like that's
against G2 on Inferno.
What an anomaly.
Yeah.
So awesome turnaround from him on an individual level. Tried to highlight Flamesy's impact across Anubis. We get to see him get his kill. So first gun round goes down nicely for G2. Again, if Monacy kind of hits the ground with a little rust, nobody's surprised. He has never had a better excuse to have a bad map won. And already we're getting more life out of Nico. Apex getting pelted at the moment, has not had an easy time trying to hang on to middle. He's being very dangerous. And of course, he's locking horns with who other than NiKo again.
These setups are so key. Oh, obviously walking right into the outshot here. And
nice.
a perfect sort of counter position from the T's. They have a double layered attack on the defense that comes forward. Apex in from behind. Is there anything he can do? He's got 34 health.
Calls Mezzi to come down through camera just in case, but there is no overcommitment. Perfect setup. ZywOo comes into long thinking he's got an op to trade out, and instead it's this wide swing from Nexa.
Yeah, and they know when Vitality aren't pushing B main, that they're just so turtled up in the site, and actually Spinx is just gonna straight up run away from it. They're turning this into a save. G2 are going to step right in to a 5-0 start.
Lovely. It's been meticulous. It's been well planned.
This is a more map agnostic thing, but this is also the scary part when they played against Virtus.pro, right? They had amazing first map, then they atrophied really hard after losing Dust 2, then they got crushed on map 3, right?
True.
And that's something that it was hard to understand why that happened. And even, you know, Zai with the quote saying, I have no idea why that happened. But that's a more mentality thing than it was the map pool or who was supposed to be playing well, besides Apex, who, again, he's having a much better day, or at least did already over on Inferno.
And in an even weirder state of affairs, that second map versus VP was also looking like Vitality's, right? They atrophied halfway through it. Had a huge lead. Took 1 3K from Electronic, and then we never saw Vitality for the rest of that match.
Yeah, that was when their CT side, it got disconnected. You can really tell when Vitality aren't communicating on their CT sides, because when they're lively, they're rotating a ton. So many pick plays, so many double ups in different positions. And you're seeing that a little bit here on Anubis. You see it the most on Inferno so far, but that was what fell off into maps 2 and 3 yesterday. That's what you want to hope doesn't happen again. Remember that round where they had 4 players in the B site, but no one was really doing anything. Then they left our control, they left main control, so they knew they were coming, but they weren't really proactively defending anything. They were sitting and waiting. So again, you can tell when the communication starts to fall off.
We're a lively bunch 1 map ago, now sitting down 5 rounds, but back in with weapons at the very least. ZywOo posted up. This shot, they're in. Behind the pillar, he dies. 2 shots out, no contact. Oh, NiKo, nice headshot. Modesty hits a zinger, and that's what you're looking for if you're G2. Another quick and easy entry into B. Another big round from Modesty and NiKo. The stars are starting to shine, and G2 are heating up.
Ooh, big time. I'm not sure why it is, but Vitality has just been like not really fighting for Dark at all. You know, there is always the game, like if you watch, like, for example, Brain play Dark, or if you watch Donk swing Dark, for example, they're going to fight it to the point that they're putting pressure through a smoke. They're constantly trying to make you take damage on your way up canals, right, while you're vulnerable walking forward. They're at least feigning the pressure, even if they don't truly want to commit to the fight. But Vitality here, they're not even attempting to put pressure in.
Can they save even? Good cover here from Flamesy. Everybody stays tucked. You're good. You're good. 2 guns held on to. 6-round T-side minimum now for G2. Getting up, wiping off the dirt from the first map. NiKo, that was such a clean kill. Gives Spinx no chance to give anything over. But it was also ZywOo who was put in a position to thrive and missed the easy one. They don't come alive now. We're going to be left here scratching our heads asking, where did Vitality go between maps? On an individual level, they have disappeared. It's spooky.
It is.
Flamesy, not ideal. He's going to have to wait for the flash to jump out. Oh, we can't see it. Honestly, 76 health as he walks away. Could have been way worse there.
Definitely not bad. But like, again, map control. Hunter is watching for this push. He does this every round, okay? He's waiting for them to go and take control at some point. Now he's letting them know that they were spotted. That's the most important part of this. It's very tricky for the CTs to stay out here comfortably. and now they're trying to make Vitality insecure. This next kill is everything. This is when Vitality are most desperate.
Nico getting active in middle while Hooksy decides not to follow through. So, yeah, this is Nico sensing he has an opening, and man, does he ever.
What a gap that he found.
Beautiful. A little pressure on long A, and look what it serves up. ZywOo turned the wrong direction. Nico wants more. In between both. Clinical execution. Perfectly called. The rumblings of the A presence, but it is Nico that slips through the back line. And m0NESY does not miss. 2 kills from the 2 stars as G2 come alive.
You are kidding. What a play. Played perfectly from Nico, who's now 11-2. It looked like, don't want to call it too soon, but m0NESY might be warmed up now. But you see, that was a symptom of they actually had nothing, right? The only thing that they went for was that like classic thing they do on CT side is the flash double B main push. They've been doing that since the beginning of Anubis for almost 2 years now. And it's the only thing that they did to get info back. And of course, that's always the scary part about Anubis, is to go for it. But when you have Hunter, who's literally got one protocol in place, it's don't die to the guy who pushes, find out when they flash, confirm that they've pushed, and then Vitality can't hold on to it, can't push farther, can't do anything. Of course, Nico's going to take that gap. Of course, m0NESY's going to be holding for the push on the other side of the map because it's safe for him. So they need more in the way of ideas. Teams like Complexity and FaZe are fighting for bridge every round. Even if on CT side it's scary to do so, it's resource intensive, and sometimes you don't come up with anything because the positions are hard to play, they at least feign it, right? Not getting that presence from Vitality.
Couple that with what you just mentioned a round ago about not either going for E-Box and Dark or any canals pressure too. It's like, all right, well, there's nothing water, there's nothing bridge. There's
people call them gimmicks, but sometimes that's just a tactic, right? In an MR12, you only need a couple to really build momentum. A couple of tactics, a couple of 5v4s, could be 4 rounds with ecos on either side of them. So we aren't really seeing those tactics right now. Look how quiet the map is.
a smoke grenade, a bit of spam out Dark. That's all we're getting from Vitality's B setup. Again, yes, you had 2 players behind the mid doors, but that kind of gets flustered with this utility pressure that Nico decides to play within. Apex gonna try to swing door. Nico does a great job of getting against the smoke and goes unpunished for that missed jump too. No trade frag despite ZywOo being right there for it. Apex kind of swings out before ZywOo can tiptoe with him. And so another 5v4 comes out for G2. This flawless T side on Anubis will not stop.
Spinks watching paint dry here in Dark as G2 start to crawl back up the bridge. ZywOo will get his end. Oh, he is. Oh my gosh, I thought he was going to be able to get a second shot, but Hunter was just a bit too quick.
And that's all there is on the A half of the map, right? Flamesy already evacuated. Oh, but at the very least, you clip Nico on the jump down camera. If you're looking for a saving grace when you have a max of 5 rounds to play for, that's kind of what you hope to pull on. But Nexa sends shots back through smoke, and that is m0NESY down, 2 rifles in hand, and op picked up by Flamesy. And a difficult decision to make. Do you play for best case 4 CT rounds? And they'll concede this. They offer it over. ZywOo unable to post a multi-frag as they trickled into him top mid.
It was a tricky move there from Nico. Come back in from outside the smoke. He had full vision the whole time. The smoke was just plump enough. G2, they're working the body right now. They're roaming around. They're finding new tempos to go in for things. Everything's flowing. Might have a situation where we trade map picks here. If this keeps going as well as it is here for G2.
Leg kick, feint. Mouse jump. Sprinkle in whatever you have to. Okay.
It's almost no AW presence here for ZywOo in this series so far.
Audience C and ZywOo both, but will either take a step into the other.
I just feel like the puzzle pieces are just going to keep getting put in place. The more space that's given back.
He's been pressured off of Fountain every time he plays up here. Flamesy has not been able to get a hold going from this spot.
It's about as far as he goes, to be honest.
That's why those nades that keep zoning him just do so much damage, keeping him muted at 2 kills, just like everybody else.
Right. Like if he hasn't pushed baskets, there's only a few places that he's going to be left in the site. And they figured that out.
And last time they had this forward setup, that's when Nico was able to kind of skate through middle. And again, that is a looming threat. Mezzi's going to float around to try to counter him. Apex right here with Flamesy. There's the stuff. Finally, Vitality able to put up a wall. But that wall gets kicked down by Hunter. Double kill entry, 12 seconds to the clock. Bomb crosses. Things get a little frantic here as Mezzi looks to slide into it all. Modesty, that's a quick scope up close. Bomb can go down. 2v5 queued up, but ZywOo's on the flank and looks to clutch. Hunter, he is the one that kicked this off. Door off its hinges, and as he gets ZywOo low, he'll take it to 9 straight.
2v5. That is warmed up if I've ever seen it. How did Hunter get that second kill entering the site? That one, he just had to clasp his hands and pray. Ooh, that's disgusting. And obviously, the timing here for Mezzi is no good. The smoke's coming up, and Monasty's looking to fall back out of his position. Wow. You just never know what you're going to get with this team.
My favorite thing about G2 is when Hooksy is mind blown. No matter how many events he plays next to these greats, he can never believe his eyes. Hunter has been so good on this T side. I mean, every time. Something weird going on.
Your day, man.
I'm afraid to talk about my loved ones, man.
That was such a layup, too. Like, he totally was great until that moment.
But yeah, even though in those moments when he's sat outside of B site, he's not doing the most, but it's been so good at keeping them honest. So good at keeping them kind of pinned in. It's just dancing with them. Like playing hide and seek with toddlers. You know? You can win whenever you want.
It's like hiding behind your door and confusing your dog.
Oh, where are you? He's got him figured out. But here we go, off of the man disadvantage.
Yeah, he's got the 5v4 at least here.
You know, we're sat here waiting for Vitality to put something of a CT side so that we can talk about second pistol with a shred of interest.
But they're not controlling main again. I mean, they can have mid in this spot. Hooksy could come down to him. He's not clearing this out properly. Spinks takes him down. Another one spotted. That's Mezzi.
Modesty trying to slide forward. No back-to-back 2v5s this time. They were on the brink of a round win one prior. They'll finally get their first tier Vitality. Better late than never.
They didn't get egged. And if they get 3 rounds on TD side, okay.
He smoked.
To be fair, he has played that exact spot the entire half, right?
Hey, so 9 rounds out of it.
Why not nade him? You can be upset about it, but you can't be mad. You milk that shoulder peek for everything it's worth. Apex, good lineup here on Nico. Ooh, almost gets caught on the fallback, but will escape man advantage. Again, this is Vitality starting to piece something together, right? If not for that 2v5, this could still be a 4-round half. And again, 4 at the tail end. A momentum shift ahead of second pistol.
Okay.
Beautiful re-peek. You know, even Apex was kind of ready for that boost after he gets his Nico kill, so no surprise ZywOo slides into it, same expectations. And number 2 queued up. Surely Hunter can't kick off another 2v5. He's over towards the bridge. It's going to have to be Nexa on the A entry. Hunter versus ZywOo, a critical moment in this desperate attempt with no bomb and no opening. Total sweep, back-to-back rounds. Vitality with 5 alive. Where was this all have?
I mean, and look at the X's on the mini-map. You know, now it's back on their side of the map, which is good to see.
Yeah.
It's hard to get these rounds as a CT, but the proactivity here. Well, look at this. He's in front of the bridge smoke. He's actually coming forward into an angle. They're not sitting back in the site waiting for the full exec to happen.
Mohan, it's exactly what you wanted. One riskier step forward. The double nade to Hunter's position instead of just showing him skin and then hiding in the site. Apex getting that much further. Why are they doing it now? Because you're sitting at 9-0.
Yeah,
you have to at this point, but you could have 4 rounds prior.
It's true. I mean, they basically said, look what's happened when we've let them default 9 rounds in a row. They won every single time. They put their foot down when the 2v5 took place. I said, okay, that is the final straw. And
now I'm angry.
Now I'm angry, yeah. We'll find out if it's too late or not.
Nade me again, I dare you.
Yeah, see where Hunter, one bad thing happens to him on 1 round. Oh, nice push from Zy. Oh, another.
What?
He just lit it up. What just happened? How do you get Hunter?
I don't know.
What? He literally ran after that kill.
Coming back in with the recovery, but the Plat player is able to find him. ZywOo just pushed the bridge and gets 3 kills, I guess?
Literally.
Must be nice. No, he's already done.
Yeah, he can die. He can die.
Rule 7, double tap. 10 seconds here to round out the half. Nexa throws the Hail Mary. Got to run through the fire, bud. Bomb needs to be planted. And they'll stop him right then and there. So a 3rd one off of the back of a somehow ZywOo 3-piece.
Hey there, Dust 2 dwellers. It's time to wake up and smell the chicken and mushroom noodles. Ever wondered when you'll finally get a taste of American coffee? Nestled in the heart of Dust 2, American Coffee has been promising to open its doors for what feels like forever. Peek inside and you'll find the perfect spot to unwind, if only it were open. Imagine a place where the aroma of freshly brewed coffee fills the air, where every corner is a cozy haven. One day, this could be it. Mark your calendars, because American Coffee is finally opening sometime in the future. Until then, make sure to stock up on your favorite quick fixes. You never know when you might need them in Dust 2.
Well, we gotta see it, don't we? 3K from ZywOo to close out the half. Walks across the bridge. Oh.
No, there's Hunter still. Oh, man, okay.
That was slow-mo.
Look at it, yeah.
Yeah, the third was long. No? Not that I keep the first one?
Well, it was. It's easy when he goes for it.
Yeah.
Which is great. Like, it's great that he went for it. The last 2 rounds where they fought for mid early on,
yeah,
that worked. What's on your mind?
It was nicer before I saw it.
Oh yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like seeing the kill feed get lit up like that with headshots. I was
Right.
like, oh, ZywOo!
Right.
And now
Honestly,
I'm like,
jumping Hunter on
oh,
the
okay,
off,
good timing, good timing. You get aggressive, but nobody shot back. Jumping player, 2 blindsides.
Didn't count.
Keep your wigs on. Benjamin Franklin. Nico. Yeah, nobody looking. Oh, Flamesy trying to keep him locked in here.
The way he peeks so carefully there.
How's our CT there? How's Monacy out there? Oh, they've still got him stuck in. It's if somebody comes at bridge that Monacy kind of feels doomed, so he's feeling antsy like he wants to make a move. Mezzi's gun is getting emptied, and Nexa finishes it off. So that should be 2 CT still confirmed. Bomb plant for long. ZywOo takes the cave.
Oh, smoke goes too far.
That's timing.
It's also not watched.
Vitality may not see this one coming. Nexa's gonna have to clear out every single corner. And remember, bomb planted for ZywOo, deep CT spawn. He hears that very quick sprint over. Monacy tries to elicit the peek. ZywOo insta headshot. Nexa's got the nice return, but ZywOo just keeps hitting.
Man, him with pistols, dude. Was that the P250 again?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. As usual for ZywOo. Best on the P2, best on the dualies. What can't this man do? And when we say Vitality needed this, they did. They got their 3 rounds at the end. It was a 9-0 half. Getting shades of Navi FaZe right now. And I have way more confidence in the Vitality T sides.
Sure.
CT sides definitely. Some days they just look a little lazy with it, but their T sides they should have those sorted.
Best defense, good offense. Yeehaw, rip it and turn left.
That's what I say when my force was $3,700.
Yep. Rip it, bud. Get out there and hack a dart. Checking for Monacy. You go pistol stacking here on long.
Ooh, this is a
dangerous one, right?
If you're gonna stack this up, this would be the way to do it. They're not volleying either.
5-7 up close.
Oh, okay, safe.
Nicely done. There's still the Skep play, and he gets a little more damage in on ZywOo, but ZywOo making sure that this pistol setup can't prevail in the face of the Vitality T-side starts.
And even though ZywOo didn't really have the op impact, as soon as he did have impact, that's when Vitality got their 3 rounds.
True.
Him and Apex up on the bridge in those last 3 rounds.
Took him a little time, but he's putting it in place. Another 2 kills this round versus the easy ones. I'll bring it up once more. 1.26 rating for Flamesy on Anubis in the last 3 months. His best map. At the moment, a bit more of a quiet game, so they clear out the last 2 CTs. Nothing shall be saved. Let's see if this T-side and his A-lurks can start to make the difference.
Unfortunately, in memory, it's had a lot of big Flames rounds on A site.
Yeah.
When he was stopping them on CT side, but we didn't really get that.
Yeah.
in the first half of this game. Everyone's hitting everything.
Ah. At least it's not each other. Yet. First pistol stack didn't work, so let's try it again. But, like you were saying, right? More faith in the T side. Vitality, no slouch on an Anubis offense. Nico, will he take that risk? Good flashbang, but there's support here. Mezzi draws him in, and Apex cleans up the mid-kill. So nice and easy. Vitality from the pistol round win to now. Not a speed bump, not a hiccup. Not a bug on the windshield of this Vitality comeback.
And they're the ones who are up a map.
But here it comes.
Got the G2 re-debut after a month of not playing together. And they're still in the lead here in map 2, but it's definitely not guaranteed. These are the plays. What were these plays, Vitality?
Yeah, literally that. Let's see if they can counter them since they didn't use them. Hooksy's already out long A. 2 players all the way down Canal. I mean, that is a confident attack from the CT side.
Nice one back here for Flamesy at least. And Hooksy gets tagged low, but he gets his kill.
Beautifully done. 2 critical kills out of Hooksy.
Oh, he's spotting with very low health. Yeah, he's got to drop that smoke. And see, now Monacy's passive, but he's still actively watching from safety with kills. Hooksy still push baskets. This round's going to end on B.
It may not even be a split. 2.5 belts of utility here for Vitality. 35 seconds on the clock to get it done. Nexa's Molly could stuff them.
Oh, another smoke.
Yep.
Oof.
That is tough. Vitality have to make a difficult decision.
Oh, I heard him jump too.
Throw caution to the wind. They pop it open, and all that does is cost Flamesy. You got another.
Oh, now their own smoke as they just go back to save.
Cheers, love. The cavalry's here.
I mean, if that round doesn't explain everything that Vitality should have done in the first half, I don't know what does.
Yep. I'm glad you hammered home that point as much as you did, because here we are early on in G2 CT side, and we get a perfect example of it, putting, you know, one of the final nails in this coffin of Vitality's Anubis.
And the idea is, even if you don't get your kill when you come out this far, you burn time off the clock as the T's have to go back regular map control. They have to go do normal things now. It takes them extra 20, 30 seconds. Then by the end of the round, that's when ideas like that pay off. But they also get the kill. And they also are aggressive on both sides of the map, which is great. Kind of had their cake and ate it too. So a third time out here, called for Vitality. One last chance for Xtaz to get into the mix.
Taz just grateful that he didn't have to play today.
Bet he was half excited though.
Half excited. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Got out of bed. He was definitely DMing. Just in case. Just in case. I'll get my revenge. But Kid pulled through. They're cautious about another aggressive stance being thrown out from G2. We'll see a bit more of a slower approach, perhaps. Not wanting to get caught out with flashes. Mezzi's clearing corners on water. All is good.
And this is another, it's not aggressive just yet, but with Nexa pushed on baskets, Monty's going to post up right behind him. You know, contrast this to the amount of times that Flamesy was just up here with his rifle by himself. coming towards Nico.
Flamesy gets through, no contact yet. Very close. Nico on high alert. If Flamesy thinks he hasn't been hurt, he's done for. And Nico, I like that. Just kind of sets the trap and lets Flamesy walk into it.
And that late resmoke, 40 seconds, they wanted to step in. And they still have forward control here over on the A site.
Bomb sat the top of T steps.
They got to pick that up and make a decision now.
Man. Spinks is sprinting over for it. They're going to try to take long first. Monacy here to help out. Mid-shot. Nexa and Monacy, both the defenders, die with nothing to show for it. And the mid player steps through fire, so Apex is ready for it. ZywOo just holding and waiting for the camera hit. Smoke goes down first. Bomb to be safely planted, I think. Yeah, we're good. ZywOo recovers his vision. Hunter can't get anything.
Ooh.
That is a sweep of the defense.
Okay, they brought it back. I mean, it was definitely desperate towards the end, but they got both kills. There was obviously a shot miss from Monacy, but he was turning from a flash. Nexa didn't get his up front. And at that moment, of course, it's, was it 5v3?
Yes, sir.
They already had a 5v3, so they just needed one kill between the both of them. Couldn't come up with it. Oh, it's 5v4. 5v4.
Can't trust me today.
I've never run anything by you.
I'm,
You're like a bald barber right now.
Yep. Can't trust me.
You're like a skinny chef.
I'm dotting T's and crossing I's.
You're like a damn blind accountant.
Oh, unlucky timing. We try, that's just unlucky. That one's unlucky. You're not bad. Just unlucky. And in a round where you can afford a little bad luck. MP9 for Nexa, the best case. Monacy, nice dig. That third player is going to get mollied out. So as long as guns are up, should be straight shooting out of Vitality. Fire at the feet of the plat setup. Nothing here for the G2 defense. Despite that stack, this T-side keeps on giving. An anomaly. A 1 CT round win for G2 so far. And that's the momentum, because it's 1 round so far in this half and the 9 first rounds of their T side.
That's right.
Right? From 9-0 to 10-7. Now 8.
Oh, we saw the biggest comeback with FaZe NAVI.
But we may have been mistaken.
We'll see.
Keeping it cool, calm, collected. That 1 round, of course, is also just sheer aggression from G2, right? The 2-player down E-box push with Hooksy out A main. First gun round, G2 swing. Since then, they've kind of been cold.
Just one, 2 rifles, right? So the second one was good foot forward. Nico got a kill. They still had lots of map control. They just didn't hit their shots. Next, I'm honestly dying to 2 players without 1 kill between them. That could cost you a round. Ooh, Op's not around to help. A lot of pressure now, actually. This exec looks like it might come in just a few seconds.
Oh, ahead of the smoke. They're going to go for jail. Hooksy, grenades in hand. Oh, no, his support's gone down, and Hooksy's still just chucking out nades. Sheer pressure out of Vitality. They pounce in, and they go deep. Spinks has got cave. There is no stoppage there from G2 whatsoever.
Oh, yeah, that was nicely formed from Vitality. They basically had no idea that that was coming. Of course, part of that is the main attack coming through the smoke, so they're trying to find a moment where Monacy doesn't rotate over.
Look at the damage under Hunter and Hooksy's dead cards. 3 damage from Hunter, 0 damage from Hooksy. All that util you're trying to throw out to stop the hit, it does literally nothing.
Yeah. That was definitely not very convincing, and a very good sign here for Vitality.
Can the save be held on to? Oh, they clear out 2 as well, so Vitality all the closer, and Nico the only survivor.
With the op as well. The only thing G2 have going for them right now is that loss bonus, at least. Vitality's T side starting to rev up.
Pistols again, looking like a tied game. What a welcome sight. Welcome to the party, ZywOo. Slowly but surely, couple kills every round. Hold a little more passively. This could be it for Nico. Oh, he's in 2 mines. The flash is amazing. Perfect. Dissects the mid setup of Vitality. God, that looked like it was gonna get slammed down, and instead he comes around with the flash. It is perfect.
m0NESY gets 3 assists. He has his deagle out.
Hot on the trigger. ZywOo finds a back turned.
Oh, that's not small.
Ooh, okay. But Hunter behind the pillars got his cover. Mezzi gonna have to try to run in desperately, grab that bomb, and it's not gonna happen. Nico with the 4K.
Wow. What a moment right there. Of course, you can see there's like a 3-frame difference between them about to see Nico and then just start shooting, or that flash coming out, and what we just saw, which was Nico getting a 3K on a bunch of blind players with 3 assists coming out from m0NESY. I don't know if that was a mixture of the HE grenade that landed plus a deagle shots, but
he sure as hell makes Nico's job a little easier. That was going to be embarrassing for Nico. Just looking at the wall, barrel stuffed on the double door peak.
So committed to trust this flash, and timing couldn't have been better. just trying to blame someone right at the very end. Sad.
Hey, you stink. That flash got him. That's the second. Such a great first half, though. Flamesy keeps them honest. Again, they go swinging with the bridge peak. How does Nico pick that up?
I don't know. Uh-oh.
Nexa then off the long peak into Mezzi, grabs the next one. Man advantage here for G2.
They can sustain 2 straight, but this, yeah, will empty their bank accounts. That is a tough spot now. This is still a winnable position here for Vitality. There's 1 down, Nico's low. There's still lots of time left on the clock, and the CTs have receded back to their lines. Where's their next advantage? And do they walk into m0NESY?
Posted and patient and paid off. Gets around the doorway.
Oh my God, if he had...
Settle down, dude. Ooh, baby, that's 12. Surely. They've got bomb possession. And, you know, that kind of feels like a bit of a flashback to Vitality's tail end of the CT side when ZywOo goes with the triple kill in round number 12. Nico on the fallback.
I have no idea how Nico got that.
Right? Killing Apex
was just
on water.
waiting, knew exactly when he would peak, ready for it, and it's, of course, a headshot in the kill feed for Nico. No, he's made up for Inferno as well. Maybe he's on the same flight as m0NESY, I don't know.
Needs this gun.
They kind of want to fight him. Oh, the flash is great.
Oh!
He dies after time.
See ya.
Oh, man.
He ain't gonna get away. Not on Taz's watch.
You can see the bullets whizzing by his head.
Big moment. That's 12. G2.
I want to say big credit to m0NESY in this half. We've seen so much variety in his positions with Yop. It hasn't always come to him in terms of the rounds, but he's been trying to keep it fresh every single time.
And just G2 in general, right? Not shying away from another little bit of aggression, just sprinkled in ever so elegantly throughout this CT half. They got the job done in the first 12. They just had to put the bow on it. Here and there, bits of success on a CT side that seem to have pushed this over. It's good damage with the utility. It's ZywOo on the approach, working with 40 HP. Hunter's having none of that. Nice angle from Flamesy. Can he get himself a second? m0NESY preoccupied, so no support over here for Hooksy, and he's just going to shy away from a duel for now. Let that rotation come out from Nexa. Let that mid player peel back, and in the same timing, we have Vitality collecting numbers too.
They don't want to go here, right? They know that m0NESY's going to rotate over, but they're going to wait for their time to attack. Basically going to be 4v3 in the site. This could still be the last round, even though Hooksy's low.
They let him out. The smoke goes down. Oh boy. Half of his health now shaved off. m0NESY dives back into the cover. Do they test him? 2 shots from the back plat. There it is, over smoke, but Nexa clipped the wings of Dark, and he knows where you're at. Spinks, huge risk, still lives. 15 to the clock with bomb under Nexa. He slides up and closes. 2 from m0NESY, 2 from Nexa, and a map 3 as G2 keep the dreams alive.
Yeah, G2 living to fight at least one more map here in London. And m0NESY, he has certainly arrived into the server after that ground of Anubis. But once again, Hawker, Vitality getting burned by what we once used to say was one of their home maps.
And another map where Vitality just seemed to go on a horrendous streak for a big period of time. Yeah. That is an ugly trend that they are dealing with right now at this tournament. For whatever reason, it feels like as soon as a couple of those early aggressive maneuvers don't work, it all starts to go wrong. They don't seem to be able to get back on track from that position. And the scary thing for me was the way they did start to get back on track was actually with 1 or 2 Apex rounds towards mid. He finally got them back a couple of rounds in that first half, but it doesn't feel like he should have to be that playmaker. He ended up not having a great game statistically, got a couple of big rounds, but man, on the other side, NiKo just so good in that first half.
Absolutely popping off. I think we should start with the good and then maybe go into the bad and the ugly. The good coming out of that map, certainly NiKo. He was off to an absolutely flying start when G2 were up, what was it, 9-0 at the start? That was absolutely insane from him. And yeah, great stuff from NiKo through and through throughout the duration of this map.
He was even having rounds where he snuck through mid and gets in behind them on the site. So it wasn't like it was just completely bulldozer NiKo. You saw some plays where he was getting sneaky, getting cheeky. Honestly, just so good all round. And well, we were teeing him up on the first map as the cheat code on Inferno, but here on this one, just that first half being so strong for him, it really put Vitality on the back foot, and it seems like that's where Vitality struggle based on what we've seen. A lot of these plays towards B as well, where Vitality were playing back in the site, but either the coordination wasn't good enough or they were just playing so far back that it felt like it gave G2 so much room to maneuver, and NiKo was happy to take that all half.
Of course, we got to see, Vitality kind of pushing back just a little bit. And then I want to run this round from NiKo because I thought he was going to be dead in the water when he was about to peek mid. A beautiful flash comes through and he's managed to clean up all 3. That was insane.
We were here actually hearing their comms and NiKo screamed for that flash way in advance. So credit to him. It was a great call, gets through, and that honestly might have been the round that was able to get them back into this because it looked like it was starting to slip, but suddenly that round comes through and it feels like it changes everything.
Yeah, we can just see the round distribution here as soon as NiKo manages to pull off that play. Completely lights out for Vitality, understandably so. I think we need to give some props to m0NESY's name as well. We were I don't want to say critiquing him on the first map because obviously wider circumstances considered. He only just arrived here in London, that she had to run from the taxi to the PC just behind us. So it's understandable that he wasn't in, peak m0NESY form during that first map. Second map, completely different story.
Yeah, you saw some of those early kills there, just holding for the aggression. Then this round, we might get into a little later.
God.
This was absolutely absurd, but it was honestly classic m0NESY, where some of these shots are just so quick, so close range. You even saw it as the map went on. I felt like he ramped up a bit. I'm pretty sure in that last round, got a couple of nice shots as well. So definitely felt like he's getting back into it, and that makes things a lot more spicy for G2.
It really does. You know what? You might want to cover your eyes for this one, because we are going to jump into our eco play by Revolut, and it was that one that you just touched upon, Hawker. This was a hella ugly round for Vitality, when bear in mind they have absolutely no rounds on the board. They're in a man advantage situation. What happens here, Hawker? Put some logic to this madness.
Hard to understand, and this is why we were saying this streak just goes so wrong. Flames at first dodges the flash. Mezzy got the lurker. NiKo admit it all looks good, but then Apex gets found out in the smoke, and Mezzy there goes forward with such little time left. I like that Mezzy's being more active, but there it felt like you've just got to sit back. The time was so low, and maybe a miscommunication at the end, because ZywOo had bullets in the AWP. It was actually a different player that got dinked, but he pulls out the USP, lands a couple of shots, and realizes that guy isn't low. Terrible way to end it as well, because you know ZywOo could win that clutch if he had the right info, but it felt like it must have been a miscomm, and it went from bad to worse. I mean, they won the round after that, but just goes to show if you're losing rounds like that, it's hard to win.
Yeah, too little too late for Vitality. What do you think was, you know, the main symptom of losing those 9 rounds in a row in that first half? Was it them being a little bit too passive on that setup? Like, what was your takeaway from that first half?
I was saying earlier, I wasn't sure if G2 would be able to play the way VP did yesterday, because VP on Anubis, they were just shutting down so much of the early aggression by holding back. But it actually looked like G2 did that effectively here. There were rounds where they were just sitting outside B waiting. I think we saw 1 kill from m0NESY with the AWP there, even just holding for the aggression. And again, it's the same for Vitality, when after a couple of those rounds go wrong, they go for those rounds early in the round. They will go for these aggressive plays. And then they seem to just completely stop going for anything aggressive. And that has to change. You could stop going for aggressive plays right at the start of the round, but you still need to make plays in the mid round. If there's low time left, someone's got to get a bit of info. But on that B site, they just started receding in on themselves again. Spinks would just give up that cave control. It just allows that split to come through. And it felt like G2, once they got over the initial aggression, they didn't really have many other hurdles they had to deal with, because that setup was so passive.
One more chance for both of these squads here in London, and it's a bit of a head scratcher because somehow we've ended up on Mirage. Join us back after the break to see it go down. one last map for either G2 or Vitality here in London. And it comes down to quite a curious case because we've somehow landed on Mirage. And why this is curious is because G2, last time they played this, February 2024. Last time they won it, October 2023. How on earth have we ended up here, Alex?
It's a brave call from G2, but at the same time, I almost love it in a way where Vitality actually have no clue what to expect. And so facing elimination, you don't get the chance to prepare for G2. You don't know exactly what's coming. And G2 on the other side, I'm sure they have been putting some time in because they've been floating this map a little while. No one's taken the bait. Vitality decide to do so. And so G2 can come into this and they can watch Vitality play. They can be ready for some of the aggressive moves up mid that I'm sure we're definitely going to see. And if they can handle that, then who knows? Maybe we could have a bit of an I guess I'd say upset, but honestly, it feels like it could be a close map now.
Expect the unexpected, I guess, is the name of the game when you're going to be playing G2 on this map. So if you were going to put any logic to looking at the players behind us, thinking about where they're going to be approaching this particular map, how do you think G2 are going to be playing on Mirage?
I hope that m0NESY just gets loads of freedom, man.
Yeah.
That would be a lot of fun. m0NESY versus ZywOo on Mirage. Why the hell not? I also think that you would expect to see HooXi and Nexa probably anchoring sites most of the time. But just in general, listen, Mirage is a map where you are so loose, you are so free to do what you want. So expect to see that. I think for Vitality, on the other side, their aggression is kind of more of a team game. Whereas I would expect here on Mirage for G2, they will just be taking some liberties at times and just making plays based on feel. And that can be very hard to read.
Yeah, we will be knifing for sides, so I'm not sure exactly which side G2 or Vitality will be beginning off, but maybe we could talk about the team that we do actually have a little bit of data on. We've seen Vitality playing it a few times over the past 3 months, not their most frequented ground at that, but in terms of how Vitality approach a map like Mirage, is it all coming down to ZywOo, or can they maybe rely on some other members to be stepping up here?
One thing I love is that you are likely to see ZywOo in post plants because on Mirage, it is pretty easy in general to at least get site control, especially on A. You will often see post plants there. And ZywOo has that killer instinct in the clutch. We know that for sure. So that's definitely something you can look forward to. The other side of the coin, though, is that G2, they just need to 100% be ready for Apex in Connector to be making aggressive plays with his team. They'll push into top mid. They'll stick around underpass. They'll try and be as sticky as possible. And, I mean, ZywOo so far playing very well in this series, so we'll have to see if there is the ability for him to get involved. But yeah, I really expect for G2, if they have come into this prepared, to be ready to have a way to deal with that aggression. Up through mid especially, Vitality love that.
It's another interesting case, right? Just like Inferno, Apex is playing one of those positions that you would more associate with a star, right? Because Connector, that's a really crucial area to be locked down. Do you think that G2 are going to be trying to exploit that, considering that Apex kind of dropped off a little bit in that second map of Anubis?
He did. He had a couple of impact moments still. I would expect for them to, honestly, at times not have the choice whether they get to target Apex because he loves to fly up mid. But it is definitely a position where you look at Apex and you say, okay, again, he's had a really good map, a worse map on the second. It is important that he frags well. And I've said it so many times, but I just don't love that that's the position that Vitality put themselves in when they have so much talent on the team.
Yeah, when you got Mezzy and Spinks over towards the B side of the map, do you think, like, how well drilled do you think that is as a defense? Do you think that's somewhere that, you know, these guys would rather go rather than facing ZywOo over towards the A side?
Potentially. The other interesting part is Mezzy has been playing more proactively, but on that B site, it's pretty hard to find ways to really play proactively. So he'll probably have to go back into the more defensive style of play, which I think is what he naturally enjoys. But at the same time, recently the switch up with him getting a bit more active, playing a few more different positions has been nice. And your B anchor is not really going to get the chance to do that as much. So that's maybe a little bit of a shame for Vitality, because I actually think his CT play has been really solid here, but you don't get that same freedom on Mirage.
And it's made such a difference, hasn't it? Since we've seen, you know, basically all of the members of Vitality getting a bit more aggressive. We heard it back at Dallas that Apex, you know, had a long chat with the team. And after that, they managed to make it to the grand final. So I'm obviously hoping for the more proactive play if we do see them starting on the CT side of things. What about the T side, though? Who else you keeping your eye on?
Oh, gotta be Flames. Flames, some of his entry routes and the way he just hard commits to entry routes on Mirage is really fun to watch. Sometimes it almost feels like he's trying to beat the utility onto the site, and that can sometimes work. So his aim alone is a really great asset for Vitality on this map. He can easily crack them into bomb sites in the first place, and it gives them a really good opportunity on this one to get into some good positions, win some rounds on those individuals. I guess on the other side, though, maybe NiKo can just do the same, and then all of a sudden you're in a position where you actually don't know firepower-wise. Like if some of the G2 star players actually step up and hit their peaks, then they can carry maps like
Alex, we see the G2 team huddle just concluding. Imagine you've got your coach hat on, you've got your manager hat on. How are you hyping up these boys? Because this might be your last map of London. You've only just arrived if you Manassi.
I think if I'm G2, I'm actually just saying, listen, they don't know what to expect. We can actually just play with as much freedom as possible. I want you making plays. I want you making them uncomfortable. We've seen that Vitality can have, I don't want to say mental collapses. That's a bit too extreme.
I mean,
but they can have big streaks going against them.
Fair, yeah. I think we've seen them capitulate
You
sometimes
said it, not me.
mentally. Well, you put the words in my mouth, Hawker, and I'm going to ask you to put some words in your own mouth in terms of predictions. Obviously, we've gone a bit topsy-turvy in which team is taking which other's map. Who do you see ending out this third with a W?
I have to back Vitality still. I have to. They should have the fundamentals down. They should have the cohesion more down. The thing with G2 is at any given moment, NiKo and m0NESY can just win you maps. And that's been the narrative the entire time. That's why they were able to win Dallas, is that these players are so exceptional that they can just stun you from out of nowhere. So for Vitality to even be in this position is already concerning. And now it's going to a final map as well.
Yeah, if m0NESY and NiKo are in red hot form, we all know what can happen. But I'm curious, Connor, Mo, how on earth have we ended up on Mirage?
Well, you know, some people might think that Hawka's waffling a little bit by saying that NiKo and m0NESY can win you the map by themselves, but that's just the facts.
Yes.
You know, they are two players in the world, both on the same team, that can literally just win you the map, and that really is going to be the story here on Mirage. So we've got now a matchup where Vitality are coming off a win at Dallas over Spirit. G2 don't play this map anymore.
Nope.
So there is an expectation for Vitality to do well, but yes, it has to be said that m0NESY was the best op on Anubis. He is warmed up now, and NiKo knows how to play this map.
Damn
They've
right.
all played this. At one point, it was a core map for the team that is G2. So you can expect them to play well, and even if Vitality might not know what's new, they know that G2 are going to be ready.
See if m0NESY had any tricks up his sleeve on the plane ride over to London. From Heathrow to the deciding map against Vitality with Wembley on the line. Def and Smooya, the only two British players to step forth into this venue with a crowd. m0NESY wants nothing more than to be the third to do so. He said there would never be a better time than now. Let's see it. Nexa wastes no time jumping down into the B-bomb site. Spinks just one bullet executes him. Hunter will bring this one back a bit, though. That's out from jungle. He's found his impact. This is going to cut off the B defense. Apex's position's found out. He gets a second. Oh, killing Hooksy there is huge. He's not able to get a third. Hunter doubles down. We get a little delay in the action from m0NESY, now trying to piece this together, but luckily for him, he has the bomb. And he just heard that jump from ZywOo, and nobody from site spots him. So he should be ready to just steamroll ZywOo. Yes, and with that, B site clear for the taking.
It is. The 1v2 is on. We've got two Vitality players very far away. m0NESY will go for the cat plant, which is interesting because that means he could fight forward out of it. I'll go up into apps, and time is starting to tick. We're talking about two players coming in with no utility and no kits.
He has no idea as to where they could be at. He's got to be cautious about everything.
Cat plan is to throw him off.
Does it work? It's been a long day for m0NESY. And it's a long defuse for Vitality. They do not anticipate apps. They are watching Cat instead. The crouch! Oh, the crouch! He hits him for 78, but Spinks will stick it with time to boot, and Vitality get the pistol.
Ooh, just got away with that one.
Did he get headshot through the box for 78?
I don't know. I think that was a It was just a Glock, so 78 sounds about right, but I mean, he planted there, so they both weren't looking at him, but they also had safe cover for a second. Nice! Just the perfect cover here from Mezzi. Ooh, what was needed. That was a crazy round, though.
I think he shot him in the back of the head through the edge of the box for 78 damage. And there was no time for the second guy to defuse. That's close.
Yeah, no kits.
That's
had
close.
to get that one kill.
ZywOo's going to find Nico. Here is the force buy out of G2, bolstered by the cash injected by m0NESY's bomb plant. His hands on a Galil alongside Hunter. They've got one locked in on default. Oh, and Flamesy, nice. Up from Palace, gets his Apex off the bomb plant. And all is good here for Vitality. Looking like a nice, clean conversion. So, once upon a time, G2 best team on Mirage.
Well, it's one of their favorite maps, put it that way. They definitely won it a lot. It was
once upon a
their
time.
go-to pick, yeah.
Yep.
So that was with JKS. Some people don't want to hear this, but that was a go-to pick with JKS. They played 4 maps with it since picking up Nexa. They lost 4 maps straight. 2 of those were online, to be fair. But since then, they have just started banning it. So that's why we don't have any map stats on it for the last 3 months. They just don't even play it anymore.
Obviously, JKS throughout all of his teams, right? One of the best A anchors in the world.
Exactly. And the conversation is not that JKS is the best Mirage player in the world, but he was one of the top, and during that early part of 2023, the best A anchor in the world.
Sure.
So anchors are not stars in the same way as Nico m0NESY is, with all the positions and the ops and everything. But he did stand out on this map specifically.
Hell of a specialist. Apex comes through. Apex and Flamesy just dealing with all of that A threat, from the Nico death top middle at the start to 2 kills each for the A defenders. Convincing conversion from Vitality.
And so the cool part is, why is it coming back? Why are we going to get to see it now? Because for a while it was like, well, they're just going to start playing again soon, surely. So let's see if they brought out anything new since then, or what the deal is. But I mean, with the map pool changes, it makes sense. You don't want to introduce even more variables. Why not go back to a map that you were definitely once upon a time good enough at playing?
Just love to see a general CT side from Vitality that's featuring a bit more, a little more spice perhaps than some of the just site anchoring back on Anubis. We get Spinks perched above, and Hunter gonna fall victim to that. So can't ask much from the remaining Desert Eagles here of G2. Everybody's starting to power up. Apex up to 5 kills. We know he had a phenomenal start to this series on Inferno. We'll see if he can carry that forward into the gun rounds, because it would be a beautiful thing for him to tap back into that potential.
I'd also like to see ZywOo opping more, and just more opping, man. Like, his rifling is fine, it's great, but like, where's that op at?
Sure.
It feels like we get less and less every tournament, honestly. It's a little weird. He was one of the first players to say, CS2 op's not working out that well, but you got to find new ways to do it, And then, so he just found new guns instead.
He's like, I'm still looking for a way.
Yeah.
You just got to find a way, but it ain't easy. Meanwhile, guys like m0NESY have just committed to the job, ironically, not opping in this round.
It will be.
One of the best to have adapted to the new opping mechanics. Like, Torji is somebody of a specialist who also committed to himself and has had the best career, best year of his career.
Yeah, Torji's floor has come way up, man. So good.
Welcome sites. Occupied sites. Mezzi sitting inside of it. Lets a couple bullets rip. And he'll shave m0NESY off the smoke. Ooh, almost getting that second. Apex, tough spot.
Where'd he come from?
Everybody's dead there. Mezzi, Spinks, Flamesy, Apex dead in a matter of seconds. ZywOo flanking around top mid, out of the play. G2 first gun rounds, first round win.
Very nice. After m0NESY got mowed down, and I think it was either Nexa or Herxy got brought low with the second MP9. It looked like, well, enough CTs here to stop this, but that G2 explode to make sure they get the 4th. I wonder how Vitality feel about playing against them here. Because like this is a veto where, you know, your analysts got thrown for a loop, right? You're going up against G2, but you're like, I'm getting ready for everything else. If it's Mirage, good luck.
Six maps of Mirage for Vitality in the last 3 months. Like you said, over Spirit at Dallas is really the big one, because we know what Donk and Zontix love to do on this map. So they should be able to just rely on what they have in the bank to get this one over. Oh, nice kill from Hunter that we didn't quite see. Keeping it calm, early days of Mirage. First gun round, first round win. And Zywoo on the prowl. Smoke grenade won't block the CT op, who still just sits waiting for that deep top mid peek. Missed shot from Zywoo just now. We get Monacy. Whoa, wow, okay. Catching Flames deep on A site, but he is stranded, right? No way for him to escape. He's just got to keep fighting on. And surely Apex hones in on him. Very nicely done there for Apex to know where he can reclaim control. A Molotov top connector, but it just caught the smoke. Luckily, Spinks finds the kill. Nico to respond. 3v3 back at it, and Spinks locking down the stairs. Oh, nice snapback from Nexa. But it leaves Hooksy in the clutch. Beautiful trade fragging coming out of Vitality inside of that A defense. It starts by having 3 defenders there from the get-go.
Yeah, every stone they turned over had 2 players. Now, Hooksy in the 1v2 can go and get the bomb. Time is somewhat limited. Zywoo eyes on this, but surely he doesn't let this one go.
No reason to look away. Mezzi has the sight, so sure enough stays locked in, and will keep 2 players up for Vitality's immediate answer.
That was a zany clear.
Zany.
So yeah, as you said, it's all about the trade fragging here. Molly comes in to make sure Hunter isn't super concerned about someone playing close. That was good teamwork here. And after the first kill from Monacy, everyone's throwing their individual nade packages out to try to create some kind of lurk action on the A site. Vitality are comfortable. They're on top of it.
Monacy did well to catch that kill on Flames. It's actually one of the ones we didn't get in the replay package there, but...
This would be really rude, but it would be funny to play the video of him getting out of the car in reverse if they lose this game.
And somebody's on it. Just opens both doors. Gets in.
Thank you. Is this my ride?
Good on Monacy to have crossed over to Tetris last round. You know, he's kind of the trigger that served for G2 to try and follow up on it. And while the trades were there for both teams, it was just Vitality that simply had the numbers. Tough job here for Hunter with the Tech-9. He's the one guy without a gun. He's the one guy without nades. Monacy also low on util. Riding solo through connector. Nobody peeking just yet, but Apex could at a moment's notice. There's Zywoo's off finding number 1.
We like to see.
Nico, unfortunately, burned to a crisp, and Flamesy playing the side of the smoke. Monacy trying his damnedest again to get this done on his own. He's still got Nexa to work off of. Nexa's trying to go for jungle control. He's crossed paths. Oh, but he can't pick it up. Flamesy the key this round. And Apex gets vision from Ticket to deny any footing for G2.
Dude, he was so active, just jumping around all the way, man. That was just one kill from Monacy. Kind of made the difference there for a second, but for the most part, Vitality got this site locked down. No lurks, catching him off guard. Opening off shot from Zywoo. Disgusting. And Flames, this is where he's really looking like Dupree. Jump in through connector smoke. In through a jungle smoke.
Nice, boys.
Early second pause from G2. Flamesy just hyperactive in that one, huh?
Oh yeah,
like
he's
even
having fun
going
with it.
Seeing that like coming out of the smoke, obviously it throws Nexa for a loop, but seeing Flamesy even run into the smoke is kind of crazy. He's not sure where he's going or what he's up to, but
it's so funny because that's Flamesy in real
as a
life.
character, yeah.
That's Flamesy playing ping pong. That's Flamesy walking down the hallway. He's just always bouncing off the walls.
You got to be careful when you're at events with him because he'll just jump out of nowhere and try to scare people. Oh, Spinks, that's not good. But luckily, him and Mezzy able to hang on there. Hunter thought he had something to pull on. Nico's feeling the same kind of pace, and he will finish the job on Spinks at least. ZywOo, good cover out through Market, and that's what you love to see. ZywOo going deep, taking that extra step, shooting for the second, and just draining G2 of any chance here with their pistols.
You've seen them cover each other at every turn, and this time it's fast towards B. And the fast rounds, they're fun to watch here for G2, but they're not working out right now. I wonder if we can get a tempo change. They've tried a lot of sort of crazy rounds, like multifaceted lurk rounds, on top of rush rounds as well. They're not going for standard mid control into taking cat, into getting ladder room, into like lurking slowly up into window. They're going fast. But they're not 5 fingers on one head right now. They're getting red. This will be one of the slowest. It's that change up in pace. And a risk here for Apex, man. He doesn't even have a smoke sitting in the right side of window. They're not making any noise. Looking to walk by this. Who does this work out for? Flamesy.
Oh, man, a ton of damage, and Apex perfectly primed to peek. m0NESY, good cover. Spinks fires off, so now you know the op's coming looking at him. But because there's 2 on Cat, they're going to leave Mezzy behind the smoke. ZywOo!
Oh, my God.
What a shot from Nico.
Dude, that's the difference that Haka was talking about, right? Like, players that can win you rounds by themselves, kills like that. He walked right into ZywOo, knowing that ZywOo was opping on that angle.
ZywOo
hit that
literally waiting for that peek.
And if it's not a first bullet headshot, it's a flick death for Nico.
Finger looking good. Stick that in your pot of noodles. m0NESY. Just walking away to keep majority alive here for G2. So second round, you know, this T side's not too far gone. But we know where this round collapsed around Vitality. It is all about that Nico headshot. Put it on repeat.
And you knew he was just going to hit it too. Oh, that shadow sticking out.
Yeah, it's actually a kind of a...
Yeah, that was actually a huge shadow advantage.
We got to stop showing replays. It looks so...
Wow, that's a... Oof. Not a good look for ZywOo there.
No.
He's the one upping from CT. But obviously, he was holding for the walkout of Palace.
Right.
He was holding for the walkout of Palace, not even thinking someone could approach on the right side. The left side, excuse me.
Who's left?
His.
Just
Yeah. I'm right. You left.
All right, that one ends up leaving a little left to be desired. Still crazy to me that, you know, Flamesy almost gets 2 kills bottom con. I thought Apex was in a pickle, but they end up getting away with a lot there. CT bottom mid. Oh, nice.
What a find.
An adjustment from m0NESY that'll topple ZywOo, so 2 rounds where the Woo will have no impact. Meanwhile, we still have CTs floating around middle, right? They haven't just given this away despite ZywOo's early death. Flames between 2 smokes, has Spink still up above him. If each of them pulls off a multi-frag, it's great. But no, Flames not able to catch it. Nobody in middle for the CTs until Apex comes out. And he gets 2. Mezzi could find timing. Hooksy walks away, runs away, gives the audio over. No, no!
It's just the monster on your bed grabbing at your ankle.
Please!
Oh, with the tagging, that made that too funny. Get over here.
Stop.
Oh, man. All right. Mezzi up to the plate. You know, he's always good for a clutch.
Yeah, bombs planted open for jungle, so...
I'm just run in and defuse. Imagine.
He's got a smoke. They've got mollies, but he's got the smoke. The jungle peak didn't see him. He's out. And he's down. m0NESY ready for that one. Any presence on site gets cleaned up by NiKo, so 3 players looking to fight middle this round for Vitality. 3 players dead with nothing, and if not for that Apex blind double spray, we don't even get excited.
Yeah, that's true. That's such an amazing kill from m0NESY. Gotta feel bad for ZywOo there, barely even spotted.
I feel bad for Flamesy too, because along that wall, if he had just been watching for the underpass walkout, first player didn't look at him. First player was watching window walking backwards. So Flamesy could have had 1, maybe 2, but timing turns against him. And timing fast. Hooksy tries to go sprinting up top mid. Catwalk is where he is killed, and Hunter's got the recovery frag now. We do have bomb working its way through underpass. And I think now at this point, G2 start to slow it down, but Spinks wants a piece of the action. Oh, Hunter. Critical kills coming out from him. 2 headshots to dismantle Vitality's mid setup again.
Yeah, pretty nasty bounce back here for G2. They're getting pieced up in these early rounds.
Middle has been a pain point now, multiple rounds in a row.
Oh, yeah. Now we're on map 3, man. Elimination. Looks like it's pretty open here. This is when the nerves start to kick in.
Vitality trying to lift a trophy in the first half of 2024, trying to put Mezzi in front of his hometown crowd. A feeling they know all too well after Paris.
And then we've got G2 coming off of Dallas, haven't played with their full lineup for a month. Trying to prove that they can do it with this lineup because they haven't yet.
Man, 20 seconds. NiKo's running through B site, but...
Oh, yeah, they're going to A now.
15 seconds.
He's going to come try to help. Yeah, but they did take a long time.
Just pistols. 10 seconds. Just pistols.
m0NESY out here just spinning.
Okay.
Okay.
That goes about how it should have.
That was a little weird.
Yep.
Yeah, they did take a little bit of time doing loitering around inside of middle.
Just pistols.
But yeah, this is G2 trying to win a tournament with this lineup. They have not done that ever.
Imagine G2 trying to win a tournament with their 5 salaried players.
When does Taz play?
Yeah. He actually sits down for overtimes only. Beautiful clawback from G2 here. Keeping Vitality on a humble 6 rounds. There's been a lot of casualties to G2's favor in middle these last few. Flamesy and Spinks have been going down empty-handed, so it's the 2 of them plus Mezzi yet again. They hear the ruckus being offered up here by G2. Oh, Spinks can't get it. Flames 1 and done.
Nice trades here for Nexa. They take over mid control. This is a little rough now for Vitality. Mezzi will recede back into the cat ladder room. He might have a timing as they walk up into connector, but it's quiet in middle. They're going to be watching this.
Hunter's on it. Mezzi wins. Oh, can't jump back into the window. Doesn't have a smoke, so he swings. And now there's a ton of pressure here on Apex, who's still so wary of an A-lurk, and he's not wrong. The other two members coming up connector. You'd think the Palace is now confirmed. That's all. Apex, that's a critical first kill. He's so prepared for Palace. He saw the nade come out, so he knew. And as m0NESY gets taken to 64 HP, Apex tries to jump towards spawn. He'll get away with that. m0NESY haven't been attacked from the flank. No ZywOo is hunting, but Apex, all three!
Man, that's a massive round. If he doesn't get each and every one of those, it's pretty much over. Or at least a bomb goes down in a favorable spot here for G2. That's a big one, coming from the guy who was the hero of Inferno.
Ain't that something? You got Spinx in mid, you got Flamesy in mid, you got Mezzy in mid. 2 kills between the 3 of them, and it's Apex to post the big one.
I was wondering why he didn't get traded when m0NESY came up. You can see his head, actually, from Apex's POV. But I guess m0NESY didn't have an angle on him. That sprayed at top stairs. Ooh, that was hard.
Yep.
Nice. Sit down. Just fight together, boys.
And he's keeping it collected.
What'd you say?
Looking. No big pop-off. All business from Monsieur Madesclair.
It's popping out today.
Oh, gets dinked, but doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, no trade there. Apex.
Oh,
okay, well, never
no
mind.
trade?
He was just lining up his pool cue.
Lights the fuse on that cannon. They're looking for the window climb. ZywOo ready for this one. Makes a step. But it's no longer his problem. He'll leave. Spinx crawls back out. Oh, he made a step. He's got G2 a little nervous. Apex getting frisky as he takes over T-spawn. With this smoke, ZywOo's just gonna lock in on window. It's gonna take an extra second, but m0NESY could come at this from ladder if they want to just double up the peak. Big if. Options open with Nexa, who he has a bad molly in front of him. Nexa had a bad molly, and it's the window peek first. He tries to play ahead of that molly. Mezzy locked in. ZywOo 2K. Critical multi-frag from ZywOo in window. He shuts down Hunter's peak. He kills the connector creeper. And then m0NESY is tasked with the 1v4 to close out this half. Oh, nice on Mezzy. Finds him first. He's going to stop the rotation, but then go back to A. Never mind. Smokes cat. Charges at the B site. We got Spinx locked into the corner. m0NESY, is he aware of the threat? Nah, doesn't clear it fully, and so Vitality will just put 2 more on the tail end of this side. 8 rounds of the defense. G2's hopes back on Inferno fizzled out in front of them due to one man, Dan Matisclair, on Banana, top fragged the opening map, and here he is again. 14-6 after the CT side of Mirage, just topping the charts for a second time in this series, actively shutting down a couple of very key moments inside of that A site where it felt like G2 wanted to sink their teeth deep. They are left with 4 rounds of a T side and a hot-handed Vitality that lies ahead, gunning for the Wembley Stadium.
Here's where it all goes down.
Big Daddy Dan. m0NESY gets first blood. Flamesy and Spinks immediate answer. And poor Hunter, who also had moments, is going to be tagged down to 12 HP. Still, Hunter can offer something more. A big pickup on ZywOo. Spinks, though, timing perfect through the window. And so, feels like Pistol goes the way of Vitality. Can Hunter offer anything else? Hooksy's got 2 kills on this map.
Must be a Tuesday.
I mean, in stark contrast to the likes of Apex, his leading counterpart. Apex showing you can lead the charge. Napoleon up front as he yet again comes through with a round of massive impact.
Oh yeah, that's a big statement now. This second pistol here, and an already sort of insecure G2 just bringing this one back out of practice after putting it away for so long. In their last 4 Mirage games, they got a total of 19 rounds, 4 maps. So they're looking to prove something with this decider map. They let it come through, and now it's going to come down, just like Inferno, to maybe 1 attempt with an AWP and a full buy with full grenades.
So they better hope that about 1 chance they'll get.
The one difference, m0NESY is warmed up.
Sure.
Inferno, we saw the AWP and the pistol a couple of times. It was definitely, all right, he just literally showed up. He's a little cold. But I mean, I hope he's not alone on Mirage.
Hunter's been trying his damnedest to get up there. NiKo has unfortunately not been able to tap back into the performance he put forth versus Spirit on Ancient. That was hands down his best map of the event.
What'd you say about Hooksy?
Oh, he's 3-12. Tough game for him, man.
Yeah.
Tough event.
Yeah.
Quick scramble in. Looking to take anybody down with him. But Vitality content to just let the bomb do the heavy lifting. Just like that. Gun round we're waiting for to see if G2 got anything else to go. It was an awesome turnaround back on Anubis. That was m0NESY and NiKo combining. Guns are in.
Those cute little incendiaries coming out the top mid. CTs, though, not actually present.
A lot of pressure being offered here by Apex.
Yeah, and actually, this is where the attack starts to come in. They've now faked B. It draws some of the utility out of the players who will retake later on as this becomes an A attack.
It's also got Hunter blocked off by the cat smoke, and they got m0NESY dedicated to the site for 10 seconds.
And look, there's a window timing. They got to be worried about everything. This slows them down.
They push out.
Full turtle here from G2 as they go to A ramp, but Vitality are going to know they're here.
Apex, because NiKo dies to the bomb site,
Yeah.
Nexa turns around.
I mean, they knew they were both there, right?
Perfect timing.
There's no one on the site.
Nope.
They're going to go for cover. They're on Palace. That's unlikely.
Nice fake over towards the B
Oh,
play.
yeah.
Apex is going to offer some cover.
They really just lapped that up.
Yep. That smoke grenade that keeps Hunter with no vision on catwalk. Can't get back into any kind of connector attack. And now we're starting to see Apex get himself riled up. He was quiet. Even when he posted that huge 3K in the last half, he was stoic. Not until that finish line is about to be stepped on. Not until.
Yep.
The stage games, he can see it. He can feel it.
Yeah, now you can get excited.
And he will continue to contribute to it.
Because it's also his call, you know, it's a very well-orchestrated round by him.
Oh, yeah.
He pulls the rotations.
Oh, yes.
He sets the map up. Everyone frags behind it. That's the best feeling. He's at the top of the board right now.
And remember, in the one rifle round that we maybe get out of G2. Knowing that G2 have so few chances and that is what you call against it, completely outclassed in round 15. It's 11 on the board for Vitality. It is pistols in the hands of G2. We say they've got X Factor. Well, we're gonna have to see it. Nico goes deep into Palace, grabs a gun, starts to kick off what we have to see, but the rest of the players can just pick up that slack. Sure, Hunter offers one, but the AK retrieved, now thrown back down to the dirt. Spam through bottom connector both directions. Safe plant for ZywOo. Still just pistols for G2. They get torn apart as they step through the flames, and HooXi goes down empty-handed.
Doors closed on the way in. m0NESY at least gets one back. It's actually a 2v2. Still, I mean, how?
Yeah, great question.
Yeah, there's no
How?
kit.
No kit with a smoke, though. Two best performing players on Mirage for G2 still stand. Kill rate here could help, but Mezzy's gonna send it over top. m0NESY desperate to tap bomb. Down he goes, cleared out by Mezzy, and that is 12 on the board for Vitality.
You can see the eruption of emotion here for Apex and the roster, really feeling that they're going to get in the arena. Even Mezzy is talking, and you know, again, this is so much about him. And for everybody watching, hoping that they're going to see him in person, playing in front of the home crowd. As much as it means to G2, it means just as much or more to Vitality. And in the form that they show, makes it mean that much more.
Second rifle round. Maybe all G2 get to show us on Mirage. A map where Struggles pulled it out of its pool, but Nico, blinded, still catches Spinks. It's something to work with, but there is an onslaught of Vitality players coming at this site. Nexa's gonna find Flames, not quite prepared for this. Okay, cleans it up and gets the planter, but it's still bombed down. It's still ZywOo up. And with Mezzy to work off behind him, we've got 3 CTs for them to take down to book the ticket to Wembley. ZywOo looking to go deep, but it's back turned to the creep. m0NESY comes in, finds him, and Mezzy is pinned against the corner here, spotted by the jump up and dealt with. It's G2 with something to stand on.
Yes, Nexa saves the day, stops the plant right there. Or, well, doesn't stop the plant, but at least gets his 2 frags. That makes that a whole lot easier on the retake. So a 5th round, 7 to go to get to overtime for a chance to pull this off. I can't imagine this has made Vitality too nervous, but we have seen pretty incredible retakes so far here at the spring final.
Gunning for it. Not going to shy away from the tempo that got them here. Spinks even challenging smokes. Oh, HooXi, do not be a liability here. Spinks can sense him.
No one's setting up. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's a nade.
Good. No, in fact, it catches the corner of the doorway. That one lands.
Excellent.
Huge damage. That'll make HooXi's job all the easier. There's no support there either for Spinks, but now it is only HooXi, and that nade doesn't feel like much. Mezzy whips around the corner of Catwalk, and despite his low health, that is a B site that has crumbled ahead of what will be a desperate attempt for G2. m0NESY, Nico, your X Factor's alive, but no line of sight. The smoke so big in this windowsill. And the challenge so daunting. ZywOo couldn't understand how VP took back Dust 2. It felt like Vitality could have stepped forward into the semifinals. Now it's going to bank on this 3v3 to keep the dream alive for G2. The trophy in Dallas tasted so damn good, but not all 5 got a piece of it. Here we go. They'll sprint in. A quick scope from m0NESY's good, but that Van player's got all his attention, and down they go. It's Vitality United stepping into Mezzy's kingdom, the 3rd British player to play in front of the Wembley crowd.
Yeah, there's a massive congratulations and the bounce back from yesterday as well. That's everything Apex wanted, even as an individual, but it's all for Mezzy.
It is indeed, an Apex doing its damn best to make sure they secure a spot in the quarterfinals, no less, here in London. A bit of a curveball of Mirage, but Vitality, they hit it out the park, and they do so in convincing style, Hawker.
Yeah, they got off to a pretty solid start, and it just helps so much when that happens, when you're on a map that you don't know what to expect from your opponents. Massive, massive performance from Apex, as you said, just working around that A site, and even some rounds where initial plans would go wrong or initial aggression would fail, felt like Apex was always there, just solid, just cleaning up the pieces, even back on that A site. So massive credit to him, putting himself in important positions, and it pays off this time.
It's kind of insane that we get to see him do it not only on this map, but the first map of the series as well. Apex is obviously super hungry to make it to the final stage of this part of the season in 2024, and that's fair enough, right? Because so far during 2024, yeah, we've seen them make it to playoffs, we've seen them make it to some grand finals. No trophies yet, but maybe that could change here in London.
Yeah, maybe. Definitely a chance of that. We're hoping that they can continue their uptick throughout, and all in all, I think for Vitality, it's a win that they should have probably been getting coming into this one, but one that they will be happy with. On the G2 side, they looked surprisingly chill after that loss.
They looked fine. They were smiling. They were having a bit of a giggle. I think they know that they weren't coming into this tournament with, the most apt setup in their team, to put it lightly.
Yeah, I think partly that, and partly, I mean, again, I'm not going to comment too much on rumors, but you kind of wonder, is this the last time we see this 5-man roster together? There's a very real chance.
What do you think, Hawker? Do you think they make changes?
I think probably. I mean, listen, Nico and m0NESY just chilling at the end there, smiling. Just a strange look after a loss. I know, as you said, they had extenuating circumstances, but still, I would expect that it just feels like this roster has been together a while. It feels like everything we're hearing is that there may be changes here.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Nico and m0NESY, you're most probably safe, so that makes sense why they'd be smiling, having a bit of a laugh afterwards. But for Vitality, moving forward, of course, we've got to talk about the romantic side. The fact that Mezzy gets to be the 4th British player in front of a UK crowd here. That's a nice feeling.
Yeah, really nice for him. I don't even know, even at the UK lands, it felt like he would always somehow lose, so it would be nice if he could just win this one instead.
Very much so in front of his home crowd, but we're going to have to wait till the weekends to find out how that goes on the other side of things. For m0NESY arriving and departing on the same day. So let's make the most of his time, get a few words from him.
It was quite the flying visit, at least for m0NESY with this, as G2 are eliminated. But I want to just talk about what you went through here, mate, because this was a crazy experience. You were trying to come yesterday, you couldn't. You made it by just a few seconds, maybe literally just a minute. How do you feel when you went through this? What was going through your mind?
I was saying I'll do everything to play the game. I'll do everything to... I mean, the CS is just my life, and I'm going to do everything just at least to play. I mean, I didn't play for 2 days because I was in on flights, I was flying, and I mean, I got my visa on today.
Oh wow!
My passport, yeah, and I just insta flew to London. But I mean, as I said, I will try. I was trying to do everything just to get here, even though even if I would play only one map, if for example they wouldn't allow us to play for me to play the first map, I would be also happy to play the second map and try to do everything to win and qualify to Arena.
And if I'm right, the first game, completely configured, right?
Oh, yeah, I had some troubles. I played, I think, 5-6 rounds without gun throw, and I couldn't throw shit. And I tried, and nothing was working, and it was just wrong out exec.
Yeah.
To be honest. Yeah, but
just unlucky on that one. But okay, you're eliminated here, right? Would you say that coming towards the end of this season, that you guys still feel like you had so much more to give, so much more to do? I know the Dallas win might have saved it, but that was kind of a weird one. So how do you round out, what do you say about your end of year?
End of year, I don't know. I mean,
End of season, sorry.
End of season, yeah. I mean, I don't have anything in my mind right now. I don't remember like even what we said. It was just a crazy day today.
Yeah.
I didn't eat before the game. I didn't eat today at all, and I just have no energy to be honest. But obviously, I think it's. It feels good when you go to vacation, like, and you feel like a champion, you know, not like a loser. And I mean, if I would, I don't want to say if, but I don't know. I cannot say anything. Nothing comes in my mind, to be honest.
I don't blame you, mate. It's been a crazy long day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do not blame Anasi for feeling the exhaustion after today. I kind of presume he wanted to say if we'd ended on Dallas, it would have felt better than ending on this tournament. That's kind of what I feel like he wanted to say.
Yeah, potentially. A weird situation for him, just like coming in, trying to hope that he can win so that he can actually settle in a little bit. As we heard as well, you know, the settings. I mean, maybe Taz isn't used to setting things up in a while for him. So, yeah, obviously, you know, can't really be mad at Monassi. Just a tough position to be in.
Yeah, obviously unfortunate circumstances for G2 arriving here in London. They are eliminated dead last of Group B. But it's time to find out who is going to be taking a hop, skip, and a jump straight through to the semi-final at Spirit versus Virtus.pro after this.
versus G2, they won the last championship. It doesn't matter. We will still play in our game.
Into Wembley steps Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro, it's S-tier team. They has really high skilled players. Every game against them, it's very hard.
Spirit best G2 as it always should have been.
Spirit versus Virtus.pro. Both teams already guaranteed playoffs. Question is, who is going to get that fast pass to the semis? For Spirit, yesterday was a story of just waking up versus G2. For Virtus.pro, on the other hand, Walker, their tail versus Vitality, that was one of pure resilience, right?
Yeah, no idea how they managed to get that win in the end, but hey, they grinded it out. Bit of the old VP coming through, and even after losing their own map pick horribly, they end up just coming back into it and winning the series. So credit to them. They were able to just pile pressure on Vitality, and it worked out with some massive plays in the mix.
I think particularly after Dallas, you know, I was questioning their mental fortitude. I was questioning how Electronic was integrating. I'm not sure that all of those questions have, you know, been quelled just off the performance yesterday. But let's take a look at exactly what happened, because as you were saying, Hawker, 13-5 loss on their own map pick. Then we move on to Dust 2, and that's when James, he really woke up, right?
Yeah, definitely making some really strong plays, especially on the CT side. He had to make some of those plays to get them into the game early, because that's when they were losing. And then they just had some crazy comeback. I think it was 11-6 down, something like that, where they come back into it. It was just an absolutely incredible performance. And James on Dust 2 and Anubis stepping up for the team, just so much more active. And James never going to be aggressive, but see 9-0 in opening duels on those final 2 maps. It was just him getting into positions where he could post up on angles and giving himself really favorable fights.
It was so much impact coming out of James, and I was ready to, you know, be crying a few tears for him, because it was him basically in isolation for the entirety of Dust 2, and then there were kind of 2 big turning points. First one was Electronic having a massive 3K, right? And from that moment on, Vitality just looked, you know, basically dead in the water, right? We can bring up the moment here. This was insane from him.
Yeah, this peek into top mid, realizes he's got to do something. He knows another player will come from CT, but he figures, I've got to get proactive. I can't just let them crunch in on me. That moment really changed things. That begun this comeback. And then Fame, out of absolutely nothing, left in this really tough position on the site, so low on health, gets that instant headshot. That's what he needed. Able to hide behind despite being low, somehow dodges the bullets. Massive moment, and that seemed to give VP the energy they needed.
OT or bust for Vitality in that moment, and Fame manages to close it and then moves on to a third, which VP closed pretty convincingly as well. Great stats coming out from Electronic 2, a player that we've wanted to be seeing way more of, but we're going to see some more of another member of VP. It's Flit, courtesy of James Banks.
Okay, in terms of playing your game, we know Virtus.pro for quite the slow style, but I've seen in some rounds, not all, but some, you guys are playing a bit faster. How much of this is down to Electronic coming into the team, and how much is this like just a new way you guys want to play? Am I seeing it correctly?
Yeah, sometimes we're playing like that, but it's not a lot, you know. Electronic give us some idea, and we try to put it in our system, our game, and to surprise maybe some team, but it's not a lot. And we are still more focusing on our play style.
Is James fine with the change of pace though? Is it hard for him, or?
I don't think so, because he understands what we need to surprise the team and do something new, maybe fast rounds, and I think is it okay for him, and all good.
And lastly, have you worked on your pistols ready for Spirit?
Yeah, we hope so. I think we won on Anubis 2 pistols yesterday, all lost, but hope we will try to win more than 2 today.
Hopefully 4 and then a 2-0, yeah? Thank you very much, Flit.
Yeah, fingers crossed for those pesky pistols for VP. What are you thinking of the map pool for this? We just saw it running in. Any thoughts?
Yeah, VP just have no clue what they're good at right now. Seems to be the solution, because they lost their map pick horrifically yesterday on Inferno. I was wondering if that could be something that you look at and you say, okay, this just feels really weird. And now they picked Dust 2, which they did beat Vitality on yesterday, but it's just a weird position to be in, because it didn't felt like that was one they were confident on at Dallas. They were taking big losses against big, so I don't think VP know what they're good on, but it's one of those situations where you're like, oh, I guess I'm good on this, cool, and we'll just run with it.
We'll just go with it. I mean, for Spirit, on the other side of things, it was kind of a slow rise from what I thought was kind of a slumber on map number 1, but then we go to 2 and 3. Great stuff from Shiro as well. He really powered up into the final 2 maps. And Zontix as well. You can't underestimate his kind of supporting ability.
Absolutely, really solid in just his anchoring positions, in his more, supportive elements, as you were saying. I think for Spirit, we saw them on that Ancient yesterday actually have struggles, so I'm glad they stuck with it. I really feel as though the thing that they could maybe do with changing is having a little more access over towards B. It felt like so many rounds ended on A and they just kept running into the same old G2 setups. So make sure that they have a more well-rounded strat book. Make sure that they keep their opponents honest. And I'm sure they would have looked at the game yesterday and implemented that, because honestly, they are really good on this map in general. I think that was just an off game.
Yeah, it was super uncharacteristic on that first map of Ancient yesterday. Let's take a look at some Shiro stats, because we sung his praises, so why don't we put some numbers to them? Because yeah, he was having such an amazing time as soon as Spirit kind of woke up. Do you think there was anything that Spirit kind of changed up when we got to maps 2 and 3? Because it was a kind of a complete tone shift for them, right?
It was strange because Shiro just looked completely lost in the first map. He was just missing shots randomly, just missing shots. And that's normally Shiro's strength, is he's really solid at landing some of the easy shots. But for some reason, he just kicked into gear in the second and third map. It kind of just felt like the players were way more comfortable. I didn't really have much more I could take away from it. Just as soon as the momentum shifted, suddenly the players were just so much more confident and comfortable. And that honestly seemed like the difference.
They were also hella quiet. I think that scream just there was the loudest we've actually heard Spirit so far here in London. How do you feel like this one is going to be going down though? Maybe start off with VP's approach to Ancient. Anything you want to, highlight about them?
I think for VP coming into this, it's tough, I honestly think. Spirit are just really solid at this map in general. I would say on the VP side, I'm hoping that James can again just pick his spots. It is a map where AWPs can sometimes get involved, but sometimes you actually do just get beaten back by the utility. I also think that it's a map where I don't know if you can just fully sit back as VP and play fully default. You have to take at least some control early, so that's also important. They were playing back a lot yesterday. I don't know if you can do that all the time here. You've got to fight for mid and that banana control.
Well, you see that man over on my left shoulder? He had some words, and he had them to say to James Banks.
You got the game win over G2 yesterday, but I want to look at that Ancient because I'm sure that was not ideal for you guys. Was that a frustrating match to play, and what do you feel went wrong?
Well, basically, yeah, it was frustrating map to play against G2 yesterday, and the issue has been like internally. We've been playing poorly throughout the first map, insanely poorly. We were like not ready for our duels, not ready for their picks, and not communicating the way we should do. So that's why we lost the map.
Did you have a little team talk in between the maps to make sure you got things back on order? Because it did look like Spirit was back after that.
Yeah, of course. You have to like figure out some things between the maps after having such a map where you didn't like join the server at all. So of course you have to like talk about it and just play the next 2 maps like nothing happened.
Now, we speak a lot, right? And in these interviews, I hear this from you, I've heard it from Zontix as well, that you can have these games where you don't join the server. Do you know what the real problem is in this? Like the overall problem? No.
Not yet.
Still trying to figure it out. Okay, that's fair enough.
Still on the road to discovery for Magix. Fingers crossed he's going to find the answer here versus VP. Of course, semi-finals on the line. Who's going there, Hawker? Who are you predicting?
Oh, I have to go with Spirit here. They've just shown me more. Generally, I think they are more consistent, and I just don't know if I trust VP's style quite enough yet.
Yeah, Spirit seem like the safe pair of hands in this best of 3, which we're going to be getting underway on Ancient with Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, the road to self-discovery is a never-ending one, Freya, so Magix still has time to figure that out. Let's get into this one. We got a semi-finalist ticket to give away. GG Bet Odds give Spirit the edge on this one, Mohan.
Fair enough.
Agree?
I agree. I think it's probably James' mission this year as the guy who, like, demo-analyzed Donk, obviously the player from his region, the team that he's played at Sparta a lot against over the years. He has spent a lot of time, I think, trying to make up for the fact that they lost a reverse sweep at Bet Boom back in December. And then also lost another series to them this year. It's not been great for Virtus.pro and Jame in this matchup. And it feels like as a regional matchup where Virtus.pro are the underdogs, this would be the one where they can always beat Spirit, but Spirit can beat everyone else, you know?
Right.
But
Yeah.
it's just not the case yet. Jame has not solved this puzzle.
Very uncharacteristic map 1 difficulty for Spirit yesterday, specifically Shiro. And Shiro, well, when the question is, why did he play so badly? It's because the pillow that he usually sits in front of is actually, he didn't have it. He didn't have his hotel pillow.
No, he
was
had
the
a
wrong
pillow, but it was
type
the
of
wrong pillow, yeah.
Yeah, it was like memory foam instead of feather. And I'm not making this up.
No, this is
Shiro was tilted about the pillow that he had to work with.
And then
he said, "Screw it,
and then
I'm
fragged
unstoppable."
out. Yeah,
and had a phenomenal series nonetheless.
but it
So,
was ancient. It was ancient. That was the problem.
remember, folks, all your problems just mental. Donk. Ooh. Oh, he tries to flick back, and he'll get just the one. Electronic tears him apart. Dual Berettas, 2 kills, and a 4v2 to boot.
He's been making a statement with those dual Berettas. He can shoot them at the max speed too. Him and Zywoo.
Well, I saw Shiro shoot him fast yesterday.
Oh yeah, Shiro's actually nuts with him too, but he did.
He just didn't hit a bullet.
Yeah.
You know, if the contest is speed, sign me up.
Oh, they're pushing Donut. He was ready for that.
Chopper doubles back. At this point, I think maybe just get that bomb down. A little bit of extra money could help in the follow-up. Electronic just looking to deny even that. Gets a little awkward, but Electronic's here to tear you apart. 4 kills in the pistol with his 2 guns. And that's the thing. Since the last matchup, VP said, okay, you can have the best of 5 reverse sweep. But now we've got Electronic.
True. That is the difference. My biggest concern, and it's with both of these teams, it's just that VP, you don't know which VP you're going to get these days. Used to be the case that even on VP's worst day, they'd still bring it back to an overtime loss. You know what I mean? But VP these days, they can actually get crushed.
Yes.
And then for Spirit as well, like, yeah, they lost that ancient game yesterday. We hear the interview with Magix talking about we don't know what the problem is yet. He's already addressed and said, you know, that it's just all their problems are mental right now. I think that's no secret. Some people were more willing to say it earlier on than others, but in the end of the day, that's what makes this matchup hard to predict. You know, if Electronic plays well, which it doesn't seem to be, I don't know what the factors are that are causing
So
him to
hard
play
to
well.
tell.
Sometimes it's amazing, sometimes just not there. So if he plays well, we got a good VP, great. If Spirit are mentally there and they're not in a state where they're doubting themselves, then they should just win this game, you know, straight up. But hopefully they're just both at full strength. And we do get the fireworks. That's all we really can ask for.
Because fireworks could be had. You know, there's a lot of talent on the roster right now. In the server, excuse me, between the 2 teams. Also, some of Electronic's better performances, even with his hot and cold nature on VP so far. Ancient for Dallas when they had a little success. Ancient. You know, this has kind of been the flash in the pan of his inconsistencies. This is when the positive notes have been sung. Meanwhile, yesterday, you lose Ancient to G2 with Taz. 24 hours later, you pick the map.
Yeah. And you know what? They can't go off that one result. They have to still believe in themselves on it. This is so sweaty.
Good.
I thought that was okay. A little nade tag, letting him know that he knows. Here's a train of pistols. Well, oh, they're actually just running credit card, it looks like. Going in, coming back out, walking down, rerouting to Donut. They're making it up as they go.
Trying to keep it fresh, but 2 M4s along the corner of the A site. Wide swing out of Chopper. Ooh, pedal to the metal.
He got both kills.
Yeah, he's going to go for the bomb plant. Looks like that will go down. Jame not too pressed to deal with him. Then swings with him against the wall. Awkward. awkward with the reload here for Magix. So 2 kills thanks to Donk, a bomb plant thanks to Donk, and VP the round win regardless.
Yes. So, well, that's pretty good. They actually got a lot of map control for having no utility, no rifles, no SMGs. Walked into mid late on the timing. Walked up through Donut. The question for sure for me and what was missing for the people who didn't watch the game versus G2 was why was it the case that Spirit were so slow to take map control versus G2 who weren't even trying to fight back against them?
Right.
Where was the power in their punches when they were going for their fast rounds? So we'll see if they set the tempo off like they did earlier on this year. The fast defaults, aggressive control of elbow. Because that timid style took place for a few rounds, then Hallie got in the mix, took a tack pause, and said, hey, forget that.
And I believe it was like 2 of the 3 tack pauses that Hallie took, Spirit come through and win the following round. So, you know, his fine-tuning was clearly a part of their success despite the map loss. We'll see if he has to get called into the action early. So far, VP, first gun round, real test. And a little jostling for control of Cave. Flit falls back. The climb up middle. Red room pressure out of Electronic, who's 7-1 to start this off. Yeah, there's a couple freebies in there, but that's the kind of Electronic you want. Let him hit the ground running. It's Spirit to now sprint. Into B, they'll go soon enough. Couple pieces of utility still left for Virtus.pro. They smoke out at the top of ramp as, of course, Spirit start to throw out their volleys. Still long vision, all theirs. Norbert can't see anything just yet, but the Cave players do cross over, flash him back, nade deep, and then deeper. And they've got them corralled on this back lane, but VP aren't afraid to fight, so we get the engagement as bomb goes down. Man advantage for VP, trying to flex that as they continue to keep the pressure on the players attempting to get off site. Donk goes in with the headshot to James. That's the equalizer. And that's the CTs committing to the double player push up long. Magic's in sight behind pillar, just waiting for a chance to swing. And that timing is perfection.
Oh my God, he got those 2 kills as well?
Just ripping the heads off the shoulders.
Wow, I can't believe he got that pick off Magix.
I thought it was Magix who gets the kill with the swing.
That was just...
I mean, how does Donk get that? This one, the first headshot. This right here.
And instant to the head on the next one as well. Wow. And if Spirit want to show better form as well, fine. Donk's not really been a problem. If Donk wants to get better as well, well then it's Virtus.pro who are going to have problems. That's unreal, man. It's literally only Nico who you see have rounds like that.
Yep.
As well. I want to keep track of his HSP this match. Because he is not wasting ammo.
Still Jame with an op, oddly enough. You know, VP have had a little bit more time now with the new economy as well. James been crunching numbers for weeks. No contest offered up. James surrounded by his pawns on pistols.
And James has massive respect for Donkin. I mean, he called him, you know, this unbelievable talent, and I'm sure some of it was sort of, it's not tongue-in-cheek, but it was like, you know, let's dissect the player who's playing well right now. But I didn't really get the sense that he's intimidated by him or anything. He's just looking forward to seeing a promising young player playing the game. Like, James would have hired him, you know, if he had the opportunity, because he has done that with Fame, coming off the highest elo in Europe for a time. A lot of the players that he picks off are just promising and new. So very interested in Donk, but along with the admiration, I think sort of came some curiosity, like how do I dissect this game? What does it What do we need to be able to counter it? What can we learn about, where the game's going to go if he keeps getting away with this play style? And I really do feel like, it's a lot of conjecture on my part, but I really do feel like he's been focusing in on this idea of like, okay, this is my challenge of the year. It's like, this is a team that already stole a final from me in my first best of 5. This is the team that I'm going to see again. This is the team that if I beat, I'm not just the best team in my region, but maybe the best in the world.
And in some twisted way, I feel like James is the kind of guy who would take on a Prodigy challenger like that. He wants his anime villain. Right now he's got it, because there's 1 kill on Zontic, 7 frags for Donk, and 3 players on Spirit with no frags. And it's a save, again, from VP. The op got nothing going in the round prior, looking to save it back-to-back. Really indicative of how risky it was for James to come through with that investment. But if you can keep it alive 2 rounds in a row, you're good to go. I'll never doubt his economic choices. Electronic, clean kill on Shiro.
Does he have full health? Shiro's typing right now.
You can hear the all chat.
There is a small range where... No, P250s can't one-shot anymore, right? No. At all, right?
No.
Okay.
5.7s.
There used to be a small range where P250s could one-shot. I guess Shiro was tagged a little bit. Nice shot regardless.
Hot damn. And most importantly, of course, for VP, keep that op in James' hands.
Didn't he have some quote recently where he said, "I'm tired of sucking" or something like that? Or he said, I'm coming towards the end of my career, I'm tired of losing.
Yeah.
I'm tired of being bad. It was something like that. That doesn't really sound like James. It sounds like I'm putting words in his mouth, but he said something like that, which just was also kind of funny. But I think his point was just like, we got Rio, but that was 2 years ago. We want to prove something here in CS2. James also individually at the beginning of CS2 was one of the good oppers. He was one of the guys who was like right away, really good stats. Right away was figuring the game out.
Is it 2 bullets? Oh, damn. And he instantly honed in on the player behind smoke, too.
Yeah.
Shiro's like, bro, it's broken.
Where's my pillow? Where's my pillow? Daddy need his pillow.
Zant's in my pants.
All these damn noodles everywhere.
Who put these noodles in my computer? Imagine the desk malfunctions and in the middle of the round it just keeps rising and rising and rising. He's in the middle of a clutch. One can make believe.
Damn you, pot noodle.
So, electronics seemingly come to play. From the fast multi-frag start to the P250. Shiro can feel every inch of his body right now. He's so uncomfortable in his own skin because that P250 just slammed him.
Broke him PC. But now they're all good.
But I get it, man. There's a certain, I've got a bunch of clothes I can't play games in because the sleeves are just a little too long or like the tag's a little too itchy.
I get that. I get that.
And I can only imagine that as a professional player, that kind of just all gets elevated.
Yeah, the superstitions and everything. Well, there was 2 things. Stewie 2K won Boston with blue keys.
Blue keys? Oh, on his keyboard.
Yeah,
Okay.
MX Blues.
Yep.
And a long sleeve hoodie.
That's crazy.
Loose as well. So,
Alexi B
yeah,
won a major with 2 shirts on, which
Two
is something
shirts.
he never ever does. He never wears 2 shirts to play,
which is wild.
but he put it on specifically so that he could, after the match, stand on the desk, spin it around his head.
He felt it that day.
OVO Wembley, or whatever they get up to.
That was good, yeah. Wembley.
So imagine changing up your ritual for a major grand final because he had visualized the win.
That's actually crazy. Yeah.
Baller.
Just got to trust that feeling. That speaks to you.
You know what's best. Because every time that second shirt felt a little too thick, he thought,
right,
but it's got a purpose.
Right.
It's got a purpose.
Right.
So don't worry about it, Shiro. Molotov goes deep. Electronic just gonna keep on impacting with the cave control. Into the corner with the smoke up. Gonna be hard to unroot him. And all the while, James has found Chopper elsewhere. So James gives himself a smoke to retreat, jumps back over towards A site, and this is starting to turn into Spirit getting stuff on multiple fronts.
Couple of duels here, one in the default. Very fair, honest ones here by Virtus.pro.
Where's the rest of Spirit, Mohan? Donk 8 kills, 2 frags across the rest of the team combined. And, you know, we're not 2 rounds in here.
Yeah, this is round 6. But you know what? If there was a way that they could win this round, if Jay makes any mistake here. Uh-oh. He took some damage, too. Careful.
Gun is empty, though. Things are going to get weird because there's this big flurry of CTs. Donk almost lines up bodies, but nothing for Shiro to offer. The peek doesn't come out from Temple. Had Donk killed James, maybe everybody else is able to flood out. Shiro wouldn't have been wary of the re-peek. He could have put the op on the CT angle, but all of that is for naught because James survived the attack. And VP, ooh, they'll let him keep his AWP.
Yeah, and Shiro just standing there on the angle. After time. So yes, not much help, but it is also the fact that Electronic's on it and he got his cave kill, you know, straight up and honest there.
Looking cool as ever, Electronic inside a cave. He's had some pretty important fights that he takes on his terms. He's got fire and smoke all around him, and he's still coming out with the impact. So he's keeping up with Donk at the moment. And that really is the beauty of it, right? For the region, Electronic has at times been the best rifler. It's right up there when Simple was at his peak and Navi were winning trophies. Well, Donk comes at it, tries to take the title, and he hasn't beat a VP with Electronic on it.
For most of his career, he's a top 5 player in the world, top 2 rifler in the world. First time not on Navi.
Spirit do a good job of just getting past the smoke grenade. They're in the corners, but they're also making sound. They were so quiet to cross over, but then the fall off the ledge makes noise. Very adamant about taking this cave control, and now they at least know the front room's open. That'll leave Shiro on his angle. Everybody collecting themselves for a very committed B hit.
Yeah,
the split primed.
There's no flank here, so it's a good
40,
time.
And he smokes.
Yeah, they have one.
Big timing on that, and they're gonna open it up. Nobody behind it. T's throw out their own volley of util. Supports inbound, and Flit in a bit of a pinch. Oh, he goes deep. Diving for the pillar. Donk swaps spots with him, spammed by Jane through smoke. And now Zontic's hands busy as Norbert presses in, but doesn't stop him from planting. It's man advantage. There's an eventual flank. But Electronic could just buy his time.
Yeah, they're really waiting.
They actually smoke off Electronic.
Ooh, but he could still come.
Yeah, down ramp if
through
he
it, yeah.
chooses. What they also do is smoke off Shiro, so that's big. Leaves Zontix in a tough spot. Shiro will spam through for Norbert, but that's the last position known, and he still catches that flank from Electronic. Bomb is in front of him. The tap comes out from Fame. He's got to get him off. Oh, he got it. Shiro! One more. Jane back on it. 2 seconds. He sprints, and he gets denied, but time is of the essence. And Shiro pulls that off.
What a miracle. That is amazing from Shiro. He turned on Electronic. That timing did not exist anymore. He had to be so busy mentally. Electronic didn't make a noise.
You think a smoke will keep you in it? 4 frags, and he only sees half of them. 6 bullets.
He had them thinking about everything.
He watched the smoke for just the right amount of time. He spammed back towards the defuse for just the right amount of time.
Yeah,
Talk about a clutcher.
Everything was perfect. You can't spam, you can't push, you can't flank.
He was 0-4 up until that moment. Welcome to the game. Now we need to see it from the others. Magix, Chopper, Zontix, get into the action.
That moment was brought to you because Chopper or Zontix just failed their duels on the CTs rotating in.
From that electric moment into the silence of an A crawl. Deep control for Virtus.pro, but Famous just very much on his own here. No util, no kill, no hold, no support, full-blown exec, and the rest of VP are going to arrive to an A site where they have no footing, no vision, and you'd think no chance. They'll catch some damage on the fallback. They'll write off their losses here, retreating away with still majority guns. Oh, Shiro. Game on.
Well, they organized after that Halley tack to the B site. Didn't work the first time around, of course. Then we get that Shiro 1v4. And this round as well, they're slowly coming into the A site, but they do it with lots of time remaining. There is nobody blocking their entrance. There's no double stack they have to worry about. This is a T side operating at a very high level right now for Team Spirit, and it's a welcome sign because, again, they're trying to shake off what we saw from them yesterday on Ancient. And you could see it in Magic's eyes in the interview. You know, we know that was bad. That was uncomfortable. We don't really know why, but we have to move on from it. And so key that they pick into it the next day at the same event. They're buying Chopper a lot of time here to get on the board, but he's doing a good job as a caller. So.
Yeah, of course. And at least Zontix and Magix haven't left him in the dirt, so he shouldn't feel too bad. They get out middle, and Flit trying to hang on to what he can, but just try to play a game of chance. Shiro, there's a big one, top of B ramp. Just holding a smidgen of an angle. Electronic peeks in, and now with that deep red room control that Spirit also have, you know VP are gonna start scrambling.
Yeah.
The map suddenly feels so small.
Yeah, but the rotation is getting skewered right now. They're giving a timing to Zontix. Wow, this is a well-orchestrated map here from Spirit off that one kill. Good amount of time left to make either decision. Zontix, the key to this puzzle, and Donk, of course, up front on the A attack. Jane, the only one that could stop them.
Dog. James gonna be feeling so alone in this moment. But the flash is not on the mark, so Jame, easy pickup. Activation from the red room in Zontix, and that Molotov's gonna cut off rotates. Missed shot from Jame, not ideal. Another chance, and Shiro's on the same angle. You stepped into his scope, and he smothers Jame back donut.
And it's a perfect execution from Zontix. There couldn't have been a better time for him to do that. Swung with a peek, turned that into a molly, didn't go for another fight, just cut off anybody from coming to help Jame. That was the only goal.
Just get the job done.
And force Jame to do something instead of sitting back on the site, because now he has to respond to the fact that Zontix could flank.
Chopper calling a clean game of Counter-Strike.
Yep.
Virtus.pro trying to do what they can to hang on, but individually speaking, Donk is up there, 12 and 5, starting to pull away from Electronic slightly. And talk about locked in.
It's a good-looking Spirit right now, for sure. Not everyone individually, but like the most important things I want to say. They're not losing to time. They're looking good on T side. Map control-wise, Donk is playing extremely well, so is Shiro. So it's like, as for Virtus.pro, they showed a good first step into this game. Electronic was the one guy we wanted to know most about if he was going to play well, and he does. He has been.
While Donk's making this one look so top-heavy, this is another round where we can look at Shiro's impact, right? Opening kill on the B site. That's what opened the door further for Zontix to go all the way down on red.
Right. Just so much patience.
But that's what Shiro brings to the table.
Yeah.
And I love that in contrast to kind of the ferociousness of Donk.
I mean, him and Jame are two sides of the same coin. They're two operas, same region, same style, way in the back, great in clutches. Both love compound interest. Ooh, it's not a great looking setup here for the CT side. I mean, James a few steps away from being too late. He can rotate in soon, but oh, they're getting even farther away from the A idea right now, actually. This is a big timing for Spirit.
What's selling it this time, though?
This time, I honestly don't know why they're playing so light. They have been doing this in general.
Electronic looking to come through with backs turned. Oh my! Oh, and he caught him on the sign jump. Donk still able to recover the aim. Now Donk's hands are busy. Is it a chance for Jame to strike? Ooh. A warning there to Zontix, who wasn't far off that mark.
The only thing I can say about this, without knowing any kind of like anti-strat or preparation, is that VP have been playing almost no on the A site sometimes versus other teams. So instead of like the two that we saw sometimes from like G2 when they played against Spirit yesterday, where it was like Taz and someone else, VP have been like giving it up, playing retake or playing very heavy towards. But like I think Spirit just got the sense this is one of the rounds where they actually don't have anybody here. That and of course they started with mid control a little bit, feigned some grenades.
Terrorists win.
But this is turning into a masterclass at the moment in terms of Chopper here on this T side.
We didn't see the routing there for Donk's first kill either on the A site, but we kind of saw the setup.
But they let him out, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's already when it's too late.
It's like, what were you looking at?
It's also not.
The thing with Donk is even if you are ready, even if you are just staring at the A main smoke, look how much time you get.
Yeah.
Like, you know what could happen. There's no doubt in my mind. Fame is preparing himself for exactly that, but Donk is just that fast.
And accurate. On his good days, it's like every kill is a headshot. Every kill is first bullet.
And you know, there have been a couple days where he hasn't looked as
well, I have
perfect.
to say on his good days, because for a while it was just every day.
Yep.
But it's a good day.
It's a real good day. 14-5, Donk. 10 rounds into the game. A little back and forth where it felt like Electronic's cave presence was going to be enough to keep Spirit out of this T side. Suddenly, Donk with a little Shiro sprinkle here and there.
Are they going to walk into the A site again? Did they? They literally are on the exact same timing right now.
Yep.
Donk's about to turn this corner.
And this time, there's nobody inside of A.
They can't even believe it. The rotation here from Jame is coming in slowly. The nades are being set up right now. And they've actually found it. Molly comes in. Oh, Molly comes in from Jame.
Good timing on
but
that one.
But he's leaving. He's leaving.
Yeah, they just continue to leave A open. Donk's now in.
They don't believe it. It's a bluff, and they're right.
Throw a little boost just to be extra cautious. CT peek on lane goes down.
What's
Jame
happening?
Yeah, just it feels like they're just kind of out of pace, right? They're trying to tango, but
this is like coach and analyst type stuff, you know what I mean? Coach, analyst, chopper type situation. They're getting kind of embarrassed here. You don't see Virtus.pro get embarrassed like this.
No, you don't.
Getting completely out-rotated, out-read, leaving that A site wide open like they do normally, but like now it's two or three rounds that they've done this versus Spirit, and they've just walked out.
You know, the last time I saw VP get this embarrassed is when they got reverse swept in a best of 5 by none other than Team Spirits. We know that Howley is very involved in the kind of counter-stratting of their opponents. And we know that when he comes in on timeouts, there's impact generally felt, so he wants a word with Chopper now. But, I mean, what could you say? This has been going to perfection.
Keep the momentum. I mean, the thing is, if you take a timeout, they can talk to. If things are going right and they're confused, sometimes you want to just keep that going. Yeah, he acts as the timeout. Says, I got this. Howley came in earlier and then got them back on the right track.
Yep. He's been very good at that. And I mean, at the end of the day, this is just an insane half when you think about it. Donk, 16 kills, right? 6 kills for Zontic's, Chopper, and Magic's. Shiro's only had frags in 2 rounds. The 3 kills in the 1v4 clutch, and the 2 frags when he gets into the A site, best Jame Deep Donut. 2 rounds where Shiro has a frag. Talk about a one-man army. And some just phenomenal calls. You put the right piece in the right position, and that has been the core of this Spirit 8-round half. Now, chance at a 9th, but bomb will have to be picked up. It's a little bit awkward. There's a trade frag, and Shiro boosted on boxes, gets the difference maker, but still, again, the bomb. Not the most comfortable spot here for Spirit, despite having 2 sets of feet on site.
So awkward. You cannot sit on this site even if you have nades sometimes, so they're going to peel back. The crazy part is they don't even have to commit to B. And yeah, I think they actually are going to go all the way around.
They make a ton of sound on the departure. This will be heard by Flit, who calls it all.
Yeah. Is Zontic's going to check his... Oh, no, he's making noise. Okay.
Clear out the mid-anchor. Now they know exactly what's up. It's probably going to be that last-second A-site sprint. Shiro going to try to come in with a split.
They have to wait long enough that, they go back to the B site. Shiro, presence in middle.
This one gets a little bit away from, Spirit, Fame. Almost caught. They're going to, I mean, maybe just walk straight into this line. That's a bomb plant.
Yeah.
No way.
Rotation is a little awkward.
After fumbling with bomb outside of B site, having 2 players in site, no ability to plant.
Surely it's fine, though, right? Look how low they are.
You'd think, but the util steep keeps coming out. Magic's, he'll catch 1, and they'll trade from that point on. VP, bit of luck sprinkled in here due to the shortcomings of Spirit, but I'm not taking it away from them. It is a phenomenal 8-round half, but all off of the back of Donk's heavy lifting. Shiro critical clutch, another round with frags, but this is just an example of Donk's ceiling.
I think the step that Nico took is what drew in the flashbang from the B-bomb side. So then he had to sort of like make his way back. Going to be testing Saiwu up here. From their point of view, he doesn't have an AWP yet, but he's playing real close. 30 seconds. This is either going to be fantastic or it's going to be a nightmare from Saiwu. Oh my God, what an ace! He took down every single one. A one-man army at the catwalk, and Vitality get to 7 rounds.
Stewie has stopped these players with the smoke, but Borb just runs on through. This is a free bomb site now. Oh no, Stewie denies entry through the smoke. Almost a second kill too.
A lot of damage on Waro to back it up. This is so scary. Stewie comes charging through. He gets a quad kill at the end.
And he says, there's a job I didn't complete. I need to finish it right now.
Oh man, nobody was expecting that. They did not see it coming. No one could have seen that coming. Sealing the round with that double. That's huge. Very hard when you're swiveling around like that, looking basically at your back half the time. Breeze and Nealon, 2 versus 4. They need a mistake. Instead, they get shot for the smoke. So something of the opposite happening here and again.
Oh, wow.
That's just unfair, isn't it?
Yeah, not much you can do there.
All they got so far in this half. So they're going to try it again towards the A site. 3 members here. Lucky with a different look on the ramp. Close to the smoke, ready for this play.
Oh, he eats the flash. He's stuck. He's stuck atop. Oh, but they still go by. Lucky sprays away. Oh, he's not a 4K. Every time FaZe Clan feel like they have something to work with, a little bit of room, in their minds they had space. But instead, it's a vacuum from Lucky that sucks them back from the bomb site.
I bet they would have loved for that to have been simple instead, because that means he's still alive and nobody likes hearing that. Maybe they've got him sandwiched in though. Perfecto also back of it. They bump into each other. Knives out inside of the smoke. Yeah, he's past him and he just walks out, shoots him in the back. He is just such a cerebral player. You can never, ever cheat him out of anything. Cadian goes down to Simple. It's a quad kill at the end of it.
This round is all about Simple. And you can see how they just bump into each other. And Simple realizes immediately, he's like, hold on. That's not supposed to happen. That's so cool.
Off of the back of a very clean strat there, Device is going to be feeling a bit frustrated for himself. Over-peaking that angle ends up costing him. You can see here, takes that shot, but the smoke grenade killed him? Okay, then.
No, did that really happen?
That really happened.
I can't believe it. I didn't even realize. I've been waiting for that for years, and now I was so freaked out.
Donk does what Donk does. Another great example of the top fragger that Team Spirit banked on to get this deep already versus VP. Was looking like Electronic was going to be his counterpart, and there was this very early cave success from Electronic that kind of took the early bout. But, well, sometimes you just can't stop Donk.
It's true. That is, he's the 3rd guy. It's like Nico and Monacy, and then it's probably and then it's Donk. It was Donk and then them for a while. Now it's maybe the other way. Hard to say. Donk's here, 16 frags, plenty of rounds to his name. That first 4K was actually insane. Won't forget that. Now he's on the dualies.
Oh God, they gave him 2 guns, as if one wasn't rough enough. Trying to get it back because it was Electronics Berettas that got 4 kills in their CT side pistol. Spread out Virtus.pro looking for this A split. Jame will take a glance at Cave. That's at least Donk out of the equation, but you know, this is what you can do. You could put Donk on one half of the map and the rest of your team on the other. So 4 players of Spirit, they decide to leave. Zontix doesn't like the timing.
Still double up on Donut, though.
That's not off of utility or anything. Molotov here for Chopper.
Wait, did they miss the molly?
Didn't throw his smoke. He holds on.
No.
Oh, he holds on, but can he deliver?
They're not going to clear him now.
Back's turn to Chopper. He executes Electronic. Fame responds. That's Donut still held on to. Magic's holding him back. Oh, but Jame with a deep shot. Donk shows up, and down they go. It's Spirit with second pistol.
Ooh, that molly. Just the slightest lip of the box. Knocked it too far, and Chopper got his kill. Threw everything into disarray. They could have still fragged their way out of it, but yeah, just held his cool.
Held his cool and his smoke. Didn't throw it too quickly.
That's one of those moments. I mean, if he threw it, he wouldn't be able to fight either.
No, exactly. So he waits. It doesn't spread. Little Chopper smile. He's calling a good game of CS, and his star has shown up.
Yep.
Zontix with the shoulder peek, drops the molly. MP9 in hand,
Perfectly done.
Easy.
How many times we see people mess that up?
Mm-hmm. Not Zontix.
They go for banks, they take too long to throw it, they don't shoulder peek properly. They throw it too deep.
Make some kind of mistake. He's up for the ace. We've had a few of them here. But Donk's gonna get his, and down they go. So your pistols are moot in the face of Zontix, his molly, and MP9.
That floating claw grip. So crazy.
It's the scariest thing in Counter-Strike at the moment.
Twist does it too. And I think Zaiwu does it too, if I'm not mistaken.
It's crazy how everybody's just breaking even right now for Spirit, barring Chopper, who doesn't have to do much.
Yeah.
Donk's really just doing everything. In a 10-4 score, right? You look at 4/5 of this team.
Yeah.
Providing what they have to for Donk to thrive. Magic's bottom ramp picks this up. This is guns, and it's not going well for VP.
Not at all.
A bit more contact
Oh.
and Chopper. Perfect timing on the shot into Flit. Jame will take the same position, and this double up could very well catch Chopper off. It's not like he's been white hot, but he's got Magics to tether off of, and that pressure down B just, it's a disaster for VP.
It's all a big bait.
From losing to G2 and Taz yesterday to a thrashing of Virtus.pro so far tonight. Fame will try to get his, but there's nothing more to be had. Team Spirit on the highway to victory and potentially semifinals.
Jesus. I mean, Virtus.pro got to be, yeah, feeling unhappy. This is the team that they got today. Of course, they saw yesterday and they thought, maybe there's a chance. But this looks like it might be one more series that simply just goes the way of Spirit. There's literally just so much room to miss shots when you got this kid fragging like this for you. Can't throw the word phenom around too often. Phenom. That's what he is.
Okay, Norbert, there's a nice answer. It's a good pop. 4 strong up ramp. Chopper in the corner. Oh, he gets electronic in the background.
4 guys coming in.
Holy hell, he hangs on. He does something. Unleash the donk, shall we? Once this smoke comes up, you know the retake attempt's coming through. Why would they be afraid of you? Pegged him in the head. Smoke goes down on Cave. Donk is dead. That helps. Zontix, nice lineup. Oh, he gets it.
That?
The player top box goes down. Zontix.
Wait a second.
He's gonna stick it. He's gonna stick it. The spam comes out, but Zontix has it. Oh, they rob it back from the Tech9 entry to the fumble of the post plant.
Oh, not for 12 rounds. Nice spray from Zontix. Get that guy top box. They could have sent one through the smoke just to check if he didn't get that kill. Damn.
But they try to do their best Shiro impression, and it just doesn't quite work.
Yeah, Chopper gets all the info. They think this is CS?
Oh, man, and now it's just toast, dude. VP trying to get wild here at the end of the half. But this is another gun round, and in 2 of the gun rounds, the very few gun rounds we've had on this T side, VP have played incredibly fast.
Yeah.
Or rather, Spirit have also taken quick fights, right? Magix and Chopper down ramp in the first one. This one, VP try to sign up for a fight themselves. They throw their hat in the ring and get sent packing. Ancient. I'm glad that Spirit don't take that loss versus G2 yesterday too badly. It doesn't undo all of the confidence that they deservedly have here on Ancient. And now as they can smell blood in the water, they start to get all around this A site. Incendiary in front of the plant. It's not gonna get any easier from here on out for VP. 3v5 in an attempt to keep this one alive. Flit, he'll get the trade, but Zontix just keeps on swinging. And Shiro keeps on closing. And Spirit keep on impressing. This is what they need, a turnaround from the G2 loss last night.
A completely different face for Spirit today, and an absolute red-hot form. Now only one map away from making it to the semi-finals here in London. And what a statement way to be doing it on Ancient. Sure, we had some nerves based off of that game yesterday versus G2, but just turning over an entirely new leaf. And that's what we love to see from Spirit. Donk in fighting form.
Yeah, look completely different here. A dominant win, and as you said, Donk just playing incredibly well. It was really just the two stars of Spirit, though, throughout that entire first half. Zontix, Magix, and Chopper, between them, had 8 kills at the half. Between 3 players, they were averaging 1 kill per round, but that's because Donk and Shiro were stepping up so much. Donk in a lot of entries and some clutches, Shiro in some late rounds as well. And for VP, I feel like they almost got a bit hard done by in that first half because they were in some pretty good post-plant positions. They were playing for retake a lot of the time, and yet it was still just so ineffective for them. It just did not work out whatsoever. And that's a shame, honestly, for them, because I felt like they were trying so hard to play retake, and it just didn't go their way because of some of those massive moments.
Yeah, I feel like when we're talking about the first half, there's only a certain amount of kills to go round for the side of Spirit. And when you've got Donk and you've got Shiro really standing up to all like that, it's going to spell a bad time if you're VP. I mean, looking on the other side of the coin, for VP, it was a story of, you know, so much resilience yesterday in that game versus Vitality. Where did they fall flat today on this first map versus Spirit?
Yeah, it's honestly tough because I think they were trying to play a very similar way. They were trying to go ahead and just go for those sort of passive plays, retakes a lot of the time. There was also a little bit of combative play towards mid from VP, which they went for, and it went well for them as they adapted it a little later on. But overall, I did feel like they were setting up into okay positions. It's just that when you let players like Donk and Shiro get into those post-plant scenarios, there's always the chance they're going to go crazy. That happened a couple of times in some swing rounds, and then Donk was getting so many entries as well that it's like, what can you do?
Give them an inch and they will certainly be taking a mile. Of course, we've been praising Donk, as we should. But Shiro had a moment, didn't he? An Arike play presented by Revolut. What did you make of this one?
Yeah, this was one of those moments that it felt like really broke VP. You see here initially, it looks pretty good for VP. They're sitting back, they're playing retake again. This time they even go up in numbers. They start to get back into the site, and then Stuck in Cave smoked off. He calls out the flank, big turnaround, and then he knows he has to spam towards the bomb in this position. He has to do it, but he even goes back to try and see if someone's pushing him, still gets that diffuser, and then at the end, he doesn't need the kill. He just needs to play distraction so James can't get on that bomb. There were a couple of rounds like that that really helped Spirit significantly, and that just allowed them to run away with a game that honestly could have been so different if just 1 or 2 of those earlier rounds go the other way.
Such a cheeky, confident play coming out of Shiro, which if we're just looking at him, you know, as a character, as a person outside of the server, we know he's a man who can get emotional at times. We've seen him, you know, sometimes crying mid-game. That was in a different jersey, though. I like that he seems like he's found his footing in terms of just the mood, the vibe check of Spirit for him. It's coming out positive.
Yeah, and the thing is, the stats don't look crazy, but the impact of a couple of those rounds was. And the other thing I will say is, yeah, we will give Shiro and Donk their credit, but honestly, Chopper's calling just was fantastic. They started out with a bunch of these B plays. They kind of knew that VP would be willing to play retake, so they just kept taking that B site. And then as the half went on, they would start to just pressure B and actually come and take map control elsewhere because they knew VP were going to so heavily rotate and so set up in their brains to already go for that retake. They start getting into top mid, cutting off rotates. They start going back to A. It was honestly a masterpiece of a T-side calling from Chopper there. He was so important. Even if it doesn't show on the scoreboard, the calling was great.
Speaking of the VP side of the equation, yesterday we were obviously praising James for being kind of the first to be warming up into this series, Fame then for closing out what was an incredibly tight map number 2. They were pretty missing in this first map, right?
Yeah, just, I don't know, didn't really see much of the individuals. And again, I don't want to say same old VP, but the consistency just never seems to be there. They weren't expected to do much on this map anyway, in all honesty, but at the same time, you just never know what you're getting from the individuals. I mean, even Electronic, he had a great start in the pistol with the quad kill, but outside of that, maybe not as much. I thought James, when he got the orb, had chances to try and get an opening kill and occasionally get a kill towards mid, but not consistently enough, only on a couple of occasions. Maybe that will change in the maps coming up. Hopefully, you know, Dust 2 in theory should be better, but yeah, listen, the better team won here, a class above Spirit on this one.
Yeah, I mean, for Electronic as well, he got like, what, 3 or 4 openers on this map? It was just kind of the ability to actually pounce upon those, make the most of it. I mean, when it's Spirit on the other side, right, it's always difficult. Even when they're a man down, you know, they've got something up their sleeve, and that might just be donk sometimes, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. And again, Donk set up so well with those calls to get those entries. So honestly, everything firing on all cylinders there for Spirit.
Well, both teams guaranteed to be in the playoffs, but the question is, who is going to be heading through to the semis? VP's map pick of Dust 2 on the horizon after this break. Dust2 in a series that will spell a semi-final spot between Spirits and Virtus.pro, the latter picking into this ground, which is kind of interesting when you're looking at the stats, Hawker, because it's a loss versus Big, a loss versus Mouse, a very tight victory versus Vitality. Why do you think they picked this map?
Well, they're kind of trying to figure out their map pool after Overpass is now no longer with us, RIP. I'm sure James very sad about that in the back there, because it was a map that suited VP perfectly. So the fact they don't have that anymore actually leaves them picking all sorts. And I said earlier, almost jokingly, I don't think VP know what their map is right now at all. And it's kind of true, because this is the map that Vitality picked into them yesterday. So VP coming into this one, I think we saw good signs on the Dust2 yesterday, but at the same time, a lot of those comeback rounds had to rely on huge plays, and so far on the first map, it was Spirits individuals that were firing so hard, at least the stars.
Yeah, I mean, it was certainly a show of the individuals for VP. Obviously, we've talked about it before. James really warming up quite quickly into that Dust2, which was the second map yesterday. It was the other players kind of following suit. Electronic was able to find some huge impact, though. We talked about that crucial swing round where he managed to get the 3K and basically just null, void, complete delete Vitality off the face of the earth. How do you expect Electronic to be tackling this versus Spirit? Because I would say maybe they're a slight caliber above Vitality at the moment.
Yeah, I think we just saw Vitality have issues with that aggression that eventually VP were able to counter. For Spirit, I think coming into this one, you look at them and think that they will be pretty coordinated. I still expect Electronic to be really solid, especially when you look at the A entries up through short, I feel like are a pretty big strength for him at times. If you have those A executes coming in from VP, he's going to be in and amongst the pack, and feels like that's where he gets a little unleashed. He gets to just run those entry routes that I like to see from him.
Okay.
And then obviously yesterday we had James at the same time, who was instrumental on their CT side. He won them a lot of their CT rounds by pushing up mid, getting that early advantage, making the team feel comfortable. So definitely looking at him as well, because he was genuinely out-AWPing ZywOo on this map, which is a statement in and of itself.
Aggression you want from Virtus.pro.
Listen,
is that an oxymoron in itself?
The thing is, on Ancient, for example, there was an occasional round where you'd see James go forwards on mid and post up and get a kill. So by James standards, I call that aggressive, okay? And on Dust2, he can do the same. You can absolutely move up mid, post up on an angle, and get an opening kill. And because it's an opening kill, I'll call it aggressive, just for James.
Yeah, in terms of James' dictionary definition, yes, super aggressive, 100% whole W religion. I mean, obviously bringing in Electronic, we were hoping to see, you know, some slightly more proactive styles of play. Obviously, James asked Fane that, or Flit earlier in the interview, saying, you know, is that a style you want to incorporate? He said, yeah, he's totally open-minded to that, and I think we kind of need to see that from VP moving forward. From the Spirit side of things, I mean, they're just firing on all cylinders. They must have so much momentum right now. Do you think they close it in 2?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think I've said this with most VP predictions, but I don't know what to expect with VP, and it makes it really hard. The other thing I will say is that I don't know if Donk has been as exceptional from what we've seen on this map so far.
Okay.
So we had him on incredible form on Ancient, but he's clearly very comfortable there. They've had a lot of officials there, whereas on Dust, he's not going to have the same number of officials under his belt. And it did feel like at Dallas, we got a slight downtick from Donk, and we were wondering why that was. Was it because they hadn't played in a while and so he wasn't as comfortable? If that's the case, the fact he hasn't played Dust2 that much with this team could actually be a bit of a factor. And listen, I don't think that's a problem for Spirit long term. I still think this project can stay together for a long, long time and just slowly improve. They've probably got the biggest chance to improve out of any team out there right now. I still believe that over time with this lineup. But for this specific match, it could be an issue because I don't know how comfortable Donk will be on this map.
Questions, questions, questions. Time to get some answers. We're going to be jumping into Dust2. The map pick of VP. Connor, Launders, is it over in 2?
Freya, Alex, I'm not quite sure if it's over in 2. I think it might be, man. I think Donk on this level, this could be the moment where he does have that breakthrough on Dust2, because Hawka's not too far off the mark. He hasn't looked incredibly unstoppable on the few bits of Dust2 we've had. You know, he's looked a little mortal, but he didn't look mortal back on Ancient. I mean, that was just the classic Donk Reckoning. And if he's able to do that back-to-back, which back at his very best, that just happened across series, right? Then, yeah, VP could have their hands full. Don't forget, if it wasn't for the VP Electronic 3K versus Vitality, and then, of course, a beautiful comeback, can't be denied, they did have that special VP sauce just 24 hours ago. Well, maybe they got a little fight left in them. It's playoffs regardless for both teams, but who is destined for semis? That is the answer we shall seek here on Dust 2.
Yeah. Well, history shows us actually that it should be Shiro to be the star player here on Dust 2 specifically. Donk rocking a 1.10 their last 3 maps in their last 3 months. Shiro up at a 1.35.
Yeah.
In their last 3 maps in the last 3 months. So he knows a thing or two about Dust 2. But so do VP.
So do VP. Can't deny that one. Chopper. A little nervous about that flashbang.
I think we casted one of the Bet Boom games they played in. Or did we? Actually?
Versus Mouse, I believe.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was good, wasn't it?
Yeah. yeah. A little Dust 2 for you. It ain't half bad. This one come on down to 40 seconds now. You know what they say, VP like watching paint dry. Smoke over to the CT spawn and the cap ready to go. 25 to the clock. Ooh, Electronic takes the quick route down to spawn, gets one. Magic's killed the second player in, but there's still no defense. So really it's the ramp player going down with nothing that makes a world of difference here and could be all the hurt. Fame, creepy in the corner, and Electronic pushing through the CT smoke. So just keeping Spirit so corralled, feeling as though there's a flank behind them, but they would have heard Electronic come sprinting back up towards long, so all sights set forward for the retake 2v3. Nobody stops them as they cross over to Gandalf. Dual Berettas begin to rip. They're getting ever closer, but they're also getting thinned, and it's VP with a pistol, thank goodness.
Yeah, after all of that waiting. They do come forward with a great execute onto the A site, and they make that really tricky. That's the double effect of that deep CT smoke, is that you both shut off the rotations. You also set yourself up to like peek down into CT spawn while you fight. And then you can also drop a player in and then phase the smoke into spawn. So there's a lot of good reasons to throw that down, even if it's not for your full-on long cross hit.
And, you know, we didn't quite talk about it as much today as we did versus Vitality, but Virtus.pro winning pistols. At worst, they have split both pistols on these maps.
True. That's a big improvement.
You know, we talked about that real great game from them in Dallas against FaZe that they end up losing, but just by the skin of their teeth with literally 0 out of 6 pistol rounds. It has been an actual pain point for Virtus.pro, and picking this one up will bode well if they convert it. Step 2 of winning pistols.
Yeah, when you get tagged with a scout on Dust 2, that's a foreboding sign. You've got to be very careful. And Shiro goes over to A as well. Get ready for this cat cross. One more scout tag, and I literally would say the CTs are at an advantage. That's how scary these anti-ecos can be versus a scout on this map.
Magic's just put a smoke down long doors too, so that keeps Electronic out of the mix. Molly's on the bomb site. Chopper's still hanging on, dude. He is just flame retardant today. And as he keeps himself down, oh, he can't get the kill. Shiro starting to miss. Magic's never gets his fight. They'll get the bomb down, guns back up in hand. Shiro, well, he couldn't do it. Donk will shave a bit more health off.
That one came down to Chopper. He had a really good spot. They weren't clearing him, but just a 5-7 in hand.
Things get a little too wild. And at the end of the day, it's looking like 5 up for VP, so excellent conversion. Indeed, no deaths. And a 2-0 start for VP. Bada boom.
They didn't play it in that Mouse matchup.
They didn't?
No, it wasn't Dust 2 in that.
I love making things up.
It was... I think it was Vitality. And they actually got beat up pretty bad. 13-6. 5-round T side, 1 round. Oh, 5-round CT side, 1 round T side.
Yeah, they did. BetBoom.shop Belgrade. Mouse 2-1 VP. Dust 2. Mouse win 13-4.
No, wait. Oh, sorry. I thought you said Spirit. We're talking about Spirit, right?
Oh, no. I was talking about...
Oh, okay.
My bad.
I see. Yeah, I was trying to see... Because Donk's been, like, decent. It's 1.10 maps.
Oh, yeah. That makes more sense. That was why we were talking about it. Don't worry, Mo. By the end of the day, I'll have my shit together.
By the end of the day, Monacy will be back at home.
That Magic's nade could do something if Fame starts to attack tunnels. Maybe Prime Zontix to stop 1/2 of the split. Chopper's got one too, so a couple rockets inside that B site. But VP keeping their options open, keeping the util flowing.
What the hell is he doing?
Just watching.
Jiggling the wall.
Just watching. No way. But they get the players out of sight. Zontix with a team kill. Unfortunately, Shiro's USP
What the hell?
is empty. Let's not ask too many questions.
Oh! What? What?
Wait.
He just dinked. Wait, how did he get that kill?
Oh my god, he knows he's got to fight isolated.
Yeah, he knows that Flit is running and he's just gonna smoke him out.
He knows he has a 1v1 in the bomb site. Flash comes out with no swing. There's no kit right now.
Oh, he's waiting for a timing.
Frag goes over, makes Donk's job all the harder. Half his health gone to the nade. Norbert survives the shots. Look how afraid they are. Nobody wants to fight him. Norbert gets him down, but dude, Donk's just got that aura.
Dude, he dinked someone on the way to mid, on the way through the doors, Flit, and then he killed somebody. How did
Fame in the walk down, yeah. Started with this, grabbed the AK off Electronic, or Galil rather.
Oh my god. What?
Галил, КТ, надо доиграть. 2-1, Женя красный. Понял, Галил.
That's something else.
He's just got those little micro flicks,
yeah, man.
It's almost robotic at times. Scares the hell out of me, to be honest.
Scary.
What else is possible?
I bet he would just get Overwatched. Like if he just...
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he just played enough Premier, he would just get Overwatched straight up. Happened to Scream once a long time ago. Might even be deserved. You can really see it when he's going back and forth between two angles, how perfect every flick back is. And he can patrol so easily.
Now they know that Electronic is stuck along the wall. Flit's gonna try to get something going, catwalk. Electronic falls out. And they just let him leave. It's Flit trying a little bit harder to keep this CT locked in. Oh, Shiro just jumping back to the ramp. The nade's got his name on it. He hangs on for dear life.
It's a bit too far.
8 health he'll have to hold.
Looks like Flit got what he wanted, though. A little pressure on the A site. Scared the rotation. Baited out an incendiary. This timing is so particular.
Good job. seeing as his teammate's so low health. Magic's very clean 2 kills.
Wow.
And he'll just dive right back down to the spawn. Still gives Shiro a chance to shine. There we go, Magic's.
Oh, they're getting ready to come for him, too.
Yeah, they want to take James Opp away. You know he wants to save it. Flit doesn't really have the health to be the savior. Very nicely done from an A defense that was kind of in a pickle.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, James time feeling limited now.
3,
and if
2,
he dies after time.
1, 0.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh.
Oh, of course Shiro could find that timing. Wow.
After time.
Oof.
They're laughing at him. Excuse me?
It's not his crosshair. It's a bug.
Don't call him names.
I know what everyone's thinking. It's Magic's. It is his crosshair.
Long fight. Oh, it's fast, but they're blind.
Oh, he didn't finish the fight.
Chopper comes out on top. I mean, he has 5 health after Electronic gets that first damage.
Ooh, wow.
Man, flashbangs.
These are some, like, you know, game-changing frags, like the 2K there from Magic's on Cat.
Yep.
This kill here that should have been easy for Chopper down to 5 health. But the counter flash, it was the CT side counter flash.
Perfectly placed, perfectly timed. Chopper pulls it off. Zontix.
I love this setup.
With Donk layered right behind him. I mean, does any T ever want to peek that B site when Zontix and Donk could be layered?
Yeah, like,
waiting for it, standing in the open?
You got to just dump all your utility, go for lurk smoke. But even then, they're just going to shoot through it. It's a really great way to avoid, like, spending money using nades.
Wow, they even tag him.
And that nade, that bomb cross means they got to speed up now.
Yep. The nade finishes him off. Beautifully done here, but Magic's, the gun gets away from him. Shiro dives to ramp. You know they're looking for him, so he just tucks his head down. Donk is burning, but it doesn't matter. He still kills Flit. Norbert, on an attempt to clear the ramp, also has to be cautious of the deep ramp player, but no! Nobody can find a thread to pull on.
Ooh, it's so close. Every single duel is so close, but the cover is right there every single time for Spirit.
I love that Donk just throws himself into the flames.
Yep.
He pulls Flit off the play and makes it so much awkward for everybody else.
It was everything to save Shiro. Help him live as long as possible. And then he got the final kill as well. Save Shiro. Save Shiro.
Chopper.
Wow.
He's got pipes.
It's me when I get a knife.
Watch him win this game and pull his shirt off just like Alexi B.
Yo, that would be awesome. Except it's just his hairy chest.
Norbert's going to do some light reading. I say, Norby, how about you wait and spawn a second, bud? VP have definitely had a strong chance in a couple of these A hits, but Magic's 2K kill on the smoke towards the corner, perfect. Last round gets way sketchier, but Spirit just have this clear vision of which fights to take and when, and I think are just saving one another so efficiently.
Yeah.
And that's what you're gonna need. It's not quite what you had back on Ancient where Donk just went God mode. Give him a little more time, I bet he pulls off. But you know, he's a little more muted having to play B-site regularly with Zontix. You know, you can just keep targeting A if you think Magic's and Chopper will be overwhelmed. Shiro will be here sometimes, but the Riflers are also doing a great job. Chopper bests Electronic 1 round ago, and he's gonna clean up as they do get closer with the Glocks. No bomb plant, no frag here. Spirit tie us up early.
Yeah, we're in a brutal couple of rounds leading up to this. Save. VP could have definitely won both situations, but it's not because Spirit got lucky. They were just a better team, just slightly in all these different situations. Feels like we could have a systematic dismantlement of Virtus.pro across these two maps if they're not careful. They got a few early rounds on Ancient too. Oh, Donk's like, the one time I'm not home.
Yeah, but give him an extra second. He's about to bolster this bomb site. Here come the flashbangs. Zontix on the Humvee. Oh, he's tucked right back in, regains vision, and then the counter flashes again. Zontix does his job. Chopper softens him up. Donk plays car with 2 kills to go. And sure enough, Shiro's starting to work his way over.
And he just knows he's going to react to top boxes. He's not even going to hold it.
James tries to get around smoke, no chance. Donk snaps up to finish off the 2, and that is Zontix doing his job. Chopper supporting Donk, and Donk pushing it over the line with ease.
So much confidence in his protocols, not even freaking out.
Great team play tonight.
Yeah, dude, Zontix was so good right there. That was a very hard situation to get the right timing, right? In between the flashes, you get a couple frames where you can see people, then you got to trust the spray, and then he knows the counter flashes are coming in. That's a lot of calculations, a lot of trust coming in, and he has to have the aim to back it up. So couldn't ask for more right there from Zontix.
All out of layers. 7 bullets in the magazine, too, for the repeat. Still pulls off a kill.
Right.
So just the right amount of fight, just the right amount of hold.
Yep.
Sprinkles 2 kills in and makes the rest of Spirit's camp all the easier. Now we get an attack into tunnels from a completely different direction. So Spirit proactively changing things up a little. Trying to stay steps ahead of Virtus.pro as Chopper continues to roar. And you've unleashed Donk at this point. If you give Donk a chance to fight top mid, he will. Oh, he will. So they group themselves up with a couple of flashbangs here for VP. He's going to keep his head down a little bit. Shiro takes suicide. Oh, and the flash won't get him off. Donk blinded slightly, comes back in, starts taking off heads. 3 kills. Dude, how does he make it so easy?
He's so blind. Like, he just focused so well right there.
And he's just in full control of an entire spray, every bullet of the way.
Dude. Chopper's like, yeah, you like that strat?
He goes, VP, you taste good. Full control.
He's getting half blinded, too. Eventually, you will die. You've got to kill him right away because you've got seconds, if not milliseconds.
Even just switching targets to the third player when the one guy goes for a crouch, getting the headshot in like the 4 bullets he decided to change targets with, and then snapping back 15 bullets into a spray.
Whack-a-mole.
Like, I mean...
Inexplicable.
Shiro up catwalk. Now he's starting to feel like he's got room to work. And we're back into the gun rounds, but it doesn't quite feel it because Spirit are just overflowing with confidence, boiling over to the stovetop as VP are getting burned. Donk forced off the spot, and Jame hoping somebody oversteps towards mid.
Nades go a bit far, flit up close. VP could try to do something desperate. They want to walk out mid. He's heard one fall off. He doesn't get tagged right there. Ready for contact. Here he comes.
Zontix locked in.
Oh my.
There was one counter flash in the middle of that again that just stopped VP for a second. And even though that second later they swing with the kill on Chopper, that's what primes Donk to come through smoke. That's what primes Zontix to swing out from Chopper. Now Magix is in your spawn. You're losing by 3. You had started with the pistol. You're down a map, and Spirit are staring at that semifinals.
It literally feels like we're back at Katowice. That's what it feels like right now. I remember doing a watch party for that and just explaining to all the people who were there that maybe don't watch as much CS that this doesn't happen. That actually has never happened. Like you're watching something that's literally never happened.
Sound like you're peddling conspiracy theories.
Trust me, guys.
It's never happened before.
I've seen it.
There's never been somebody like Donk. They're all talking about NiKo's, and ZywOo's, and Monacy's.
They can't release Donk the same year Monacy has his best year.
Right?
That's just too lucky.
As Counter-Strike fans, we're lucky. Zontix in the corner again. Sea of flashbangs comes over top. Here we go. VP in with the double entry. There we go. A few extra flashes, some fire on top of it, and VP sprinkle a 4th round by the looks of things into this T side that had started to sputter out.
Yeah, not bad. Guns die in the site too, so they get some upgrades.
But it's also every piece of
be
util.
careful, though.
That one smoked the only piece they held on to.
Right.
Now you know everybody's going to stick around and just get the exits at worst.
It could potentially punish everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that smoke's going to come up too.
So looking to cull them on the depart.
We hit him.
Softening them up so Magics can bag them. Flashbang as well for the CT peak.
Oh, they're all low now.
Oh, that bomb's got him. Done. Chopper comes through. Of course, James, the guy that still gets the save.
Yeah, the one guy find a way out. So that's the cockroach and nuclear fallout. Just surviving. The Twinkie. You can just get out there. Can't kill him.
We sang Zontix's praise in the gun round that he was able to hold on in the corner, but here comes Hallie in with the solution. Every single time off the tac pause, he's got something up his sleeve.
Yeah.
The special ingredient of Team Spirit. You know, this is an important head-to-head for me organizationally as well, because if we were to talk about Spirit and Virtus.pro in the last 3 years, 5 years, teams that don't make these star-studded roster moves, 2024 is the year where both of them finally did it. You pick up Spirit, or excuse me, Shiro for Spirit, you pick up Electronic for Virtus.pro. This core has finally attracted a star, and tonight, those stars come together against each other for the very first time.
Good point.
You know, this is a step in a new direction. And I think that's why we get Chopper being as loud as he is, because he's not usually that guy. But he's had some bellows tonight as this Dust 2 endeavor goes well.
Now there are some expectations and there are some small, scary moments where things didn't go exactly right in this very momentous 2024. That's that gratitude for when things do work out. I don't want to see that laissez-faire attitude from Spirit anymore.
Shiro, does he snap? Oh, he saw the shadow, I think.
Yeah, he's got shadow there. Oof. Been a good game from Shiro.
As you called. Magics, though. Oh, did they clear him?
Oh, that flash was actually incredible.
Yep.
How long was he blind?
Fame, baby. Got them flashbangers on him. Chopper.
Oh,
no Molotov can touch
again.
him. For the 3rd time in this series, the Molly
joking.
doesn't get him.
You can't.
Can he get them both? Yes, sir. Chopper for the 3rd time.
There's no way that happened again.
Fireproof. Foolproof. 10 seconds and James goes running in. Desperate to get hands on the bomb. He's just going to go for the plant. He fakes it once. James alive and kicking, but they swarm him and they screw them over. How does Chopper do it?
That is actually just, that's more inexplicable than Donk has been good this game. 3 mollies that Chopper has been able to stand in and not get burned in the last map and a half. And they end up being round wins because he gets kills off of them.
A-site Ancient boxes, gets 2 kills. The one in the A-site wasn't as impactful, but this one here is just the difference maker. Back from man disadvantage.
Right.
And bam, Chopper posts another.
Fireproof. Chopper Meister.
It's uncanny.
It is. I would have trusted that molly too. That looks pretty good.
What's he know that we don't? And it's not an incendiary. These are all
right,
three mollies. Like, what if VP were on the other side?
They made incendiary small and make mollies bigger.
Norbert's got Chopper dead to rights this time. No wild antics, no shenanigans. But Shiro's in the kill feed again. Magix pops it open. Little does he know the entirety of Virtus.pro on the other end of that smoke. But still slow on the approach. This is one of those moments where they wanted long so badly, they go all in on it, but now they're kind of afraid because of their own choosings. Is our flank already compromised? Is this A site stacked? Well, you just have to go headstrong into the hit. And Magic's trying to cheese around the smokes, but Electronic is just one step ahead of him. They'll get Zontix to come flanking around long. Jamin Pit, Cat smoked. And looks like VP will be gunning for a likely 5th round win on this T side. Bomb
They got the
plant.
nades are lining up.
He didn't plant it for Jamon long though. He plants it safe behind the boxes.
Oh, okay. That's dangerous.
And last round of the half, so you know Spirit are gonna roll for this.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough for Shiro to get into the action though. 2 players just keeping their heads down.
That molly could be massive.
That's gonna unnest them for certain, but oh, he peeks before the flash pops. And Electronic just rocks him. Electronic coming through with 3 kills and a 4th. And so yes, 1 more sprinkled in for VP. A chance to finish this on the CT side.
Establishing control over the map early on can be very valuable for a T-sided player. Right now, ZTR and his team have established quite a bit of control over towards the A side, ready for a quick smart attack over in their direction. But they lack a little bit on the opposing sides of the map, and that's what ZTR aims to fix with this smoke over towards mid. But Shiro has other ideas, and makes him look quite the clown with a knife to the gut. ZTR, wondering what happened, we're going to find out just how that all came to be. Shiro moves on in, down the side. An aggressive push from mid and through the underpass allows him quick access to the terrorist side of apartments. An unfortunate turn of events as ZTR has allowed him to step too far forwards. Left, right, good night. Train, and train some more. A lesson learned by most salt-worthy professionals of Counter-Strike. Brollan has a chance to display that training. He'll need to have pinpoint accuracy here. With 4 players bearing down on his position, he can't afford to put 1 bullet out of place. Looking to try and hold off the advancing forces now, turns the corner for a peek towards mid and lands a headshot onto Frozen. Finds another player peeking and a swift transition over towards the long sends them dizzy. The last shot onto Rops is all too easy for the master of the AK-47. And now for a short educational interlude. We're going to be learning to count with Nico and his missed deagle shots. Having a solo hold position over towards the B coffins, you need to be making sure that you're landing every single shot and making it count so that your team can retake should they need to. Nico in this position, however, has other ideas. Count along with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There are some things you just can't teach. Underpinning the usually fast and frenetic end parts of the round, the early stages resemble more closely the game of chess. A back and forth, a tactical decision-making area where the minds, bigger than galaxies, can start to show. Simple wants to hold this angle, a lot of control from the outside, but Holzuk takes it from him, wrests control with a simple flash around the corner. But Simple can do just the same thing. Pushing back into Holzuk's territory, he can reclaim once more the ground that was once lost. Holzuk, however, has teammates, has backup, and plenty more utility where that came from. A 3rd time that this line has switched, and it is starting to look a little bit more checkers than chess at this point. But Simple says Kingly, expending his final flashbang and leaving him exactly where he started. The Source Engine, dear to the hearts of many, provides one of the most loved features of Counter-Strike. Its movement mechanics. Every single one of these players will have tens of thousands of hours strafing around and ensuring that every step they make is perfectly placed, never putting themselves in more danger than they need to. He's just burned himself alive. Well, now I look quite the fool.
Donk and Zontix, the deadly B-site duo that pretty much shut down that half of the map. Sure, there's a little Tech-9 burst sprinkled in from VP. I'd say all things considered, solid half from Virtus.pro, but man, they had to fight hard for the rounds they got.
Yeah, they did.
No easy jobs
Actually
at all.
felt bad for them in that regard because, like, that's something where it's like you pick up Electronic, you want to go toe-to-toe on talent alone with, like, everybody you face off against, especially considering this matchup as well as regional, but, like, in terms of individual level, on Spirit, they're not really toppable. They're just not. And when they're playing well as a team, they're tied with Mouse and FaZe. When they're playing well as a team.
It's one of those moments where it's a good thing VP figured out pistols here for London, because without the pistol and conversion, there's only 2 rounds outside of that. So they finally piece them together, and it's the majority of their T rounds. But Shiro has found, again, dude, his P250 on the T side.
Insane.
Him and Zywoo, baby.
He's got a great, Shiro's got a great pistol.
Watch it all day long.
And here's the dualies.
Yeah, Electronic lets him rip.
Here comes Daddy Dualies.
Sees a whole pack of players, wants to boost up. I mean, he's been top fragging for VP across both maps. He's trying to hold up his end of the bargain. Flashbangs just continue to soar forward. And Magix hones in on Electronic. He will not be able to offer anything this time. Gandalf occupied. Smoke fades. Donk a little confident as he dives into Flit. 3 kills from Flit.
Whoa.
Bomb plant comes through. Gush from behind. Flit doesn't even turn. He knows what he wants. The player on site first and foremost. But he's got no idea if he's gotten off to Gandalf, and unfortunately looking the wrong way. Wide swing out from Magix. He will end it. Donk is a madman.
He literally just had to follow it. Like, it was just like part of his contract with the devil that he literally, if he sees someone, they die, but no matter who he sees, they must die.
Yeah, sure.
Until the bullets run out, he's got to go in. Like, he could have just stood on the ledge, looked over it.
No. Witness me.
You watch that new Mad Max?
Not yet.
I heard it's good. Kojima said it's the best one yet.
Furiosa. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. USBs come swinging.
Poor
and
Chopper.
Donk is here to clean up. In that instance, if you're VP, you just kind of hope you hit Chopper without the Donk support. All right, James. He puts the kid to bed. And Flit, whose pistol popped off in the last round, continues to walk forward. As long as Spirit don't get too stringy, all should be good.
Oh, man. I'm scared to look, but I feel like James' performances since Electronics joined the team, it's really gotten a lot worse.
Well, he's said it himself that we've thrown the structure out the window. Like, this is not us trying to build the system. This is us trying to find comfort first. But I think, like James, he exists within the system. Always has, always should be, is kind of the argument.
Yeah, it's also one of those things where the words don't line up with, like, what we see, right? It's his system, and he was at the top of it. Stats and calling and everything.
Consistently for years.
Yes, the best player on the team. This is the first time over, like, a pretty long period of time where it feels like, I don't know. They don't have that guy right now.
And I can't imagine this core without James, but I also kind of couldn't envision it without Dostan.
Yeah.
And James would be an even bigger shock, but
no. Can't go there.
Can't go there.
Can't go there.
Don't want to do it.
Cadian should go back to heroic.
Screw it. Put him on Astralis.
Yeah.
Potential turning point here if you're Virtus.pro. Oh, Donk just sends a sea of bullets through the smoke and doors.
He's like, maybe I won't line up the smoke yet. Let's just go for some spam.
He's got that intuition. He's got that killer instinct.
He also uses tons of ammo all the time, and I'll give him credit for that, because that's something like, ammo is free. It's the next utility that is unused in terms of, like, what people haven't maximized. You got lots of ammo. People Don't use it.
Especially those AKs.
Back in my day, you had to buy every bullet you used.
God damn.
1.6.
Back in my day.
Now it's free.
The military-industrial complex really has gotten better. Or worse. You choose.
Norbert's gonna run out of time on the smoke, right?
Yeah, and then he's exposed to 2, but he doesn't
that
finish
could have
either.
gone so much better for sure. It could have gone way better. I mean, if he just focused down and finished that first kill,
yeah,
he would have just,
If.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Crazy
So-
how that moment is the round. Crazy.
I mean, it's a confident spot to take. You see it catch them off guard, but
It
he
works
just didn't,
too.
Just didn't have that.
One more bullet.
He didn't have that va-va-voom.
Yeah.
If they clear these guns out, man. Oh, VP are in the hurt locker. 3 players in sight, make it 2 at best. And everybody's coming knocking. Fame confirmed back plat.
Just getting ready for their chance. Or are they gonna let them live?
One more
Oh.
challenge. Oh, Fame could have just kept his head down. Could have just
Too good.
crouched.
He's too good. He said, I can't go out like this. Can't go out ducking. Damn. Another outstanding performance. Would you look at that?
And this was kind of the tapping into in the pregame. Like, I don't blame Haka for bringing up Donk's, not star-studded Dust 2s so far.
It's just been good.
Yeah, he's been good, but not lights out.
Yeah.
And then now we get that game, right? It kind of felt like we were just waiting for it. I think Haka had to bring it up because if VP had a chance, it needed... Okay, you good?
That's my box. Don't stand on my box. That's my box.
But now we've got it. Now we've got Donk topping the charts. Back-to-back maps in a very important head-to-head. With a little bit of grudge sprinkled in just because of the nature of that BO5 reverse sweep at the tail end of 2023. Both teams come in with a new star. And in Spirit's case, it's not even the star they have to bank on. Donk goes above and beyond. 19-9 back on Ancients. Looking to outdo himself in what could be the waning moments of Dust 2 and a highway to the semifinals for Spirit at the Blast Spring Finals. Fame, they've got one isolated, but you're not going to stop the bomb plant. You're not going to do much damage. Maybe you won't even kill Chopper. It really is hard to watch sometimes, seeing James struggle in these games.
Yeah, man, that kills me because I just know how much he like does in this game. You know
Yes.
what I mean, I just know it. Like,
And I think values his performance, not in like a, oh, I need good stats way, but just in like a, I need to contribute type environment.
yeah, he's like the perfect amount of selfish where he knows he was a star player, that he needs to get a certain amount of kills, and he's willing to just take what he needs to. But at the same time, he gives back as the IGL, as the system creator, as everything like that. And I know the work ethic's there. I know there's so much insight, and he brings such a unique perspective on playing the game. And that's something I want to like be alive for as long as possible. That, I've always wanted this. When Furia came onto the scene, Heroic, I want all styles to be viable at the same time, not just one style. Not just one very optimized style, one very passive style. And so even though some people aren't a fan of his game for that reason, I want it to exist solely because it's different.
And when it's at its best, it can win majors. He can win majors as an MVP. And he will go back and tout that moment as kind of just a moment where he trained his individuals so consistently to be that sharp for Rio. It worked out. Maybe we shouldn't talk about him like he's dead, because there's his 4th kill. Starts this one off with man advantage. Stick around on catwalk a little longer. But dives back in the face of some utility here. There would have been a point yesterday versus Vitality where they were down a map and down a half on this very same map, and you would have said VP fall. And yet a glorious, classic Virtus.pro style comeback into the reverse sweep of the series. That's why they're here right now. So don't call it till it's over. Zontix gets cleared out. Fame sensing that that could have been a problem. But...
Oh, that's not a good rotation right there. That's free for Chopper.
Oh, man.
They are leaving.
Fully out. They get Chopper at least looking the wrong way, but just that little bit more presence. Yeah, good on VP. Dive back into that bomb site.
Okay. Yeah, Chopper couldn't even believe it, that he would have fully left the site.
Whoa, that could have been something problematic.
Definitely. So, well, it was the comeback Virtus.pro had. It was a T-side comeback when, you know, Electronic got that insane Galil 3K. But they kind of need some sort of X-factor moment like that to wake him up. Then James was helping out a lot that game, actually. He was a huge part of it. He was sort of everywhere. In fact, I think he got let down a little bit at CT side. He got so many kills. They got 4 or 5 rounds in total. And then Electronic came through, and then everyone else started fragging as well.
But here he comes. Their secret weapon.
The Halley timeout. I love that. That's becoming a thing. For a while there, I was wondering why he wasn't getting involved sometimes.
Okay.
Spirit were starting to fall apart a little bit. But so far, these past couple of days, he's been very consistent. Even if they don't win the next round looks much better.
Yep. You know, it's almost Blade-esque.
It is Blade-esque, yeah.
And you have to really be in that upper echelon of coaches to kind of have that aura about you. And as Team Spirit put a good foot forward in London, he's doing it. Shiro, oh, little off the mark. James gonna try to counterpick him. Could be a very critical fight here, top middle, between the Oppers. But as they keep jostling for control of the mid doors angle, that's just gonna get Donk ever closer to the catwalk. Him versus Electronic could get queued up soon. Electronic feeling that arrival, falls back into the site instead. James looks for it. Shiro posted. Oh, James catching Chopper. Ooh. As he tried to jump up on something, Donk looking for the entry. It's him versus Electronic, keeping his head down, waiting for long. Donk, oh! Wow! Snapping between the two, at least gets the one. Tough job for him. Norbert turns around, big pickup on Magix. 2v4 with low health on Zontix. At least Shiro has bomb to cross towards site. Wow. He scours the length of long for contact, but Norbert's not going to give it to him. It's the double climb up Xbox.
If Shiro comes back to this to fight with him.
There's timing here, but Zontix has to get around. Shiro swaps out to the A1S, and there's no further kills. The only one comes out of Donk. They'll get their bomb plant, but Electronic doing a good job of drawing them into Norbert, and it's Norbert with the multi-frag this time.
Yeah, nice one, and good sort of rearrange of positions. The snapback from Donk is
That's
great.
what you were saying earlier, right?
Yeah,
when
that he can snap back so consistently.
When he's expecting 2 different fights. It's like
that he is the best at
in the world.
Yeah, in the world. Yeah, that is the. You just watch him play like Overpass. Oh, you know, rest in peace, Overpass. But like when he was playing Overpass on Bathrooms, that was like
pick
a good
any other map.
Yeah, damn. Well, when he was playing on Overpass on Bathrooms, you could see him going back and forth.
Oh, that big spray down in Katowice, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he.
Ooh, ow. Okay. VP not letting this one look as easy. Nobody holding any mid. James.
Nice one.
Good reaction to the Zontix swing. Spirit hoping maybe Jame would be in middle as he has been and that their run boost could get him to miss, but instead Zontix walks into a very prepared AWP. So they don't counter him.
And Jame might be a little passive on T sides, but he gets openers on CT side.
Decoy. Oh, tricky donk, tricky. Ooh, didn't expect that one. Flit's already in the site, where Electronic tends to fall back to.
And he was just desperate to chase that down, but that leaves his teammate in a really tough spot.
Not to mention the deep nade from sight. Shiro missed shot. And chances starting to slip through their fingers here for Spirit as Virtus.pro continue to claw back rounds, and this CT side wasn't a key piece of their Vitality win, but it's all they've got left to play with for this semifinal spot. And so make of it what you can.
At Dallas, it was a one-round T-side versus Vitality. That was their biggest problem. They lost 13-6. Then we moved on to their game versus G2, where they at least got 5 T rounds and closed the game out.
Pistols now.
James' activity, great.
Yeah, even that last round, I mean, Jame gets a critical kill, Flit gets 2. We're talking about 2 of the bottom performing players for VP right now. Round by round. That's what Virtus.pro have always done. And if we're in a world where James' individual struggles are one thing, the comeback factor of Virtus.pro can never stop to exist. Fame gets Tech9'd out of the corner. Flit, he'll get his, but there's more where that came from, and he's gonna serve it up. Continuing to spray through before his teammate can get in. Shiro's still a little late to the party, but Chopper's making the difference. They'll have window to work with and an op in hand. Chopper's got bomb and a plant.
Ooh, he snuck under window.
Norbert slides through tunnels quickly while it does remain smoked. Bomb will not be planted for Shiro on car unless Chopper comes around the bricks. They hold off for a second. He plants backside, so this is not going to be a good one for Shiro to help out with. Instead, he looks to activate. Oh, he reaches for a deagle. Chopper. Oh, hold on. He's only got 2 shots. This seems impossible. What? It seems impossible, but is it? Chopper continues to dodge, and the Tech9 doesn't get a chance to shine. Oh, he was in the thick of it.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
Ooh.
If he only had a little more ammo. But it would have made those last 2 kills more special. That was a pretty cool try. Nice win from Chopper and the Tech9 opener as well on the site.
Held on to by Flit in back-to-back rounds. Yes, it's just pistols, but you'd already lost your support. Whew.
I know, brother.
Goddamn B-rush. Probably what that was. If I had to take a guess.
Oh, that makes it a little weird for them. They were about to explode out the door, and they still will. Oh, they catch Flit. He can't get away.
Fame right there, too. Those are your 2 dedicated B anchors.
Oh, this is for series point.
Electronic has to go flying down off catwalk just like that. I thought I was right there with you. The Molotov's going to stop him. The Molotov, perfectly timed, disrupts the approach.
Maybe it was too deep. Didn't do enough damage.
Oh, my God.
What's happening?
Disrespect.
Are you serious?
Oh, Doc has had enough.
There was a comeback here for a second. We were just watching one.
For a second.
Wow, come on.
Donk steps out through that doorway and gets 3 kills in a critical round.
No way. They can just take hope away like that. They made him work so hard these last few rounds.
Yeah, but then, you know, Spirit keep it simple. Charge through the flames. And just that little disjointedness in timing is enough to catch VP out where they finally put up nothing.
And here's Death's doorstep for Virtus.pro. The journey could come to an end. Spirit with money and rounds.
It's a crowd in Wembley no matter what, but Semifinals locked in, top 4 at least. And that may very well slip out of the hands of Virtus.pro. Back on Ancient, they never had a handle of this. Team Spirit have looked so good. Donk unstoppable across the series. And just when you get those classic VP antics, they'll continue to try their damnedest. If Donk's dead, then who picks up that slack? Because it was 3 kills in the last round. Blink and you would have missed it. 4 ready to swarm out from tunnels, but this is where Flit and Fame have done a good job of stopping them. It's the mid-splits that have become problematic. Top box is held. Fame slides back, Flit out into the engagement, and each of them put forward a hold. Then what's left of this just gets siphoned off the side of smoke, and Shiro, you'd think far too much to ask of him. Bombs down in the dirt, and here it is, Mohan. That comeback keeps on brewing.
That's actually it, dude. These are some great B holds overall here. Flit, quite a half he's had. Fame to help out as well. That's nice, yes, and it keeps the game alive. I mean, the one round that we saw just came in like a flurry. Every single kill going the way of Spirit, just showing that it could happen at any time, but it didn't kill VP's confidence that they can slowly crawl this back.
That slew of CT round wins has the one Donk 3K anomaly. But all it takes is half second of a trip up, like with that Molotov on mid doors 2 rounds ago. 1 lapse in judgment, and Spirit will pounce, securing semifinals. And this time, there is no test to pull Donk off, right? James did a good job in the round prior to catch him climbing up Xbox. But once you let Donk get closer to Catwalk, then you know you've got problems on A. Electronic versus Magix, this could be a critical fight, but
yeah.
Magix has been operating on his own basically this entire half. We haven't had to talk about him too much. He's just been over here on doors trying to lock horns with one of the best riflers to ever do it. And he gets the headshot. Now that A defense feels the squeeze. James critical, but Norbert on his own. Fire at his feet. James doubles back, gets his. Donk can't manage. James is on for it. 3 kills deep. He's finally blind. They pressured him with util. He dives to the spawn. Zontic softened up. He's got Shiro to try to work off of all the CTs coming out from their spawn, but now they're stagnant here on the ramp. They try to get back into the action. Zontix keeps his head down, and then Shiro comes around the corner. He can sprint for sight with bomb, and he's got himself a safe plant. Nade softens him up ever further. Zontix, does he anticipate the ramp fight first? You know it's coming. Oh, James' pistol hits its target. He's still alive. And finally he goes down. Huge 4K for James.
Yes, it is, man. James had to work so hard right there. That's beautiful work, though. Trading out Magix, who could have delayed a little longer to put as much pressure on James as possible, but he got rid of that problem, and then they could all focus forward on Cat. That was the only issue with Spirit coming onto that site, but it still required James to get that kill and then 2 more. If they weren't careful, Zontix capitalizes in that 1v2 as well, so it looks like no more missed shots here for James. A much better CT side. Impact, and impact again. Even finding Donk in the molly.
Yeah, that was a tough shot.
Ooh, what have we got now?
We've got a James that's starting to feel the groove.
Whoa. But there's no one spotting for a lower cross, so they're going to be worried about it. They got to be careful.
Oh, God.
Oh,
he's
my
lost
God.
his support. Now he's stranded. Now he's got to do it.
He could actually escape.
Oh, he's back through smoke. They try to set him up with the util, but he's good. He's out. And in multiple rounds across this CT side, James has found Donk's head with that op. This one is another.
Will it be another Dust 2 comeback here for Virtus.pro? The last time they did this, they won the series.
They were able to close it in regulation versus Vitality. and that was after a map 1 swamp just like this against Spirit.
No long control.
Chopper slides with the Galil and only 29 HP.
I think they're closing their eyes and hoping there's no one long. Look at the setup. You don't play Goose in this position.
Oh, God.
They have to get their kills, and they need info.
He keeps his head down long enough. Oh, Chopper, desperate cross. Then Goose goes well. Oh! Norbert's got that spray. But Magix comes in with the assistance. Now fast footsteps out for Zontix. And with that, bomb goes down. It's a smoke in front of Jame. So much impact as this second half goes on. You've put Jame into the clutch. Magic's in the open. Jame, oh, it's close. He's got the health advantage with the flash. He'll swing, but down he goes. And at the hands of Chopper and Donk across this series, Spirit to the semifinals.
Wow.
Spirit with a top 4 at least. And VP to the other half of the bracket will seek that revenge.
By the absolute skin of their teeth, Spirit somehow, someway stave off what would have been another miraculous comeback on Dust 2 from Virtus.pro. Of course, no elimination for either of these teams, but my lord, did VP pour blood, sweat, and tears into simply trying to take Spirit to overtime. It doesn't end that way. Spirit take it 2-0.
Yeah, got a little shaky, that's for sure. And it's almost like the classic where you almost have to say that it feels like no team gets to go up against VP without having at least a little stressful moment, at least a little something. But at the end of it, Spirit just about hold on, and rightfully winners here, because early on they looked like they were in full control there.
That was, I mean, just absolutely insane. Of course, we're going to give our props to Donk because some incredible impact there. But I think the MVP of that map for me was Chopper. He got away with some murder on the CT position on Car coming up long for Dust 2. But on the T side, just calling some really great strategies when he knew that they were able to push VP. Obviously, they had to throw everything in the kitchen sink at it in the end. But some great work from him kind of finding those gaps because VP don't often give you that, right?
Yeah, at the end there, definitely just doing a good enough job to get it over the line. Got to say as well, we mentioned in the pre-game that we haven't seen much from Donk on this map, but you kind of figure it's just a matter of time before you actually see him have a good Dust 2 map, and he definitely had one here. Absolutely on point on this one. And it's nice to see because it is a map that Spirit are going to have to introduce into their pool, and Donk just so crisp. Some of the transfers are nuts. You just see that he's feeling it in this game and he wants to take fights constantly, and VP still did an all right job at times at shutting that down, but overall great game here from Donk.
Well, speak of the devil, we do get to hear from Donk, courtesy of James Banks.
Spirit have booked themselves a semi-final spot, and Donk is joining me because it did look like, at least first map, very easy. Did you guys pick Ancient to prove that the game against G2 was just a one-off, was just you guys being bad?
No, we just picked this map because we like it. So we played. No, just we won important clutches. Yep. So we got the snowball, I think them. So yeah. So what we got, what we got.
You did get what you got. And when you got into Dust 2, I want to look at that because, again, in both games, you kind of start off a little bit slow, but then you come into it, and you seem to have Virtus.pro figured out. Is it quite a comfortable team for you to play against?
I don't know. For me, like, it's the most uncomfortable team.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And just this game was like live game, I guess. So, like, yeah, I think they're sometimes comfortable, sometimes not. But we should just play our game, and we did it, so we won.
Why do you think they're uncomfortable for you, though?
They're slow, it's hard for me. And JM, his rotations on the map is like smart, so it's kind of hard for me to play against him, and yeah.
And how does it feel just to make another arena and grab yourself a semi-final spot here? Because you guys have consistently been doing this.
It's great feeling. We play again. We're gonna play again on the stage. More experience, and our shape gonna be better and better with every day that we are playing.
I agree with you, man. Let's go. Thank you very much.
You know what, Hawker? I don't blame Donk for saying VP are one of the most uncomfortable teams to play against. We got to see exactly why, and that does too, right?
Yeah, they become uncomfortable to play against, but it does seem like teams just about are able to beat them right now. So I guess you can feel uncomfortable, but you can get the win, and you can be happy with that. I'll also say quickly on VP, the switch of system where they're going for some of these aggressive plays, I do think you can see that Jame isn't fully comfortable calling those at times. It's almost like you've got the chess captain from school and then you brought in Electronic as like the quarterback, and it's like, how are those two going to work together? Obviously, Freya, I was both at my school, okay? Chess captain and quarterback.
I remember you at University of Reading. You were doing everything and playing on the Uni CS team, apparently. Didn't win the King of the North, unfortunately. Anyway, we should be checking in with our plays of the day, brought to you by Trader, because we've got 3 very, very tasty ones. We're going to be starting off with a bit of JL action, aren't we, Hawker?
Yeah, absolutely. This was a really fun series, actually, to start FaZe NAVI. I think a lot of people were excited for this one. And JL always seems to have those little pop-off moments. That tap, so crispy, closes it out very nicely done.
Beautifully done. Of course, we sadly won't be seeing any more of Saw, but U-Jerks, potential to be getting some gold in our play of the day for day number 2. This is a nice little ace coming out from him, of course. Doesn't end in the fashion he wants to, as Astralis did ultimately win that series.
Yeah, that's a really snappy shot. Then that transfer there, solid spray to the body. I know Saw have a lot of fans too, so I'm sure they will be happy that they can at least try and get something out of this.
Yeah, get on over to Instagram and get those votes in if you're a Saw fan. But for anybody else, this was the moment of a day. A moment of the day, I guess. m0NESY finally arriving. And then he has to go home after this. We'll just ignore that, though.
Yeah, the highlight is him showing up, so that maybe tells you all you need to know about G2's performance, sadly. But hey, VIP treatment, looking good, looking sharp, so credit to m0NESY on that one at least. Closed the doors himself as well. What a nice guy.
He does it in very flashy style, of course. So yeah, props to m0NESY. Of course, won't be seeing any more of G2 moving forward, but it is time to check in with our GG bet predictions to see how the talent have been faring on this one. Oh, I actually did reasonably well today. That's all right. I'm happy with that. How are you feeling?
I think I did it. Wait, did I? I don't know if I got them all right. I'm trying to find myself.
You got the NAVI one. Right?
Listen.
Yeah? I'm confused by the red.
I know,
maybe
the red
that
is
means
confusing.
that you get a steal. I think that's what you mean, because you
yes,
bet against
I bet
the house.
Indeed.
So you get to steal from someone.
You know what? I already stole from Scorny, but he stole from me.
And when back then.
Yeah, well, I probably will, to be honest. But okay, I told him he stole from me. He was like, yeah, of course. And then I was like, oh, I stole from you too. And he was like, what the hell, dude? Why is he getting mad at
Once
that?
you put a target on Connor's head, that's it. It's game over.
Also,
I'm sorry, Hawker.
I want a British talent to win in the UK.
Let's go.
Yeah, get this guy out of
me. Let's go. Sorry, Canadians, you don't count. Let's take a look at the Group A bracket to see exactly how that is wrapped up, as of course we'll be moving into playoffs tomorrow, quarterfinals to be starting things off. Did this go down as you expected, Hawker? Any madness here?
Nothing too crazy, but maybe you would expect FaZe to top the group. It's nice for NAVI to have a run at the end here.
Yeah.
And I also feel like FaZe have had a couple of weaknesses recently. So I think it's good for NAVI to get themselves top of this group, but we know that FaZe can definitely step it up in the arena, and really making it to playoffs was the main thing.
Group B up next, and yeah, unfortunately we did have to say goodbye to G2. I wouldn't say that was an upset, just within the context of, first of all, having to go up against Spirit of all teams with Taz, and then m0NESY literally having to make a sprint to make the game versus Vitality today.
Yeah, never a great position to be in, but good for Vitality that they made it through. I think that was important. And then, of course, Spirit coming into it in pretty damn good form. Maybe a bit shaky initially against G2, but since then, they've really kicked on. They didn't get suckered into the VP trap here, and felt like that was an important game for them. We saw Chopper yelling as well, so clearly that was a game that meant something to them, and they've got to be delighted they got that.
He is gassed to be making the arena once more, as we can take a look at what the playoffs bracket has in store. Of course, that was a game that spelled a semi-finals qualification for either VP or Spirit. That will be going to the side of Spirit. Well, they'll be finding themselves on the side of the bracket with FaZe and Vitality. There's some crazy rematch potential. Basically, either of the two teams that are going to be going through from that first quarterfinal. Then we've got VP versus Astralis, with NAVI waiting in the wings down below.
I think NAVI will be liking their chances then on the lower side of that bracket. I think they've been looking pretty damn solid. And yeah, that upper side of the bracket, I think basically all the matchups are going to be fun. So that is pretty much a perfect way to try and cap off the season.
I'm so excited. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule, as it's only 2 best-of-3s coming your way tomorrow. It's going to be those quarterfinals. So Spirit and NAVI will have some time to maybe be watching the arena, waiting, plotting how they're going to be taking down these teams. How do you feel like Mezzi's going to do in the arena tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I hope the fans are in there early on that first game. Definitely excited to see. And also, I've got to say, okay, Mezzi, I would love to ask him actually, how many UK lands has he won? I feel I've seen him at so many that he somehow hasn't been able to win. He's definitely won like an Insomnia or something.
Thanks, get that question in. I want to know the answer. Do we have a chant for Mezzi, or is that going to be decided tomorrow?
I mean, maybe Jackie's got something. He said he's been cooking some UK stuff.
Jackie has been cooking some damn good stuff. So I will see you tomorrow in the arena. Quarterfinals going down here at the Blast Premier Spring Finals, brought to you by Revolut. We'll see you inside the arena tomorrow.